Good morning, good morning, good morning to everyone, and thank you for coming through for another episode of the Rabid Dolphin with your host, me, Lewis. How's everybody doing this morning? Hope everything is well. And I just wanted to fire up a quick little stream to talk about the Teddy Bridgewater interview. Because I've been one of the guys in the fan base that has questioned the season, thinking the season's over. Doom and gloom is hit. But after listening to the comments, maybe I'm starting to change my opinion. Before we do that, I just want to go to the rundown. There you go. Appreciate it. We got the Fins tailgate with El Capitan. Almost every night of the week you can catch Cap. Also have me, the Rabid Dolphin. Haven't really set out a set time or schedule yet, but trying to bring you as much content as I can. Also have color commentary, usually mornings, afternoons, late nights. I think color's trying to settle in Tuesday mornings. But again, you guys know color. You can find them everywhere. DTA with the Dolphin Debriefs. He's been killing it. Don't know a set schedule for that yet neither, but, working on things. And then obviously Saturday night, late night exhale with Ali, getting you guys ready and hyped for the upcoming game. We also have, our official partner, Fanatics. You can get all your great gear, Dolphin gear, or any gear for that matter at Fanatics. Use the link in the description below. And again, it's funny to me how quick this fan base will switch up. It's funny to me how things change with Uno. And man, hold on, wait a second. I'm forgetting the most important part. You guys in the chat. See a lot of people in here. Vlad's Daddick, Kenya, Chase, CJM. I know Miss Pam, Shake Money, Cap for Life. They were in here early. Appreciate everybody for stopping by. Scott Jackson, I see you. Canes is also in the building. California. Michael K, I see in here. Batman is also in here. So I appreciate everybody for being here. But let's get into some of these comments by Teddy Bridgewater, because when I hear things, I listen for certain keywords or, things that make my ears start ringing. First comment that Teddy Bridgewater said that kind of spoke to me, had kind of volumes. They asked him, well, Teddy, have you talked to Tua Tagovailoa yet since the injury? And bro, with the quickness, Teddy Bridgewater was like, no. Left it at that. Then there was no other words that needed to be said. He just said, no, I haven't. And it kind of struck me right there like, well, wait a minute. When we started hearing rumblings about Tua maybe having a concussion week 3 against Buffalo, there was all kind of concerns and worries for Uno. Teammates, Twitter was buzzing. Prayers up for Uno. Prayers this, prayers that. I don't see much of that now. I mean, yeah, you got the loyalists, you got the real fans. Yeah, I mean, again, I think we're all praying for Uno. We want him to, obviously be better. No one's wishing injury, but I just don't see the upcry from his teammates, from the organization, like it was for the Buffalo game. So that was the first comment that Teddy said. No, I haven't talked to him, and just left it alone. Kind of struck me Kind of in the wrong way. Next comment was, there's a lot of guys in this locker room that haven't quit, that football means something to them. I'm going to pause right there. What do you think he's talking about when he says there's a lot of guys still in this locker room? Because that's the word he used, still in the locker room. Well, wait a minute. My ears started ringing again. The only one that's missing out of that locker room is Tua Tagovailoa. So when I hear Teddy say that football is still important to some of the guys that are in here, that's a direct shot at Tua Tagovailoa, whether people want to believe it or not. That's an indictment on Tua Tagovailoa. When Teddy Bridgewater, the next comment, when Teddy Bridgewater comes out and says, even Stevie Wonder and Ray Charles can see what's going on, right? Going on here. What does that sound like to everybody? Sounds like a benching to me. See, I'm going to run with this narrative about I don't believe in this concussion talk. I really don't. I think Tua Tagovailoa was benched for the remainder of the season. I think Tua Tagovailoa was told, hey, you're not playing well. We're gonna make a change. And to let off all the Tua nears in a safe spot and let Tua off in a safe spot, we're gonna handle it this way. We're gonna say, you had a concussion. I'm just throwing theories out there. But I was laying in bed last night and I must have had an epiphany because I've been out on since the game and I'm saying, hey, season is over. It's doom and gloom. We're lost. And I've had a couple conversations with a couple different people. Hell, a lot of people from this great channel of ours here at the Fins Tailgate, Color, right? Color has told me plenty of times that why can't Teddy make a run? Why can't we make a run under Teddy Bridgewater? And I started thinking last night after hearing this video over and over, because I've been playing this video of Teddy talking over and over and over. And I'm starting to agree with Color. Why can't we make a run with Teddy Bridgewater? Because the way he was talking, it makes me seem like, hey, maybe Teddy, when he was taking shots at Tua, again, my opinion, when he was taking those shots at Tua Tagovailoa, maybe the team is buying into Teddy more. Maybe all those narratives that we were fed and told about how much harder this team plays for Tua, and well, it sounds like the team just gave up on Tua. Maybe the team is rallying around Teddy. So I'm starting to change my opinion. And hell, think about the scenarios now. If Miami beats New England on Sunday and the Jets lose to Seattle, we're in the playoffs. We don't even have to worry about going into next week with the Jets. That's a mute point. Jets lose, we win this week, we're in. And I just think that I'm starting to change my opinion after hearing Teddy Bridgewater's comment, because you guys know me. This is why I've told you all the time. I like a guy like that. I like a guy that's going to breed confidence into a team and just talk the way it should be. Now, again, those comments by Teddy Bridgewater, those are very, very telling in my opinion. Because the Miami Dolphins have a PR team, right? When Teddy Bridgewater comes out and says, even Stevie Wonder and Ray Charles can see what's going on here, that's a shot, again, at Tua Tagovailoa. That's a benching. That's what it makes it seem like. I haven't heard no PR come out and, oh, Teddy's in trouble for his comments. Nope. I haven't seen no teammates of the Miami Dolphins putting out any tweets or anything about, defending Tua. Where are those? Where's all that at? I don't see any. I don't see none of that. like we have in the past any other time Tua's gone through anything, any adversity. It's none of that now. And why is that? You know why that is? Because Tua Tagovailoa, the players feel like they quit, like he quit on them. So it just seems like to me, they're quitting back on him. And I'll be honest, if these comments are the way that I'm perceiving them, and again, I could be wrong, but I'm just telling you how I perceive things and how I'm looking at the situation. I don't know how Tua Tagovailoa comes back into this locker room. I really don't. Because I've heard that as well. Well, if Teddy gets us into the dance and Tua's ready, Tua will be ready to lead us into the playoffs. No, he won't. No, he won't. You think those players in that locker room, if Teddy, two gloves, comes in here, goes 2-0, gets us into the playoffs, you think wild card weekend, those players want Tua Tagovailoa leading them out onto the field? They do not. And I'll be honest, I wouldn't want that. And I'm not the biggest Teddy Bridgewater fan. But again, just listening to those comments, I think my opinion's starting to change a little bit on Teddy. I like everything that he had to say. I think Monday morning, we woke up, Tua hit the facility, they started watching film, players started chirping. Tua, what's going on? Tua, you're not playing well. It wasn't Tua, hey, you have a concussion. No. They were probably lighting Tua's little ass up on fire. Just like the Brian Flores regime used to light Tua's little ass up on fire. And just like the other regime, Tua folded. And when I see Teddy Bridgewater come out, like I said, take subliminal shots at Tua, and nobody come to the defense of Tua, nobody, not one tweet. Hey, Tua, Teddy was wrong. Teddy wasn't wrong. You know why no one's coming out and saying anything on behalf of Tua? Because Teddy is speaking for the locker room. Teddy is speaking for the team. And that's what has changed my opinion moving forward about this football team. That's why I'm going to come out here and give guys like Color credit that me and him, and again, me and Color never argue. We just go back and forth on things because we're two alpha males that have difference of opinions. And it's been all year very consistent with me and Color. He's on Teddy Bridgewater a little bit more than I am. It is what it is. But listening to these comments, I can't disagree with Color anymore. Why can't Teddy go on a run? Teddy just seems like he's a better leader at this moment than Tua Tagovailoa is. It just seems to me that Teddy Bridgewater has a better grasp of the offense at this point. He has a better grasp of the football team at this point. So again, moving forward, Teddy Bridgewater, absolutely, I'm in it 100%. I am in it 100%. And that's amazing for me to come out and say, because again, I've been in this community the past 2 days telling everybody it's doom and gloom that I don't believe. And now for me to be standing here saying, oh hell, there is a glimmer of chance, is because those comments by Teddy Bridgewater. Let me look in the chat, see what you guys are saying. You guys are agreeing with me or not. See Batman in here, and Batman and Mark arguing about some things. What's going on, Color?
I don't know what's going on around here, man. I was like, what? Man, great show, man.
Hey, I'm not gonna,
I'm a little offended, bro. I didn't get the invite, man.
Listen, you Everybody in this great channel is always welcome to hop up here. I was hoping that you were gonna come up here because again, color like I was letting the people know, and I think they probably heard us a couple times. Me and you haven't always agreed on the Teddy Bridgewater, but again, I think last night I had an epiphany, a dream, whatever you want to call it. I'm starting to buy in a little bit more on the Teddy Bridgewater narrative.
Well, that's good because I had my own little epiphany last night or this morning. I was just watching that Josh Houts video that came out of all of Teddy's throws from the Vikings game, and man, we're doomed.
Yeah, see,
I'm just kidding, bro. I'm just kidding, bro. I'm still on it. I think what it looked like to me was a guy that came in that was playing a game he never expected to play. That's exactly what it looked like. So I think I'm encouraged. I think that again, you know how I feel about Donald Duck. So, I don't understand why everybody is so ready to. It's kind of interesting because you got on the one token of the people that strongly believe in Tua. They think that the whole world is ending because obviously they don't think Teddy can stand up to Tua. But some of them will say, hey, because they don't want to prop up Skyler or vice versa, they'll say, hey, put this guy in or that guy in. And, that what I hear is how people are like, well, we don't have a chance to win with this guy or that guy. It's like, in case y'all didn't notice, we haven't had a chance to win in 4 weeks with our starting quarterback.
great point.
So I think it's just really funny to hear everybody who admits that, yeah, okay, so whether it's, okay, I'm not going to say whether Tua as a quarterback, I'm not going to be like, go down this road of litigating good, bad, elite, not elite. Okay, it don't matter. He hasn't been winning games in 4 weeks. So a lot of us have always believed, and even Tua lovers alike have believed that, oh, Tua needs weapons. Oh, our team needs weapons. Oh, if you bring all of these in, we should at least get 2 more wins this season, even if we had equal play from Tua that we had last year. Well, last year's performance for Tua was outdone by Teddy Bridgewater last year. So even with all the problems Teddy had in Denver, he still outranked Tua in the standings. And he was under 10% more pressure than Tua last year. So I just don't understand why a team like we've built, if we agreed that it would buy us 2 more wins no matter whether we got improvement at quarterback or not, if Teddy plays like Tua did last year, we should win because of what we've done with our team. And so those people that claim that every quarterback needs a team, well, do we or do we not have that team? We're going to find out. And for anybody that wants to pre-blame Teddy or Skyler for a loss, is just not looking at it at a team standpoint like they've begged us to do for the last 6 months.
I agree with everything you said, Color. There's no more pushback from me. And again, for me, it was more of those comments. And see right here, this
right?
is,
Did Tyreek forget how to run fast all of a sudden because Teddy's the quarterback?
He did not. He did not. And
did Waddle forget how to catch because Teddy's the? Well, never mind. I won't ask that question.
No, I think right here, see, we were talking about, let's say, to the playoff scenario, Teddy gets us in the playoffs. Yes, they're going to want Tua back shut up. You hate Tua. Well, see, I would say to that, you might be right. Maybe I do hate Tua. But the teammate, the Miami Dolphins are showing you, they're starting to hate Tua.
Well, my question is, does Teron Armstead hate Teddy?
Exactly. Yep.
Because he didn't want to play for him.
Mm.
Oh, injury, right? Okay. Fair enough. Do we have Teron Armstead this week?
We do.
Did we have Teron Armstead when I just watched Teddy get sacked a couple times and be under all kinds of pressure against Minnesota? Did we have Teron Armstead in that game when Teddy was under 33% pressure rate?
We did not.
But we have him this week.
We do.
Right. So you can understand, because you're a logical thinker, why I haven't been rats off a ship
Oh,
when
absolutely.
it comes to our season. You know, our season is not over. And I understand where Lewis is coming from, that the ultimate fate is probably sealed, barring any major shenanigans, disasters, crazy things in the NFL that always happen every year. Barring any of that stuff, our fate is sealed. We're not going to go to the Super Bowl. Okay, fine. And so there is a value to be talking about, where do we move on from here at quarterback, this or that. I want to have that discussion already with Lewis, and I expressed this to you yesterday. I think this might would have opened your mind to me, is when I said this. And correct me if I'm wrong, but I'm perfectly willing to have the discussion on where we move on from here. But it's not that we have 2 games left to play, a possible playoff game left to play. It's not that I'm waiting for. It's that I want to see both play so I can have that conversation with you, because there's no point in talking about whether we get a quarterback and free agent, whether we draft a quarterback, whether we do whatever. There's no point in talking about that until we see exactly what you've been calling for. Where is Skyler at?
Right.
In his growth, in his abilities, and whatever. Because if he is this type of guy that comes out of nowhere and surprises everybody and blah, 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 you know, the typical Cinderella story with Skyler, if that's the case, then we won't need to draft a quarterback or get a free agent. And so I want to have the discussion with you, because I don't believe we're necessarily going to go to the Super Bowl and win it. So in that sense, I'm over the season, but I can't have that discussion with you yet, because I don't know. I believe I have certain thoughts. I like his abilities and all that. I think he's more talented than Tua, sure.
Right.
And in this offense, we can win, and even possibly win a championship with a guy like that, if it were to be consistent, of course.
Right.
But we haven't seen that full game, regular season, playing in a game that you started and finished, as the Tuaneers like to use the verbiage, and now going in these last 2 games, possibly a playoff game, a big game scenario. Can you imagine if not only was it, hey, I get a win in a big game scenario where Tua has failed to do that, but it would be his first game out? Are you kidding me? That would give me a wealth of information, Lewis, that I would be able to intelligently have a discussion with you about where we go from here at quarterback in the offseason. You see what I'm saying?
Well,
so it's not that I'm
absolutely
waiting for the season to end, because first of all, I am, because I'm a fan, and I still think as long as we're not eliminated from everything, we still have a chance to win it all. So I'm not giving up on that from a homer standpoint, but also I need the next 2 games to see what we can see from both these quarterbacks. You see what I'm saying?
Well, absolutely. And see, I think there was something that it could have been you, Color, that mentioned it yesterday. And I said it in the opening monologue. So if we win this week and the Jets lose this week, we're automatically in.
I don't know if it's automatically, but it boils down to this. Somebody's got to beat the Jets.
Right.
Whether that is somebody is this week, or whether that somebody is us next week, somebody has to beat the Jets. And we have to win a game.
Right. Right.
So if of the two, so whether it's this week against the Patriots or next week against the Jets, one way or another, we've got to win a game. So the only way we have to win both games is if the Jets win this week. That is a scenario, the only scenario where we have to win both games because the Jets still have to lose.
They have to lose one. Exactly.
So
Yeah.
if they win this week, that's going to be up to us to bring them that loss. So it's not that we'd have to win because we need 2 games. It's because somebody has to beat the Jets.
Right.
So if that doesn't get taken care of this week, that forces us in a situation where we have to win. Well, we don't even have to win both games per se because we could still lose to the Patriots in that scenario and
Right.
beat the Jets. But one way or another, we have to win one game and the Jets have to lose one. Whether
Right.
that's us doing it to them and getting that one victory for us and their loss, or whether that's us beating the Patriots and somebody else beating the Jets this week. The Jets have to lose and we have to win one.
See, and in what I want is for us to beat New England and Seattle to beat the Jets, and I'll tell you why. Because then I would like to see Skylar Thompson the last week of the season. That's when we can
Well,
get
that's where I was getting at. If we
exactly.
beat the Patriots this week and the Jets lose, we no longer have to beat the Jets. The Jets no longer have to lose for us to get in.
Right.
Unless we lose to the Jets, but I'm sorry, not even if we lose to the Jets, but I have to check everything else to make sure somebody else can't win or lose for us to be knocked out, whether the Jets win or lose or not. So at this point, it looks like, without me double checking the playoff machine, it looks like if we win this week and the Jets lose, our game against the Jets is irrelevant.
Exactly. Yep.
And that's a home game, a quasi semi bye going into the playoffs. That's actually the most ideal scenario.
That is the most ideal scenario.
So
and again,
win this Sunday is what we need to do. Despite your friends or family telling you that this game doesn't have to be won, this is what we have to earn if we do win this game. And the stuff we have to earn could very well have us back in contention for the Super Bowl. So there it is, right on the line. You can convince yourself we don't need this game all you want, but there is something huge to be earned, and we need to play like it.
1,000%. 1,000%. I couldn't agree more. I just don't understand because I'm watching the chat color while you're talking, and I know Batman and Mark are going back and forth, but there was a comment earlier. I can't believe that Batman still wants to or still believes that if we make a playoff run, whether it's with Teddy or Skyler for that matter, and we're in the playoffs, and let's say we're playing hot, that he would still move and go back to Tua Tagovailoa.
Well, I don't necessarily disagree with Batman's sentiment, okay, because it's been proven in the past that those types of politics play out here in Miami. And so I wouldn't put it past them to do that. The only disagreement I have with Batman is I think when it comes to the non-football aspects of it all, I don't think he plays again this season or should because of a lot of different reasons. And so I disagree that he will play again, but I don't disagree with Batman's sentiment that, hey, if he's available and cleared and all that, that McDaniel wouldn't go right back to him under orders from upstairs.
Yeah, but I just don't like that because you're
well, that's been the bane of our existence for 25 years, Lewis.
I agree. I mean, I get you. I just don't like that because I'm telling you right now, if you're playing hot, you get into the playoffs, you come back to Tua Tagovailoa, and those players know that. Let's just call it what it is. Let's just say they believe in Teddy more. Let's say Teddy's the quarterback, and you take out and you lose that playoff game, McDaniel loses that locker room. Then again, where are we at? Because again, you
Well,
lose that locker room.
the irony is, Lewis, when it comes to what we're really talking about here is the age-old question of, do you continue to go with the hot hand if your injured quarterback comes back?
I would say
Do you
yes.
continue with the hot hand? That's a 50-50 strategy question that has been circled around the NFL for most of my life. Now, McDaniel just came from an organization that has been known to stick with the hot hand in recent times. However, that organization fired that coach. So I don't know, bro. You know what I mean? Like, I don't know if he'd stick with the hot hand or not.
I mean, you got to, Color. Look, I mean, look at the run, and again, look at the run that Nick Foles had with the Eagles. I think Carson Wentz was ready to come back for I think the last playoff game and maybe the Super Bowl, and they stuck with Nick Foles, and it
No,
worked out for them.
that's Doug Peterson. You
You
know,
know?
I mean, Doug Peterson is making Trevor Lawrence look like he should look,
Yeah.
given his draft position,
Mm.
which we all predicted he would do, by the way.
I love the move of Doug Peterson. I'm not saying I don't like Coach McDaniel, but if I would have had a choice, Dougie P would have been the head coach of the Miami
No
Dolphins.
doubt. Because not only does he bring what he brought to Jacksonville, but he brings tradition here too. So we could have had that double effect.
Yep, I agree. Man, I just, for me, Color, like, and we've talked privately. I just think that I was off of Tua Tagovailoa anyway, and to bring him back, it's, I'll just play the game. If he is concussed, if this is his third concussion in 3.5 months, how do you bring him back? Like, it, I think, and for me, let's just call it what it is. The NFL is a business, and I've heard you say this. What what team or does the NFL want Tua to be on the field again? Because again, if we have another situation where Tua Tagovailoa is laying on the field, getting carted off because of another concussion, it's just a bad look. I seriously think, and again, the people are going to call me a hater. I just think Tua Tagovailoa's career in the NFL is over. I, there's not a scenario for
And you know,
me.
I read a tweet earlier this morning that reminded me of something. We were talking about yesterday. We put out there the idea that there'd be a risk of negligence, stuff like that, and we talked about. I think it was brought up in around circles that it'd be hard for him to get insured. He'd have to probably get some private insurance. There was a couple other things, but it just dawned on me when this person had tweeted what they did was that he may find a hard time, and this may be somebody had said the NFL might do what they did to Kaepernick and just kind of, hey, we're not letting you like secretly stop it from happening or whatever. And something somebody said today gave me a thought of how they could do that, and he might even have a hard time getting an NFL doctor to clear him to play again.
That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying.
Like if the NFL doctors decide not to clear him to ever play again in the NFL, because we're not talking about are you cleared of your concussion or are you're clear to play. No, this is a no different than if you would have just got drafted and they found a heart murmur or something that somebody missed.
Yeah,
it might not be affecting you, but you're a zillion dollar investment. The NFL doctor would be like, I'm not clearing this guy to play in the NFL. And
yeah,
that's still
that
hurdle still has to be crossed. Tua has to get an NFL doctor to approve him to play in the NFL. And that may not be as forthcoming if, let's say, the NFL is trying to find a backdoor way to keep him from taking the field again.
Right.
Just putting that out there. And with all those different scenarios, it's hard to see a scenario where Tua is back on the field at least this season.
Well, I think you made a good point, Color, with Colin Kaepernick. I think that's what the situation we're going to see. I think there's already been a memo sent out to every NFL owner across the league.
By the way, sidebar, is it weird that we're using Colin Kaepernick as an example for two different topics?
Right. Right. Yeah.
Like he was the hot hand in San Francisco that they stuck with instead of Alex Smith. Remember that?
I do remember that. Yep.
And now he's also the guy we're using as an example for the NFL shafting people out.
Blackballing. Right. Yep. For sure.
Well, I didn't know if we're allowed to, call it that anymore.
Well, yeah. Yeah. Oh man, it's just a tough situation. Again, for me, I was already off Tua. I think the team is starting to be off Tua. I think Coach McDaniel probably realizes, hey, I did what I can do with this kid. I think they're moving forward.
And to be honest with you, if it is the worst case scenario where everybody's been lied to and he has had 3 concussions in a short period of time like that, it's not done yet. Like most people can never get back to normal again after that, but there still is a chance with months of healing that he could get back to the point where he's never had a concussion before. That is possible. So I don't necessarily think, given an off season and all that, that other teams would hang that over his head. No pun intended.
See, I
necessarily. So he may still have some kind of trade value in that regard, and may still play in the NFL again. But I'll be damned. Maybe I already am. I don't know. But I'll be damned if we're having this discussion in the offseason and our team is gaslighting us again into thinking that we can do this all over again with Tua. It's not happening. I'm not having that argument. I'm not having that debate. I will become what all the Tuaneers want me to become, and I will be anti QB1 for the Miami Dolphins.
I'll be right there with you, Color.
I'm telling you right now. Prepare for it.
I'm with you.
I am not going to be gaslit this offseason. And I know everybody likes to make fun of that word now, but none of y'all were using it until it got brought up by Crypto and I. Okay. So, take that. Y'all want to make fun of the word, but it's really happening. Matter of fact, to make fun of the word gaslighting when somebody uses it or claims it is literally gaslighting. That's literally the definition of the word. When you do that to somebody, when they feel they've been gaslit and they're claiming it, and you make fun of the use of the word gaslighting, you're literally gaslighting them.
Right.
That's the irony.
Where have we gotten to?
And I've heard several fans, people that I consider friends, do that to people. So, y'all might want to pull out your dictionaries before you start making fun of people. I don't care if you read a dictionary and learn words, but don't make fun of people if you don't know how to use the words you're using. Just a bit of life advice. So this Teddy comment, I heard your monologue, man. And man, how can you take it any other way?
That's the way I took it. And there again, I highlighted those 3 because those are the 3 that really hit me. Bro, I'll use me and you up here, Color, as an example. You're my buddy. I consider you a friend. If I catch word that Color Commentary has a concussion, you best believe I'm dialing my phone up to call Color to see how Color's fucking doing. And when Teddy Bridgewater is asked, hey, have you talked to Tua Tagovailoa? And bro, it was just a no. And that's where it got left. There was no, I'm giving him time to recover. Hopefully.
Well, Lewis, and this may be the crux of the matter. Did he Nobody asked him if he tried. That wasn't the question.
Well,
The
that's true.
question was, had you talked to him?
Yep.
Right? And he
Yep.
said no. Right?
Mm.
They didn't ask him if he tried.
Right.
Okay.
Ugh.
And that's the thing. And my point is going to be driven home with this question to you. Have you spoke with Tua?
I have not.
Bingo. Why haven't you spoke with Tua, Lewis?
Well, I mean, to be honest, I don't have Tua's number.
And you're not part of what?
Oh, I'm not part of the team.
You're not part of his
Well,
inner circle.
Inner circle. Right. Correct. Yeah.
So again, the question was not to Teddy, did you try to contact Tua? It was, did you contact him? So you can see where he could say, you know, and this is where I'm going with this. I know everybody loves Color for going like running around 5 different bushes to get to one place, right? But when he said, even a blind musician, I'm summing it up, even a blind musician can see what's going on here. Or see what's going on. I don't necessarily think he was talking about the benching, the alleged benching per se. That was included, yes. But I think he was talking about the entire gaslighting program that's been going on since the offseason started. I think he's talking about all of it. The inner circle that nobody's allowed to be part of. The alienation of the boys, unless it suits him to put out an image in the public. All of it. The gaslighting.
Wow.
The fact that he was brought in with no chance of competing for QB1. His body language has shown it. For any of you out there that keep harping on, you know, when I debate somebody with about Teddy, and I'm not trying to prop him up like Dan Marino, but when I debate real facts, his attributes and his deficiencies, and it illustrates, okay, he should be able to win with this team, just like Tua. They get to a point to say, well, he doesn't care about winning because look at his body language.
Good point, Color.
Well, I mean, based on his comment, I bet you, and this is just an opinion, it's just a prediction. I could be wrong, but if I'm wrong, I'm coming from a place of education. But I will bet you that body language looks different this week. And that's how you'll know. That's how you'll know. Y'all can ignore it. You can compartmentalize it. But when you see what I'm talking about, that's how you'll know.
That is a very good point, Color. I never thought of it like that. But yeah, I bet you the energy with Teddy Bridgewater is different this week.
When I mean that's how you know, that's how you know what his comment meant.
Right.
Or didn't mean.
Well, I mean, the other comment that struck me, Color, is and that's what I brought up in the opening monologue, when he said there's still players in this locker room that care about football. Well, again, the only player that's not in the locker room is Tua. Was that another shot at Tua?
Well, even if not, he's still making the insinuation that there is somebody in the locker room that doesn't care about football.
True. Yeah.
And that the rest of the team knows it. Otherwise, he wouldn't have felt licensed to say it publicly.
Exactly. Yep. I agree.
Because, you know, you could look at it, well, he didn't actually say that, Color. He was just saying what he expected. Well, okay, but when somebody verbalizes their expectation, that means that their expectation is not currently being met.
Mm, man.
And as Lewis says, there's only one person not in the locker room, right? Well, I guess you could look at the list of IR. What is he talking about? Miles Gaskin?
Yeah.
Come on.
Come
So
on, people.
Anthony asks, Color and Lewis, with the multiple concussions that our young quarterback has, and I said the doctors at work specifically for the NFL clear him because of it. Can they be issued by the NFLPA? I think what he's asking is, can the NFLPA get a doctor to clear him? And I'm not so sure. I do not know the answer to that question, Anthony.
Yeah, I don't know.
I doubt Lewis does.
Yeah.
No
Mm.
offense, Lewis. I'm just not like you
Yeah, yeah, I would just
look at the
I
legalese
don't
of
know.
NFL,
Right.
but
Mm.
I doubt it though. They might be able to politically put pressure on the NFL to get a doctor to clear him, but I don't think they could do it themselves independently. It would be
Yeah,
like,
I don't believe.
if your company had a requirement for you to carry 50 pounds, and you couldn't do it, your union wouldn't be able to get you a doctor to say you could. You know what I mean? It would still have to be your company's doctor and they're the doctor they pay for to say you could lift 50 pounds, so I doubt the NFLPA could do it. Anthony's
That's a valid question.
clarifying. What I'm asking is, can the NFL be sued by the NFLPA as they refuse if they refuse to clear? I mean, of course they could be. They could be. You could sue a ham sandwich. You know what I mean? So yeah, I suppose they could, but that would be tied up in litigation for so long, and that would cause a situation that would further blackball Tua from the NFL, as we saw with Colin Kaepernick lawsuit and Brian. Well, I guess Brian Flores avoided the blackballing, somehow, but that's only because he handled it the right way.
Mm.
Believe it or not, I know Flores haters out there probably are cringing by hearing me say that, but he actually handled the situation the right way, and he took Colin Kaepernick to school on how to do it. That's why he has a job in the NFL. But I digress.
Yeah. There's a question, Color and Lewis. Do you think there's a larger divide in the room than what was led on to believe, and now the divide might be coming to light?
Well, again, that's what I meant by I don't think Teddy's just talking about the benching. I think
Right.
he's talking about it all. This could have been simmering among 5 or 6 players, and that's all it takes for many months.
Well,
We've seen it in the body language of other players,
we have absolutely.
but we only fault Teddy for that.
Right. Well, and I think you made a good point, Color. I think why Teddy came out and had some of those comments is because, again, it was reported after the game on Sunday. Mostly all the team, I think there was only 2 players that stuck around to sit around with Tua, and that was Cater Kohu and Keon Crossan. Everybody else got their ass out that locker room. No, it's like no one. It's like they turned on them. It's like they just didn't want to be around them anymore. And that's not me saying that. That's not Color saying that. Those are the reports. Those reports came out. That's why we've always seen them coddle Tua in every situation. And I think what we're starting to see now, the coddling is going by the wayside. There is no more coddling with
Right,
kids.
right. And Pamela makes a fair point. However, it's a little bit of straw manning, in my opinion. Pamela says, Color, if Flores would have handled everything right, he would have still been the coach of the Dolphins. Clearly, he doesn't know how to handle conflict. No, Pam, he doesn't know how to handle the type of conflict that the Miami Dolphins LLC creates for head coaches. You're right about that. I'm talking about the overall issue at hand that he dealt with facing the NFL. He has handled that correctly. By sticking with the job, by not blowing the whistle early on, by letting it all play out and by taking the challenge that Ross put before him. That's how what I mean by handled it correctly. But you do make a fair point. Yeah, he couldn't handle Miami Dolphins conflict, but I don't know many coaches that have been able to handle that in the last 30 years. To be fair.
Mm.
But Shag also asks a very pertinent question. Because it leads to something else I was going to say. He says, did Teddy clarify his statements or something? No, he didn't. Nor was there any backlash for what he said from anybody, including two and ears.
Exactly.
It's amazing to me.
Right. That's the
The
same
Dolphins didn't say anything about it. They didn't clarify it. They didn't see the need to. Nobody has said anything like that since whatever Xavier and Howard said months ago. I don't even know if that was public. They've all kept their mouths shut. They've all towed the company line. So for that to be said without any backlash, without the Dolphins scolding him in an indirect manner and letting the public know that they scolded him in an indirect manner, none of that. They let it go.
They did let it go. That's what I said.
That's shocking to me.
That is, it's well, it's not even shocking. It's telling, is what it is.
Yeah.
No one said nothing.
What's shocking is the flip flop.
Exactly right. Right. That's what's shocking. Correct.
The extinguishing of the gas produced lamp.
Right. Oh man.
And I think that may be to protect McDaniel. And I think that they would, to Anthony's latest question, I don't think McDaniel's going anywhere, to be honest with you. I guess maybe I shouldn't say that. These next two games are going to determine that. So bet that we have an incentive to call the game right, to not undershadow Tua by stacking the deck against our backup quarterbacks, okay, and throwing the rest of the season, okay? We have incentive to win these next two games and a playoff game, because I think that's what's going to determine whether Mike McDaniel stays or goes.
Yeah, see, and that's what I was saying yesterday, Color, when we were on the other platform.
Will the team rise for Mike McDaniel with a backup quarterback? If the team gets behind Mike McDaniel and a backup quarterback the way they did Flores and Tua last year, Mike McDaniel's not going anywhere. And I'd venture to say neither is one of our backups.
I don't think Coach McDaniel goes anywhere. I was saying that yesterday. I think that the organization is going to look back at the season and say, "Hey, man, listen." It's just hard for me to. The offense really hasn't been the problem. It's been certain players that can't execute offense. Let's just be honest. I don't care. I've never been one of these people. Oh, the 3rd and 1, it could have been a better call. Yeah, that's in every game. I've seen Hall of Fame coaches. Belichick makes bad calls. Are we saying Belichick should be fired or he's a bad coach? Like, right. that shit happens during the game. Just the whole, like, I'll use the Tua Near's favorite word. Look at the body of work. Well, if you look at the body of work from a first-year head coach, I think he's been very productive.
Yeah, and I've been on record as saying from the get-go, if you're going to do this again, Ross, I want a 10-year contract right out the gate. I don't want this guy going anywhere, even if he does end up sucking. I am so tired of the coaching carousel. I don't care. Forge a good coach for all I care. I don't care. I don't want him going anywhere. Even if I think there's other coaches better out there at this point, I don't care. I'm so tired of changing coaches. You know, I mean, And I don't think Dolphinier necessarily the whole team is flip-flopping from Tua to Teddy. I just think they're flip-flopping from Tua to not Tua.
Yep. That's exactly what it is.
And Pam says she thinks it was conflict with Greer. That's a possibility because none of us really know, but it's become kind of the platitude at the very least lately that it is what we thought it was, that Flores went into Ross's office and told him what was wrong with this organization, and Ross didn't take too kindly to it. That's kind of what the going platitude is now. And one other thing we need to update those who are late to the party. Nightwolf is saying, I'm a little out of the loop and got here late. If you don't mind, what were these comments? Teddy was asked if he had contacted Tua, and he said no, very abruptly.
Yep.
He also went on to say that when they asked him about what he thought about it all, he said that he had been in contact with his friends, Stevie and Ray. That's Stevie Wonder and Ray Charles, and even they can see what's going on here. That's what Teddy said to a local reporter.
And in my opinion, those comments right there are basically saying this has nothing to do with a concussion. This was a benching. That's how I took it from my perspective.
That's Lewis's and a lot of people's contention. Even people that don't like, that are on the fence about Tua are seeing things for what they are as far as their opinion goes. And if we're wrong about how to take those comments, then hey, anybody's invited to tell us why they think we're wrong about that. You know?
Absolutely.
If you can come up with an alternative explanation to those comments, I'm a scientific-minded person, but there's so far not been any, nobody's offered me one explanation other than the explanation we've given. So I'm resorted to default to Occam's razor. And Occam's razor would say the least amount of, you have to make the solution with the least amount of assumptions is usually the correct one. And the least amount of assumptions, I only have to make one assumption. Exactly. Is that the team is off of Tua. That Tua's lost the locker room. That's the only assumption I have to make. Everybody else has to make a lot of assumptions to come up with another reason or explanation for Teddy's comments. I don't. I only have to come up with one assumption. Tua was benched.
Agreed. And I just wanted to address the Anthony Manzano question because I brought this scenario up yesterday. Because I do believe that Josh Boyer is going to be a scapegoat this year. He will not be retained. So I did bring up the name Rex Ryan because I do believe we've all heard the rumblings that Fangio is going to go wherever Sean Payton goes. I don't believe Sean Payton's going to be the head coach.
Well, if they can, I mean, if Ross can, set the optics that, hey, it's just a problem on defense at this point, and Tua, then McDaniel stays and he gets a chance to bring in his own defensive crew and his own quarterback. Because let's not forget, Tua is not his quarterback. Tua is lucky to even be here. Tua is far luckier than Tannehill was when Flores came in, or any other quarterback that was already here when their new head coach came in. There's very rarely a new head coach comes in and is shoehorned with an existing quarterback. Very rarely. And if it is, it's because they're using that guy as the placeholder, as the stopgap.
Agreed.
So if you're telling me Tua is a stopgap for us next year, I guess I have to accept that. But I think he was the stopgap this year. And I think we're starting to realize that now. And to be quite honest with you, I've made this assumption before, but I think McDaniel was brought in here to bring down Tua slowly because he's got a great personality. Flores couldn't do it because Flores is an asshole.
But,
Oh, I
well,
know I have an imagination, Clifty, but my imagination is not like, it's not like I believe in a little man up in the sky that knows every hair on your head and everything you're ever going to do.
did we lose color?
Did you lose me?
For, for some reason, I couldn't hear
Oh, okay. Well,
him.
good. I probably don't want to repeat what I said anyway.
Yeah. Well, and just going back real quick to the Anthony Manzano question about Josh Boyer, would I bring in a Rex Ryan tie? I would bring in a Rex Ryan, just to be honest. Like, if we're not bringing Boyer, that wouldn't be my first choice. But I don't believe Vic Fangio would be here because he's going with Sean Payton. I don't think we're getting rid of McDaniel. So that Vic Fangio, in my opinion, is out of the question.
It is
My
likely Sean Payton's going to end up in Dallas. It is very likely.
Right, I would agree with that. So, in my opinion, my first option, if the Buccaneers were to let Todd Bowles go, I would try to see if I could get Todd Bowles in here. But I brought up that question yesterday about Rex Ryan. Listen, knowing what I know about his father and seeing as a head coach, I don't believe in Rex Ryan. But as a defensive coordinator, I would love to see Rex Ryan in here. But that same mentality on defense that Brian Flores had, that would be what Rex Ryan would bring in here. So I would be all for it.
New
Just going back to
Finland.
Anthony.
Good question. Saleh getting fired. You know what? You just added to the list of things that McDaniel has to play for this week. Because if we win and the Jets lose this week, McDaniel has the ability to save his friend's job by letting him beat us and sweeping us on the season. Because then their organization can take that to the fans and say, oh, we swept the Dolphins this year and they're going to the playoffs. So add that to the list of incentives for Mike McDaniel to call a good game this week.
Right.
Absolutely. I know. Look, I don't care what you all say. Coaches do that for each other. I'm sorry, they do. It's so obvious sometimes that coaches do that for each other when they don't really need, or when they think that they can overcome a certain loss for whatever reason. This is where they get themselves in trouble, especially as new coaches, where they think they got to hand out a bunch of favors to everybody. I'll just put Tanner Connor in this drive. I'm not purposely trying to lose the game for Saleh, but I'll put Tanner Connor in this crucial drive where we need to score. Just saying. It's not like the evidence don't support my conspiracy theory.
Man, I never thought of it like that. That's a pretty good question. That's a twist, man.
Especially if you think you got this great team and this great quarterback that's going to run the table anyway. Well, guess what? This is where the divide happened, and that's what I was going to answer the person that asked about. It was Vader's daddy asking about a possible divide. Basically, what it amount. I'll simplify the question in the scenario. Basically, that there was some kind of personality divide that happened on the plane, basically on the way to California. And that's quite possible. And maybe afterwards, like I'm saying, if McDaniel's out here handing out favors to people or calling a game a certain way to stack the deck so that somebody doesn't get overshadowed in a backup performance, let's say, all of these different conspiracy theories or hypotheses, okay, yeah, that's all they are. The ramblings of an old Dolphin fan, but if he thought that he could do that because he thought he had this great team and we could run the table, and San Francisco proved to him that his quarterback doesn't have the ability to elevate us to the point where we can throttle our season that way, then that could be where a divide started. Like, yo, you're not holding up to your end of the bargain here. And now we've possibly lost our season because of it, when I could have not given you that clout against the Jets and Vikings and called a better game with better personnel decisions.
Right. Well, little Sebastian, why don't you? Again, I don't know if you know. I wasn't planning on making this a panel show, but if you know, to Color's point earlier, why don't you give us another opinion? Because
Again, I'm not living in fantasy world because I'm asking for an alternative explanation. So
that's exactly the point.
until you give it to me, you're living in fantasy world.
I agree. I agree. I mean, how else am I supposed to take some of the comments? Again, listen to some of the key words.
But you know what, Lewis? This is how you go by this dictionary they have. It's called the Dictionary of Newspeak. And you change every word in the English language to mean the opposite of what it means. And then you might understand what his comment meant. Well, I refuse to function in that paradigm. English is English to me. So again, if a person can, they're more than what, we won't open it. You know what, Lewis? We'll make it a little more at the start. We'll make it a little more exclusivized. If you personally want to come up and just offer another explanation as to what he meant, we can drop the link and we'll bring you on one by one to tell me. We don't even have to make it a big old argument panel.
Well, we could do that.
I'm asking for an explanation. It's not like I'm positing an explanation and saying this is the only way it could be. It's the only way it could be because it's the only explanation that's been offered so far.
I agree. And see right here, I don't believe this neither. I don't believe that McDaniel's legacy is tied to Tua at all. I think McDaniel is a first-year head coach. He wanted to become a head coach. And again, I don't care what Stephen Ross, because that's what people have tried to tell me. Well, Ross came out in the press conference.
And you know, I've said that to you myself.
Right. Well, the head coaches. No. If there's a quarterback on this roster that is tied to McDaniel's legacy, it would be Skylar Thompson, because that was McDaniel's pick at quarterback. Tua. He was handed Tua, and he was told to have a job. His job was to fix Tua. Now we can sit here and debate if he did that or not. We can have that debate. But that comment right there that Tua's tied to McDaniel's legacy, in my opinion, I don't believe that. I don't believe that at all. So, again, I just don't see where, in my opinion, again, I think that Miami Dolphins are moving forward away from Tua Tagovailoa.
Well, and you know how I what I've said, I've been one of those people to say the same thing to you about Ross. That, to me, I don't believe he'll exercise that necessarily. Again, if we're talking about tanking style performance for the next 2 weeks, he has that out, is what I'm saying. The fact that he's a billionaire that don't care about other people's feelings, and he can go back on whatever word he gave McDaniel behind closed doors. You see what I'm saying?
I hear you.
But let's say we make it to the playoffs, I don't think McDaniel's going. I don't think he exercises that ace in the pocket.
Yeah, Pete. I don't.
Little Sebastian said he doesn't make things up to make himself feel better or whatever. Well, that's precisely why you're able to throw around insults to people and not feel anything, because you're a complete solipsist, and you can just say things and believe things without them being based on anything, because you don't care about anybody else's thoughts or opinions. So that's fine. But if you're going to tell me I'm living in fantasy world, I simply ask for an explanation as to what you think Teddy meant. If you want to imagine I'm in fantasy world without an explanation for yourself, then that's your own solipsistic mind and your own right to be that way. But guess what? This universe ain't created by your mind. So there ain't nothing being made up here. The man said what he said.
Yeah, exactly. That's where people got it misconstrued. Color. They're making it seem like we're just jumping into we're just coming out here and stuff. This is not what Louis Amador said or what Color Commentary said. Those words came out of Teddy Bridgewater's mouth. I didn't say that. And
Now here,
again,
now here's a question I can chomp on, little Sebastian. Thank you very much for this question. Why doesn't the concussion sound plausible based off the statistical data? That is a brilliant question. Because guess what, little Sebastian? I've done my homework. I answered that question all day yesterday, and I can answer it again. The statistical data actually supports that the concussion had no effect on Tua's performance. If you're referring to the 3 interceptions being the statistical data that shows it, you're wrong. Because every other statistic for his performance shows the opposite. And let me tell you what those numbers are. I'm not getting upset. Nobody's getting upset here. And that's why I'm answering your brilliant question here. I'm serious. It's a good question. It comes from an incorrect premise, and that's why I'm correcting it. Tua was 8 for 12 before the hit, throwing 19 yards per reception. After the hit, let me start over. He was 8 for 12 before the hit at 19 yards per reception with a deep shot that was 60 plus yards on one reception. After the hit, he was 7 for 13 at 12 yards per reception, which is still 3 yards higher than his season average, which leads the NFL for most of the season. Where was the performance drop off? Oh, the 3 interceptions. So you're saying on 3 out of the 13 plays where he was perfect, well, 3 out of the 13 plays, 7 of which he was perfectly fine enough to complete passes at the same rate he was completing them before the hit. Somehow on those 3 passes, the concussion reared its ugly head and caused him to throw interceptions. Well, we're going to go down this road real quick, Lewis, if you don't mind. I got the time real quick.
absolutely, Color, do your thing.
Let's see here. Scores. Week 16. Hold on, let me turn off everybody's advertisements. Thank you very much, NFL. I appreciate that. You haven't stolen enough of my money, right? I got to watch an ad too. Okay, fine. Let's see here. Let's see, condensed play. Game details. That's what we want right there. I'm liking that. Okay, let's see. First interception. Where are we at here? Oh, there it is, right there. Oh, wait. No, is that the one? Hold on, is that the one? Yeah, that's the one. First interception was the first play of the drive. To start the first quarter. Pass deep left, intended for Tyreek Hill, intercepted. How is a deep left pass going to be affected by a concussion? It's rear back and throw it. Put that one aside for a second. We could argue that one. The next series, 11 plays. Should I list them? Kickoff, 7-yard run, 16-yard pass, complete to deep right to Jalen Waddle for 16 yards. 3-yard run for no gain, 10-yard pass across the middle to Sherfield for 10 yards. A brilliant catch, by the way, for a first down, if I'm not mistaken. Pass incomplete. Short middle to Jalen Waddle. 19-yard pass, deep middle to Tyreek Hill to the Green Bay 27. 2-yard run. Negative 5-yard penalty. Interception. Short right intended for Raheem Mostert. 5-yard pass. The next series. 3 plays. 3-yard pass to Jeff Wilson. The kickoff, a 3-yard pass, and an interception short right intended for Gesicki, and that's the game. I don't care about yardage. Yardage is subjective. Besides the fact that the yardage includes a deep shot to Tyreek Hill in the first half before the hit. So you throw that out of the metric. Because he completed a deep pass to Waddle after the hit.
Yeah, they're talking about the yardage, but they don't want to add that it was
It's
like
literally the last stat they have left is the yardage.
Yeah, and not only that color, but it was remember that 84-yard touchdown pass to Waddle. Waddle ran for like 60 plus yards. It was only like a 12, 15-yard in cut route.
Yeah.
So you're talking about yardage, but the yardage don't matter.
So take away the yardage, and we evaporate their fantasy world. Who's living in a fantasy world? Look at that. Numbers don't lie. One number. I just gave you 5. You give me yardage. And guess what, little Sebastian? Darren Bevel does not agree with you enough to go on record saying it. So talk to his quarterback coach. Don't argue with me. Is his quarterback coach living in fantasy world with me too? He threw the ball to a spot that wasn't even the play. Yeah, because he sucks. He did it last year against Jacksonville too. Go watch the film. Three Jacksonville defenders. Not one single Miami receiver anywhere in sight. Short, flat. For 10 yards. Intercepted. Taken to the house, if I remember correctly. Was he concussed on that play? Oh, that was Flores' fault, right?
Get him, Collar. Get him.
Well, maybe it was, Lewis. Maybe Flores did shake his confidence, causing him to throw that interception last year. Maybe.
Right.
So if that's true, after we brought in a guy that practically, I'm not gonna use the words I want to use, okay? But after bringing in the coach we brought in, who is shaking Tua's confidence now?
Exactly.
Because I'm on record this year as complimenting him for how relaxed he had been playing during our winning streak and how that was a marked difference from last year. And that was the key to him improving his play, was how relaxed he looked during the play after the snap of the ball. That is completely evaporated since San Francisco. Completely.
Absolutely.
Why? Why?
and they want to make bro color. We can't even let these guys get us mad like this because they're just reaching at this point.
Oh, I'm not mad.
Well, no,
I'm
I know
done
you're
with
not.
being mad at
Oh, I know you're not.
these people.
Well, but see, it's this comment right here. How many points did Miami score after the hit? Well, congratulations. Was Tua Tagovailoa also concussed in the Pittsburgh Steelers game? Because we didn't score no points in the second half of that game neither. Was he concussed when we didn't score no points in the second half of the Pittsburgh Steelers game? They're reaching, color. That's all it is.
Was he concussed when we didn't score any points in the fourth quarter of the Chargers game?
Exactly. Right. That they're just reaching at this point, color. That's all they can do. They have no legs to stand on, so they reach for yardage and points.
It's over. And if we weren't in Lewis's brand right now, I would illustrate that. I'm going to do this real quick. We'll put your logo up there, but I got to have me memes, man. I've got to have me memes.
Go ahead, color. Absolutely. Do your thing, man.
Let's see here. Yeah. Oh, it ain't even here anymore. What? Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
Ah. It's over, Johnny. It's over.
I know it's a little late to land, but whatever.
Oh, man.
I don't give a damn what Mahomes is doing. I really don't give a shit what Mahomes is doing. His team is scoring 29 points per game. If you didn't care that I agree with you or not, you wouldn't be trying to convince me of a lie. So stop acting like you don't care. And I appreciate you being here, by the way. Okay, I guess I sound mad. I don't know. I mean, Lewis is the one with the Rabid Dolphin moniker, not me.
Yeah, and again, listen, I've come to the realization that we can't do nothing with people like this. There's no point to keep going back and forth with people like this because again, he's gonna have his opinion, we're gonna have ours, and this is what these shows are for anyway. It's about opinions. So
yeah, I mean, I'm not pleased with our organization for the nonsense they've perpetrated over the last 3 years. I'm not pleased, but I'm not mad right now. I'm actually quite encouraged. Yeah, I know that's me walking over his grave. I know.
Oh, it's amazing. Little Sebastian, the floor can be yours if you're willing to come up here and debate us on saying why we're wrong and you're right. Listen, we'll drop the link for you, Little Sebastian. You have your platform to come up here and debate us. So again, you don't have to stay in the chat, homie, and just keep going back and forth. And I'm sure your fingers are hurting at this point. Let your mouth do a little bit of your talking.
Cliff D, man. Cliff D loves saying conspiracy fairy tales, man. I get it, bro, but what else do we have to do all day, Cliff? When they turn, it's funny how, like, everybody thinks a guy is paranoid until he's proven right. But then I guess he's still paranoid even if he's proven right, right? So good point, Clifty. I'll take it. I'll take your words. Don't worry. No, it's not that ridiculous, Clifty. That's the only part I disagree with you on. Is what I'm saying is not that far-fetched. I mean, there's people out there that believe that the Loch Ness Monster still exists, bro. Come on. I'm not a flat earther, bro. I know the earth is round. And I know we revolve around the sun. So I don't know. I don't know if Lewis wanted to have a full panel or not, but I told him if you guys were begging for it, I would drop it. But only Night Wolf is requesting it. So I'll drop it for Night Wolf at the moment. If you guys really wanted it, then come on up. But I told Lewis that I would host it for you guys because he only wanted to say his piece and have a quick show. But
yeah, no, and listen, we got people engaged in the conversation, and this is what I wanted to start the panel for. And I see Canna just asked for the link too, so yeah, we can open this thing up.
No, I don't have proof. I have evidence, little Sebastian, and evidence is not the same thing as proof.
1,000%.
And yes, I'll admit it is complete anecdotal evidence. That's what makes it a conspiracy theory. To Cliff D's point.
What's going on, Kenna and Miss Pamela? How are you guys doing?
I mean, people just got to start having fun. If they're not going to let us have fun by watching a winning team, then damn it, I'm going to have fun my own way. Okay?
Right.
Quit hating.
Hey, guys.
Hey, Miss Pam.
So, Cola, I just want to tell you something you already know. You know, once you've responded to somebody like that multiple times and shown, you know, your point and what you're trying to say, and you see it doesn't get home, I wouldn't try again.
Oh, I know, but Lil
know.
Sebastian's more of a regular than not, so I wanted to give him the respect of actually trying to say, hey, this is my point of view. Maybe it could. I get what you're saying, though. At some point, you do have to, like, save the calories. You know what I mean? Sure.
Exactly. And I wanted to say I also watched last night after y'all talked about it. I went back and watched the Teddy interview, and I thought he looked like a little cocky jerk. I mean, he was.
Are you saying that it was salty, Teddy?
Oh,
I'm saying if you have play to back up your saltiness, go for it. But if you've played like you've played this year and what we've seen from you, you ain't got no right to be salty or cocky.
I don't think it's fair to say that, considering he hasn't played a game where he started and finished. I just don't think it's fair to say that quite yet. But to your point, Pamela, we get to see if he's doing the same thing Tua did. He's putting a lot of food on his plate. We'll see if he eats it all. You know what I mean?
Well, you know, you've got an entire locker room and an entire fan base hoping to do something with these last two games. You need to go in there and say something that brings confidence to the locker room and the fan base. And I didn't see it.
Well,
and I also thought that
just quick disagreement. It's restored my confidence, just to be fair.
Yeah,
okay,
you know what?
okay.
And you know what, Miss Pam? And that's why I started the opening monologue. I was the one saying that the season was over, and I didn't have faith. And after hearing those comments, it put more faith in me.
I know.
100%.
I definitely heard you from the very beginning. But what I saw was a guy that was very distracted. Like he could barely focus on the questions that were being asked of him.
That's because he's so focused on football, Pam. That's why.
I was about to say the same thing, yo. Ted, he
Well,
geeked now. He get a chance to play with these
What's good, El Capitan? What's good, homie?
Hey, El Cap.
Pam, to that point, I want to bring up the Giovanni Bernard incident that happened like a week or two ago.
I think Pam just had a couple more words to say, Pete. Let her get it. Let her land and go ahead after her, Pete.
Yeah, so I did want to say, so like, you know, you could tell people are saying hey to him and he's looking all around, waving at somebody, giving them the head nod and all this stuff. You need to show us you can be focused, Teddy. That's what I want. I want to see him focused. If he thought those questions were stupid, he should have said something about football and something about how we're going to go out there and we're going to win this game. I wanted to hear something more from him. I just thought he looked cocky without anything to back it up.
Well, to be fair,
I didn't take it like that.
At home.
Pam, I didn't take it like that. I took it as when he was like that, it wasn't rude. It was like some weight off his shoulder. You know, like that's just the way it feels. Like he's an upset employee that feels like he is better than the manager ahead of him, and he is not getting his fair opportunity. So why is he going to be all laffy-gaggy when the organization doesn't think he's better than that guy? But him personally, he probably knows I'm better than Tua.
All right, hold on, guy. I gotta say some quick words real quick. Lil Sebastian, I am not going to engage in a debate with you about whether evidence is the same as proof. I would just suggest you go over to a YouTube channel called Modern Day Debates, and you can You can eat it up to your heart's content because they debate that question all day long, bro. Evidence is not proof.
Well, and I just wanted to say something to Miss Pamela's point. When I heard that interview again, I listened for the keywords, but I heard a guy that wasn't being cocky. I heard a guy that was taking control of the locker room because that's what the locker room's thoughts are about QB1. I think when Teddy was speaking, he was speaking more for the locker room than for himself. You see what I'm
I hope
saying?
you're
Like,
right, Lewis. I hope you're right. I hope my
Real
take
quick,
is
Actually,
wrong.
real quick,
let me
because I'm gonna
clarify.
hold on.
Let me
Galvanating the
clarify,
team.
guys.
That's
Let
what
me
I think.
clarify, guys, and I'll be done with this sidebar. Okay. Yes, proof is evidence, but not all evidence is proof. It's like the square and the rectangle.
Color,
All
I was just
squares
gonna put
are
a
rectangles,
caveat to it.
but not all rectangles are squares. You
Look,
get
I
it?
was gonna
Right.
put a caveat to that. Evidence has the ability of becoming truth. That's it.
Right. All proof
That is
is
right.
evidence, but not all evidence is proof. Just like the
Ra-
square and the rectangle. All
Right.
squares have 4 right angles. They fit the definition of a rectangle, but not all rectangles have 4 equal linear sides in length. So not all rectangles are squares.
Well, all no rectangles. All right, whatever. Fuck it. We got obtuse and we got isosceles.
That's right.
Well, it comes down to, it's just like Sebastian
We're
said.
getting our
It comes
early
down to
morning
definitions.
geometry lessons.
Hold on, Crypto.
You're
It's just
welcome.
like Sebastian said. It comes down to definitions, okay? And the dictionary, Merriam-Webster's definition of the word rectangle is a polygon with 4 right angles. The last time I checked, a square fits that definition.
No need to go
Yeah,
to
you
geometry,
square.
guys. Let me explain it this way.
This is called
And a
Evidence
critical
square
thinking.
can be a nerd too, Color.
What's up, fellas? Good morning.
That
Damn,
guy
Or
in the
you
Cap.
could
chat
be a
is a square.
3.14 pi. You could be pi as 3.14. Go ahead, y'all.
Hey, can I add something to this interview you guys are talking about that kind of stood out to me? Teddy said something about take like some. I'm just paraphrasing something about taking accountability, showing up and playing, and basically seizing the opportunity, right? And he said it at the beginning of the interview. I have it recorded. I would send it to you, Lewis. I'll send it to you here in a minute. But what I got out of that was, okay, I'm hearing what you're saying, but from what I saw what you did on the field, I saw times where it was kind of lackluster. For me, it was like a guy. And let me finish, y'all, please, because I'm hitting on some points that I don't know if you guys have talked
You
about,
got it,
because
Esther.
I'm kind of halfway into what y'all were talking about. So just let me finish, please. Look, when he's saying that stuff, all I'm thinking about is, I know you got paid, Teddy. And man, there's receipts where I was saying, I thought going into the season from where they left off, Teddy was better than Tua if you actually looked at the tape last year when Teddy was with the Broncos. But the way he played with the Broncos, I haven't seen that in Aqua and Orange. That's why I have given more support and feel that we have a better chance with a rookie that was drafted in the 7th round, because that kid, he doesn't have anything hanging over his head. He's more hungry, in my opinion, and he's got more heart than. I'm not saying Teddy don't have heart, but I believe that he's a little complacent because he got paid. That's why I've been pushing more for Skyler. And I know everybody's like, oh, he doesn't have the reps, he doesn't have the experience. But you know what? Just hope and pray on a miracle and hope he comes out looking like Purdy is what I'm thinking. And basically mixing what this kid does well. And we got Wilson and Mostert and Ahmed. And I would say that is where you get your W's to end out the season and get you 2 of them. That's why
I agree.
That's why I'm pushing more for Skyler than I am Teddy.
Well,
And
2 points.
I agree.
2 points,
Well,
Esther.
there's one other thing
real quick. 2 points. It is also possible that it's more about the money. Teddy might have wanted to win a championship and might believe he brings the best chance of winning that championship, and could have felt slighted for not having ever had the opportunity to compete. Given his comments yesterday, does it make sense that that could explain some of the body language we've seen in past weeks.
Yeah. I see. This is what I was gonna say. So what I saw from this play was he flashed. It was intermittent. It looked good. Sometimes it didn't. What didn't look good to me was not being able to pick up first downs, 3 and outs. I don't want to see that. If you're gonna get me 3 and outs, put Skyler in there. I don't, if our offensive line isn't holding with Eichenberg in the interior, Skyler was breaking for 15-yard runs, picking up first downs with his
Well,
legs.
keep in mind, Esther, also that we now have
I'm with
full
you, Estefan,
complement. We have a
1,000%.
full
I'm with you.
complement of offensive linemen this time around for Teddy or Skyler.
Let me hit on one more thing, and then I got to drop out because I'm at work, y'all. Listen, there's something he said more towards the end of the interview when he was naming players that are still here to play. He named Seiler. He named Wilkins, I believe. He named Javon Holland. I believe Ingram, veteran.
Everybody but Tua.
David Howard. I believe these were all the guys that were pissed off in the locker room after that game. He straight up told you
1000%.
what he was talking about. When I heard that, I was like, damn, he just dropped the ball on everybody that's pissed off right now because we're on a 4-game losing streak. And I'm sorry, I don't care about no concussion. You should have told everybody that you weren't right mentally so that we would have had a chance to put in a backup and it still had a chance to win instead of going into the damn game and throwing 3 interceptions. I'm out.
Exactly. And Estefan, to your point, that's the reason why I feel like that third interception of the game, the final one, he just threw the game away on purpose. Like his body on that throw, the ball floating in the air told me the game is over for Tua. And there's no way. The locker room has been split for a while. Look at how we've been as a fan base going at each other. It feels like this team, when it went in the locker room, one side was blaming the other. The defense blamed the offense that week. The offense blamed the defense that week. It's been like this in the locker room, guys. It's been a really bad.
I think for me, Pete, see, and again, I think when Esther was talking, I agree with Esther. In my opinion, we should be starting Skyler. But that's what when I was just talking about the interview per se, what I heard from the interview, it wasn't talking about Teddy's play so much for me. It was to your point, Esther, or Pete that just said it. I believe Teddy Bridgewater is talking more for the locker room when he makes the comments of even Stevie Wonder and Ray Charles can see what's going on here.
And why would he try to be a?
That's a
hey,
comment.
Lewis.
That's a comment. That's a comment from other players, and I just like that aspect of from a leadership role.
Right now, as far as you know what I'm saying? As far as Holland goes, he may have been teary-eyed defending Tua on his floor, but at the same time, I think that may be a case where Holland just likes the guy personally so much because, look, he was willing to throw himself under the bus a couple weeks ago to defend Tua. So, you know, I mean, the Tua and Ears are out here blaming and everybody else out here blaming the defense, and Holland's out here standing up for Tua like anybody was blaming him. So it's evident that Holland really likes Tua as a person, you know, that he's willing to throw himself under the bus to stand up for him.
So Javon Holland probably has been crying since Christmas Day because this guy sat here and went off on the fan base saying that we're flipping off.
That's what I'm talking about, Pete. But at the time, the only people, nobody was criticizing, nobody was faulting Tua at that moment. They were all out here blaming the defense. So he was literally falling on the sword by doing that.
This is what I'm saying. But this is what I was trying to say, though, Color. He came out on his little Instagram blaming the fans. It was not all the fans. Something internally in the locker room was causing him to stress out. That's why all he did on that video was saw one little comment and he blew up and started saying all of that. It was the internal stress from that. From the locker room.
Well, he may believe that maybe he's one of those types. He's a young guy still. Let's not forget, people. I mean, maybe he's one of the types that believes that the outside noise affected Tua, and you know because again he has such a deep personal liking of him that he sees that as a slight.
I believe the outside
like as if Tua could have been the guy we all wanted him to be if we would have just shut our mouths. You know what I mean?
Tua look like the type that'll let the outside noise get to him. No excuses though, but that's just weak minded. You do weak things.
When I heard that Tua
What?
goes home and goes straight to his room to watch Netflix all night, I just didn't like that.
Yeah,
Hey,
certain
Now they're
things you
trying to
do.
say he isn't concussion prone. They're just lying up their asses.
hey, y'all. Real quick. The one point that I didn't drive home a while ago. So Teddy said there's some guys in here that still care about football, and
Exactly, Esther.
you said and want to give it their all. Look, if that's gonna come out of your mouth, Teddy, I need you to do that. If we get a hungry Teddy, we'll be fine. But I haven't seen that. So all I'm saying is practice what you preach. If you're
I
going to
mean,
talk like that, then you better show up on Sunday and give it your all, Teddy, because that's not what I'm seeing when you're out there on the field. That's all I'm saying. I'm not saying I don't believe in the guy. I'm just saying don't go out there half-assing, because if you're going to do that, put in.
yeah, but
I
you
completely
also
agree
gotta
with that.
you gotta look into what was going on at the beginning of the season too, because I was on that with Teddy too about his body language and not showing that he really want to play for this team. But
No,
you
bro.
also gotta
I'm
you
sorry.
also gotta look
No,
at the
no, no,
fact
no,
that.
no, 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 no.
But
Bro,
listen to what I'm
you
saying, bro.
they
Listen to what
look
I'm
like the
saying, bro.
only
Can I finish?
concrete
Can I
team.
finish?
Go ahead, go ahead.
Only thing I'm saying is the fact that all the reps and all the energy was surrounded around Tua. So when Teddy took his money and came here, yes, he probably had hopes of being the number one quarterback, but when he got here, it was probably something different. You know what I mean? Like,
Teddy never had hope of
Uh,
coming here to being the
Can
starter.
well,
Let's just
Pete,
be
hold on, Pete. Hold on, Pete. I want to say something about that. It could be both, could be true, Kenna, where he came in being told, yeah, this and that. There really ain't no competition. Okay, fine. But Teddy in his own mind probably believed that he could so overshadow Tua that they would
yes,
change their minds. You know
yes,
what I mean?
yes, yes,
And he realized that no, it's political. It
right.
don't matter if he was Dan Marino, they wouldn't change their minds. And that's probably what soured his body language, in my
Look,
opinion.
that's fine. He was sour,
I
but
agree with that color.
all I'm hearing is a guy that was in his feelings. No, 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 no. You have to hold yourself. You got to put your best foot forward and represent yourself
I
and
mean, we
make
get that,
yourself
but how
look
can
good
you
when
put
you go
your
out there,
best
and you
foot
got to
forward
play
when you're
well.
not given the
Hold
proper
on, let me finish.
opportunity?
I don't care about him not being sour and that body language showing on the field. You still have to perform when you got out there. They gave you a paycheck. That
You're
doesn't
right about
Yeah,
matter.
that,
but
Estefan.
Estefan,
You're right.
Estefan,
You're
What I'm
right.
Estefan. Let me
saying
let me
is,
You're
talk to
right, but
Estefan for a
you're
second.
right, Estefan. But I
what I'm
also
saying,
contend that
think
I
about it.
also contend that
Tua,
the deck was stacked against him in those
This
games to
right.
not
Yes,
Okay.
but I
overshadow
I
Tua.
I want
Let
to
me make a
talk to
point
that
real
too.
quick,
Teddy
real quick.
looked so disinterested.
I
He looked
when
like
though?
such
That's
a
what I'm trying to
little
get at,
fluff
Estefan. I'm
noodle.
asking, like, when, Pamela?
And
When?
when I don't know,
We're
maybe that safety. I'm telling you, I was so mad
That
when
was the
he
first
did
play
that.
of the game.
So, yeah, exactly. And you take a safety, you as a big professional, been around the league, you don't know to get the
Because
ball back to the line of
there was
scrimmage,
literally no
Listen,
time to
listen.
do
and
All I'm
he
saying
anything.
could
is,
get the ball
Like,
back to the
like
line of
this
scrimmage.
is
He
all I
threw
want to
the
tell you.
ball.
Like, I'm gonna go ahead and disagree to a point with Estefan. I understand the body language. That part, even Mac Jones has an ugly body language, but he's still putting it out on the line. Some players just look weird when they're playing. It's different. But this guy, unprepared after taking a false concussion allegation because of our quarterback in that Jets game, came in Minnesota unprepared as a starter and just threw for over 300 yards. I say one interception. Everybody screams two. We all know that Waddle drop was not his fault. But then 300, two touchdowns or whatever he threw with one interception that was his fault. Unprepared as a starter. That's
listen,
not
Pete.
telling me. That's telling you that he doesn't want to play.
No, listen, Pete. Coaches are going to go off performances. They're going to go by what they see you doing in practice and what they see you doing on the field, bro. And I felt that that's what I was seeing in that game. I could be wrong, but think about it. Tua threw 3 picks in Kansas City, bro. I'm sorry, in Kansas City, against Green Bay, and they didn't put. I mean, after the second one, I would have pulled him already. You're playing to get into the playoffs. Why wouldn't you pull him? If Teddy had put a better foot forward, he would have been in the game. That's all I'm saying.
I don't think
No,
that's the truth, Estefan. You gotta
no, they
wake
was
up,
going to
bro. We
ride with
literally
Tua no
I
hired
matter
agree with
what.
McDaniel
Oh,
to
he was
fix Tua.
being
Ted on
pressured
that factor.
33% of the time. There was no Teron Armstead. He was getting mauled right at the snap of the ball every other play. I just watched Houtz's
And Estefan,
montage of that game.
Estefan, you could almost say that Tua is benched now. Because if you don't believe the theory of the concussion, like I do, at least for me, I don't
Yeah,
care
I was
what people
saying that
believe.
yesterday, Pete. I
Yeah,
don't believe what I believe is if our entire roster gets evaluated, half of those guys aren't going to get to play and be in the concussion
You know,
protocol.
if I'd have had time to ask, had time to ask Josh Houtz for permission, I would show you guys a particular play right now where Teddy makes an amazing move to escape a sack and get a pass off for a completion. Are
But
we going
it's
to take that one game and be like,
inconsistent.
hey,
It's
but we do the same
inconsistent,
thing. No, we
Color.
do the same thing with Tua. We say, hey, this shows that he's elite. This one play.
All
So
right,
we're
can I?
not going to say that
I just
Teddy is elite, right? I
No,
mean,
no, no.
I'm
No different, no
because
more than I would
Can
say
I
Tua is
respond to
elite.
you real quick?
No
well,
more than I would say
but
Tua is elite.
that's a point right there, right? So you can't sit there and just say, yeah, Teddy's this guy and blah blah blah,
No,
and
but
he's been
okay.
downtrodden because
Okay,
the
Tua
coach didn't put him in.
Tua got sacked last week. Tua got sacked last week without even finishing his plan on his drop back.
I
Are
believe.
we going to fault him for that like we do Teddy for the safety?
And I also wanted to point out something about the concussion thing that Larry Kay said that I thought was really smart. He said that a concussion, and we all know this, a concussion will show up for weeks, right? It can stay there. You can see the evidence of it, but it doesn't necessarily mean it happened recently. So are they saying, yes, there really is concussion evidence, but tiptoeing around the fact that, yeah, it was a while back, but this is our excuse to bench Tua.
I
So
think Tua
maybe.
was trying to find a way out. I think the locker room is split, and I think McDaniel was encouraging of him to go check in on this because of what was going on in the locker room. I think if McDaniel doesn't make this move, he's gonna lose the locker room because everybody's pissed. And so
Yep. And that's how you do it. You get a doctor
by
to
the way,
say there's a concussion.
That's
hey,
what
what's
I
going on?
believe.
Hey,
That's
quick,
what I
exactly,
believe,
Pam.
Esther.
No
You
worries.
go
hey,
get a
hold on,
doctor's
guys,
note for an
Guys,
excuse.
hold on.
Yeah.
To
And there
Imperium's
is
Gaming's comment,
evidence.
to Imperium's Gaming comment, he's not wasting a slot quite yet because we don't have anybody in back that's waiting to get on. But I'm sure Kahari would, in fact, back out if we did have somebody to come on because he's a respectful person. So we let him
I'll
up
back
here.
out so somebody can come on.
No,
Somebody
hey,
wants
I'm gonna
up?
back out too. I gotta go
hey,
handle
Colin, I want to
this.
make a quick
I'll
point, real
catch y'all
quick.
later.
Real quick, plus
KP trying to catch Tua.
Kahari is fishing in sunny South Florida. So, be happy he's giving us a glimpse of our home.
Dollar Shake, go ahead, Shake. You got the floor.
Ain't nothing biting but the
Now,
bonnet Color. Ain't nothing biting but the bonnet heads and the moray eels right now.
Oh,
I'm looking
man.
for those snapper
More
like
eels.
a dolphin, like a true dolphin. I'm looking for some snapper.
There you go. Go ahead, Shake.
now here's the thing. All right, now I'll accept the fact that those interceptions could have been on the concussion, but now here's what I got to say about that. Now, that's shame on him. He should have got, if he knew that he was doing those boneheaded moves, he should have got out of the game. Now, if he would have got to a car and crashed into somebody and killed somebody because of that concussion, they want to be like, oh, well, he had a concussion, so we're going to give him a free pass because he crashed into that car. No, they would have held him accountable for that act. So at the end of the day,
isn't that the same for a diabetic? Isn't that the same for a diabetic seizure too?
Yeah. So if he felt like he had a concussion, he should have put Teddy or whatchamacallit in that would have made those boneheaded throws. We were up anyway. So it was on him because at the end of the day, he should have pulled himself out if he felt that he had a concussion.
And that's why when we heard that first news, I called him selfish.
And
but now we know
Danny
he bent
Marino,
himself.
And Danny Marino, I don't believe so. From what I heard, Tua will not be traveling with the team to New England.
They're gonna leave him at home.
They're leaving him at home.
Hey, he's gonna be watching our panels. This is what he enjoys more. You remember?
He's not.
Yeah, he's
not
definitely watching the panels,
yeah.
Pete.
Yeah, he's not in the building. He's not.
Getting
He's
motivated.
not traveling with the team. He's
Hey.
out, man. Again, what? That's what I wanted to start the stream for, and this is my point, bro. We have to understand as a fan base, the team has quit on Tua. They're over it already. They know that he's just been entitled. He's been given everything that he wants, and there's grown men in that locker room, and the grown men are just tired of the fucking excuses.
Hey,
that is what it is.
Hey,
Lewis, do you remember Pete? Do you remember when EM used to always be like with Josh Rosen and them, like he had a bus ticket printed out, ready for them to leave South Beach, bro? I'm sorry, but
Yes,
I'll be ready
the
to
bus
hand
ticket
you
is
that bus
printed.
ticket right about now, bro. I don't know about y'all, man, but should we hand out to a bus ticket? Because if you're in favor, I'm in favor of handing a bus ticket right now.
Yes, 100%. That plane ticket has already been stamped, sealed, and we just don't know where we're sending them. And if we can't find a trade partner, bro, we'll end up cutting to a tongue by a low. We'll release them. I'm telling you.
Estefan, you know why I'm mad?
The Tua experiment in Miami is over.
Well, Lewis, I think he would make a really solid backup quarterback. You know what I mean?
Estefan, the issue with the bus tickets, is the first year I bought it, it expired. The second year I bought him a bus ticket too. That one expired. This year we got him another bus ticket finally. It was a late, but
shit, he was in the comment section.
I want to hear EM say about that bus ticket.
I'll let you do the honors, bro. You be the first one to give him that bus ticket, man.
Hey, man.
Yep,
listen,
EM's got to give him the honorary bus ticket.
And Esther, I agree. And
Lewis,
Esther, I
question.
agree with your. I was just gonna say to Esther real quick is I agree with the backup quarterback with Tua, but just not in the locker room here in Miami. See, I don't think you could. That would never work. But I agree. Maybe another team looks at him as a certified backup.
Yeah, I think that's what he'll end up being.
Once you lose the locker room, you've lost the players. Lewis,
so
question.
You're telling me that if they
That's
put him as a backup, it won't
the
work?
Locker room, use the players.
Freaking John coming in hot, bro.
Lewis,
damn.
Lewis, quick question.
What's good, KP?
Hey, let's say that theory is right? That Tua has lost the locker room as of right now, right? Let's go with that as a fact. Where does that leave McDaniel and his possibilities of coming back next season?
He's out of here, KP.
No, he's not done. He's not tied. He's not tied to Tua Tagovailoa. See, in my opinion, he's more tied to Skylar Thompson because Skylar Thompson was his pick.
It's his draft pick, right?
It was his draft pick. I don't believe this narrative that McDaniel is just tied.
I don't believe the narrative that Skylar Thompson was
I don't
his
know,
pick.
Lewis.
I'm telling you. Well, again, that's just my opinion.
I'll tell you where it lands him.
Stephen Ross
talking to Chris Greer on what we're going to do to get this guy out of here and bring somebody in that can actually play the position without folding like a lawn chair.
Well, Lewis, you know I called it day of, and that's why I said pay attention to McDaniel's tone and temperament. No, the joy was gone from his voice. Could have been that he was sick. I don't know why, but the voice was different. I think it's because the team. You're right. The players told him. They gave him, the bottom line. They said, "Listen, you need to make this change, or we're done. We're not going to play under this guy anymore." They're not going to look like idiots.
Oh, you think there was a mutiny?
Something like that.
That's what I'm saying. There was a mutiny.
Lewis, let me tell you something.
A soft mutiny.
I agree, KP. I agree, though, KP. There was a mutiny. I think that mutiny started after the game. Those reports came out, and then Monday morning when they all got together and they were watching film, I think that's when all hell broke loose. And I do believe players started speaking up. And again, we know the stories of what happened when the Brian Flores regime, when pressure was applied to Tua. And I'm not talking about pressure from any front four on the field. I'm talking about when pressure is applied to this kid, whether it's verbally, mentally, whatever the pressure situation moment is, Tua Tagovailoa fails or he folds. And I think that's what happened to him on Monday. He got told some things that he didn't like, and he folded like a lawn chair.
100%.
Well, shit, Lewis, He didn't get told things he didn't like. He got told to go see the doctor. So that means a coach somewhere told him, look, based on what I saw in the film, dude, you must be on drugs or something must be wrong with your brain. Go see the doctor.
KP, but see, this is where KP, but this is where I don't agree. Because if you remember, Coach McDaniel had a press conference Monday afternoon,
and he said
late
self-report. He said self-report,
and he said self-report.
Exactly.
And then all of a
but it
sudden,
was not a
Wednesday,
self-report. Tua showed up Monday ready to go to work, and they told him something's wrong.
And that's what I'm saying, KP. No one told him that
They
it
didn't
was
tell
wrong.
him something was wrong.
What they told him was he was getting benched. And to soften the blow, they made it seem like a concussion. That's the easier way out. That's to lay Tua down softly, and that's to lay the Tuaneers down softly. Bro, this is a benching. This has nothing to do with concussion. This was a benching what happened to Tua Tagovailoa.
Exactly, Lewis. It's multi-layered. It's real
That was my impulse. That was my immediate reaction after the game.
What they're doing is they're giving Tua one more chance to get out and save his image in his face, because they know that his sycophants will still sing the legend of Tua Tagovailoa.
1,000%.
Right.
Yo, the only thing I want to tell Lewis real quick is I got to clear your mind, bro. Understand this. McDaniel had no say in the draft. He didn't pick Skyler. He didn't pick Ekuzama. And in fact, when we heard that we got Skyler, the first guy that got credit was Darrell Bevel for bringing him in, and he was the one that scouted him. So it was Darrell Bevel that gets the credit for that. Then we could go to Ekuzama, where Wes Welker got the credit for that. In my opinion, Lewis, when draft process was here and they were doing the scouting, you see all the other coaches are getting the love for that, right? McDaniel was in the lab with Tua trying to figure out a plan. Okay, that's why McDaniel was hired here in Miami, was because he is the coach for Tua. Simple and plain. Now that Tua is out, and we all hold the same sentiment up here, at least the majority of us, and you too, I know you do, Lewis. He was benched for poor performance, not concussion. McDaniel is out of here. And the only way his job is safe is if he wins the Super Bowl. So if you think we could win the Super Bowl with either Teddy or Skyler, then you could probably say, yeah, he's safe. But if not, he is gone. He already lost his job. He's fired.
Yeah, because and to that point, Pete, he was one of the only of 7 finalists. He's like last. And I guess he said, oh, shit, I guess I'll take the job to see if I can fix Tua. Because all the other coaching candidates didn't think they could fix Tua because they wanted probably Deshaun Watson. So here come McDaniel saying, I'll save the day. I'll fix this guy, Stephen Ross. And then there you go.
Ross, I promise you, I wouldn't be shocked. I wouldn't
None
be
of
shocked
the
if
other
we win
candidates
next
thought
week,
they could
or we
fix
lose
Tua.
next week to the Patriots, and we fire our head coach next week.
Yeah, but that's not going to happen. And again, I hear what you're saying, Pete, and I'm not disagreeing with you. What I'm saying is, whoever made the pick, the fact of the matter is, when you look at the bottom line, Tua Tagovailoa is a Brian Flores regime pick. I don't give a damn who makes the picks. It don't matter. Who's the head coach? It's Coach McDaniel. He is tied to Skylar Thompson, not Tua Tagovailoa. And when the organization looks back and they sit and they realize, man, look at what, bro, the fact of the matter is, for when Daniel to do what he did with Tua Tagovailoa this year, it only helps his argument, right? Look what we did. He can go into Christopher Greer and Stephen Ross's office and say, look what I did for that stretch. I had Tua Tagovailoa in the MVP conversation, whether we agree with it or not. Those were the conversations because they were being had in the national media, Fox Sports 1, ESPN. So we don't have to like it or agree with it, but those are the facts. And when you just look, if McDaniel can go into Stephen Ross' office and say, look, I had Tua playing at this level, go get me an Aaron Rodgers and see what happens. Go get me a Lamar Jackson and see what happens. Those are only going to help his. Now, if he was in here and he was shit in the bed and he was supposed to be an offensive guru and he came in here and he was averaging 15, 16 points a game like Nathaniel Hackett and the offense looked like trash, your argument holds water.
Right.
I'm
What
telling
he's
you
right.
now,
What he's saying to Ross is, look, I showed you I can talk a good game. I showed you I can make this
right.
I can make a fake good looking image for your public. Now go get me the stuff that'll make the image real.
No,
That's
then
exactly.
Chris Greer is going to come in and interrupt all that and say, no, look what I did. I gave him Tyreek Hill, Terran Armstead, and an offensive line. That's the only reason why his
Yeah,
numbers is
but I'm
enhanced.
talking about the
Because
ability.
anybody else
I'm
could
talking
have done
about
it
the
with the same
ability to.
group of people.
I'm talking about the ability to gaslight the fans.
Yeah, I'm just saying that Chris Greer can debunk all that by saying, I gave you all the groceries. You didn't do this last year with Devontae Parker and the trash line.
Well,
You only did this because what I gave you.
Chris Greer is Ross's love child, allegedly. So I don't think he's going anywhere anyway, dude.
And plus, Tyreek Hill can go to
He's
any
out of here,
offense and
color.
enhance the ability. It's shown that he can go anywhere and enhance the quarterback's numbers or make it look just as good with Alex Smith. Well, Mahomes is Mahomes. Mahomes
But
can do it with
again,
anybody.
it
But
does.
he showed you
The Greer
it's,
comparison
he,
don't
he gonna
matter
say it
because
ain't because of coaching. It's gonna say because of the talent I put around this kid.
yeah, but Crypto, you know that the conflict isn't between them two because you have agreed with me that Greer is likely to fall upward anyway.
I ain't saying that to get rid of Greer. I'm just saying Greer can debunk the narrative that that the
But why
coach
would
is
he?
the reason why Tua's performing
Right.
well.
That's supposing he wants a different coach in here, is what you're saying. Like if Greer wants to flex for another coach, then yeah, he could do that. Sure.
Right. That's all I'm saying.
Sure.
Can I just say something real quick? That's why I came. I want to say this real
How's it
quick.
going?
Get your guys' opinion on this. So yesterday I was on Twitter, just scrolling around, minding my own business, and then I see Mitch Morner, right? Mitch Morner,
Minding
the
your own
Bills center.
business. Greg, you never mind your own business, bro. What are you talking
Yeah.
about?
But yeah, I see Mitch Morris come say he's coming back from a 6th concussion and he's back at practice. So everyone was making an excuse. Oh, if Mitch Morris can get 6 concussions and still play, why can't Tua? And I was like, well, that's different positions. So I don't know, but I just want to get you guys
He's a
thoughts.
different human being.
He's
Yeah.
a human being, yeah. You got nothing to do with the
It's
position
like
he's
asking
playing.
somebody, well, why is this guy ever able to drink gallons of beer, and this person over here sniffs 1 drop of alcohol and they go into anaphylactic shock?
Yeah.
Because they're different people.
Yeah, that's true.
You know, that's all I'd tell them in that
Yeah.
case. You needed some ammo, you know, to come back with those statements. Because I see the same thing when they bring up Pittsburgh's quarterback and all this, and it's like, we're not talking about those guys, you know?
Yeah, I
Yeah,
feel
the
like it's just the
concussion
Cougars
thing is a
making
ruse.
excuses, man.
It's the same with the
Concussion.
quarterback comparisons for his stats. It's like, first of all, I don't give a damn about Patrick Mahomes and what he's doing. It doesn't change what Tua was doing or not doing.
Yeah. No, it's just one big elaborate scheme to bench him.
Yeah. Well, it's over. It's
It's
over.
a smoke. It's the old smoke-filled room discussion they had Monday morning, and they decided to go with this.
It has to be over. If Stephen Ross is serious and wants to win a Super Bowl before he dies, he would move off from this offseason.
Well, now that this has turned into a panel show and I got everybody up here, now I just want the title of the show was Teddy Bridgewater's comments. Were they fair or were they foul? Let's go across the room. I would love to hear everybody. Because we had Miss Pam, and you heard what Miss Pam was up here saying earlier. She thought
Right.
the comments felt like they were cocky. On the other hand, I like the comments. You know, me and Color were having debates all day yesterday about, you know, me saying that the season was over, and Color was more on the opinion where he was more energized. I woke up this morning, I was feeling more like Color after sitting back and with, again, my perspective of Teddy Bridgewater's comments. So what do you guys think? Were the comments fair or were they foul?
I would say this. I think it's fair. The old saying, of the abundance of the heart, the mouth speaks. That's all I have to say about that. The abundance of the heart, the mouth speak. That was in Teddy's heart. He spoke it without any thought. He just came out and said what he really felt. And I thought it was fair.
Yeah, man, I think they're fair. I think he was just answering the questions to the best that he could.
Well, okay. Well, Greg, let me ask you this: do you think that he was taking in some of those comments? Do you think those comments were directed at Tua Tagovailoa? Does anybody think he was taking subliminal shots at Tua?
I don't think so.
Really?
If
I
anything, if
want you
It
to
anything,
name
could
one
be. I would
play
say
after we
yes and
watched him.
no. It all
he seemed to
depends.
be trying to legitimize the things we've been saying, as
Oh,
if he
well,
knows
that's another way.
what the argument is out in the fan circles.
Yeah, to bring two blind men into the fold and say, yeah,
And
it's
again,
pretty
why
obvious he
even say
knows.
something like that? Like, why even say something like that? And if you have a reason, give me some suggestions. You know,
Felt like that was some straight host shit. That's what that was. That's all it is. If his feelings was hurt, he said it
Rashad,
I
out.
don't
get it
start
was
that.
hoes. It
Don't
sounded
start
like
that,
cold shit
Rashad.
because it
well,
hurt
let
Tua's feelings.
Rashad just got here, so let's let
No, no,
Rashad
no,
have a
no.
bit of a monologue. Go ahead, Rashad.
I don't care. I'm on this train, so it's kind of noisy. I don't know if y'all can hear me. But just
We can hear
because,
you.
yeah, just because um, I don't place all the blame on it, doesn't mean I don't blame Tua for a lot. I don't give a fuck what's going on with Tua. Teddy's the QB1. You don't go over there, and now you over there trying to start narratives about why you're in and all of that shit. Stop being a bitch and go out there and play. What the fuck does that got to do with anything? You trying to throw motherfuckers under the bus because you're in now? It took to the end of the season. Okay, you didn't want to play no way. You got $10 million to come in and get hit and sit back down. Like he should have said what he said was out of line. It wasn't out of line. It was unnecessary. It did nothing. What it did for me as a fan, it showed me that we got players on this team that care about themselves. Like, oh, I should win. We were winning. He was an MVP candidate. When have you ever? Your best season was
Yo.
14 touchdowns and 9 interceptions.
Well, what's up, Dave? But hold on, Rashad, because when he comes out and he says, when I hear that comment, when you say, "Oh, that we got players that only care about themselves," that's not what
Well,
I
I
heard.
wanted to clarify that, Lewis, because it sounded at the end there like Rashad might have been referring to number one and not the players that spoke.
Oh, well, okay. Well, is that what you were
I'm
meaning, Rashad?
I'm referring to Tua and Teddy. He's a
Right.
from what
So
it sounded like.
both of them are guilty of it in some respects.
Well. I blame Tua. Well, I don't know what I blame Tua for. I blame him for not being good enough. Teddy, I blame. It sounds like he's upset that he. It sounds like he feels like he should have been in. Dog, you were hurt.
Man, Teddy looks like he just doesn't care. He looks like he doesn't care
Exactly.
about the team.
Exactly. You've been in some type of you've been out for 5 weeks. When you finally got in, you got hurt. When you were supposed to start, you got hurt. Then you came
But
in.
bro,
No,
this is your
you
Hey,
wasn't
Lewis.
hurt.
Wait a minute. Wait
You wasn't hurt. You
a
wasn't hurt.
dang
You was in
minute.
Hey,
concussion
guys.
protocol.
Wait a
I don't
Guys,
damn
believe
guys,
that.
minute.
You
You
were in
got
concussion
hurt?
what
protocol.
exactly was
Wait.
said? What
I'm
exactly
correcting
was said?
myself. I'm correcting myself. Hold on. Wait. Let me get this off. He was in concussion protocol, so he couldn't get back in the game. Then the next game,
In which the
Scott,
entire fan base thinks was a
yeah, was
scam.
bullshit. Was bullshit. Yeah. Next
Color,
game, you had an
color. Can we?
opportunity.
I was just gonna ask Color real quick. Color, can we? Is there any way we could show the Teddy Bridgewater interview?
Yeah,
Can
I
we
would
pull
love to
that
know
up and
exactly
play
It
it?
was
what was said.
it was a local interview, and that station has already had problems with us.
Okay, all right. That's why I
I'd
was asking.
love
All
to.
right.
I really would love
So
to.
yeah,
If somebody's got it on a Twitter post,
Oh,
maybe I can share it
I
that
got
way.
it. I
I
got
don't
it on
know.
the Twitter post. I can play it for y'all. Hold on
I
one
don't know
second.
if that's safe. Maybe we'll get El Capitan to make the call. I know he's listening, so just text me or
yo,
something, El Capitan, with your thoughts, and we'll
Because
try to get it there.
I did see a part of it. I did see a part of it, but I know it did sound like, hey, it was like, yo, Teddy kind of sound like he was trying to say something.
but I really
That's
couldn't
what
pick up
I'm
on what he
saying,
was trying to
Dave.
say.
That's
So
what I'm
I
saying,
want
I
to
Dave.
want to
see.
let.
Yeah, I really want to know what y'all think because there was like a part at the end where I was like, "Damn, that kind of sounded like a shot.
Yeah,
Like he
Yeah,
took a
yeah,
shot at
Stevie
somebody."
that's
Wonder
pretty
and
much
Ray
what we've been
Charles
discussing. I
could
want to
That's
let
what we
see
was
what was
discussing,
happening.
Dave.
And
I want to let
it was a
Kahari
shot at
get one more thought, and then I got a question for Rashad to as further clarification. But
Yeah,
go ahead,
last
Kahari.
thought for me, and then I'll get off. Listen, he said out of his own mouth, Stevie Wonder and Ray Charles could figure out what's going on, right?
Yeah,
Now,
yeah,
listen,
yeah, yeah.
that. But
That's what he
hold on. Let me
said,
finish.
and I was
Let me
like,
finish.
"What the fuck
Yeah,
was that?"
yeah. Let me finish. Let me finish. Now, listen, when anybody says something like that, right? In this case, Teddy is going to lead to interpretation, right? It's going to be different interpretations, right? Those who are inclined to see Teddy as not caring are going to interpret it that way. Other people are going to interpret it a different way. But what it does show us is the distance between what we, the fans, think we know and what the players are insisting. I guarantee that there have been players in that locker room the whole season who thought that that Teddy should have was a better quarterback than Tua, and just shut their mouth and went along with the program, as NFL players are inclined to do, so that they don't risk their jobs, right? And Teddy is speaking to that with his coy comments in this sense. And then finally,
That's kind of how I took it.
yeah, and yeah, exactly. And then
Yeah.
finally, when you consider what Teddy has said, right? It is no different than what happened with the Pro Bowl voting. In the Pro Bowl voting, the fans overwhelmingly gave Tua a vote of confidence as a Pro Bowl quarterback, right? But for him not to have been selected meant that a huge majority of the players and coaches in the league gave him a vote of no confidence. Guys, our
Right.
locker room is made up of NFL players. Just because they play for the Dolphins doesn't mean that their opinion is realistically or drastically different. Okay? They know what's up. Okay? And their perspective is far different than us lay people who have, a whole range of opinions based on whatever background we're coming from. Okay? The reality is this: NFL players who want that playoff check, right? And who want to extend their career by adding things to the resume, they are always going to want the best person to play because that's the best chance of making themselves look good. And in this case, it is Teddy. It is Teddy.
Exactly.
In what universe does Teddy Bridgewater believe that he's better than any quarterback on this roster?
Guys, if you're in the NFL,
That's
you think
him.
you're best.
You're in NFL.
Again, they don't think like you. They don't think like you, fan.
All
You're a
quarterbacks
fantasy
believe they're the
football
best
fan.
man on the
You're a
roster.
fantasy football
Right,
person to say some
exactly.
crap
What
like that.
quarterback don't believe they the best on
He
the
has
roster?
confidence
Thank
in
you,
I
Dave.
himself.
play football. I can watch. I evaluate the tape. I see he's a bum.
Well, I can say this. I can say that he is the most accomplished quarterback on our roster. So why wouldn't
Right.
you believe that?
Why wouldn't he? Right.
I feel
He's
like
the only
KP,
quarterback on the roster to win a playoff game.
what KP said about Teddy is 100% right. My problem
No, I
is
agree. I agree
how
with
could you
KP.
how could Teddy feel this way when he's been hurt? He hasn't even been on the roster. So you can't be upset that you haven't been in, for one. For two, you're on a 1-year contract with a first-year
Well, he
head
probably
coach who's supposed to
felt
take
he
this
should
young.
have
Wait,
been
wait,
benched
wait,
a
wait,
while
wait,
ago.
wait. Bitch for what? For being the most efficient
Tua hasn't
quarterback in the
been playing
league?
good for like
Wait,
4 weeks,
no. He
but he hasn't been
he
playing good
hasn't
That's
though.
played.
You
efficient
Listen,
can't
quarterback in the
say
league.
he hasn't been playing
That
well.
ship has sailed.
Bro, Teddy
He
got gift wrapped that Pro Bowl.
listen,
People in the
listen.
comments saying
He
Teddy was a
was
Pro Bowler. Teddy threw 14 touchdowns the
14
year he was a
touchdowns
Pro
and 9
Bowler.
interceptions, and he
He
got
threw
into the Pro
14
Bowl. Come on,
touchdowns
bro.
with like 13 picks the year he was a Pro Bowler. Teddy is trash. Stop gaslighting,
Well, that'll
bro.
tell you that the Pro Bowl voting of all the people that voted for him on the fan side wasn't valid neither.
Teddy's best year was with Sean Payton. He was trash on the Vikings. He was
Right.
trash before
He
that,
should have
and
been
on
a
the
Pro Bowler,
Broncos.
and he should have been a
He was
Pro
mid
Bowler
on the
after 5
Broncos.
weeks on the Saints. Like,
Hey, can I make one comment? And I want to get the panel's opinion on this. I remember McGenius first press conference saying, well, this just came across my desk and Tua self-reported to the doctors and he's in concussion protocol. And then all the fans went nuts. Oh my God, he went by himself and did this. Oh my God, he doesn't care about the team. Da, 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 da. Then the next day, McGenius came back on and said, after looking at tape, I asked him to go self-report. It's like they're changing the story to try to make
To
Tua
fit
look
their
better.
narrative. Exactly.
I mean,
and to
but
blunt the
wait,
bull
wait,
back.
wait,
You're right.
wait. Listen to what you just said. Tua self-reported to the doctor. Mike McDaniel asked Tua to self-report to the doctor. Are those
Exactly,
not the?
because they
But wait,
saw
wait,
how
wait,
the
wait,
fans
wait,
reacted.
No,
wait.
Rashad, they saw the reaction and they tried to go back and change the story to fit the
No, no,
narrative.
no. Listen, it's the same thing. There's nothing to be upset about there. That's the same. That's like me telling my child to go ask your mom for something, and my child goes ask their
My
mom
my
for
my
something.
my
Like,
whole thing, Rashad. My whole
yeah,
thing is my issue with Teddy is, bro, this is your hometown team. You got interviewed. You got interviewed by somebody asking you how you're gonna seize this opportunity. And then you want to talk about Ray Charles and all these other subliminals. Bro, capture this opportunity and go win it. Go take us to the playoffs. That's
All
how
right,
exactly.
I
guys.
think
So I'm
you
gonna
got.
try this. I'm gonna try this. For those that haven't heard it, I'm gonna play the audio. I'm hoping this will come through properly. Let me know if it doesn't. This is from a local interview from a WPLG reporter, Channel 10 out of Miami. Give me a second here, everybody. If you got any background noise, just do me the favor of muting, and I'm gonna go ahead and try to.
You just gotta respect the game, man. You respect the game rewards you. So that's all. I had a good talk this morning with my good friend Steve and Ray, um, Stevie Wonder and Ray Charles. You know, and they can see what's going on. So yeah, you just gotta respect.
Were you all able to hear that?
Yep.
Loud,
Yeah,
loud
but,
and
Okay.
clear.
yeah, but that
Loud and
wasn't the
clear.
whole interview, Color.
That's not the. I'm trying to locate the full clip now,
Hold on,
but
I
I just
think I
wanted to
got
give
it
a.
here. Hold on one
TD
second.
retweeted
Wait,
it on his.
here's one that's a minute
It
long. I
wasn't
think.
even.
Hold on, guys. I think I got it. I think
Yeah,
here's
that
one
was
that's a
it.
minute long.
That was
This
it,
is
bro.
from the WPLG tweet. So let me go ahead and see if that we can do that one here. Okay, hold on. Go ahead.
Excited, man. We get an opportunity to play some football, some meaningful football. Looking forward to this weekend, getting out there and competing.
Have you had much conversations with Tua, and how would you describe his?
No, I haven't.
How tough is it to see him go through this again?
It's very tough.
How much are you looking forward to getting a week full of reps? Obviously, the Jets game didn't go the way you wanted. How kind of looking forward?
I'm excited, man. Football still means something to the guys in the locker room and the guys that's going out there Sunday. So, man, for the guys that's, giving it their all, man, it means a lot. I'm looking forward to the opportunity.
Kind of wild how the NFL works out sometimes, isn't it?
Yeah, it's very wild, man. And, you just got to respect the game, man. You respect the game rewards you. So, that's all. I had a good talk this morning with my good friend Steve and Ray, Stevie Wonder and Ray Charles, and they can see what's going on. So, yeah.
That was classic.
Hey, Color, I
Hey,
think
He
can I
already
answer that
satisfied. My
question?
bad, Lewis. He already
well,
satisfied the requirement of saying he was excited and looking forward to the opportunity. So he checked that box already at the very beginning. So he was free to say whatever he wanted afterwards.
What's up, fellas?
Crypto. Does that sound like a supportive teammate though? Like,
Yeah, he's
absolutely
looking
it
forward.
does.
He's
no, no,
looking
no, no,
forward
no,
to the
no, no,
opportunity, and he wanted
no, no, no,
play
no.
football on Sunday.
Let me
He
rephrase
satisfied
that.
the requirement.
Let me rephrase that. Does that sound like somebody who had to his back? Does that
He
sound
has
like
the
a
Miami
mentor?
Dolphins team. He
No,
said
no,
he
no,
was
no.
looking
He doesn't
forward.
have to have Tua
He said
Tagovailoa's
he
back.
said he was looking forward to
Oh my
playing for
God.
the Miami Dolphins and being for
No,
this Sunday.
Bro,
li-
Tua is a grown ass man. He should
I'm
have his
ta-
own back.
I'm
Yeah,
talking
that's what I'm
about.
saying.
Never mind, never mind,
Why
never
do he
mind.
need to have
I,
his back at this point? He
I
said he's
think
looking
all
forward
this
to the opportunity, meaning he want to play the football game Sunday.
What?
He met the
Hold on.
requirement.
I don't know
hey,
what the.
listen,
I don't know what
all
y'all.
this is
I
doing.
don't know if y'all played football before, but if I go down, I need the person behind me to have my back. The person in front of me, I'm rooting for them. I got their back. I don't care
Man,
about
that's
none of that
crap,
shit. Cause we.
Rashad. People
Are you
fighting afterwards.
serious?
What are you talking
Come on,
about,
bro.
That's
brother?
Listen to me. Listen to me. I had a bone spurt in my left knee. I still have it till this day. When I went out, the receiver behind me had my back. It wasn't none of that. Oh,
Having your back, you
yes.
mean like cuddling you and have to
Yeah, I'm
ride you
about to say you gotta
24/7?
elaborate on what
No,
having your back mean now.
listen. Before we even found out I had a ball sport, he wanted to learn routes from me. He wanted to learn from me and all of that other stuff.
I,
Teddy seems like he was like
Well,
how
Teddy
we
ain't gonna
hear.
do that to Tua. He's the
Listen,
veteran. He
how
ain't
we
I
got
how
nothing
we
to
feel
learn
Yeah, I'm
from
about to
hear.
say
Tua.
it's
I
completely
feel
This is
different.
my
I feel
this is
sorry
my
for
point.
people that don't
If y'all would have let
realize.
me talk,
To,
god
bro,
damn.
bro,
Somebody
we hear
put you
what
in
you're
my
saying,
bad ass.
bro.
Yeah,
my
We
my
hear
Rashad,
what
we heard
you're
what you're
saying
saying
and
though,
all
but
that bullshit.
no,
We hear
it's
that.
but
not really making
y'all
no sense, Rashad. What you're
because
saying though.
you only heard half of what I said. Y'all keep cutting me off. Let me let this train go by.
Man, can I say something real quick about like how this proves that Tua got benched? Can y'all hear me?
Yeah, we hear you.
Yeah, Esther, you're good.
Okay, listen. Look, this to me proves that Tua got benched. It's coming out of Teddy's mouth. The other thing is McDaniel, like Flores, was searching for a reason to get a better quarterback on the field or searching for different answers because he's not believing in Tua right now. The same thing Flores did when he was supposedly sending him to get drug tested. What's wrong with a coach wanting to win and using a different player? That is in all sports to play positions where everybody got their feelings about Flores. McDaniel doing the same thing by sending this guy to go do a concussion test. I mean, it's the same thing. There's a lot of clarity
I
between
agree. Tua got
One one
benched. I
one
agree.
one thousand one
but
thousand percent, and
it's everybody else's fault but Tua. I'm
yeah,
telling you, Tua
100%.
is
100%.
happening.
and I agree, Esther. But you see right here, and Color played the clip. Everybody's going to take the comment. Let's break down the comments, because when I hear the comment about Ray Charles and Stevie Wonder, right? That's the showing that Tua was benched when he says, "Oh, even the
Yeah.
two blind
Yep.
magicians."
Mm-hmm.
That's the comment that says he was benched. The comment
That's
that
how I
really
took it.
right, Dave. But the comment that resonated with me more was the comment where there's still guys in this locker room that football matters. There's
Mm-hmm.
still got, and that comment was directed to Tua in the aspect of, bro, they know that Tua folded. He quit. He quit on the team. Like, bro, if you're to Rashad, what Rashad's trying to say about being a competitor, bro, let me explain something to you. If Tua was really a competitor, he would have his ass in that building right now, even with Teddy Bridgewater being a starter. If Tua Tagovailoa was really a competitor and a leader, he would be traveling with the team to New England. That's that comment right there when he says, "Oh, there's people in this locker room that football still matters to." Bro, again, who's the only player that's not in that locker room right now?
Bro, I'm telling you,
Tua.
if you put
Tua's
all
the only
those,
one that's not there. So
I
that
agree,
comment
man.
when you come out and when
He's
you
not
come
the
out and
only
say
one.
that, he's throwing shots at Tua.
Because
I
Byron Jones
agree,
is definitely
bro.
not
If
Yeah,
there
you're
he's
either.
definitely
McDaniel,
throwing a
I
shot
don't see
at
how,
Tua when he say
Yeah,
that.
bro. I don't see how if
that's
we
my
even
point.
get to the
But
playoffs, how
if
Tua
y'all will
ever
let
sits
so
But that's
without
let
not
me
a
that big of
running
a
back
shot, Rashad.
let me go back to what Lewis just said, because that leads up to my point. That does not sound like somebody who's been there with you all season. Maybe he's hurting. Maybe he's like, damn, I just can't do it. Maybe I need to go back and sit in front of this mirror. Maybe I need to retire. Okay, yeah, you go do that. I'm not gonna sit here and trash you for it.
But what does
What
that
the fuck?
matter? What does that
What
matter,
the
Rashad? Who
what
cares,
did
bro?
okay,
Because at
listen,
some
listen,
point,
listen,
maybe
listen,
maybe
listen.
they gave him a chance and
You're
got
pro-
tired of the bullshit, man.
you're proving my point again. Why does it matter? Why the fuck does him saying that matter? Why does that matter? What did
Hey
that give
Lou.
him or the team? What did that say about the team? That there's people in this locker room who is I hate to say it. I ain't gonna say it. It's coming off kind of bitchy. That's what females do. No offense to all the ladies out there. That's what they do.
Yeah, you're saying so. You're
In a
saying
work. No,
Teddy
listen.
shouldn't have
In a
aired it out.
workplace. In a
Javon Holland on
workplace.
Instagram Live was kind of bitchy.
But what?
Yes.
See, I hear what
My
you're
point
saying,
exactly.
Rashad.
My
But what
point
you're not
exactly.
saying is Pam
Oh
actually
my God.
drove home that point, bro. What you're saying that Teddy shouldn't have put that out in the atmosphere, right? That's what you're saying.
Listen. You can have that in the locker room. Why would you go? Why would you say that? Like you can have that with one other player. This is how we feel on a
Well,
low.
Rashad,
I don't
Well,
Rashad,
understand.
and that,
Rashad,
and
You ain't.
Rashad,
but
and
he's speaking
Rashad,
for the team, Rashad. He's
and
he's
speaking
speaking
for
Rashad,
for the team, bro.
Rashad,
That's.
Rashad,
It sounds like the team is soft. That's my fucking point.
Well,
They
Rashad.
yeah.
sound like
That,
bitches.
but Rashad,
Well,
doesn't that
Okay.
speak volumes though that nobody is? There's been no
No,
backlash about
no,
that.
you know why it doesn't speak volumes? Because I've never seen another team. The closest thing I've seen to it is Devontae Adams defending Derek Carr. That's the
No,
closest thing.
bro.
That's
You
that's
know
how you
you know
back your
who?
teammate. You don't sit here and trash
No,
him.
no, Rashad.
Well,
What I'm
he
asking is,
didn't
you don't
trash
think
him.
that it,
let me start a
you don't
fast
think
talk
that it?
for you real quick,
What
Hold
he,
Rashad.
what he
on,
said what he
yo,
said was
hello.
Tua quit on the team. That's what he said.
The question I had was misunderstood. Okay, what I'm saying is, do you think that it speaks volumes from the organization that there's no backlash on this, on what he said?
No, I don't think
Yo,
No.
so.
wait, hold on real quick. I just wanted
I
to
don't
hop up
expect
here
nothing
real
from this
Oh,
quick.
it's just
organization.
Because
about.
the whole,
I got the interview. I got the press conference up now, ready to play the audio.
yeah,
About
but
10
I
minutes
just
in
want to say
delay.
this before anything. I'm just going to drop back out. But Rashad, are you just saying the whole team is soft and Tua's not the soft one? Is that what I'm hearing right now?
No, that's not what I'm saying. I'm saying Teddy. I'm saying Ted. What is? I said Teddy is making the team look soft.
Cap, I
He's
didn't
make.
understand.
He's
It
making the team sound like bitches because you
it
don't hear this
benefits
coming out
it
of no
benefits
other
us that
locker
he
room.
told us,
You
bro.
don't hear about this and no. How the fuck does that benefit us?
Let me explain. Let me explain how it benefits, bro.
What?
For
That's
one,
gonna make them play better? Get the
okay,
fuck
hold on.
out of
Let me
here.
let me make sense of what I just said. Let me tell you how it benefits all of us. Fan base, team, the whole team, the roster, including the front office, bro. The fact that he put that out there, bro, like Lewis was saying earlier, it shows his support of the locker room and unity, which is what you want. Us, it fills us in as a fan base. And when he says that publicly, it's telling the office, middle finger, looky here, this what's going on. You need to pay attention. So if you're
How
thinking
does
about
that
bringing this guy
benefit
back
us?
next year, you're gonna have problems. So you might want to go look into another quarterback and start
That's
picking
not.
up the phone and making phone calls because this
That's
guy's
not
gonna
benefiting.
Sorry to cut you
Hey,
off.
hey,
there,
hey,
man.
Lou, color. Remember, I don't know if you all remember the
Do
other
you
day.
have the
Oh, I
breaking
think,
news?
hey, color.
Hey, Mountie,
What's going on, man?
do you
Hey,
have the
hey.
breaking news?
What? No, what it is this, and I said
No,
this to
no, no.
Lewis. I
Give
don't.
me a second. Give me a second. Unless you've got the breaking news, give me 1 minute, then I'll let you have the floor. So it does obviously, per Cameron Wolf, not too few minutes ago, about 10 minutes ago. Obviously, we all know Tua Tagovailoa is officially out Sunday versus the Patriots. So to all those who like to eat, who like to, have condiments on their hot dogs and red stuff on their spaghetti, they were wrong, and Tua will not be playing Sunday officially. Bradley Chubb and Alec Ingold expected game time decisions with their injuries, and per Mike McDaniel, Xavier Howard will practice today despite being limited with a
I mean,
knee injury.
I know there was certain.
yeah,
I know
Now,
there was certain
hold,
people
hold
that.
on, guys. Mike McDaniel started a press conference about 13 minutes ago that I will play the audio in delay because it's still live right now. But I want to give Mountie just a quick second to say what he came up to say. Hurry up, Mountie.
Hey, Lou. I don't know. I don't know, color. If you
I
were
know
on the
this
panel
her
the other day,
for me.
is the fact that
Hey,
is the
Rashad,
fact that
you
I
move,
think
Mike.
that I think Mike McDaniel and the rest of the team are growing increasingly frustrated with Tua. I think it is what it is because Mike McDaniel had this premonition to come in here and be able to salvage Tua and revive his career. Well, he's finding out he probably needs to be babysat too much, other than an NFL quarterback. That's unbecoming on an NFL quarterback. Obviously, you're not ready for this game at this level. And that's what I'm getting from it all. Mike McDaniel's just very coy about how he puts his information out.
Well, we'll see how coy he's being because I'm about to start his press conference here. So we are about 13 or so minutes in delay, but that's the best I can do because, you know, y'all wanted to chop it up. So I was giving you the chance. But here we go.
We're going to get to them shortly. So
Just had a feeling.
It's a feeling. So obviously we haven't seen Tua, Bradley, Chubb, or Ingold all week. Are they out Sunday?
Tua is. The other two will be game time decisions, much like most of my life.
Sure.
Yeah.
And then we saw Xavier on the injury report with a knee that surfaced yesterday. Also, Tehran, besides the 3 other injuries, now has a hip. Are they at all in question for Sunday, or do you expect both to play?
All players kind of fall under that umbrella. I just know that we're gonna see with Xavier being the actually practicing today. So
Good,
yeah.
good. And with Tehran, he's played through everything. Is the hip something that's put him in doubt at all for Sunday?
It's I think a lot of trickle down effect. You know, he's a warrior, but it's falls into that one falls into the same umbrella.
If you guys can't hear the questions and let me need a clarification, let me know.
He's gonna push it until game time and see if he can give it a go. Which are he knows that our team is best served when he's out there, but he also knows that you know he has an obligation to the team because we do have other players that are very much capable that he doesn't need to put himself in harm's way. So that's the balancing act that only he can really determine.
Adversity is opportunity.
That's right.
Been a mantra.
Mm-hmm.
Is this week sort of the biggest case of that? In which you establish that for all season for something like this?
Well, you got to be careful what you wish for. Apparently, no. I think it happens in very varying degrees all the time. Really, it's more acknowledging it that it's not necessarily what you know in the present as what you think would be the worst case scenario. It's amazing what happens when you look at things in hindsight and how often you can say, wow. We because of that, it really led to this. So we are in the midst of that. It's been that way for what has been the month of December. And you find out a lot about people. You find out a lot about your team that you're working with, the players in the locker room, the coaches. Really, you find that's where you can't hide. You know, your true color show. And I've seen a team that has really diligently attacked the adversity by working through it. Have had one of my favorite weeks of practice. Locker room is very tight and pushing forward. So I feel excited about seeing what they can do together on Sunday.
Wow.
I mean, ladies and gentlemen.
Wow.
And all stops in between. I mean, I implore you. Use some common sense, people.
Exactly. Jesus Christ.
Get Tua out next season. I don't want to see this garbage no more. I'm sick of the Tua-neers invading our fan base. Get them out. I'm done with the excuses.
Well, I think we
I'm
just
stunned. I don't know about y'all, but I'm stunned. Maybe
I'm stunned too.
call me simple. I don't know, but
I think Coach McDaniel was just echoing those same sentiments. I think that's what we were just hearing. But again, I could be wrong.
For your favorite positions, the defensive end or edge position, Patriots have a couple of really good guys in Judon, who leads the AFC in sacks, and Josh Uche, who's having a breakout year. How would you describe their games?
Relentless. I think they have as much disruption as any players that we've seen this year into the play.
there are guys that get a lot of production 2.5, 3 seconds into pass plays that just really show how that whole defensive unit plays together. The back end is very sound, allowing for 1 or 2 extra hitches for the quarterback, in which they take advantage of routinely. So yeah, they're an impressive group, physical, but relentless is the thing that really stands out to me.
By the way, Michael K is over there pouring it on the Dolphin fans in the Dolphin chat. It's hilarious, man.
What do you say?
All kinds of stuff. He's just going at him. He's totally trolling all the Dolphin fans. It's hilarious.
I'm gonna see this.
And none of these guys have ever met him. They're all like, they're all Miami Dolphins, like the channel chat. Like they're all people none of us really know. A few. I mean, I see some of you guys in there every now and then, but like Michael K's just in there all by his lonesome, just hitting them hard, man. It's hilarious.
Mike, have you had discussions in the past couple of months with your coaches about the idea of maybe putting Tyreek and Jalen back to return kicks, with the idea of juicing up the return game a little bit? And if so, what was the decision made to stick with Raheem and Cedric?
No, I think we feel that we're using 2 offensive players that have very good dynamic skill sets currently, but all those things are always up for discussion. That's one of the things that one of the reasons Raheem's back there as the starting running back is he gives us some breakaway juice that we've tried to play to. How successful that is a whole nother story, but that's always up for discussion. We've just been as your team goes during the season, how reliant upon Tyreek and Waddle in offensively, how we are, plays into it, and how that's going to affect the next series. So we've are constantly debating that. It's still up for there within every game.
Quickly, Ice Cold Kane asking no super chat option. Unfortunately, Ice Cold Kane, that's on hold right now. Our great partners here at YouTube, shout out to YouTube. They got really, 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 really fast servers and great hosting. But our partners at YouTube have saw fit to not really clarify why what our issue is with not being able to have super chats at the moment. But we are working diligently to conform to whatever requirements they ask of us to get things going back on for you. In the meantime, you're more than welcome. I appreciate you asking. And if you can't use Cash App or Venmo, that's understandable. Certainly do appreciate the sentiment. But currently you can hit us up for a donation on Cash App with $, the Fins Tailgate, or Venmo, the Fins Tailgate. And I do appreciate asking, and genuinely thank you at the very least for the attempt.
Like, is Brandon Shell in question for Sunday? We saw shoulder on the injury report that limited him yesterday.
I feel pretty good about him. He's a tough guy, man, and he had something pop up, but he's been diligent in the training room, and feel pretty confident that he'll be there Sunday.
And not expecting an answer in case you want to, but if you want to surprise us, will it be Liam or Rob Jones at left guard?
Could be 1, 2, both, or neither. Everything. No, I feel fortunate that Rob really sees the opportunity that he's had. I think he's put his best NFL tape on display. I think he continued to get better, and we'll continually do what's best for the team, in our opinion, and that's for the players to earn.
Do you have any update on Tua? Has he improved? He's still in protocol, I presume.
Yeah, he's still in protocol, and I just go day by day as instructed. So he, I would say that he's better than the day before. But I'm not. I'm also trying to get a team ready to play this game. So, and it really doesn't do anybody any service to over talk and the scenario where he's got to be focused on his health and nothing else. So a lot of times in conversation with Miami Dolphins football players, Miami Dolphins football comes up with me, so we're trying to stay away from that. And besides talking about McGruber, we're keeping our topics minimal.
Yeah, the league wires said that you all worked at Jack Cohn and Laletta yesterday. Was either signed to the practice squad?
Not as of yet. These are things that one of the reasons that I'm so happy, confident, and love this working relationship that I have with Chris Gray and the personnel staff as they make sure that they stay ahead of things. And so there hasn't been a signing. That doesn't mean there won't be.
Tua's brother talked at his bowl game yesterday about how a lot of things, but probably the two big takeaways were that everybody's got an opinion, and nobody, not even he, knows the specifics of everything that's going on and happened and will happen and whatever. I know you're focused on the week and getting your team ready, but how do you block out the noise when on something like this? His brother's right. Everybody does have an opinion. Everybody does have this should have happened, or a what if, or this must happen now, or this should have happened then. How do you block out all that?
Diligently and relentlessly. I haven't read or talked or had anything outside of doing my job and with the people that I work with. So I have no idea what's going on in the world. I think that's the only way you have to kind of do it. Absolutely. To do it the right way. And I think from an integrity standpoint, it's very important for me to do everything for the right reasons and not have influences either way with whatever the situation is. So I blocked it out by the
things like my favoritism for a particular player, stuff like that. I can't let that stuff get in my way.
The best way that I know to do that. Absolutely. I haven't been on the internet in a while now. So I have no idea what you're writing about me, and nor will I.
Well, no wonder we're losing. I mean, if he ain't been on the internet listening to us, then, well, that's the problem right there. I mean, if you're calling a game and you ain't heard Crypto's take for the week, you ain't doing it right.
That's right, Color.
Man, I think we just found the problem. Well, Mike, I encourage you to continue to listen to the Finn's Tailgate because I know you were making an exception for us anyway. And we do appreciate that.
Sub button.
What's that?
Hit the like and sub button.
Yeah, please, Mike, at least throw me a bone and hit the like button on the way out. It does great wonders for the growth of the channel. Appreciate that. And hey, win the game Sunday.
After all the adversity that you guys faced in the last month, what do you think the guys were able to have such a good week at practice? Was it come down to the leadership within the group, coaching staff?
I think it's the locker room leadership, how much they've invested and how much they recognize that, even on a specific team, locker rooms change every single year. This one's special to them. So I think they're trying to do right by each other, and because these relationships are real, and they feel convicted to fight for this team. So I would say it's locker room driven wholeheartedly, and it's very impressive from top down leadership, captains, leadership council, down to really everyone contributing.
Tonight's the 89th Orange Bowl. You have a few guys on your roster that played in that game a few years back, particularly Christian Wilkins. From his point back then, participating at Clemson till now, how do you see his progression?
Man, he's taken a jump in this year as a player, really recognizing how people look at him. Receiving that captaincy was a big deal, and
yeah, smash that like button, people. We got 75 people watching, 65 likes. 10 of you can help us overtake the Dolphins. They only got 68 likes on this press conference. So get us over the Dolphins website itself. Hit the like button. We only need 4 of you, and there's 10 of you that haven't hit it yet. So go ahead, hit the like button. Let's see, 66. Ooh, I got to hit the like button. I almost forgot. Don't be like Color. Hit the like button quicker.
Damn, Color, you're not helping me out.
I know, man. I'm like, I'm terrible, man. All right, 72. So we got them. They're at 70. So we're still over them. Good job, guys. Keep it coming. Keep hitting the like button.
You can really see how much that means to him each and every week. He is super professional, is routine oriented, and is as consistent of a contributor as we have on this team. And I think that's a credit to him recognizing his opportunity within his career, what he's capable of doing, and how he refuses to be satisfied.
I think we have a follow-up on the CT Carter.
I don't doubt it, Michael K. We saw you over there, man.
Has he been okay and him remaining on IR, or was that just a roster spot?
Oh yeah, that was something that doctors and Seathan really decided that it was best served for their health to do so. So that was something that it was much less of me deciding anything rather than him and medical professionals choosing that being the best path for him.
Mike, what is your opinion on rivalries in the NFL? Your last 2 games are big games for the fans historically, for Patriots and Jets. What is your opinion? Do you think they are still relevant, or do you see them as any other games? Are they special for you?
No, I think division games will always hold that common special place, because you know fan bases feel it firsthand. You play someone twice a year. That added familiarity gives a just that much extra on top of all the history that I'm sure if you're a 40-year-old Miami Dolphin fan, you have at least 30, if not more, years of bones to pick, and vice versa. So I definitely value them, not just because of really the energy and familiarity, but because the winning your division is so important. Division games are so important. If you're ever trying to have where you're trying to go, it's always through your division. So you have to stand tall in those games, and that where you're trying to go, you have to have a good amount of success in those games for all your dreams to be realized.
In order to activate Liam, when Miles Gaskin on IR, he was listed with an illness. That was something else, or just the roster spot?
Yeah, it's not something that it wasn't just a roster spot. He had to get some something with his shoulder, but beyond that grayness of detail, I wouldn't really be able to elaborate on. But it's something that best served the really Miles to get on that road of recovery, because it was something that was kind of plaguing him for a minute.
Thanks, Mike. Happy New Year. Thank you very much.
Well, that about does it.
Man.
Surprised they didn't ask him if he was going to design a new helmet for Tua himself. You know, since they expect him to be a doctor and whatever else, why not an engineer?
Man.
Unbelievable.
I mean, you guys can still watch Tua. You can watch his brother right now. He's live on ESPN. For you Tuaneers.
He said his brother's playing the one for Maryland.
Yeah, he's playing right now against NC State 3-3 as they're driving.
I didn't even know his brother was still playing.
Well, it's Bulls season now, so.
Oh, okay. Yeah, it's the Bulls.
But a rumor that after college, his brother will not be entering the draft.
Why?
Is he going to play another sport? Really?
I think I heard what in that rumor that he doesn't want to go through all the hits or something like that.
Well, don't worry. Danny Marino says, "Don't worry, his brother sucks too."
God.
Oh,
Damn, that's brutal.
man.
Man, Danny
Brutal.
Marino.
In all fairness,
There's gonna be a hell to pay when Lewis starts running this outfit. Damn.
So in all fairness, any criticism of Tua and proposed work ethic is valid at this point. And you have to call it. You see it. And it's just not been good the last couple
I
of
don't
games.
need to be the hero.
I don't care about being evil. I'm just
I
trying to
don't
be
need
honest.
to be the way to the bowl.
Hey, question, fellas, question. I've been in and out of the car while you were playing the McDaniel thing. I did get in when y'all was saying that was real telling. What did he say?
What did he say? Yeah.
In the beginning. Because
He
it sounded
said
like he must have said
I
something about
was going to make a joke, but I don't want to do it.
What did he say?
See, we're all stoned, so we don't really remember.
Hey, check it. Look,
I'm trying to.
Hey, real quick, look, we got. Look, I'm gonna tell you right now.
The reaction all y'all gave, I thought he said something really, really telling.
Hey, check it. Look, I got something right now. That's
probably was.
Hey,
You know what I mean?
it's gonna blow your mind. It's gonna blow your mind. Okay, look, we got 3 concussions in 3 months, and we're under investigation 3 times. That comes out to number 9.
What?
Skyler's number 9, right?
Oh,
what did he say? Hold on a second. I gotta figure out what he said.
Womp,
Hold on.
womp,
womp.
I'm trying.
It was something to the effect that the question was asked about Tua, and I could have swore he made it seem like he wasn't really worried about Tua. It was moving forward with Teddy Bridgewater and the team that's around here, and I think it, for me, if I remember correctly, he was questioning like Tua's character.
That drive the girl wild. I
didn't hear McDaniel's question to his character,
Well,
but it was more.
That's what he said. He said Robert, if you remember, what's that noise in the background?
Who doing
It's
that
Alex,
shit, bro?
Andrew. Hold on, Alex.
Hey, no, damn, Skyler's
Yourself
number
on
19.
mute,
Who's number 9?
Alex.
Oh, sorry. I'm just singing on Michael's theme song.
No,
There is no number 9 on this goddamn. Well, fucking Noah's number 9, bro. So it's like
when it sounded like he was questioning the
Hey, man,
character,
this back is strong.
he made it seem because now I just lost my train of thought. But he was talking about the
Man,
guys.
I'm gonna go
in
watch that shit myself when I get off. Y'all boys tripping.
Listen, he was. I'm talking.
You can watch the replay of our show.
Go ahead, Lewis. Go ahead, Lewis.
Yeah. No, but he made the comment.
It'll come
about,
back to me in a second, Dade County. I'll get you, bro.
He made the comment. It's starting to come back to me now. He was saying about the character that's in the locker room now. That he's learning a lot about what the team is showing him and the team that's there.
Noah's gonna win us the game, bro.
Man, now I know why NBC hadn't called me yet.
Oh man.
Mm.
I get where you're coming from with that. I understand where you're coming from with that. I don't take it necessarily the same way, but I get where you're coming from and the perspective you have on it.
So it sounds like what everybody's saying is it sounds like the locker room is done with Tua.
Absolutely, they're done with Tua. What Coach
Or they may
McDaniel's
not be done, but they sound like they're at least upset. They're all mad at him.
Coach McDaniel's comments today sounded eerily similar to the question that was asked to Teddy Bridgewater yesterday, and Teddy Bridgewater kind of gave the same answer, that the people football still matters to the people that's in this locker room. And I'll keep saying it until I turn blue in the face. The only one that's missing from this locker room is Tua Tagovailoa.
Yup.
And Byron.
Yeah,
While
but
we're under investigation. We're under investigation and he's gone,
Well,
right?
Byron been checked out before the season started.
Exactly. Byron was checked
But
out.
no,
before the
I'm saying
season.
he can
hasn't
still
been
fall
here.
under that title. He can still fall under that. I mean, that shit kind of
I hear
describes
you,
him
Dave.
too.
And I hear you, Dave. But we weren't hearing these comments for the first 16 weeks of the season. We're starting to hear these comments now.
No. I don't want you to think that I'm trying to deflect from Tua. I already done told you that ship is sailed. I already told you. I'm not on that no more, bro. Tua on his own now. Fuck that.
Damn, DC. Damn, that's
Oh,
real. If he's pissed off, it's real.
They're dropping like
If he's
flies.
pissed off, it's real.
Wait a minute.
No,
Hold on,
like
DC.
I told y'all, to me,
Hold on, DC.
in my
Did you check
opinion,
in with Javon? Did you check in with Javon Holland, DC, before you make that comment? You need to check in with Javon Holland right now.
I don't owe none of them niggas nothing.
You better check in. I'm telling you, you're gonna be reported. You're gonna be reported for being Red Sox. You're not ride or die. I'm gonna report you. You're gonna be reported.
Hey,
I got a couple things to say. Okay, here's the thing.
Tua ain't ride or die. Goddamn it.
In the words,
Well, I can't argue that.
the Heartbreak Kid, Shawn Michaels. Okay, I think I'm cute. I know I'm sexy. I got the looks that drive the girls wild. Yeah.
What are you doing here, Alex? What are you doing
God
here, Alex?
damn.
I'm just messing with y'all.
Hey, Alex, you sure you the one that don't got the concussion? You sure?
Yeah, but listen, I think we buy into this thing way too much, bro. Like, in my opinion, I think we buy into this locker room thing way too much, bro. Let's just enjoy.
Oh, is that breaking news right there?
So
I mean,
have
to a
question
point.
for Batman. Batman says Armstead might be sitting out again because Tua isn't playing. That will tell you what the locker room thinks. He only plays despite being hurt all year. When Tua plays, joke's on y'all. It's Tua time, baby. What's the joke?
In a way, Batman, like this is
Batman must have not seen that he's officially ruled out. Like, come on, Batman.
What is
He's delirious. He's sick.
What is the joke that we're going to be out of the playoffs
Bro,
by the time
Color, he's taking medication.
time again?
No, is that we're the Tua haters. We're gonna be loud and wrong.
He's taking medication, bro.
What he's saying is he believes that Tua is gonna play.
When?
The man, he's taking medication. He's sick.
Definitely not.
That's why I just said he must have missed the breaking news that he's officially ruled out now.
Oh, okay.
Well, look, listen.
Well, Batman probably watched the same press conference.
No, because Armstead has 4 injuries. 4 injuries.
Hey, can I ask you guys a
I've never
question?
seen anything like that before a day in my life of watching football, bro.
Can I ask you guys a question?
Seen anything like that?
Can I ask you, everybody, color?
Sure, go ahead.
And now a knee problem.
Go ahead, B.
Bro,
is Tua really out for the year in you guys' opinion? The last 2 games?
Oh, absolutely. In my opinion, yeah.
Yeah,
okay.
I don't see him
He's
playing
done.
again this season.
He's not
Watch
playing
this.
again
I think-
this season.
I
Watch
think they
this.
checked in
Okay,
with
so he's
Ocho.
not playing
Ocho
another
said he's
game
not
this
playing.
season.
I'm gonna
Hold
guys,
on,
I'm gonna-
hold on. Do you guys
oh,
think?
before you go, Pete? I just want to I'm gonna drop back for just a second to give.
No, I need you up here, Color.
I know, but because Scott has to have a turn too. I will be back up as soon as one of y'all drops out. It'll happen. Don't worry.
I'll drop out. I won't be up here much longer.
No,
I'll
no,
be in
don't
and
do
out with
that.
you
I'm
guys.
just saying, he's got something to say, and maybe he'll be quick.
You know what's gonna happen, guys?
But let me.
I would
Okay,
love
go
to
do your
hear
thing,
it.
Color.
I would love to
Become
hear
the
it.
showstopper.
But let me ask
Okay?
you guys
Yeah,
this.
no,
Check
no,
this out.
Pete, if I got to answer you, bro, I'll pull somebody out and come back and come up. Don't worry.
Okay, perfect. Because this is what I have, right? This goes to show if this guy's a real head coach. If you guys were in the position right now and you thought Tua was out for the rest of the year, wouldn't you place that guy on injured reserve and try to pick up a roster spot
That's a
after
good
getting
question.
a Bradley Chubb with a broken hand, Nick
That's a good
Ingold
question.
broken hand? Like, why
It's
isn't
only 2
Tua
games.
on injured
It's only 2
reserve?
games.
What do you mean it's only 2
Because you're
games? It's
not.
still a playoff race. Don't try to dance
What are
around
you gonna
this.
bring in
This
that's
is a
gonna save
serious
your season?
conversation. Okay,
I'm dead serious.
exactly.
What are you gonna
So
bring in
this
that's
is
gonna save your season?
I just want y'all to tell me how y'all feel
Russell
about that,
Wilson.
and I'll tell y'all how I feel about it
Russell
Why
Wilson.
you ain't answer
after
my
y'all done.
question?
Russell
Because how
Wilson.
you gonna
Pete.
ask
Why
a
you ain't answer
question
my
with a question?
question?
Why aren't we putting Tua on injured reserve if his season is over?
Why does it fucking matter? Because you're not bringing in nothing else. You're not bringing in a wide receiver. You're not bringing in a safety. You're not bringing in a
This is
D
the
tackle.
question
You're not
that
bringing in
only.
another quarterback.
Listen.
That's
I'm a
my.
Tua
That's what
hater
I'm
with
trying to
you
figure
guys.
out.
I don't care about that.
They're
But
gonna
at
bring
the
in
end of the
Russell
day,
Wilson,
this
bro.
is the question the Tua haters are a headache to. This is a headache. Our team cannot find a way to move forward and make the team better with all the right decisions. We should have placed this guy on injured reserve, picked up a fresh body, a running back, anything. We are not out of the playoff race, and they're going to keep him on the active roster, see what happens with this investigation, and the chances of Tua coming back and playing are really, really high unless he is placed on injured reserve. Let's be real here.
I don't think you're wrong in that statement, Pete. And if it works
Okay,
out that
look,
way,
hey
it
DC,
works out that way.
DC, look, hey DC, look, I did it right now. So Tua's number 1. That's 3 concussions in 3 months and 3 investigations. That's 9. Skyler's 19.
God damn it! Put whatever you were smoking down.
What?
I'm telling you,
Man.
look, nobody could even talk no more. This shit hurts.
Yeah, I agree. I agree
So
with Pete though. He's gonna be back. He's gonna be back.
Yeah.
as far as
I think
breathing,
so.
And in
Tua's
my
not
opinion,
coming back. Tua is not coming back. That you guys are
Bro, if it's
wishful thinking. He's not coming back.
if we make the playoffs, it's
so
likely
what?
because
well, you talking about coming back this year? He
If
ain't
we
coming
make
back next week.
if we make the playoffs, it's likely one of our other quarterbacks has a hot hand, and you're not going to come off the
Yeah.
hot hand.
Yeah, you're not going to
No, you're
bring
not
it.
coming off the hot
If
hand. Yeah.
Teddy Bridgewater wins the next 2 games, leads us to the playoffs, the team seems like they're playing well under Teddy and buying in. Now you're going to go back to Tua Tagovailoa? Like, what are y'all talking about, bro? Y'all
Especially
let
when
these
he's a
fucking
rhythm
What do you
quarterback.
mean?
y'all
Hey,
let
I'm
these
talking.
souvenirs come in here and change y'all's judgment. The only people that are talking about Tua coming back are the
Yeah,
Tuaneers.
Yeah,
Oh,
Pete.
what two ears are coming in here changing
Definitely
judgments?
not a 2 and near. I want
Pete.
Lamar Jackson.
You Pete.
All the Tuaneer, all people. Again, why do you think
I
Batman is
asked a
putting that
simple
narrative?
question, Lewis.
Pete,
Did you answer it?
Pete, why do you think Batman is in the chat saying he'll be back for Wild Card Weekend? Because
Oh,
Batman is a Tuaneer. That's why. And y'all feed into that energy, and give these people the fucking power. Tua
no.
Tagovailoa days are over in Miami, and he'll be lucky to play another goddamn snap in the NFL. Let's keep it 100.
No, I'm trying. Okay, but Lewis, if that was the full 100% truth, now I feel like that, but that doesn't mean I'm right or you're right. I'm giving you reality
Can I
facts
help
right
you out a
now.
little bit, Pete? Can I help you out a little bit? This was the nature of the bet between myself and my mother. I bet her at the beginning of the season that Tua would not start week 1. I thought we were going to move off of him in the offseason, even through training camp. Okay.
Tua?
My mother, Tua. And I bet her that Tua would not start week 1. She took the side of the bet that Tua would start week 1. And you might say, Color, is your mama Tua near? No. She is so jaded and believes and has such a low expectation of the Miami Dolphins that she was betting me they would start him regardless.
Despite whether he was good in camp or not.
Exactly. She can't stand him. She's not a 2 and E.
Sound like
Color. I'm with Mom, and Mom knows what I'm about to talk about. She knows I'm right. If it was all given to Tua this year, it was for Tua, then he is not on injured reserve. There's a chance we clinch a playoff spot this Sunday, just beating the Patriots and the Jets loss. Whether people want to agree with that or not, or how that's a possibility and a high one. And if we make playoffs, Tua is not on injured reserve. The NFL is going to get more time. Tua is going to get more time to clear his head and get more rest time. And when we come back in the playoff, since Tua is not on injured reserve, there's a possibility he's going to come in playoff time and screw up our season in playoff time.
Yo, Capitan's just lobbing bombs
Then everybody gets what they want
from
still.
like
He
upper
fucks up,
stratosphere.
and he literally puts the nail in his own coffin.
Yeah.
This guy needs to hit the injured reserve. And if he doesn't hit the injured reserve and we don't pick up a cornerback, fire everything.
Read that right now.
Hold on. I cannot believe hell has frozen over. CB83 with an appearance. 2 days are
Oh my
numbered.
God.
That's all I had to hear. 2 days are numbered.
Oh my God.
Hey,
Oh my God.
Hey, Lewis.
He's
Lewis.
coming on us.
Lewis.
Batman, it's over.
Hey, Lewis, give him the application. Send it over right now. Give him the application and send it over right now. Welcome to the Wolf Pack. Welcome to the Wolf Pack.
Vision in there. Wow.
P,
So
I'm
there's
sorry.
Teddy Bridgewater's gonna be the next Foles. Nick Foles.
Hold on, I can't hear you, Lewis. I can't hear you, Lewis.
Bro, all you gotta do is change the head.
I don't know why you gave them boys that kind of ammo.
Teddy
Hey,
got
I
the
can't
glow,
hear
bro.
Lewis, y'all. Hold on 1 second.
I'm just gonna say it like this, Pete. I'm sorry, but Clown B83 will never be on a team that I'm with. I'm sorry. So he can't. He's not able to join my Wolf Pack. I'm sorry.
Damn.
See what happens?
Wow,
You see what
man.
happens, CB83, when you try to tell people Josh Allen?
Treasurer, man.
Tua's better than Josh Allen, man. You guys make yourself look like fools.
Hey, Lewis, I was
sometimes.
ready to give him a discount.
Yeah, man. Damn.
I was gonna give him the promo code so he could get a discount.
CB83, I would love to come to your aid because I think it is a travesty what these gentlemen are doing to you right now. I am
CB.
sorry I can't defend you because this is Lewis's show, unfortunately.
Hey,
But,
CB, I don't know why you
I will
gave him
say
that
my
type of
opinion,
ammo. I
though.
would
I
have
will
held
say
that
my
shit to
opinion
myself.
is that to be a man of my
We
word,
need,
to be a man of my principle.
hey, we need more Tuaneers coming out.
Hold on. To be a man of my principle, okay, I have to say that, hey, just because he finally got his dictionary and learn, don't mean that he can't, finally come to the table. I mean, the guy is allowed to change his opinion. That's all I'm saying.
And all I'm
That's
saying
fine.
is I agree with El Capitan 1,000%. That's all I'm saying.
When you're this deep, bro.
Well, I'm not saying you should let. Wait a minute. I'm not saying you should let him in the Wolf Pack. I'm saying that I'm defending his right to change his opinion, no matter how staunch he was the other way. You know what I mean?
Hey, this man was just
That's
called a
fine. You can
sheeple.
change your opinion. That's fine. Nothing wrong with that.
Color. Somebody, acknowledge this man was just called a sheeple, because that's some funny shit right there.
That is
but real talk.
Capitan is dropping bobs.
Hey, but real talk, isn't that a serious conversation to the coaching standpoint? Do you guys not think Brian Flores would have put Tua on injured reserve and brought up a body?
Actually, probably
Yes,
would have. Brian Flores
probably, but you gotta
definitely would have.
also remember,
Yeah, especially on the
coming into
defense.
the
He
year,
probably would have benched him after the
Especially
freaking
at least a
Chargers game.
corner. You
Hey,
see
but
what I'm
keep in
saying?
mind,
Like,
keep in
this
mind.
goes to show
So
that
going
Mike
into this year was
McDaniel is all in on Tua. Isn't that a sign? Forget all of that. I'm trying to get to the bottom line. Isn't that a sign that Mike McDaniel is here and all in only for Tua? Yes or no?
Yeah,
I
he's
think
all
this
in on
year was
Tua.
all in
This
for
was
Tua.
Tua's
That's
team
the
to
question
start
we
the
have.
year. They're gonna give him every opportunity to fuck himself.
It depends on
So
how
yeah,
good Mike
even
McDaniel's
if Teddy,
tattoo
I
removal
feel like
artist is.
But Dave, how
I feel like
long is the
Teddy
rope or how
can
short is the rope?
I
It's
feel
the
like Teddy
year,
can do whatever the fuck
Christo.
he wants these 2 games. He can win
What?
them. They will still start him for that playoff game, so
You
they
want me
can
to?
see and make sure that they got it right. Okay, yeah, Tua, you fucked yourself. Now we can absolutely move on. That's what I think they're doing. They're giving him rope. Hang yourself at this point because everybody's already went
That's
out and
what I
done
was saying. How long is it?
He just.
It's the
It's
end of the
super
season,
long. It's
Christo.
too long, Crypto. He can't even put a player that's 2 games
Robert, you
left
saying
into
it's
the
the end of
season
the rope,
to
right?
help out the roster.
No. So hold up, Pete. Let me answer Crypto's question. As long as we're playing games this season, that's how much Tua rope has. Like after we are done competing this season, his rope's finished and he's probably out of here.
I agree.
Bro,
The
we
thing of
only
it
got
is
one
that I
game
think
left.
that, but
Tua
that,
only
Right,
has
right. I
one
get
game
it.
left,
Yeah,
literally.
yeah. That's the most likely scenario.
well,
Yes.
that was my point earlier. Is that they took the opportunity to give him one more out instead of embarrassing himself.
Yeah.
Like, in other words, hey, bro, why not just go see the doctor? You know what I mean? Like, just go see the doctor. Because
And you know,
if you don't go see the doctor now, I can't save you.
Hey, reports just came out
There's
too
not
that
a
Bethel was the
there's
one
not
that
a
found out.
scheme there's not a scheme I can come up with in a week to save you from the embarrassment you're about to
Hey,
face.
Color, you heard? You heard, Color? They said Bethel was the one that reported it to McDaniel.
Who? What?
Bethel, the
I mean,
corner.
what's his name? Yeah,
Oh,
he was the one
Darryl
that
Darren
Bevel.
reported
Bevel
it to
said that he is not
Yeah, Bevel.
willing
Yeah,
to.
Bevel reported it to
He's, no,
McDaniel.
Darren Bevel said he's not willing to say the concussion had anything to do with the bad play.
They
He doesn't want to speculate on it, Color.
They were in film study.
Because
They were
he
in film
knows it
study when
doesn't.
everything happened.
Because he knows
Right.
it
Bevel
doesn't
is not
matter.
an idiot.
Hey, I don't get it, bro. Like, even our coaches are not defending this guy. Think
Yeah,
about
they
that.
said that the quarterback coach was the first one that saw the inaccuracy.
Well, it's
They
pretty
want
much
to.
look. It's pretty much look to him. This is the way I read it. Okay, my complete opinion. This would be me addressing Mike McDaniel, as Mike McDaniel addressing Tua. It's like, look, you either go see the doctor, secure your legacy where it is now, let your sycophants sing your praises for the rest of time, or we play next week and you go 0-5. We miss the playoffs, and I can't.
We lose our
save you from your
credibility.
embarrassment. You know what I mean?
Yep. I don't get it, but yeah, that's 1,000%.
At least
I
if
agree
you
with that.
do it this way, you go, you rest in the off season. If he hasn't become prone, which can be determined by, doctors and whatnot, then he still has somewhat value to play for the league next season for, let's say, a fan
Color,
base.
can I tell you something?
But let's say for a fan base that's more trained in mediocrity, like the Jags or the Panthers or the whoever.
Hey, but Color. Hey,
So
Color,
you know what?
if that's the case, though, Color, if that's the case, and Tua agreed to that shit, boy.
He ain't
No.
the man neither.
No. This is not that.
Well, when Teddy
this is
says
the-
even a blind
it's actually,
musician can see what's going on,
bro.
I mean,
our
maybe
entire
I'm
organization.
maybe the events I'm describing didn't happen the exact way I'm saying, but that's pretty much what we're looking at here. What Teddy
No,
said,
If
like,
it
even
did
a
happen
blind
anyway
musician
like
can see
that,
what's
and he
going
gave
on.
him an option, and Tua took the option of, all right, yeah, I'll just sit out,
And he may have
move.
wanted to take this option for a long time.
No, no, no. This
Bitch
the
made.
situation. Our organization is completely against Tua, and
Well,
Tua's fighting us. Because
to
look,
be fair, level two, this isn't an angle that I'm just now coming up with. I've said in the offseason that I wasn't convinced that Tua was still desiring to play football. I mean, sometimes you're a person that's carried by a bunch of other people for a long time and you just don't want to do it anymore. And
I
it's
just
hard.
wanted to say,
And you feel like you're letting down like the entire world by saying it. So there's a way you got to navigate your way out of that situation. And I think we may be seeing it right now.
absolutely. And just to do something, aluminum foil. The only person I've ever seen in this community with an aluminum foil hat is Nando. And again, that's the homie. But he's a Tua near, and you can't find Tua nears. So I don't need.
And yeah, I don't disagree with level two. I mean, yeah, we're being tinfoil hattish right now. Well, I mean, what other more information do we have to work on? We're just going by what's coming out of their mouth. I didn't tell Teddy to say what he said.
Color, to your point, it's all speculation and theory. The only thing we can sit there and honestly say is he played himself out of Miami more than likely with that last game.
Well, we could either call. What I'm saying is, we could either watch the shit they
I wouldn't even
put
say
on
that. I would
daytime
say
television.
injuries.
We can watch that crap soap opera bullshit, or we can create better ones, and that's
No, man. I
wouldn't even say it's the play, bro. I would say people are tired of watching him peel himself off the goddamn field.
I've seen all that stuff, bro. I know what's going on.
No, I mean, no. Well, it just occurred to me. I was sitting there the other day when I was waiting to get my tire changed, my donut changed.
How do you know to his DNA?
Thank you, Hard Rock, for flattening my tire. Hold on. The other day I was sitting at the tire place, and you know how the tire place always has the TV on a soap opera for some weird reason. I don't know.
Hey, you know what?
Tire
We should
guys like
investigate.
soap operas.
Why did you get a flat? Did you visibly see a nail on your tire, or was it a
it was
slap?
a legit blowout. It wasn't anybody's fault.
Hey, Color,
Oh,
you
I
wanna
thought these
address-
2 years
Color-
were after you.
Hey, Color, you want to address this comment right here and explain to the one steak?
That's what I was saying.
I'm not saying it is in his DNA to fold like that, but everybody has their limits. Maybe he's just not
How do you know
interested
it's
in
in
it
someone's
anymore.
DNA?
What I
How
mean
you
is
know- how
maybe
you know it's in
I'm
somebody's
saying
DNA?
maybe he lost interest a long time ago.
Football
and he's
DNA,
just
bro.
I'm
afraid
talking
say
to
it.
the guy that said that. I'm talking to the guy that said that, not you.
Oh,
But
right,
it's
Like,
his
bro, at the end
football
of the day,
DNA.
bro, hey, at the end of the day, nobody can deny Tua is a grown ass man, correct?
Yeah, he is.
I don't know no other grown men. I don't know about y'all. I don't know no other grown man that lives and dies on the word of his father and his mother. I'm sorry, dude. You are old enough to make your own decisions, fool. Like, yo, that shit is bitch made, bro. Like, bro, grow up. You still act like you 15.
1000%.
There's nothing wrong
Like,
with. There's
everything
nothing
his
wrong
daddy
with
say
taking
matter.
father.
Like, bro, you got
There's
your
nothing
own
wrong with
family
taking
now, bro.
father
It don't matter
advice.
what your daddy say no more.
There's nothing
Fuck
wrong
your
with
daddy. Your
taking
daddy don't
father
have nothing to
advice.
do with your career no more, bro. He's not your coach.
So while I was sitting there at the tire place being forced this soap opera down my throat, I'm like, okay, even if it's a soap opera, I'm sitting here, I'm bored. At least maybe it's not that bad. I can watch it and see maybe if it's interesting what they're talking about or anything, you know? So I'm sitting there trying to pay attention to this shit. And I'm like, even if this story was good, this is some crap. Like, bro, they're ripping people off watching soap operas these days, bro. Like, it might as well be all of us right now go on camera and start chopping it up about our wives and girlfriends, and we do a better job than they are on them damn soap operas, man. It ain't no
I
wonder
guess.
why. It ain't no wonder
Color,
to
do
me
you know
why
anybody at
87
Prime Video?
people. Wait a minute.
We don't need a
isn't-
high Wonderlic score to
It's
understand
not
what's going
shocking
on.
to me why 87 people are watching us right now. You know what I mean? Because 88. Because I mean, damn, man, it was crap. I couldn't even watch it. I had to get up and walk around outside for a while. I'm like, I can't watch that nonsense, man. So it occurred to me, man, if I hate this, what I'm watching on TV at that moment, if I hate this so much, what are people watching? And then it dawned on me, they're watching us. And here we are. So thank you, 88 of you watching. Make sure you hit the like button and subscribe. Hit the notification bell so you know when we go live.
Only thing I want to say that's bothering me, Color, like if you look around the league, and this is what, like I'm trying to get to the playoffs, Color. I want to know what 19 has, Color. Like real talk, we should literally be putting Tua on injured reserve that right now, just like the Titans put Tannehill on injured reserve. They went out and signed Joshua Dobbs, and they played that guy. Like what we need, we don't need to go out and sign another quarterback. We have two on the roster. We can maybe find a cornerback that'll give us help. Maybe we can find another linebacker, something. There's somebody on free agency, or we could snatch from somebody's practice squad. No, it's not. You could get something. There's people available. Anybody is better than nobody. Bro, this guy's not even in the building or even traveling with the team to New England.
Pete, my
Why is
question
he on the roster?
My only question for
Somebody
you,
picking their nose on the sideline will help us out more right now.
Pete, my only question for you is who would you grab? You keep saying somebody, anybody, but like actually give me a name you'd want to go out and grab.
That's what
It
I'm
doesn't
saying.
matter.
Like,
I
who
could
you
get
gonna
positional. There's guys on practice squads on other teams. There's players available.
Well, there's
So you
also
trying to get a player that's
if
not
we
going to have
make
an
it to the
impact on the game,
playoffs,
Pete?
Somebody is better than Clayton Fedulum on special teams, golly.
if we make
You
it
got
to the
three safeties, bro. Dog, Clayton Featherston's not playing safety no more. Like, bro, you still
Somebody
have
go take his spot on
Can I
special
answer the
teams.
question
You still
at
have
hand?
That'll
Rowe
help
and
us
you
out.
still have
Can I
McKinley.
answer the
You got three
question at
safeties. You
hand?
don't need a safety.
There are people, remember, if we make it to the playoffs, there are going to be players across a lot of teams that are going to ask for early cuts so that they can be picked up as mercs by a lot of these playoff teams. So it wouldn't be bad to have an extra roster spot.
That doesn't happen all that often. Like, okay, if you find someone great.
It happened last year with Weddle.
Exactly.
The Rams brought in Weddle right as
can't we-
they
hey,
entered the playoffs.
Who else was he
Hey,
playing
what-
with that year? Or was he a
We
free
can't
agent
go.
beforehand?
Why can't we go get Odell Beckham right now and really make a really, really, really strong push?
Because
We're
you
in
don't
the
need no
wild
fucking
card.
wide receivers. Because you
Oh
don't need
no,
no
we
wide
don't need.
receivers. That's why.
No, we don't need it. We don't need Tua staying home and not watching us on the roster. That's what we don't need.
But you damn sure don't need no wide receivers. So pick something that you actually need, Pete.
Hey, publicize it, Green Rat.
Gotta stick
Tell
with
us
the
what
good
you
players,
really
man.
think.
Get your popcorn ready, boys. We're going to the playoffs with him.
Get your popcorn ready. Why did you say get your popcorn ready?
Yeah.
Y'all don't think Joshua Dobbs is better than Tua?
We need really big buckets of popcorn for this guy.
Yeah, Green Rat. Put it out in the atmosphere.
Come
Green
on,
Rat.
tell us, Green Rat. Who are you talking about in private chat?
You didn't. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah, we can hear
Okay, I said Terrell Owens. I mean, he's been playing Alfred. Why the hell not?
49,000-year-old Terrell Owens. Yeah, let's do it.
Hey, that
Bro,
gives
why do
leadership
y'all think we
publicity.
need wide receivers? Wide
Giving
receivers
the
is
no
like
man
the
a
last
shot.
thing we need.
We do need a 50-50 guy, though.
It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter
call
about
Mike
wide
Gesicki.
receiver, Dade County. It's
Not
we
a
can use a
50-year-old guy,
player.
though.
You're gonna tell me we
Upgrade to
can't
Mike Gesicki playing receiver.
find a
Pete, I don't
cornerback on
have-
the practice?
Pete,
No,
I don't
but
have
he
an
makes
issue
you a
with getting
point.
somebody else. What
Linebacker
I'm
would be
saying
nice.
is,
How about a
who
guy
are
that
you
can
going
make
to
an
get
open
that's
field
going
tackle
to
at the
be-
mid-level?
look, all I'm saying is if you're gonna put him on injured reserve, I don't have a problem with that. But whoever you're gonna go get needs to be needs to impact the game as somewhat. I don't need to go get somebody that's gonna sit on the sideline the whole damn game.
Okay, let me
That's all
ask
I'm
this
saying.
question to you guys. Is Channing Tindall activated? Excuse me. Is Channing Tindall activated on game days for us?
He has
Or
been.
is Noah Igbenogany activated on game day for
He
us?
wasn't last week.
Okay, put
What about Cameron
Tua-
Good? To be honest,
Cameron Good. There's players that we currently have on our practice squad and our roster that are being
Hell yeah,
deactivated on a weekly basis that we could activate.
Tua for Cameron Good to come up and have a shot. Hell yeah, man.
instead of
You
playing
see that
stupid Sammy
alone.
Watkins,
I would rather Tyndall.
You guys up here thinking about outsiders. We got players on our own roster we could just bring up that already been with the team practicing. They can
You
help us
said
out more
we
than
think about
Tua.
outsiders. You brought this shit up.
Can
You the one
we
that
do
brought this
this?
shit up. You
Yeah,
brought
but
this
you
up.
kept. I brought this up on myself then. That's what I'm saying. That's the only thing that I honestly think. That's the only thing that's hurting me as a fan right now, because I truly think we could make a real run with Skyler, right? And look, I don't care what anybody
Tell
up
you
here
what,
tells me
if we
Teddy's
still
starting.
had
I don't want to
DVP,
hear
we'd
it.
be going to the Super Bowl with Teddy Bridgewater throwing to him.
I know we want to talk Teddy, but for some reason I'm skipping. I'm past that. I think I'm ahead of this, and I think it's gonna be Skyler.
Yeah, I know. You
But
let the
Tua's
joke
not on.
fly right over your head, bro.
I'm sorry.
I
I
gotta
said
get here. I'll catch you guys later.
if we had DVP still on the squad, Teddy Bridgewater would be taking us to the Super Bowl.
Now that's a little bit much there. Stop it.
Why not? They won a championship together in college.
That's college color. Come on.
Well, I mean, Burrow and Chase translated to the NFL. Tua and what? Never mind.
He's just not wrong. I mean, why are we wasting a spot on the roster by keeping Tua active and stuff? I mean, it doesn't make any sense.
You agree with me now?
Oh, I
It makes
agree
no
with you.
sense.
That's 100%. It makes lots of sense, unless there is the shred of possibility that they're planning on bringing him back if we make the playoffs. But why
Right.
waste the
Just
roster
use the
spot?
roster spot for somebody else. Yeah.
By the way, I want to make sure I
We're not doing
was
that.
correct in my speech. If it was at least a bowl game, but if it was a championship, it wasn't the national championship I was referring to. I thought they won the ACC championship in Arizona, played in Arizona, if I remember correctly. But that could have just been a bowl game. So you might be right. He might not have won a championship with Devontae Parker, but they did big things together.
Okay.
He had
Hey, I
good
got a
run after
question.
catch.
I got a question for everybody on the panel. It's a fill in the blank, and everybody in the chat can fill in the blank. As far as this season going forward, fill in the blank. The Miami, you only can answer it with one word answers, not one phrase, one word answer. The Miami Dolphins is on the brink of blank. Fill in the blank.
Elimination.
Okay, go ahead, Pete.
Yeah,
Miami Dolphins
at
is on the
Louisville,
verge
but the
of.
game I'm referring to was played in Arizona. It was some bowl game or
Go
championship.
ahead, Robert. That was your answer.
Mine is tanking for Tua again.
Okay, and Green
They're
Rat,
not
what's
putting
your
that
answer?
guy on the injured reserve. They're
All I
tanking
can
to get him
say
in the
is
playoffs.
greatness, crypto, greatness.
Greatness. Wow.
Gotta believe in this
Day,
organization. Just have to.
what's your answer? The Miami Dolphins is on the brink of what?
I wasn't in the car. What happened?
You can answer one word answer, fill in the blank. The Miami Dolphins is on the brink of
catastrophe.
Losing for Lamar.
Okay, your answer is kind of close to mine. My answer is capitulation. But go ahead, Lewis.
Ass for Aaron.
Yeah. Yeah. Oh man. I don't know, crypto. I can't give an answer.
Hey, let me ask you a question, Lewis.
Doom.
Go
Can I
ahead,
ask you a
Cap.
question?
Well, Cap, you
I
got
wanna
to
ask
answer the
everybody.
question, Cap.
Let me ask
Fill
you
in the blank,
everybody.
Cap. You got to answer the question. The Miami Dolphins is on the brink of.
Oh, I got to fill in the blank.
Yeah.
Playoffs.
Only one word
Oh.
answer.
History.
History
Okay, that's
repeat
fair.
itself. 50-year
That can go. Yeah, that's a
anniversary.
good one, Deville. What about you, Shake Money?
Insanity.
Wow,
That's a
that
good
was
one too,
creative.
bro.
Damn,
I
insanity.
What
I
do we
never
got
knew
so
it was
far?
a one.
What did you?
I never
What
knew
did you
it was
say,
one
Color?
word. But I'm gonna say Skyler. That's my one word.
Skyler on
We
the
got
brink of.
Skyler, history,
What was your one
insanity.
word?
Sure is a ding dang of a hold down. This is a hoot nanny. Hold down. Hoot nanny. Hold down. Hoot nanny. Hold down. Hoot nanny.
One of those two.
Wow.
No, we are on the brink of
More wine, more women, more table. Yeah.
On the
and that's
brink
my
of more
final
wine?
answer.
Or
That's
more
my
what?
final
insanity.
answer.
That seems like insanity to me, also.
I want to see if it's gonna make me throw up.
I don't know, guys. This whole Tua not hitting injured reserve is blowing my mind. It makes me feel like that's
Pete,
it. It's
he's
over
already
with.
out,
You
bro.
know what?
God damn.
Yeah,
Hey,
You
all
already
right. I
got what
know
you
he's
wanted, bro.
I know
Hey,
he's
Pete,
out.
hey, Pete, let me ask you a question. Let me ask everybody a question. When everything that we've been going through the past 3 years, and in the past also, because it relates to the past also, do you
When you
blame?
say
Do
we,
you
are you
blame?
talking about us, the fans, or the players?
Yeah, us.
Both.
Like in general, the Dolphins. Do you blame everything on Nick Satan now?
Yeah.
Nick Satan.
No, no,
Yeah.
no.
No.
You know why I blame it on Nick Satan, Cap? He was inviting Greer free seats, free lunch, free drinks. He set this guy
Not
up,
only that, he quit on us. Now his quarterback's pretty much gone. Like this is
and
all
he
his
quit
fault,
on
bro.
us. This is all, like I was saying, it's all Nick
You
Satan.
cannot
He
talk
was
about my
offering.
coach like that. You cannot talk about my coach like
Nah,
that.
but I will tell you, I'm mad Nick Saban's not really coaching quarterbacks over there. He's just letting them get away with just getting away with talent. I'm mad about that shit because that Bryce kid they got now, that shit gonna be
Yeah.
the same shit with Tua. None of their
Yo,
quarterbacks gonna read
level
defense.
2.
None of them.
I was just
Yeah.
discussing this very thing
He was a small
with
guy,
somebody.
Dave.
Hold on. I
Yeah.
was just discussing this very thing with somebody at breakfast the other morning, and I said, you know what? I come to think about it, I think Minshew might actually fit perfectly in Miami. Like, think about it. The Daisy Dukes, the headband. If he makes the headband aqua
Uncle
and
Rico.
makes the Daisy Duke tie-dyed and put an
Oh my
orange shirt
God.
on, he's
Uncle Rico,
made
bro.
for Miami, man. I can see him jogging down South Beach on Sundays, like before
Where's
the
Uncle
game. Like,
Rico? Carlos, you don't got Uncle Rico?
By the way,
Hey, I was
Minshew
getting
is
clowned at. I was the idiot talking
Hey,
about.
hey,
Oh
hey,
my God. I
crypto.
can't believe
Hey,
we
by the
crypto.
come
way,
back to some
Yeah.
of this stuff.
Minshew
Hey,
to me is
crypto.
Fitzpatrick 2.0.
it would
Ask
be
me
a
that.
total gimmick, but like it would definitely sell. Absolutely.
What is
He'd
it,
fit
Lewis?
right in
Hey,
Miami.
crypto. Ask me that question again. I think I have the answer
He'd
for you.
probably hold on. He'd probably buy that
Yeah.
aqua and orange painted house that you see all over off
Uncle Rico,
101st.
dog.
You
Go
know?
get Uncle Rico, bro.
Let me ask Lewis the one word answer question.
I got an
The
answer.
No, it's not.
Miami Dolphins, the
It's not
Miami
going to be
Dolphins
one
is on the
word.
brink of what?
What's that?
I got an answer for that too.
Go
What's
ahead.
that? Playoffs? Don't talk about playoffs. You kidding me?
That was my answer right there.
Crypto, to answer your question, the answer is being gaslighted by this community.
One word, sir. One word.
Oh, Batman, you're brilliant.
Batman, we on the brink of gaslight station?
Yes.
Wow. That's a
What
good
are we
one.
gaslighting? What are we gaslighting, Batman?
I don't got to answer that.
What,
We know.
what do you know that we don't know? What do you know that we don't know?
What are we gaslighting, Batman? I would
Well,
love
No,
to
no,
know
I
what
want to
we're
know what he
gaslighting.
knows that we don't
Well,
know.
if y'all have been paying attention to his chat text, you would know what he's talking about.
All I'm saying is, regardless of the changes y'all want to make at quarterback, regardless of the changes, the realistic option is going to be Tua next season, regardless of how you feel about it. Regardless of how you feel about it.
But
It's not our
eh,
decision.
Batman, you
right
need
on,
some
right
honey
on. I
and
just
lemon,
want to
bro.
say real quick to Luna, you know, we appreciate the compliment. That is precisely what we're going for here at this channel. So that's okay if you don't like it 24 hours of the day, but whenever you do want to come to a channel and don't want to take it too seriously, we're here for you.
So
Thank you very
let me
much.
ask Batman a
Luna,
question.
hold on.
Let me ask Batman a question
Luna,
real quick.
this is a
So
great
Batman,
channel.
if we
This
don't
is a
make the
great channel.
playoffs, Batman, if we don't make the playoffs, Batman, is it safe to say that's Tua's fault also?
You could say that, yeah. You could say that.
And then
Hey,
that
Batman.
why would they retain him
Batman,
if it is his
honey,
fault?
lemon, and ginger will clear that shit up in 2 days, bro.
I,
Honey,
I've
lemon,
been.
and ginger.
I even tried the cayenne that you guys told me about. I tried that. I'm telling
Yeah,
you.
you know, most ginger beers have it pre-mixed already.
We just
Man, you
thought
gotta
you
go
were
get
being
antibiotics.
serious,
Nah,
Batman.
forget that. Get antibiotics, bro. You're already too late.
I'm on. I went to urgent. I got everything. But hey, let's get back to football.
Batman ain't coming back till Tua comes back. Y'all know it.
Yeah, I'll be back. I'll be hopefully
He's
tomorrow
been
night.
testing his new voice changer software. He's like, I'm gonna get these guys.
I miss Gio, bro. I miss Gio a lot, bro.
Either tomorrow night or Sunday morning. I'll do a show. I'll do something. But anyway, how do you guys feel about Armstead not playing?
Armstead's not playing?
He's not playing because Tua's not playing.
Breaking news about an hour ago. He might not play.
You
That
see,
means
like,
Teddy
look
about to
at
get
this
cut.
crap, bro.
I'm
But
telling you
breaking
that.
news. But breaking news from where, Batman? Where? Who said that?
Yeah, I think it was what's this guy? Barry Jackson, I think it was.
Oh yeah, they checked out, man.
They're checked out, bro. It's
They're checked
Skyler
out.
time. This is the only guy that's gonna have fire in his eyes.
If the buzz
They're
is saying
checked
it, then
out.
it's true. It's true
That's
then.
it. If Armstead is out, we are checked out. The
Yeah,
only
they
one that
checked
can
out
save
now.
us at this point is Skyler, bro.
They might as well
Teddy's
even
gonna
start
go
Teddy.
out there. We don't even need to play Teddy here. Let's get him to check. He's gonna embarrass himself.
This is crazy, bro. I can't believe
Yeah,
it,
they
bro.
checked out. If they saying Armstead ain't playing, it's over.
Now
It's
let
a
me
wrap.
ask you guys something. Will Armstead would have played Sunday if Tua
Yes.
was healthy
Yes.
and we
So
were
yes.
in a must
Yes.
win?
So
we're waving the white flag. Is that what
Damn,
we're
man,
doing?
I can't
Are we waving the
stand our
white flag?
team sometimes, man.
Yes.
We're
You would have
waving
played.
the
You
white
know the
flag. Is that
answer.
what we're
You
doing
know
right
that
now?
answer, Pete. You know that answer. You would have played. With
I
10
just found
injuries, you
out
would
what
have
you telling me, right? I didn't even know Armstead was out, bro. I checked on him. Every new injury, but he's still limited in practice. Come on, man. Now we're gonna. Our season
I
is
thought it was
screwed,
said
bro.
that he would still be a game time decision, but
It
all
would
right.
be. It would be, but what they hold on, let me pull it up real quick. Give me a second.
These guys are so
Because if
fake,
we being
bro.
honest, Pete, hold on, before you get all upset, they make it seem like he's not gonna play every week, and then game time he plays. He might play, bro. Relax.
They're
But
saving it
Batman
for
just
the
finished saying
Jets
that he's
game.
out. That's what
Hold
he
on,
just
They're
said. He's
saving it for
out.
the Jets game.
Color,
They know they can't
Batman,
get in
but
without the
Batman
Jets.
also
Yes,
just
sir.
said that they're
Color,
still
we
making
signed
it
a
seem like it's a game time decision.
we signed a
Yeah.
receiver from the U.
Did we? Ooh,
Yeah.
I did see we signed a receiver.
What
I
wide
didn't
receiver
look
from
into
the
who
U?
it was yet.
What's his name? I'll tell you if he's worth
Maybe
anything.
Tyreek and Waddle's probably going to sit out as well.
Oh wow. I'm not gonna. You know what?
What's the wide
They
receiver
know
name
they
from
have
the
a
U?
No, it's
chance
not
against
from
the Jets. The last game of the season, they're going to rest everybody. Watch.
We can't do that if we don't beat the Patriots.
Yeah, you definitely can't be sitting out if you don't beat the Patriots.
No, we
Hey,
have.
Connor.
In other words, we cannot do that. The only way we can do that is
We're
if
not
we beat
tied
the
with the Patriots,
Patriots
though.
and the Jets lose this week. That's the only way
That's
that
the only
game
way
is
you can do
relevant.
that.
If
So, but
everybody
Color, can we lose to the Patriots and beat the Jets next following week and make
Yes,
the
we
playoffs?
can. Yes, we can.
Okay.
Yes, you
There's
can.
a chance for that,
However,
hope,
they're
right?
resting everybody,
here's
bro.
the thing. Here, I'm going to lay it out for. I did it earlier in the show, but I'll
That's
lay it
if
out
the
for you
Patriots
again.
lose
Okay.
the following week to Buffalo.
For
I went to
those
go
that
show
didn't
some
hear
love
the
to
earlier,
Steven this
for
morning.
those that didn't
I'm
hear
back.
the earlier part of the show, this is basically it in a nutshell. No matter who does it, the Jets have to lose a game for us to get in.
Yeah.
Okay.
So whether
So even
it's,
if they okay.
so whether they lose this week or whether we're the ones to beat them, somebody
It
has
don't
to
matter.
beat the Jets.
Right.
Yeah,
Somebody has
exactly.
to beat the Jets.
Right.
Yeah,
Hey,
but
I
it
Number
don't matter for us,
number two, we must win one of two ball games.
I think we got
So
it in the
whether
bag.
it's this week against the Patriots or next week against the Jets, we have to win one game.
I think
However,
Skyler's going to be the guy.
if that one game is this week against the Patriots and the Jets lose, the criteria is met and the game against the Jets becomes irrelevant.
But only if the
Say that one
Jets
more time,
win.
Color.
If the Jets win
The
this
Jets
week,
would have 9 losses, and we can't.
That's what I'm saying.
we wouldn't
Either
be
way,
able to
we're
get
good.
back.
Yeah, we're good. I think we got it in the bag.
If they win, we still got to play.
Well, we're
If they
not
lose,
good.
we
Hold
get
on.
a
I'm not sure if we're good or not. I'm not sure if we're good, but losing to the Jets won't matter. So in other words, if we're not good, whatever help we need to get in or out won't come by the way of having to beat the Jets, is what I'm saying.
Whichever one of us three teams go 2-0, we're in automatically. If everyone goes 1-1,
I have to check the machine, like Green Rat's alluding to. I have to check the machine to see if
Right.
we're locking
by
winning and then losing.
Right. If the Patriots go 2-0, they're in. If we go 2-0, we're in. If Jets go 2-0, they're in. If a Patriot lose one more game.
right? Because everybody else would have 9 losses, we'd only have 8 if we win one of the two. But then if we go 0-2 and New England and Jets go 1-1,
we are locked if we win. So if we win this week and the Jets lose this week, we are locked.
We locked in, yes.
Okay, right. Regardless, even if we weren't, the unlocking wouldn't have come by losing to the Jets. So the game against the Jets is still irrelevant.
So what if the Patriots beat us and they beat Buffalo?
They're automatically in. Then the Patriots in, no matter what we do.
We have to beat them next week.
Color, just to reiterate, I just read the tweet. So the tweets that say McDaniel said it was a
So this game does mean something, yeah. Because if not, the Patriots will get in too.
Right. Patriots control their own destiny as well.
Guys, Batman's having a hard time speaking. So
man, talk with your chest, man.
It would be a game time decision, Armstead. But that if he's too hurt to play, they're not gonna push him out there or something like that. In other words, yes, like always, he's always a game time decision. I'm just saying it wouldn't surprise me, being the circumstances, he takes a rest.
It wouldn't surprise me either.
That's all I'm saying.
Because they give zero shits about going to the playoffs unless Tua can be the quarterback.
Yeah.
Right.
Trade Armstead. If he don't play, he was a complete failure for this team. Because that will show me he's quitting on this team as well.
Thank you.
So that's why Tua
isn't on the team too.
Hey, Lewis, I know you didn't
put them both on IR so we can get somebody worthy.
Drag out panel today, and I know I told you I'd keep it going, but I do have to go run an errand. Are you cool to hang while I step away for a minute?
Yeah, that's fine. I'll be
unless we can rattle DTA up somewhere.
Yeah,
I don't mind trying to manage it mobile, but it's a little hard for me to deal with the controls while I'm driving and everything else. You know what I mean?
Yeah, go do your thing. I'll be up here for a little bit. If I have to end
it, it shouldn't take me that long. My ride's going to be here in about 5 minutes, and then what I got to do is just run and hit my dispo up.
Yeah,
do your thing. We'll help out Lewis out. Color, we'll help out.
It's 1:30 right now.
And everybody, do me a favor. I'm not leaving quite yet, but do me a favor, and we got to make sure we don't talk over Batman. He's struggling to even get words out.
I wonder if Batman would have been struggling to get words out if Tua would have won
That's
MVP
his punishment
right now.
for all the
God damn.
Hey, come on, y'all know Batman be going hard on me. I'm trying to get to that guy. He's sick. I'm trying to make him laugh, man.
If I miss the Lakers game, that will tell you everything about how I feel. That will tell you everything.
Boy, you know you happy you missed that Lakers game. Boy, I told you the Heat was going to bust that ass. Oh, the Heat won?
I do hope you feel
I wasn't
Did
happy
he beat
at
the
all.
Lakers? We beat the shit out the Lakers.
Yeah,
I heard LeBron want to jump ship too.
You can
Yeah,
have
LeBron
him.
was trying to sign back with us after the game, actually.
You can have him.
Damn.
Give me Tyler Hero and 4 first-round picks. You can have him.
Nope. You're going to take what you can get. You sit over there with Westbrook and be happy.
Yep.
Westbrook's trash. Oh, I know Celtics are dominating this year, man.
Hey, how's it going, Pamela?
Hey, good. You don't sound so good.
I sound like Pete.
Sound like Bron got his ass whooped.
Oh, no, Pete,
No, you
hey,
don't
Pete said
sound
he sound like the real
that
Batman. He said he sound like the real Batman.
Yeah, maybe more like Batman. Yes. Yeah. You
I
don't
don't know,
sound
Pam.
that bad.
Pete's been keeping it pretty real today.
Well, that's
Batman.
because this is looking just like what he wanted. But you can't say you were right the whole time because you said Tua would never win more than 3 games. So your narrative wasn't right
Oh,
from the
look at
beginning.
you carrying the Batman, the lowest number on the department.
Oh
I said
my
3
gosh.
to 6. Why do you just pick
No,
3?
you didn't. No, you
That's
didn't.
a
Good
low.
Lord.
Because
Good
I
Lord.
said 3 to 6
Pete,
games. They
Pete,
want to
if
pick
you
3 because it's the lowest number in the department.
Pete,
It sounds like you. Go ahead, Kat. Go ahead.
Pete, if you are going to hold him to everything he said, then you have to be held to everything you said. You can't have it both
Yeah,
ways, dude. And you
but
were
I was
wrong.
right. He was
No,
one
you
read
weren't.
quarterback. He couldn't see
No,
over the line. I said that before it was even like, you know, it was even popular to say it. People didn't even believe that guy can't see over the line. It didn't make sense to some until
Pete.
Tyreek Hill
There's
had
a
to say it,
whole
He
right?
bunch
was
of stuff that you
he was
said that was
country before
wrong.
country wasn't cool.
No, he was contrary before contrary wasn't cool.
I get it.
Hey, if I ever had to go to court for something serious, I'd hire Pete to come in and argue because I know surely I would get off because he would
No, no, you
have the
wouldn't.
judge. So no,
You'd
the
get
judge
the
would be so
death
confused. You can't
penalty.
get the
No,
hell out of my court.
no, that
Oh
you'd get the
snap!
death penalty because the judge would be like, "This is the most ridiculous crap I've ever heard. You're getting the death penalty for a traffic violation."
I
That's
got
what would
full faith in
happen.
Pete.
What?
Pete's the man.
I'm telling you, I would be your girl in needing a lawyer situation because my take has like thought and brains behind it. Come on.
Hey, where's Estefan at? Where's that at?
Co-cancel, co-cancel.
Where's Estefan at? Where's that?
All I'm
Say that.
saying is I'm worried for our team. I don't think as a coaching we're doing the right thing. There's only 2 games left. If Tua is out, kick him out, put him on injured reserve, and let's go. We need another body up in the building that'll help us out on special teams.
They're
Wouldn't
they're
allow
already
a 90-yard kickoff return because he wants to be looking backwards or whatever Fledglam did. Like, think about it. If Javon Holland wants to get ref because it's the defense has been on the field all game and this offense is struggling, we got Fledglam coming in.
there's
He
no
does.
reason for this
He,
offense to struggle. There really isn't. We got, a high-powered dynamite offense with the exception of what we know what's going to happen with the quarterback. And I think we can use a game manager and win these games. Can we go past these 2 games? I don't know. We'll have to see, how
But how
good
do
of
you
game
feel like
managers
that
they
when
are.
when
Hey,
it
you didn't hear
how do
what
you
Batman
feel
just said,
like
Pam?
No, I
players
couldn't
feel
hear
like
him.
they're checking out, Pam? You don't feel like that?
You didn't hear
The
what
play?
Batman just said?
No, I didn't hear him.
No, about Armstead.
That he's injured?
That he's out, right, Batman? That's what you said, right?
no. I confirmed. I confirmed that. Yeah, Barry Jackson did say. McDaniel mentioned it would be game time decision. Like he's been like a couple games this season. He has been a game time decision, but he just said that he wouldn't. If the injury is too severe, he doesn't want to put him in harm's way. So all I'm saying is, it wouldn't surprise me if he is out
Right,
this game.
right. DTA just did a little update and he mentioned who was injured and who didn't practice today and that kind of thing. I don't know that anybody is listed as out yet, except for, who's been out. But I believe that they are all, like Batman just said, game time decision. We'll see. I don't think the locker room is out. If the locker room was all upset about Tua and now they see, a cloud break or something, hopefully they're all going to get on board. Hopefully they don't all want to look stupid in a game. I can't imagine them wanting that.
This is crazy. I can't believe this is happening.
Does anybody know where Estefan's at? Like, and everybody's talking about it in the comments section. Where's he at?
He was up here earlier.
He was up earlier, but he's having
Right
a
there.
Twitter war with somebody because I
He's
keep
right
getting
there.
notifications on my
He's
phone.
right there. He's on the
No,
screen.
he's on the screen. It's like a bar or something.
It's happy hour
Looks
for him.
like the place I want to be.
Oh yeah,
Looks like a place to hang out. I wouldn't mind being there.
really? Okay, that's him.
I'm
Well, he's
starting to
having a.
think that this is too much
He's
for our
on Twitter right
organization to
now,
handle.
going at it with some people.
Oh goodness! Now maybe I don't know.
What are you saying? Estefan got 2 phones?
Yeah.
He looks
He's
like
a multitasker.
he
He's a
looks like
multitasker.
he's at a barbecue place.
I don't know. Looks kind of like a sports bar almost. I
Yeah.
can't be sure.
Yeah, because what's that on the floor? No,
I
the
think that's a
table.
table. Yeah, it's a
Yeah, it's a
table.
table.
Might be a strip club.
God, I hope not. Now that
Strip
is
club
not
this
the
in the
place.
afternoon.
Oh my
He's
gosh,
always
that
taking
is
us on
not a place
adventures.
I would hang out.
Esther's always taking us on adventures. He goes to different places all the time.
Yeah. So Batman,
It looks like a place called Candela's.
Candelas. Do you know that place, Colin?
No,
That's
that's in Texas.
I heard
dude.
about that
Spanish.
place.
That's
There's
Spanish
a sign
for
on
on
the front
fire.
door. No souvenirs allowed.
That's Spanish
Oh
for on
Lord,
fire.
on fire. Okay. I thought that was a different word, but okay. But yeah, so I mean, do y'all really think the locker room is out or what? I don't think
No.
so.
I know who's
I
out now,
didn't
though,
think
Pam.
that.
Hey, Pam, you know who else is out right now?
Who's that?
CB83.
Oh, I heard about that. I hope
I
y'all
honestly
aren't
was
too
like,
hard on him.
I was like
CB.
feeling the same sentiments as Lewis. Our locker room bench Tua. This is a whole story to save Tua. I don't care what's going on, but I believe that. That's exactly initially how I first felt. Tyreek Hill told him to kick rocks. We're not losing and missing the playoffs because of you. So I'm thinking at that
I
point.
agree
Wait.
with what Lewis
Yeah.
was
So
saying.
wait. So I'm thinking at that point, this is a fired up, mad locker room. Finally, that they broke. That's it. They completely broke. They gave up. They're like, you know what? We've had enough of this. Now we're going to go out and show the world who we really are. This is how I initially thought. But then we get Batman up here and some other guys. When Tua was out, Armstead was out. And now Tua's not playing. And now Armstead might not play.
Pete.
Like, if we get this,
Pete.
this is going to burn. Go ahead, Cat,
Hey,
man.
Pete.
This messed me up mentally,
I'm gonna
bro.
bring up that question I asked earlier on Steven's show. I'm gonna ask all of you the same question. Knowing that there was a doctor that was fired, would you be the doctor to clear him, knowing one doctor was fired already?
Okay, so I don't think the doctor's firing had anything to do with his medical judgment. That from what I understood, and it made sense because they fired him, like the news was out that he was fired before any kind of investigation really had been done. And it wasn't just one doctor, it was multiple doctors that said that he had a concussion, right? So that doctor was fired because I think he got in the face of the NFL and said, you know what, you're not making me the scapegoat of this. And he probably got real fresh with them, or in their face, as you say. But when you look at it, the NFL, the head doctor for the NFL came in and said that Tua did have a concussion in that first time. Since I guess that was Cincinnati or whenever it was. I guess it was Cincinnati. Well, that's what they said. But anyways, I'm saying the Cincinnati game. Whenever the big firing thing, whenever that happened, I thought it was after Cincy.
That was the Buffalo game.
Okay. Well, so they never, they hadn't even looked at anything when they fired that doctor. One had nothing to do with the other.
This team has had us up and down. Oh my God! Look at all this crap we're dealing with.
You say one
Like, why should we even care about all of this?
One doesn't have anything to do with the other?
Because he was fired over insubordination, not bad medical content. That's what I'm saying.
Tua destroyed us PR-wise too.
Well, I mean, this team has been destroyed PR-wise all season. This is
for the
for the last 2-3
years.
Yeah, last season too. I mean, we've been in an uproar.
My question to you is, what's the insubordination?
He got in their face. He knew they were going to
But
try and make
regarding
him
what though?
escape
Regarding what?
because he knew they were going to try and make him a scapegoat on this,
For what? A
and
scapegoat for what?
for the stuff with Tua, for the concussion.
So it goes back to
It
Tua.
wasn't a
So it goes
concussion.
back to Tua.
Yes, of
Yep.
course it does. Of course it
Okay.
does.
All right. So how can one not be related to the other?
I'm saying that the firing of the doctor had nothing to do with his medical advice on what
But it has
happened
to,
to Tua.
but it
Hey,
has something
Lewis,
to do
did
with
you
him.
just see
That's what I'm
DTA's
saying.
text?
He told the
going through
NFL to
them
kick
now.
rocks is
He
what she's
It's
kind of saying.
hilarious.
Exactly. It didn't have, he said he had a concussion, or sorry, you're right, didn't have a concussion. The NFL doctor backed it up what he said. Looking at everything weeks later, the NFL comes back. Did they make a big hullabaloo and say that the doctor wasn't wrong, medically speaking? No, they fired him and they walked away and just let everybody believe what they wanted to believe about the firing. And
Right.
that doctor told them all to kick rocks because he didn't want to be made the scapegoat. When his medical
The scapegoat of what?
Hold on, Pamela. Hold on.
of saying
What does it
Tua
matter?
didn't.
Why does it matter? Who cares?
Well, it just
What
because
do you mean?
that's
Who
what
cares?
Tap
A
has.
doctor got fired. A coach got fired, and
That's
Right,
what
let the
we're
Tap
doctor
under
has.
deal
I'm
with it.
investigation
answering the
right now.
question.
Let
What
the
do you mean? Who
doctor deal with
cares?
it. Let the
We're under
doctor deal with it.
investigation the third time.
Let the doctor deal with it with the NFL. Who cares?
Well, the
I
point
care.
is
For
You
what?
should
that
care too,
What do you get out of it?
bro. What do you mean? What do we get out of it? We get out of it nothing, and we pay more. Do you
What,
understand what I'm saying?
what do you get from the
exactly.
doctor being fired?
We're
What do
getting
you,
nothing, and we have to pay more. What the hell do you mean? What do we get out
I'll
of it,
tell you
Batman?
what happens from the doctor getting fired. What it looked like, because that doctor was fired right there, is that the Miami Dolphin organization was underhanded and lying, and people were calling for McDaniel's job. Okay, that's what it looked like because the NFL didn't go and say, "Listen, this had nothing to do with medical decisions. This was something else." The NFL just let it lay there and made us all look like, this is the worst organization ever. That's what it looked like. And I absolutely don't appreciate that. I thought that was crap. The NFL wants to, they just want to make us look bad. They want us to all not pay attention to what kind of crap they're pulling when we know they have a narrative. That's the problem.
So, guys, looks like Tom Jensen said Barry Jackson's reporting River Craycraft is back at practice. That's good to hear.
that's
Let's
good.
go.
That's really good.
And I'm going to jump out my rides here. I'll catch you guys in a bit.
See ya.
Okay.
Craycraft has
Same
been a
color.
big piece. Craycraft has been a big piece of this offense.
He has. And to have him back on the field is going to
Bro,
make any quarterback more
this is what
comfortable.
pisses me off. Batman says, "What should we care? This is not no big deal." I mean, we're not going to be in a situation to make the playoffs because of him, also. But you failed to forget that.
What I'm saying is, whether the doctor was right, who cares?
Put the doctors
I
aside,
care
bro. I'm
about
talking about him.
I care about our players. That's it. Our
Put the doctors
players.
aside.
That's it. That's it.
Okay, so if we
But
really cared about our players, check this out. Why did we just let Tua play this year? He should have been out the whole year after that stretcher leave.
Well, how many
that's
players
not
have
the
gotten concussed in the
He should have
entire
sat
league?
out even longer.
Who cares?
That's not
Look
the
at the Bills
protocol.
player. He's been concussed 6
You
times.
should
Nobody gives a
care.
shit.
You've been
But
cheering
everybody
for the
gives a
Dolphins
shit
for
for
what?
Tua.
For him.
Everybody
You've
gives
been
a shit
cheering for
because
him
it's
the whole
Tua.
season, and now he's not
Everybody
here
gets
when you need him,
concussed in this
Batman.
league. You
You've
only
been
care
cheering
about
for him
Tua.
the whole season, and now when we need him the most, he's not here.
Well, he
The man's
actually hasn't been
concussed.
here. He wasn't here last game either, as far as I'm concerned. But
That makes it
the
even
point
worse.
is that if you
That makes
care
it even
about,
worse.
well, I think so too. But if the point is that you care about the players, which I totally care about the players, you don't want the NFL trying to make it look like our doctors and their doctors were on the take and there's some big hidden thing and our coach is trying to play our players hurt when they shouldn't. How many people called for McDaniel's job. I'm telling you, and the talk about Rex Ryan in here earlier, he was one of the biggest mouths calling for McDaniel to lose his job, and that is crap. That man is.
I still think now after what's going on today, if they're saving that roster spot because they're expecting Tua to come back, if week 18 Tua comes back, Armstead plays and comes back, bro, this is gonna be the biggest fraudulent
Pete, I
year
don't think
ever
he's
as a
coming back next
fan,
week.
bro.
I don't think he's coming back next week, Pete. I don't think he's coming back next week.
He's not. I don't think he's coming back in 2 weeks.
Batman,
That
if
according
if
to
Tua doesn't come back next week,
He won't be back next
and
week.
we don't put him on injured reserve to try to help this team move forward with a guy that can help us at least on special teams.
Can I just
What are
give
we
you a little
doing?
bit of updated information? According to the Fence tailgate, DTA did another little short clip today, and he said that the Dolphins have pulled up 2 guys to the practice squad, quarterbacks, to have like a third string quarterback.
Yeah, you have to.
So
Does
You have to.
right? And does that sound like they're fixing to put Tua back in sometime? It doesn't to me.
They brought in 2 quarterbacks yesterday, but none of them were signed. They brought in 2 quarterbacks yesterday.
Right, they're testing them out or looking at them or whatever they're doing.
Well, they did that. They brought in Sinet when Tua was on concussion protocol, and then we cut Sinet after when Tua came back. So it's they have to do it because God forbid Teddy gets hurt, and then you only have Skyler, and you need a quarterback on the practice squad. You need a quarterback.
Of course.
But this is my problem right here. These people that are coming out, and again, I'm not trying to attack you personally, Batman, because again, me and you don't have to say nothing about our relationship.
Yeah, of course.
But the only people that are bringing up Tua coming back are the Tuaneers. Nobody in the NFL.
Well, let me ask you
nobody
this.
in the team. The only people that are bringing it up are people that are hopeful that he's coming back one day. And in my opinion, those days are numbered.
Holding on for dear life. Let me ask you this then: if Tua wouldn't be coming back, if he wouldn't be coming back for sure, right? Wouldn't he be placed on IR already?
That's what I'm saying. Our coaches is no coach.
Listen to me. You're only allowed to put. Look, no, I'm gonna answer that right now. You're only allowed to put 1 IR slot left in the remaining of the last 2 games. You got to use that IR slot right.
I think I just gave Tuaneers ammo by saying that, starting to bring that IR thing up. But that's all right. But that's the truth.
I'm just saying he would have been placed already.
No.
Yeah, because maybe somebody else might get hurt, like Armstead.
Exactly.
But that's going to Cap for Life's point, Pete. If you throw Tua on IR, then you can't put Terran Armstead on IR.
Well, what do you mean? Eichenberg just came off.
Why?
Well, and also to me,
if he came off of IR, that means they had to free it.
You have a slot. You have slots.
Correct.
With an S.
You can't have more than 2.
Eichenberg came out already. You could have more than 2. Remember, there's a 4-game.
Okay, and what's your point? If Eichenberg came out, what's your point? Who's in it right now?
What I'm saying is there is no such thing as how many people you could put on IR. You could put as many as you want. We have the slots with an S. There's not. You're saving an IR spot. It's ridiculous.
Yeah, because you can't stop nobody from getting injured.
Yes, it's the dumbest shit ever. It's with an S.
So everybody believes. So what you guys are trying to gaslight me. Shout out to Crypto. Is that we're going to see Tua Tagovailoa in this season? Is that what everybody thinks?
I'm asking you, why is he on IR?
No.
It doesn't matter about being on IR.
It does though.
We're not.
It does though.
Again.
But it does matter if he's not on IR. Because that
this is just my opinion.
Hey, can somebody research that real quick? Can somebody research that real quick?
Yeah, I can do it. So, in my opinion, everything that's going on, like literally Monday or probably more like Sunday night, stuff started happening, right? And they were trying to figure out what they're going to do and how to handle this. I don't know that you can figure out that quick something that's this, this big a deal. So I feel like they're still drawing the roadmap as to how they're going to deal with this situation, and they don't want to make the wrong move. So, are they going to put him on IR? Is he going to retire due to health? What's going to happen?
The only thing that's
Bro,
gonna
this guy's not even with the team. He's not even gonna go to New England with us.
supposed to go to New England, Pete. We're supposed to be resting at least this week. Come on, Pete.
What do you? Oh, so he can't help out the backup quarterback with some calls or some things on the sideline. What he
Let's put a
sees,
guy
he can't help
with a
Teddy.
concussion. You're right, Pete. Let's put a guy with a concussion.
Cat for life.
With does he have a concussion? Does he look like he had a concussion with no symptoms?
Lou, what happened, Lou?
Oh my God, Pete.
I think you got some feedback, Cat.
Hold on.
All I'm saying is this: maybe
it's not you, Cat. Maybe it's coming from somewhere else.
Unless the Dolphins come out and say officially, hey, we're gonna be ruling out.
It is Cap.
Tua.
It's Cap.
We're gonna be what's up, DTA? Unless the Dolphins come out and say, hey,
good,
Tua's
DTA?
gonna be out for the rest of the season, or Tua comes out of his own mouth and he says he's gonna retire, expect
up,
Tua to
DTA?
come back.
Hey, can we find this out right now? Can we find this out right now? How many IR slots?
I've got it right here.
Batman, please go to sleep,
says-
bro. Please go to sleep.
It says there is no limit how many players a team can place on IR, but there is a limit as to how many can be designated to return. So a team can bring a maximum of 8 players off IR throughout the season. So 8 players total for an entire season can be designated to come back from IR. They've got the IR can't perform, not immediately available participation, the PUP. They've got the designation, non-football injury, reserve, non-football illness. So unlimited on IR, but limited to 8 players for an entire season as to who can go on IR and come back.
How
So
many
do
are
we
in there
know
now?
how many have been on IR and have come back? We know Armstead.
Who else is on IR?
Well, who has been on IR?
Oh, Eichenberg came back.
What about Ethan Carter?
Armstead came back. Ethan Carter's on the whole season. So is Byron. Brandon Jones was supposed to be designated on Monday to come back, but he didn't.
So
he
that's
might
2
be
slots
out.
left. That's 2 slots left.
Well,
Right.
that's if we've covered them all. What about Craycraft?
Craycraft
He just
was
got off. That's why they released it then. So
There's
there's 2 left.
so there's another one, right?
I can pull it up if you want real quick.
Yeah. But
me a
who's been
second.
on IR and designated to come back? Because if we have used all 8 of those slots, then
They can't put him on IR.
they can't put him on IR to come back
I
in
think
for
it's
the
only like
season.
3.
It
maybe
wouldn't matter
4 at the
anyway.
most.
When you're towards the end of the regular
No.
season.
It actually, this is important. It does matter. And Pam is helping me mentally right now.
So that the idea is that if we
What does it
use
matter
those
for,
8
Pete?
slots, because
It matters because if he's not put on injured reserve, then basically what I'm stressing and what I'm saying and calling coach that he's bad for not putting a player on injured reserve, then I'm just outlined wrong. I just didn't have my full information. He can't be placed on injured reserve if we already used all the slots.
No, that's not true. He can be placed on
He
IR,
just can't be
but
brought back, is
not
what Tam is saying.
exactly.
Oh,
exactly.
there you go.
He can
So,
be
yeah.
on IR, but he cannot come back if we have used all 8 slots of players who came back. And I bet we've used them all.
I think we've only used like 4. The 4-game IR, which you could come back after 4 games. I think we used the 4.
No, that's not the thing
Yeah,
that
so
I'm
it really
saying.
doesn't matter then.
No, it does matter. If 8 players have been on IR, nothing about 4 games, nothing about that. If 8 players have been on IR and returned to the game, then all those slots are used and Tua could not be placed on IR and set to come back to the game. He could only be
Yeah.
on IR and not allowed back in the game.
She's
So they
saying
can't
In
put
game.
you on IR to come play in the Super Bowl, Pete. That's what they're
she's
saying.
saying 8 players. You can only have 8 players that can go on IR and then come off IR to be back onto the active roster in one season's time.
In an entire season, not
Hey,
a 4-game
DTA, I have a
thing,
question.
nothing like that.
What a dysfunction by our
Does that
coach
include
if
the
he
playoffs?
doesn't sign a
Does
player.
that include the playoffs or no?
No, through an entire season, unless there is a slot left to designate a player on IR and then able to return, you have to have.
So they need those slots for the playoffs. There you go. Bam.
Yeah, but I don't know if we have any left. We'd have to go back and look at
We're gonna
every
save. We're gonna
player.
have to save the ones we have. That explains everything because you need those for the playoffs. Bam.
Exactly.
Well, once we're in the playoffs,
For
whatever the
There
4
goes your
games,
for
answer, Batman.
example,
you can't
There
come
goes
off of
your answer,
IR in
Batman.
4
Wherever
games.
you are.
let me see if I can figure out how many. Oh, there it
Hey,
is. Right
DTA,
there.
I have a question.
Thank you.
Thank you, Pamela. Thank you very much.
DTA, I have a question for you, actually.
Go for it, man.
I'm wondering when it comes. You know how I'm not sure if the NFL has a rule like this with injury reserve or if they have LTIR where you know how when you see NHL players get injured, the team gets their cap. If they're injured for the rest of the season, they can put them an LTIR and open up cap space and be able to sign free agents. Does the NFL have a rule in their what is it called? Their oh my God, what is that called?
For their policy and everything?
Yeah.
I don't think they do, but I'll look into that.
Yeah, because if they do, I think it would be if the NFL does. If I'm surprised teams don't use it if the NFL has something like that.
I mean, it would
Or they
make
can-
sense if you get enough players. I mean, because I see what you're saying too, and it would make sense if you have enough people on IR. You've obviously got to. You get to a point where you've got to fill some of that space and bring people in because you're so many people down. But then again, I think that's why they have their practice squad and their
No, I'm talking about LTIR, which is long-term injury reserve, where they just put a player on like let's say we put 2 on LT. Hypothetically, if we had LTIR in the NFL, we put 2 on LTIR. That opens up his. We don't get a cap hit because of his salary. That's what I'm talking about. We open up the salary cap if we put. Do you understand what I'm saying now?
Yeah. If you put him on if he goes on IR, then you basically you get credited whatever that cap hit is to bring somebody else in, is what you're saying.
Yes.
To go sign
Are you
somebody
talking
else.
like the Andrew Luck type deal?
That's why you put him as inactive.
Okay.
If you put him as inactive, you bypass all that. If you put him as inactive.
No,
Right,
I'm gonna
but
use an
here's
example.
the
I'm gonna
thing.
use an example. I'm gonna use an example. I'm a big hockey fan. Remember when the Lightning put Stamkos on long-term injury reserve for a season, and they opened up a whole bunch of cap space, and they didn't get penalized for going over the cap and stuff like that. That's what I'm talking about. They never got penalized for going over the luxury tax threshold.
From what Larry says, nobody gets penalized for going over the cap. That's what Larry said yesterday. As a matter of fact, we had this discussion about going over the cap and getting penalized. He says nobody does it, and I don't buy that.
Well,
yeah, I don't buy that either. There is no way in hell teams don't get penalized for or get draft picks taken away for going over the cap or
I
something.
think that would have to be investigated as well. But to Miss Finn's comment here, she listed 8 players all on IR. The difference is, for example, Trill Williams is not going to be back on the roster to play this season, correct? So
yes, he's on
not
LTIR. What I was talking about. He's on long-term injury reserve.
Exactly. So he does not take up one of the slots of players that can return. you can only have 8 players that go to IR and return to play. And I don't know, for example, like I don't see we know that
Adam he answered the question because it was his. I'm a hockey head too, but I don't know in correlation when it comes to like football how that works. But Adam E says, Tony, the NHL cap is different than NHL. For IR, there's no penalty for the playoffs in NHL. That's how Tampa was rigging the cap for the playoffs.
Okay, yeah,
So
thanks, Adam.
I don't know if that answers your specific question at all,
I
Tony.
believe it. I believe it.
So, guys, the honest truth is, there's only if we put somebody on IR, they're out for the next 4 games. Well,
3, I think. I think they changed it to 3. I'm not sure though.
Then it would be 3. Then I guess you could put someone on IR next week, and they could play in the Super Bowl. But you see what I'm saying? Pretty much, if you go on IR, you're out for the rest of the season. So there's no bringing someone back anyhow.
hasn't Bradley Chubb been on IR also?
No.
And Stephen Carter and
No, they were on the
Eichenberg.
Miss Pam, they were on the bereavement list. They were on the that's different. They were on the bereavement list.
Okay. Well, also though, let's see. Austin Jackson, was he also on the IR?
He's been on the IR not this whole season. Yes.
And then came back, like he's listed to play again. See, anybody, you only get 8 of those. So I don't know if a guy goes on IR and comes back and goes back on IR and comes back, is that 2 slots? Because you only get 8
no, it
per
isn't. No, it
season.
isn't. No, it isn't. You can finish. What is it called? You can fiddle with the IR list. You don't have to keep a play. You can. Teams can fiddle with that. Miss Pam, they don't. It's not a what is it called? It's not a static thing. They can take a player off IR, then put them back on. They don't have to, and that doesn't count as 2 slots. It's that same slot. It's counted for the same player.
Okay, for one time. Okay,
yeah.
But I think we have got to be really close to the 8 that are on. Because Needham, is he out for the season for sure?
Yeah, Needham's not coming back.
Yeah,
no, I think he comes back for the playoffs.
Okay, see, so he would count as 1 slot. Trill Williams would not count as a slot. I don't know about.
Are we saying we can get healthy if we make the playoffs?
Yeah. Well, what I'm saying is they may not. Tua may not be eligible to come back if he's placed on IR. If all our slots are used, they may be just. So I'm saying that if all 8 of our slots, and I swear the more I'm looking, it looks like we've hit that or are going to hit it, or we're going to need whatever 1 or 2 slots we have, which means that Tua would not be eligible to come back if he was placed on IR because you only get 8 slots for
Where
a
the hell
season.
is Batman at now? Where the hell is Batman? Stupidest shit you ever heard, right? Stupidest shit you ever heard, right, Batman?
No, what he said was that there's no limit to players on IR, and he's right. You can put players as many as you want on IR. There is no limit. He's correct.
So why are we counting 8?
If you get placed on
he was just correct in this. What he was specifically saying, like what Pam is saying exactly.
Well, what I'm saying is, if you get placed on IR, though, don't that automatically you can't come back for 4 weeks?
Yeah, I think there's what is it, 3 weeks, 4 weeks, something like that?
Yeah.
No, it depends
After
on
the
what
4th week, yes. Lewis is right. You can't come out to the 4th game.
Right. Okay. So again, we only have 2 games left. That means the wild card and divisional. That means even if they were going to bring Tua back, he would be eligible to come back for the AFC Championship game.
No,
right?
Which I got news flash. We ain't making We ain't making that shit.
Yeah. So like, what are we talking
You don't
about?
understand, Lewis. So this is I'm going to explain it again. There are only 8 players allowed to go on IR and come back listed to play for an entire season. So 8 players, that's it. You can put all the ones you want on IR, but they only 8 players can come back. So if we only have 1 or 2 slots left and we need our offensive linemen to come back, after if
Or
he
our quarterback.
or well, possibly, but I'm
You hear that,
saying
Batman?
that
But Pam, that spot isn't taken till you actually bring him back. So you could put numerous people on there right now, and that slot doesn't get counted till they are actually brought back. And I believe Lewis is correct. If you put anyone on IR right now, the earliest they're back is the AFC Championship game.
Yes,
and
but
stuff. So
that's not that's you can't
And I
just
thought
do it for
that if you were
anybody.
on IR, my understanding was is if you and I'm sorry to interrupt you, Miss
So
Pam.
it would
Go ahead.
benefit to put
If
it would benefit to put them on IR now. That way he'd be back for the championship game. They don't even want to do that.
someone needs to
Well,
look though, we're gonna have to. I don't know if you can, Miss Pam, how it works in terms of the playoffs and the postseason, because I believe that's different than regular season in terms of IR. So if you go in the IR list,
Yeah, I think you're right,
and my
DTA.
understanding
that could
was
be a
this.
good point, DTA.
Yeah,
well,
and my
it
understanding
says.
of it, my
Go ahead.
understanding of it was that if you, in terms of being available in the postseason, okay, in the postseason, you had to come off IR and be activated before a certain deadline in the regular season.
Okay, so I'm going to
Period.
check to
So
see if it
nobody
applies.
can come back in the postseason if they're not already activated now.
So they even screwed that up too. They screwed that up also. Golly, bro.
Well, it wouldn't matter to me anyway. I think all this is a mute point. Again, I said it when Batman was up here. The only ones that's begging for Tua to come back are the Tuaneers. I'm gonna say it again.
We're dissecting IR, Lewis. We're dissecting IR.
But if Teddy Bridgewater or Skylar Thompson, whichever one, wins us the next 2 games and we're in the playoffs, why the fuck is the conversation even coming up that we're bringing Tua back?
I'll tell you why.
I don't know.
Batman asked that question.
I don't know, Lewis. I came in late, bro.
Does anybody remember a couple years ago, Nick Foles was what's it called? They had Carson Wentz playing at an MVP level. He was ready to come back for the Super Bowl, and Doug Peterson, a real head coach, went forward with the guy that had got him there. Like, why are we sitting here clamoring for the guy that we already know is done?
Batman was asking that question.
It was Batman and Pete, bro. It was Batman and Pete that classed.
I can tell you why you bring him back.
Hold on, Batman. Batman and Pete.
Go ahead, Cap.
Batman and Pete asked, and both of them are gone. They're not even here anymore.
I'll tell you why you bring him back. You bring him back so you can hopefully pump him up and get all those numbers, and then you can take the Tuaneers and him and ship that trade package on to Carolina. That's what you do it for. That's the long play, bro.
You can do that
That's
too.
The long game.
Yeah.
Cap try to get them numbers up.
Bro,
For
I'm
Brian
telling
Burns.
you, dog. To
Brian Burns,
me, this year, all year, that's what it's been about with Chris Greer and the play. He either is making that play, or I've given this man way too much credit, and I'm running his ass out of town.
Damn.
Okay, here we go. Listen now. So in another alteration to injured reserve protocol, teams will now have 8 players permitted to return from IR and or the reserve non-football injury, blah, 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 list to the 53-man active roster or the practice squad per season. An individual player can return from IR maximum of twice per season, but each time counts against the team's allotted 8 designations.
So that answers your question, Pam.
Yeah, if one player comes back twice, that is 2 designations, not 1. So if you get
Interesting.
Yes, that is the updated. I guess they updated it to 8 designations back to the active roster this year.
What about the
And
physically unable to perform list?
it was the same thing. Hang on.
Okay.
Sorry, I just got a call. Hang on.
Wow, look
Every
at us
time,
learning.
as each hour goes by, he's not put on injured reserve. Just keeps. I keep asking why.
It makes it worse. Yeah, it makes it worse because he can't come
I'm
back.
telling you why. I'm telling you why. Because they wanna bring him back for the playoff game. And
Yep.
Tua's gonna light it up for 300 plus yards and 2 or more touchdowns and 0 interceptions, and it's gonna get the Tuaneers up in an uproar, and they're all gonna be singing his praises, saying, "Well, yeah, it must have really been the concussion. Oh, you know what? This guy is a great quarterback. He can play in the playoffs." It was the defense that failed the Dolphins in the playoffs, not Tua. If he was there the whole time, who knows what would have happened? Blah 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 blah. And then you take that narrative, you package it up, put a bow on it, and you go on to the friggin' trade block.
Would you be the doctor to sign off on him?
Hell yeah, dude, Miami Dolphins pay me good money. I'll sign on that bitch right now.
I'll sign anyone.
Hell yeah. El Capitan MD.
Hey, Cap for life. Is there any way you could drop out and come right back in?
Do it, man. Do it.
You have some massive feedback, brother, but it's just like when you're not talking, it's doing that thing.
Yeah, you must have got a phone call. That's usually what happens.
Yeah.
When you're on the stream and you get a phone call, it crosses those wires.
Yeah, it did. I got a phone call and then it was like boom. And I heard that El Capitan, the MD designation. And I'm assuming yours is applying to a medical doctor, but mine applies to a minor deity.
Either way, I'll do it either way.
So is this a bigger indictment on Tua? Let's say we do make the playoffs and he still doesn't play?
Yes, Pete. Now you are getting to the point I was trying to go to. If we are in the playoffs and we're
It's
in the
already
wild
an
card,
indictment because
and
we're on the
he
brink.
and he doesn't play in that playoff game, it will be the biggest of indictments to me as far as where the coach and the organization feels about his future with this football team. Even more so than how I'm saying to pump it up to sell. It'll be the other way around where they're like, listen, we're not going to even take the risk. But I also wonder this. Would it
You know what I would say real quick
NFL?
before you get there?
Hold on.
That'll show
Pete.
his heart of the game.
Well, more importantly, I will wonder this. Will it be the NFL telling the Dolphins or implying that, listen, you put this kid on a playoff game and he suffers another concussion while the world is watching in a playoff game? Not only is Tua done, but watch how, first of all, the NFL hates Miami. Let's be real. They've always screwed us
Let's
around.
be real.
Do you
I'm starting
know
to
how
think
much-
Tua's marriage is causing all of this too. But go ahead.
Oh, stop.
I'm just saying that if he goes in a playoff game and suffers another concussion, do you realize the backlash this organization, much less now that we'll lose a quarterback, whether we trade him, keep him, whatever, the value there is completely a moot point. It's gone. The backlash from the NFL taking it out on our organization because of this guy, Tua could literally ruin this franchise more than anyone else has, including owners over the last 25 years, if that shit happens.
Dang. I'll tell you what though, the best case scenario is that Tua says he's retiring because of health.
The best case scenario is that we keep playing the game and pump him up and ship him away and recoup some assets. Because as of right now, we had 3 first-round draft picks, and all 3 are worth about freaking a third-round pick, maybe put together. It is literally enough to not just fire Chris Greer, but to take him out in the street and whip his ass. And I've had enough. I've had enough. I'm sitting here, thinking people are smarter than they really are. And no, they're exactly as they appear to be. A bunch of friggin' idiots.
So, El Cap.
Well, Cap, he's damaged goods.
Yeah, but what are we?
They're not going to trade him.
That's
in
what I'm
reality,
saying.
what are we giving? Even if he comes back and he plays, what are we getting for Tua? We're not getting. I'm sorry to burst everybody's bubble, but we're not getting no first or second round picks for Tua.
We're
I'm letting
not
you know.
getting.
No.
I
And
disagree
El
with that,
Cap.
Lewis.
They're gonna
Go
look
ahead.
at him as damaged goods already.
Go
So
ahead,
if I,
Pam.
Not necessarily, because I'll tell you why, Lewis. I'm not saying anything, but you can use these stats. You know, another
Yes, you can.
team.
Nobody's
Look at
gonna
how
Another.
it's been.
believe in the
Look at how.
stats.
Look at how.
Listen,
How,
Baker
listen,
look at how
Mayfield put
listen,
up
it's been
listen,
these
done
listen.
to
stats
us
with
already.
freaking Cleveland.
Yeah, but listen, one of these franchises, Houston,
Yes.
any one of them, they could draft the
Do not
quarterback in the
underestimate
first
how
round,
desperate.
right? Like, listen to this. They can still grab their quarterback in the first round, and then on draft day or before draft day, trade for Tua as an insurance. And that'll be good for them. Give us a
Listen,
second, give us a third, and they
never
can use that.
underestimate.
no,
Never
but to El
underestimate how
Capitan.
No,
No, they're
but
gonna
One
look at
second.
him
One
as
second.
damaged goods. That's gonna
Wait.
be the overriding
I
option.
want to hear Cam's question after I say this statement. Never underestimate how desperate a fan base is, or how desperate a GM or a coach is to keep their job. Go ahead, Miss Pam.
Well, that's I absolutely agree with you on that, because we see some epic fails by fan bases and GMs to take players that everyone else can see is going to be a bust. But what
Look
I
at
want to
Devon
know,
Godchaux. We thought Devon Godchaux was one of the worst defensive tackles. He's been playing super well for the New England Patriots the last 2 years.
no, I'm talking about when a bust looks like a bust, acts like a bust, walks like a bust, and is a bust. But to El Cap's point before, if, like he said, if we were to put Tua back out there and he were to get another concussion, we would be villainized by absolutely everybody. So I don't see how that doesn't apply to any other organization that might want to pick him up.
Right,
And then,
because they'll be vilified.
Other organization would
exactly.
probably. I just gave you the smart route that another organization can do it though, Pam. They don't put all their bread and bat in that basket. If they have another quarterback that they want to draft, a rookie, and maybe he's not fully developed, what if one of these quarterbacks fall into the Malik Willis situation? Tua could be a good competitor, a backup, teach him the little ropes. I mean, at the end of the day, Tua, we got to trade Tua. We got to get something for this guy.
I'm ready for the full-on hype train of Tua for the sale. And
I think that ship has sailed
I
already.
have been on that train all year. I am here to crank up the numbers, crank up the support, to freaking sell this bitch at as high of a premium as I can get.
You know what we.
They should have been doing that when he was on that run with the Bears and Tigers and Lions. Oh
It's only
my!
to and from the grocery store and church on
The
Sundays.
Jello's been
You got
jiggling,
no more
Drifto.
brand new tires.
Hey, we need to. Hey, we need to do our due diligence. Hey, y'all, check this out. We need to do our due diligence, and we need to help out our organization in the off season when other teams are in trade conversation. We need to flood their chat, and when we flood their chat, we need to be in there saying yes. Trade for Tua. Look at his stats. He is better than whatever our own fan base used against the Tua doubters. Let's use those stats and reverse it and put it on that fan base.
Reverse
and let's
psychology,
make yes, let's do it.
Listen,
we're gonna be let's go to the chats and say Tua's the man.
Show up on platforms and Twitter Spaces and YouTube alike as Dolphin fans, just going, you guys don't deserve to. You ain't about making your account. You want to hear it.
Uh-oh. It's Cap breaking up.
Yeah, you're breaking up, El Capitan. So I just wanted to say, and I think it was Cap was saying it. So to about the Jello, the capital that we can get from Tua right now is a Jello shot in a Dixie cup. I think that's about all that we can get from him right now.
Exactly. And that's what I'm saying. Like I'm not saying that I disagree with anything that Cap is saying, because I agree. I'm on the same settlement. The problem is we're gonna come out here and say we're gonna flood the other team's chat, like the other team or the other fans don't have eyes. Bro, the
Yeah,
only
but we
guys
need to
going is
use it.
Yeah,
We could say two.
Doug
We could
shit,
say we
bro.
could use. Hey,
All
Lewis,
the
we could
Butler
use
fans are
Tua
in our
got
chat
snubbed out of the
anyhow.
Pro Bowl.
Pete, hold on. Pete, if we go to their chats,
Fuck.
Pete, and we're like, oh, Tua's the left-hand arm of God, they're just going to say that we're fucking idiots. They're going to call us Tua near. Bro, you can't sell something
Exactly.
that people can see that is trash.
Listen,
is.
listen. If I go
Wrap
take
up
a
your
busted ass
garbage.
broke,
Put a
listen. If
bow
I
We
go
on
missed
it.
take,
that
if
opportunity
I
when we was going against the
listen, if I
Lions
go
and
take a
Bears.
broken ass, busted ass appliance and I go put it on the curb out by the street outside, there's no way when people come by that I'm gonna be able to sell that as a fucking, if this
Exactly.
thing's
And you know
busted
what,
up,
Lewis?
bro.
And you know what, Lewis? This is why. Hey, this is why I was mad because I don't know if y'all remember this, but I went on a rant. Nobody will let me talk trade Tua on their channel. As soon as I was bringing it up, it was like ha ha ha, and then they'll say, hey, but True Will is a good guy, and they'll switch it up as soon as I try to talk trade Tua when he had built up this capital and he
We
didn't
weren't
sustain
there
that.
yet, Pete. We
But
weren't
but
there
that's
yet.
but this is the problem with a lot of people in this world. You
You'll
guys
sell
Premature
high.
speculation.
you won't sell high. People don't sell high. They want to wait thinking it's gonna get higher. We lost it. That first round draft pick we could have used around week 6 and week 7 for Tua.
Pete.
Like it's all like I can't stand it
Pete.
sometimes.
Pete, that was
Pete.
premature
Look at Jose.
speculation.
Pete. Look at Jose Valdez comment. At this point, we wouldn't even be able to get croquetas or papeles
No, he
for
says
goddamn
coquito.
Tua.
He said
Or
coquito, the drink.
or
But
coquito. That's
oh
what
my
it is.
God, I
That's what
wish
it
I would have had some croquetas this morning.
Damn.
I agree, man. You got to be ahead. All of you out there, take profits. This is a learning situation for us. Take profits. A team with no capital next offseason, no draft picks, no franchise quarterback, and a bunch of veterans that are like giving up right now. With no real head coach. What are we doing as a franchise? Like, this is bad.
Yeah, that's a bad look.
I don't agree with about 95% of that. We've got great veterans. I don't know that they're out of this. I think our coach is more than salvageable. He is, in my book, a good coach, been wrapped up with doing the wrong thing. But I think he's going to get it together because if he doesn't, it means his job. I mean, he's going to be on the firing squad as much as anybody.
Hey, well, listen. I hate doing this because I know I still see we have 91 people here in the room watching us. I got some things I wasn't even planning on going on this long. I got some things I got to do. I don't know if DTA. I think DTA was still in the back. I don't know if DTA. I know he said he was gonna. There he is, right there. DTA. I don't know if you want to keep this show going and run it for a little bit, and maybe I can come back, or if I want to end. I know you said you were probably going to be going live a little bit. I know Cap's going a little bit later tonight, but I know I got to be running soon. We got 91 people in the room though, so I don't know if we wanted to keep this thing rolling or, what's your thoughts on that, DTA?
Yeah, I'll keep it going for as long as you want, Lou. I can keep it up till you come back. That's no problem to me. I was planning on going around probably 1 o'clock, 12:30, but I can probably push that. I can push that even later now because now I know. I think El Cap said he's going to go at 7, right?
No, I think it was like 9:30, 10 o'clock.
Yeah, well, he's on the west side.
My time.
Oh,
yeah,
okay,
he's on the west side.
He's Pacific time.
My bad, bro. I should say Eastern time.
I think we need to just all start using Zulu time, and then we'll all be on the same
the only
page.
reason I was saying that because look, we still got 94. We still got 94 people watching. Like and again, just real quick, I appreciate everybody coming through and showing the support and love. I know there's a lot of things going on in the morning. So for us to have these kind of numbers, basically almost 90 to 100 people, pretty much all day. I really do appreciate it. I'm not only speaking for myself, but just from the Finn's Tailgate family, we really do appreciate that, man, for real. Y'all
Thanks,
done y'all
Lewis,
thing
for
today.
letting us up here today.
Oh, no problem, Green Rat.
Thank
We
you.
appreciate
Thank
y'all.
you. Much
Yeah,
much
I
love
know,
to
Miss Spins. I gotta
Spence Tailgate.
specify. I gotta say, I'm either saying Pacific Standard Time or Eastern Time. But
Yeah,
yeah, Lou,
thanks
I'll
so
keep it
much
going, bro.
for
And then until whenever you want to come back, bro, I can push it, whatever. Don't matter to me.
Yeah, yeah. Well, I'll still be in and out. I just, I got some things coming up. But yeah,
We
DTA, if you want to
can't
hold it
wait.
down, I definitely appreciate it.
We can't
Yes, sir.
wait
I got
until
you, Lou.
that Tua hater Lewis gets out.
Hey man, I'm ready to
Oh
roll,
my
P. I'm
lord.
telling you now.
And he's trying to stir the pot, man.
Yeah, man, hurry up, Lewis. Get out,
Don't
man.
worry.
Tua
Don't
hater,
worry,
bro.
Pete.
This
Tua
guy
would
is
be back.
such
Yeah, he
a
is.
Tua hater. Get him out of
Pete,
here already.
Pete, I'm gonna tell you right now, the two hate I got, I learned from you, Pete. Good information from you.
There you go.
He said he
That
passed
is
it on.
yeah.
Oh my God. You guys are too much, man. You guys are all awesome. All of you shows, man. All of you guys have a great thing about you
Hey,
guys,
that
and
rerun you did last
we
night,
need
Pete,
this.
was good. The rerun of the Twitter Spaces you did last night, it was funny listening to it again.
Oh yeah, crypto. I couldn't stop laughing with your baseball. Can you tell the chat? Just repeat what you said.
Wait a minute, you break. I'm going through a bad spot. I can't hear you.
No, he broke up. I couldn't hear him either.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm going through
Look,
this
he
little
started
section
talking
of
about
DC
Tua haters and
that
friggin'
shuts down your cell
Tuanon got
phones.
him.
QAnon got him.
That's right, it got
Yeah.
we couldn't hear
Tuanon
him
got
either.
him.
My
Crypto.
bad. I'm back.
Got his ass.
Did you hear me, crypto, about your baseball
Oh,
bat
there you go.
head?
Not, wait a minute. Baseball what? What'd you say?
Baseball
No,
bat.
see,
Something about a baseball bat.
Tuanon's
I
getting him
got him.
over and over.
Tuanon got him in the vortex right now.
Yeah, for sure. That's funny. No, it's very interesting though on all this IR stuff and who can and who can't and how much we got left. I mean, it's like, wow, that's something they're all taking into consideration right now and what can get us through these two games and possibly into the playoffs. So I believe they're going to have to tiptoe around the number of slots available for that.
Yeah. These next few weeks will be very telling. You know what I'm saying? If the Jets lose and the Dolphins win this Sunday, and quote unquote we clinch, they no? There's no reason to put Tua in against the Jets. That would just be a bad move. Would they start him in the playoffs? It's a real question.
See, I don't think that they would do
Teddy
that.
playing lights out, they won't. Right. Because they'll look at Teddy as the savior at that point.
Listen,
We'll see.
Lewis, you were saying earlier, why would any fan base buy Tua? You know what I'm saying? And to me, the machine, the PR machine, along with all the support, like from the Tuaneers and the digital support machine that Tua comes ready made with. Because I'm sorry, in all the years of being a Dolphin fan, we've drafted guys in every position. I've never seen anything like this in my life. Come with a guy who came off injury that ain't done a damn thing. He comes into the fan base and it's like he came here as our savior. And
Exactly.
that
I
whole
agree.
He was
media
ready
thing,
made
bro.
as far as his
Do
media.
don't underestimate how important that is, not to winning football games, but to an organization who's reeling financially. So, also if you could, the guy, I don't know who said it, but like the Commanders, okay, if they brought in a guy like Tua, the distraction from that PR team and all the new, Tuaneers that'll follow, because let's be real, all these so-called Dolphin fans will be following him right there. They'll be putting on their Crimson Tide again just to match what they have with their new football team.
Capitan, you probably nailed it on the head.
wrong,
That's the
Cap.
perfect team. That's the perfect team to
because
trade
of
him
all
to.
this. That's
No,
right.
no,
All
Pete.
the bad
I
publicity
worked
with
in
the
Washington
owner.
D.C.
That's
They'll
how
run
you
him
get
out
a
of
fan
town.
base over there. That's fine. Let them. But the beginning, the off season, it'll all feel fresh for that fan base.
Oh
They'll
my
have
God,
to
are you kidding
wait.
me?
They will have to wait until the season
There'll be a
starts, and
firestorm and they'll
then
burn the Capitol down.
They'll have to
and
wait
then
till
they'll
the
I'm
blame the
telling
players
you.
defense.
start
They'll blame the
realizing shit.
coach,
Yep. They'll blame the coach, the owner could,
the
put
the
everyone
OC,
on the.
bad offensive coordinator.
Yep.
That's the
Yep. You need
perfect
to
team
get.
that needs a good like a fan
Yep.
base.
I'm telling you, bro. Don't underestimate that part in the purchase of this guy, because that's the most tangible thing in business that I've ever
And you
seen out of a guy coming out of college ever. I've never seen anything like it.
Well, I
and
agree with that, Cat.
and you want me to tell you another thing that I want to add? This whole concussion thing that we have going on with Tua, it is so mind-blowing that our own fan base, dealing with it right now, they're kind of confused and lost. One side of the field thinks, it's a benching. The other side of the field is being worried about his concussion. There's so much spinning that's probably a positive thing for us moving forward with the trade, because they won't even know what the heck is going on.
Well, it's a new tactic I've never seen before, because you just said it. I've never seen this done before the way the Dolphins are doing it. I don't know if they invented it. I don't know if it's Tua's PR team that invented it. But you just said it, spinning. They've got fans heads spinning, arguing with each other, arguing about, concussions, protocols, doctors, what's going on, what the real story is. There's so much going on that we can't even see what's right in front of our face half the time. It is the most
And then the end game, you're gonna have a
Dude, this is some political politics shit. Like, I've never seen anything like it in my life. It's amazing.
And at the end game is gonna work out for us, I think.
If you're not confused by what's going on, I think you can't see what's going on, because the whole thing is confusing. None
you
of
bought
it.
into some lie.
I mean, Teddy Bridgewater
Well,
says
it's
Ray Charles and Stevie Wonder can see. If you can't see, you're really blind.
It's confusing because I don't even think that the organization knows what's going on yet. I think they're finding their way through this. I'm not sure what's going on. I know it's not good what's going on. I can see we're being sold a
She
line
said
of
it.
crap.
She's not sure what's going on. What is Washington's fan base gonna say?
Well, they've been saying that probably
This is
for a while.
perfect.
Why are we
This
commanders?
is perfect.
That's what they're going to ask. Why are we the commanders? They're still trying to figure that out.
Yeah. They will burn this town to the ground.
Absolutely.
The two of
If you
them
think,
come here.
Crypto, if you think they stormed the Capitol for Trump, just imagine what they'll do. They'll burn that bitch down for Tua.
This will be burnt to the ground. Oh man.
And really, as far as the commanders go, I think that Heineke kid is pretty decent. If you look at the commanders' games, they've been in a lot of games that they lost. Like,
because of their defense, and they got weapons there too.
Of course, but that quarterback's been doing enough.
Oh, come on, Pam. And you're gonna
He's
tell
a
me
decent
Tua hasn't been
little
doing
quarterback.
enough?
He's a
Tua's been
decent
doing
little
enough.
Be
quarterback.
three backup. Kari P. I think Kari P.
Come
said
on,
it best.
Pam.
We have three backup quarterbacks on our roster right now.
No, we don't. Tua was the guy that got us in the playoff conversations. You guys have short-term memory.
That's right.
It's Tua.
Pete.
Really?
It's Tua. He's an MVP caliber quarterback. Commanders could go to the next level with a guy
As
like
quick as he got us in, P, he got us out very quickly. The conversation.
No,
Listen, we're changing the narrative for all those other fan bases that are listening. Tua's the best. Why not put him in? We should play
That sell
Tua.
job is in full effect. That sell job is in full effect, boy.
Yeah. Yeah, they thought the snowball game was something. Try this.
This is how a real fan. This is how a real fan helps their team.
Yes, it is, Pete. That's right. Playing the long game.
The sell job is in the long game.
You think if I see Lewis, you think if I see Capitan in a Washington chat giving stats of Tua and praising him, I'm gonna call him out? I'm gonna say, you're right, Capitan. Look at this other stat.
We're gonna
go to Carolina as well.
Tua is the right arm of God. I mean, come on. Yes, of course. It begins and it begins.
Tua's got the left arm of God and the right arm of Jesus, so they don't even know.
There you go.
Yeah.
I'm just telling you, that's our narrative from now on.
We're gonna go storm the Carolina chat. Hell, we're gonna even storm the Raiders chat because they about to give up on Carr.
Well, that's
Oh
cool.
my goodness, I forgot all about the Raiders. The
We gotta
Raiders.
go to the
It's
Raiders
close.
chat.
It's
I got a
they're
buddy
over
on
the
that
West
name, Ray the
Coast.
Tape. He'll definitely chew it up.
Well, his eyeliner
They
bill
can get
is
that.
too much. We can't mess with Carr.
Herbert versus Tua smoke twice a year.
That's fine. I heard Cap say he is the left hand arm of God and the right arm of something. But the problem is he has the heart of the cowardly lion. That's the problem.
God damn.
Oh, can anybody hear me? I'm cut out.
No,
Yeah, I can hear you.
Yeah, I can
We
hear
can
you.
hear you.
Oh, okay. No, I thought my audio got cut out.
No,
No,
I
I
can
think
hear
we
you.
all took a moment after Lewis's last comment to digest it.
Exactly. Yeah, we're all a little bit shell shocked right now.
Well, I'll tell you, this
Yeah,
yellow
we're
brick
all
road.
disheveled and shit.
Somebody done stunk up this yellow brick road because I can't see the Emerald City.
Jesus, done stunk it up, but the stink is so thick you can't see it.
Yeah. The Emerald City is out of sight.
It's
I'm
way
going the
out of
other
From
way.
sight.
stank. From stank. That's insane. I didn't even know stink could get friggin' visual like that.
It can get thick. Yeah, it can get thick for sure. It's like stog,
Yeah.
It's stank and fog together. It's stog.
Stog. Wow.
So I tell you one thing that I do think as a fan base we need to do, and in whatever way we feel like we can, we need to let the Miami Dolphins players that are playing, let them know we're 1,000% behind them.
I agree with you there, Pam.
I agree with you there. Yeah.
You know
the
why?
ones that's
Because
left
I'm
on the
sorry,
roster.
but the defense has been taking a beating for being the reason why we're on this losing streak all the way until Tua had to throw 3 interceptions back to back to back for them to see differently. And then now again, I'm telling you right now, they would love to torch the defense if Tua didn't throw 3 back-to-back interceptions like that. So
They would love to do it, right? They would definitely love to.
The
You
defense
can't say that our
kept us in the
Boyer has
game.
been putting us in good spots. That's crazy.
We got
But
the ball
not
back
in that
with
losing streak. It
2
just
minutes
wasn't.
of time to drive the
2
field. They
minutes,
got
2
us the
full
ball
minutes.
back. Like we had every team has that 2-minute offense. We should have gone down there and taken the game back. But that wasn't the defense's fault. We know what happened.
Is that Lance I see down there?
What's happening, brother?
Yeah, that's Lance.
What's up,
That's
Lance?
15-minute game or a 5-minute game or a 60-minute game?
On
Well,
a
at
little
that point,
mini
it was a
vacation.
2-minute game.
Well, the thing is the whole narrative that the defense has lost us games is ridiculous. Did they have
Right,
some
'cause
bad games? Yeah. Yep. Baltimore for one. Okay. That was a
and
lot
we
of
won
points.
that game. Exactly.
And
Every
we
game our defense had a bad game, we won. Every
Yep.
time our offense have a bad game, we lose.
Well, and
Even
the
when the
defense
defense
has
plays
kept us
well.
in it. Yeah, they kept us in it. Same thing with the Buffalo game. Defense kept us in it. And actually, I thought that was a pretty good game all the way around. There were, some things that weren't great. I mainly blame referees for that game. I really do. But that game was probably as close to a complete game as we've seen. But
And just to
on both
answer
sides of the
Dolphin
ball,
Don,
yeah.
and just to answer Dolphin Don's question about should the Finns just revamp the whole quarterback room, I strongly believe Tua will not be here next year. Teddy Bridgewater won't be here next year. So yeah, to answer the question,
Well, hold up
Skyler's
now.
gonna be
the whole
our
group
I'll
will
tell
be
you
revamped.
what. If
Skyler
Tua
will be our
is here
next
next
quarterback.
year, if Tua is here next year and he didn't play in a playoff game with a victory and go into another one and get a victory or something like that, it'll really tell me how little the organization feels like they just think we're just a bunch of dumbass suckers. We'll take any bullshit. We will lay down and take anything from this team as they're willing to sell. They'll friggin' pee all over us and say it's rain, and we'll say thank you for it. Apparently, that's how they envision us fans.
I agree,
Imagine,
Pat.
imagine if Skyler takes us to the playoffs and wins, and they start 2 next year.
Oh my God, Lance! Oh my God,
Dude,
Man, that would be just total slap in the face when you do that.
Imagine.
Slap in the face to
I'm
Skyler
thinking
too.
because isn't that what happened with Alabama?
Yes.
Except they played
Yes.
2 after that.
Yep.
Yeah, they started them afterwards. Yeah, the
And
following
2 is
season.
like
Yeah.
what? I mean, 2 won 1 championship and lost the next 2. So
He
him,
didn't actually
So
win
we're
one.
pretty sure Teddy's gonna get
and I
hurt
give
to get
him the
Skyler
1.
in there, right?
Say again?
I said so. We're pretty sure Teddy will get hurt here in the next game or two, and Skyler will be in then.
I hope
I mean,
so.
I don't know that it'll be hurt. They just may
Not
pull
hurt.
him to
It could
put
be hurt.
Skyler in. It may be
It could be a
a
hurt
performance
performance.
thing, or I don't know. I mean, who knows? Honestly, it's really hard to sit up and speculate on
Yeah.
what's going to go
it
down.
is.
But I
Well,
think
DTA,
next year, I think two is done. But I honestly think that because there's already talks about bringing back Bridgewater as a backup for next year. Now that's not that has nothing to do with who they're going to name the starter. Clearly, it's not going to be him. But I don't think Tua will be here next year. Like at the very bare minimum, he's done this season for sure. So I don't know. People think like
Right. Next
I get
year.
though, but here's the thing though: is I understand what El Cap was saying. It makes 100% sense to turn it into a selling point. If you can bring him back and up his capital by making him look as good as shit, you know. I mean, I get that because you want to be able to. You got to get something for him. You want to recoup part of what you spent on him.
The problem, DTA, with my own point is that I don't know if this organization gives a shit enough about winning championships as much as they care about selling us trash rather than trying to sell trash to somebody
Capitan,
else.
let me say this because I got 2% and I'm gonna drop off right now. But look at Scott Jackson's comment, and you guys are hitting it. But look, I figured it out. They're not putting Tua on injured reserve, not because of jersey sales, but because Week 18 game is at home and it's giving Tua fans hope. If they put Tua on IR right now, they're selling and throwing away those home tickets. Let's
That's a
be
fact.
honest here. Let's be honest.
Yeah.
So I gotta go. Let me know what you guys think about that. I'm
And
literally
El
at 2%.
Capitan, another thing
that's a
that'll
fact.
spoil, and another thing, El Capitan, that'll spoil what you're talking about. If Tyreek Hill goes out there once again, or him or Jalen Waller goes out there and have monstrous games, regardless of who is quarterback, like he did in the Bridgewater, Minnesota game, is just going to say, well, it's only the weapons around them that's making them look good. So Tyreek Hill can individually spoil it. Yeah, those guys having big monstrous games with the backup will spoil that because the other teams will say, well, these weapons are doing they're doing good without him. He's not making them great.
I like what Bones. I like what Bones said right here. He said, "I think Teddy's been training Skyler behind the scenes and maybe But check this out. And this is kind of what Bones touches on it perfectly because this is kind of my thought on it. Like I said, here's the problem with Skyler, right? In my eyes, Skyler has potentially a very, very high ceiling, but there's also so many unknowns with him, and that's the issue. So it'd be nice. I think it would be more beneficial to us as an organization and as a team to be able to see what Skyler has in these last 2 games. Because to me, the season's done. If we make the playoffs just for a first round exit, that's just a cherry on top.
I agree.
But I'm not expecting to. But and here's the thing is, I think that you got to take your time with Skyler, and I think that that's what they're trying to do. They want to take their time with him, develop him right, give him the the proper amount of time so he's not thrown into the fucking the fire, and then that's going to be your starter. I think that they already have their potential franchise guy, depending on how he looks, already indoors.
Well, what do you think
Well, I'll
about
tell you
this
what.
scenario? What do you think about this scenario? Because when it was just me and Color earlier, let's say Miami wins, we beat New England, Seattle takes care of business, beats the Jets. That, from my understanding, that means we're in the playoffs going into that Jet game.
Yes.
So, would we be starting? Should we start Sky? If that's the scenario that we come to find out week 18, should we start Skyler and sit Teddy
You're
for against the
damn
Jets?
right, Lou. If we're clinched,
Yes.
put Skyler in.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because
And
it's not gonna replace
that
Noah. He's
way we
locked in the
get the
7th
best of
seed.
both worlds.
Yeah, you get the
And
best of both.
I'm sorry, but it's sink or
You
swim
have to
time.
do that.
You know what that
I'd have
sounds
to
like to
disagree.
me?
We want Teddy to get more reps so he's ready for the playoffs instead of pulling him after one game. If he has a great game versus
Yeah,
the
if you
Pats,
have a
you
real
really
good
think
game.
he's on a
Teddy-
roll.
Like he
Green
just
Rat,
barely
I
beats the
agree.
Pats and hang on.
Teddy's an
Then
eight-year
yeah.
I agree,
veteran.
Grin Rat.
He don't
It'd
need
be
more reps.
based on Teddy's performance for sure.
Yeah.
Well, so on that point right there, what do you think? What is the maximum play time Teddy gets to blow it? Like how long, how many bad plays, how many quarters is he going to
The
get?
first possession till the first possession of the third quarter.
I can answer that. The first
I
time he
say the
gets
second
another
series in the
safety.
first quarter.
Well, see, but that goes to my point. That's what me and Color always have our disagreements. If you're telling me that a guy with 9 years NFL experience is on that short of a leash, then we should be starting Skyler anyway. If we're gonna be moving forward with Teddy Bridgewater, then there is no leash. It's let Teddy Bridgewater play. But if you're telling me, oh, he has 3 possessions or halftime or 1 possession into the third quarter and he's on that kind of leash, then no, bro. Then what are we doing?
Yeah,
Just
why are
start
you
Skyler
talking
from the
about
beginning.
Yeah.
There is
I'll
an
tell you what we're doing. We're trying to
upside.
win a football game.
They only doing it to save face, Lewis. Because
But
he went in the press
Well,
conference
I
and told us
agree.
he was
I
starting.
agree, Crypto. But that again, that's just not what I'm saying. What if there's going to be a leash on a quarterback, just like what the argument was when Flores would pull Tua? Well, it was a short leash. Well, I agree with that. That's the only thing that I didn't like Brian Flores. Let him fall on his face, whether he's succeeding
Yeah,
or
you need
not.
to
It
let him
doesn't matter.
fall.
You
Right.
gotta let these guys play. You can't just tell me or sell the fan base, hey, Teddy Bridgewater, we're starting him because he has all this NFL experience, and then all of a sudden he has 3 bad drives and we're gonna pull him. That's how you lose the fan base. Fuck it. Let Teddy Bridgewater
Well,
ride if he's
hold
gonna
up
be the
now.
starter.
No, I
If
don't
those
think
bad
we can.
drives are turnovers and a pick 6 and shit like that, you damn right
Yeah.
his ass sat
Well,
him.
Oh yeah,
yeah,
when
that's
you're giving
different.
up points off
What
that,
I'm
yeah.
We
talking about, what
play.
happens if he has, okay, but what I'm saying is, let's say he has a 4-minute drive where he picks up 2 first downs, but it don't get no points. Then it's a 3 and out. Then maybe it's a scoring drive. Then maybe it's in a, whatever. Bro, you can't pull him. You can't just say,
Yeah,
oh,
I
the game,
agree
we're
with you
losing the
there.
game.
I agree
We
with
We
you
can't
can't
there.
pull them
pull him.
then
I'm
depending
talking
it's still
about
dependent on the score. If we're
It
down
depends
21 to
on
nothing
how
at
the
that point,
defense
when
is
then
I
we
say
playing.
struggle.
when I say the first possession of the third quarter, I mean that he ain't clicked all damn day and get his ass out.
Exactly.
That's what I'm
That's what
talking
I'm
about.
I
saying.
got
Yeah,
you.
Yeah.
especially
I
if New
got you.
England is starting to make
got you.
We're
sustained
in
drives.
danger of losing the
Yeah.
game because of his
Yeah,
play.
at this
He's
point,
got to
he
go.
ain't gonna get it clicked on. It's time for a spark. Bring in the young gunslinger and see what the hell's gonna happen.
And
Well, at that point,
to
Yeah, I
Cap,
agree.
at
also,
that point, let me ask you a question. At that point, how much faith do you have Coach McDaniel to have Skyler ready, if that's the case? Because we've already seen
I
that
have
scenario
lots of
happen
faith
Now,
in
twice.
that.
Where
that's a good point.
Hopefully he
I
learned his
don't know.
lesson from the beginning of the season
Yeah,
when he
I
had
don't
that
know.
I have a
opportunity.
lot of faith in that he's not going to
If he
get
learned his
caught.
lesson, then they
Right.
might be both prepared.
And Teddy with
I
the
hope.
knee
I
thing
hope
going
right
on.
now, as we speak, Mike McDaniel is working an offensive game plan with Teddy, and Darren Bevel is working the other one with Skyler.
And that's what
Yeah.
needs to happen
good point,
because
Cap.
if
Right.
you think
Right.
about it, Teddy, was out with a concussion, supposedly under protocol because of the spotter or whatever. But and he's got a knee thing, so you can't go into this thinking, okay, Teddy's the guy 100%, no matter what. Skyler has to be ready. That's just coach 101. I mean, that would be dumb.
Exactly. And if Skyler's not ready, then the coach is toast.
Exactly. And but I also wanted to say too that if Teddy were to play well, and we are looking to not keep him next season, having his stock go up because of looking decent, a good backup quarterback or whatever, that does help us with some capital, right? Like if we can trade him for something decent.
Would you get rid of
Teddy.
Skyler? Would you get rid of Skyler if we could bring in an Aaron Rodgers?
I don't think we ought to ever
No,
do
because you
anything to
want
get
him
rid
to
of
be
Skyler.
follow up behind Aaron. That's the perfect guy to seat behind.
I'll tell you,
There's
I'll tell you what.
behind a guy
If
like
it's getting
Aaron.
rid of
Listen, if you're
Skyler,
talking in
if it's
terms
getting rid
of
of
age,
Skyler, it better be to get Lamar Jackson.
well, then not just that,
I
but
don't
with
even.
Skyler,
I don't even go
I could
there.
potentially get way many more years. I could
They want
potentially get
somebody to
many,
sit
many, many
behind
more years out of Skyler than I could have an Aaron Rodgers or a Tom Brady.
Yeah,
Well,
Yeah,
also,
you're on a short leash with those
But
two
don't we
quarterbacks.
think our window is only like the next 2-3 years?
I mean, Lamar's
Yeah, you
hurt
got
as
3-year
well.
window if you got either
Yeah,
of them
and
quarterbacks.
that's where I agree with you, Green Rat. My thing is I thought it was this year and then maybe 2 more years. So I thought there was like a 3-year window that we have right now, the way we're built, to go win a Super Bowl.
Well, that's what I'm saying. It's not trade Skyler for Rodgers. It's using Skyler as get capital to be able to go get Rodgers, I guess is what I was kind of
But
saying.
then what do we do? Then what do we do? What do we do after we're done with Rodgers' service? Like, what would we do? We're just
Well, we worry
Skyler
about that
would have
when we
learned
cross
enough
that.
about sitting behind him at that
We'll
point.
worry about that later, dog. I don't give a
No.
shit about.
I thought.
Listen,
sorry,
I like
Green Rat. Are you
Skyler and
saying?
all,
Are you
but
saying? Would you trade Skyler to get like an Aaron Rodgers?
I would trade Skyler to
The
whoever
Green Bay's not
wants
gonna
him for
accept
draft picks to be able to use to get an Aaron
I'm with you,
Rodgers.
Green Rat. I'm 100% with you on that too, Green Rat. Here's the thing.
But then what do you do when you're
we're-
done with the guy you bring in, like Aaron Rodgers or?
Well,
Tom
you got
Brady
3 years to draft another 7th round fucking quarterback to worry about
Yeah,
replacing
I
Skyler.
guess.
Yeah. You know
Well,
what?
yeah.
No. If Skyler did work out for the Dolphins as a viable quarterback option financially and through his contract for the next few years, I mean, damn, dude, it would solve so many problems with the team. But I mean, that's high hopes. Listen, I love Skyler's arm and his potential to be good, but I it would be. I don't want to say it's shocking because I'm sure it's happened, in the past, but we ain't that lucky, Dolphins fans. Let's just fucking be real.
So you're trying to say we don't have the right coach to turn a 7th round pick into a Tom Brady?
I'm saying I don't know what we did.
There's no
saying
coach.
is
There's no
that
coach in the league that
with
can.
our luck, Tua will be our starting quarterback next year.
That's right. That's right, Green Rat. With our luck, Tua will be here the next 8 years. He'll miss 3 of them on injury, and we'll constantly be repackaged and resold that this is going to be the year he's going to figure it out.
Right.
From now until my fucking kids get out of high school.
Damn.
Yeah. I'm telling you that is the
That is
the
definitely
horror
Dolphins.
show take right there.
That's
right?
the fucking
like it's
that's the real,
horror-
dog.
That's so
You
Dolphins,
say
right?
what you want, but that's the real shit right there, y'all.
We're gonna have to
Bullshit.
change. They'll change our name probably. We won't be Dolphins anymore. We'll
Yeah,
be
we'll
Minnows
be the
or
Miami
something. I don't
Sharks.
know.
We'll be the Miami
So-
Sharks.
We'll be the Miami
Miami Minnows.
something.
Yeah, we'll be the
Cap,
Miami Snakes. What's up?
if we do make the playoffs and stuff, you gonna come up here to Kansas City?
Fuck,
I got
don't
you,
know,
Cap.
man. Kansas City's cold as fuck, but yeah, I mean, if I can afford it, why not? Fuck it.
Hey, Cap for life. The question that you just asked. So that they pulled up 2 quarterbacks to look at up on the practice squad. They haven't signed anybody yet, but they're they're making moves. I actually think they're going to end up calling me and just going like, Pam, just come in and be our quarterback. That's how desperate we're going to be. I take it y'all saw his question.
I
Teddy
was just
and
reading it.
Skyler were going to get hurt. Yeah. Yeah, so
Hey, fuck it. If that happens. You know,
If
Hey,
those
I
two
got
get hurt, you know it's going to be Senate to win it.
He's not on that
Yeah.
list of people. I think he's on another team right now.
I thought he got
Oh,
signed somewhere else
is
now.
he?
Senna is in
Yeah,
the NFL right now.
yeah, he's signed. I'm almost
Damn it.
positive of that.
Who
The
Senate?
two names they listed, DTA was the one I thought was
Yeah.
saying.
Go
what
ahead,
is
What's up,
I was just
everybody?
saying,
hey
yeah.
guys, let's welcome John to the chat, man.
John.
Hey,
What's
what's up,
going
Hey,
on,
Hey,
John?
man.
John.
What's up?
Hey,
I'm on my
What's
John.
lunch
going on?
break. Hey, I saw Pete drop off. I got to jump in here. Look, guys, we're talking about Teddy Bridgewater and all this, and we're going into Foxborough. And honestly, I like what he said in the press conference. I actually think the team's behind the guy, so I got a lot of hopes. But I just want to paint this little picture here. We're going to Foxborough. We're looking at 14-mile sustained winds with up to 32-mile-an-hour gust. Can you think of a better guy to start this game than Skyler with his freaking arm? I mean, you need to have a cannon to overcome some of these wind gusts. And I don't think Teddy has the strongest arm. And I can see some of these balls selling on this guy. So frankly, I mean, I think you're painting a scenario, Cap, that the first drive of the third quarter, stuff's not going well. I mean, if his balls are selling, I could see Skyler coming in and making a big difference in overcoming some of those weather conditions. So, I mean, I thought Teddy would go the whole way, but the more I'm thinking about this, and he probably is on a short lease, much shorter than Tua ever was, thank goodness. But yeah, that'd be really something to see Skyler come in and play some hero ball. With that
I
said,
agree, John.
I hope that doesn't happen. But this weather, this wind, does concern me with Teddy. So that's the only thing that gives me pause. Now I heard Lewis. He was going off earlier. When he was on his own, he was talking about Teddy with subliminal messaging and all that. Look, I mean, the guy to me when he said that Ray Charles and Stevie Wonder could even see, he was not only speaking for the locker room, he was speaking to the fan in me, and that got me freaking. I was like, oh crap, okay, I had some belief in me when I had heard that. It was like, hell yeah,
One
and
thousand
and
percent.
yeah. So and let's just get down to the brass tacks here. Look, if I'm going to send some positive vibes because of that, the whole fan, a lot of the fan bases, and that makes a difference to me. Just rooting for the team is I'm going into this game a lot more hopeful than I ever was with Tua. So yeah, thanks for having me on, guys. And yeah, good point, Lewis. I mean, you were just nailing it this morning.
John,
I
thanks for
appreciate
your
All
you,
right,
take. That was
John.
John.
great.
Yeah, thanks, John.
And also, John, to your
Appreciate it.
point about Skyler, he's also extremely mobile. He's huge. That the kid can run.
Okay, but let's just say this about Skyler, though. Let's say if he goes in there, because we're giving him a lot of pressure for a seventh round QB, we're saying hero ball, all this stuff is on this kid's shoulders, right? Whether if McDaniel prepares him or not, he goes in there and throws up 2 duds. Let's say if they start him, he goes in there because he's young, he's a rook. He goes in there and throws in 2 duds. We lose both games. Are we still going to be supporting him, or are we going to crucify him because there's so much pressure
Yeah, I
if
mean,
he
it ain't
busts the
good.
season?
If he were to start and to come out and suck and lose both games, yeah, you could bet your ass that changes my opinion on the guy, certainly. But we're not there yet, and frankly, we're probably not going to see it at all. I mean,
But
I
he's a
got some
rook,
faith in
though.
Ted.
You
He
can't
is a
get that
rook,
much
but
pressure. You're putting the whole franchise on this guy for the last 2 games, and he hasn't even played since weeks back.
that's really unfair,
Hey,
right? But hey, this is
welcome to the
football.
NFL.
Yeah.
Right. So step up
Yeah.
or get out, basically. I mean, we can't pick our spots when we're going to come in. I mean, either the kid could ball or the kid can't ball. And it's a high pressure situation, but this is a high pressure league. And we saw in December what happens when you got a high pressure situation with a quarterback that can't rise to the occasion. You're wasting your time. So I'd say, hey, if Skyler came out and he fell on his face, he might not be the guy we're looking at. And we definitely got to load up on quarterback
Big facts.
during the off season. But yeah, so I mean, but say let's throw a hypothetical. Say he comes out and balls and does something in the playoffs, and then oh boy, everything changes. Our
I
money
agree.
situation, as Cap was saying, we got to keep this team together for a while, and it looks like we might have a quarterback to sling it. And I'm not even saying we need a superstar. We just need someone, frankly, serviceable. Can you get the ball to Tyreek? Can you get to the ball to Waddle in stride? Can you do that? Can you hit a tight end over the middle? Can you do that? I'm not
I
asking for a
agree.
whole lot,
I agree.
so that's where I'm
But we
at.
still need to keep him for development. Just because if he throws and he just becomes a rookie, which he is for those last two
Right.
games.
He's still a rookie.
Yeah, like next year, it's okay. You can still keep him as a backup, still groom him, still develop him for the future. It just means that he wasn't ready in that moment, which is a tough moment. I don't think there's any QB
Agreed.
in the league their rookie year that can come in and win both of those games. And don't say Purdy, because that's literally like a one-off. You can't just keep comparing everyone to one-offs. So I don't know. I like Skylar. I just don't think he's good for right now. I think eventually in the future, hell yeah. But I think he still needs time. He's a rook, and he's a 7th round pick. Like he's not even a first, second, or third. Like
I mean, how
understand
many
he has an
times?
arm, but
How many
that
times
that
have?
literally had something to do with the COVID season and all that, because he was supposed to come in at a higher round.
At a higher round, yeah.
what school
They
did he
didn't
come
get a
out
chance
of?
to fully evaluate him.
Kansas, right?
No, Kansas State.
State. Mhm. But you gotta. So you want to say, okay, Kansas State weak school. Well, the thing is he played with the guys on his team, and they played some great competition. They're not like some of these schools that want to be all big and bad. We got a 10-0 record, but we played cupcake teams. Kansas State played a schedule and always did and does.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I still think he's a project. I still think he's going to be good. I just don't want the fans. I just don't want us to get on top of this kid and literally kill his confidence just off of 2 games because there's so much pressure. I get it, but we still should keep him, see what he does for the next season. And I'm not saying a starter. We still go get our guy, whether if it's Aaron Rodgers, Lamar, whoever we need to get, and then just develop Skylar. But I don't think we should just throw him into the,
Yeah,
out
because
there
he's
and
been
just.
thrown into the fire. Yeah, he's going.
Well,
I don't know. To me, Skyler doesn't seem to lack confidence. The way he looks on the field, he looks confident. I don't know that unless he was just annihilated, that he would lose any confidence at all. The kid is kind of Mr. Confidence. But I get what you're saying. Yeah, we could destroy him putting him out there, but I don't believe that would happen.
Well, neither do I. But maybe, just maybe, that's the reason we're not starting him. Maybe the staff is like, you know what, he needs a little more time to development. He's a little raw. I don't know. But really, what I think the real thing here is, I believe the team is behind Teddy Bridgewater, and I think what. The guy carries himself a little differently, and I got a little down on him. I thought he comes out on the field a little lackadaisical. Hey, and maybe that at KP we had a discussion, and that might be the guy. Now, is it fair of me to say he's not a leader? Well, frankly, in that press conference when he dropped that subliminal, I was like, that was leader talk right there. That was straight up leader talk, and man, he really scored some points with me. He really did. So he could come out.
He's definitely a leader.
Oh, heck yeah. I mean, saying that was huge too, because it's like, what? We had this whole concussion thing going on with Tua. Is it a concussion? Is not? Did he self-report? Did the coach send him? You know what Teddy Bridgewater said right there is, yeah, dude was benched. I'm next. What's up? Let's go. Team's behind it. That's the way I took it. So I know,
but
that's said 20 times on here.
Pretty much what he was probably
that's that
saying.
experience that he has.
Exactly, and he didn't give a damn about Tua. Frankly, they're like, hey, did you talk with Tua? It was like, nope. What it was like he's moved on from Tua, and so that tells me the team has probably moved on from Tua. I know I sure as hell did. I've been off the guy for a while. I never thought. I look at our QBs as like, can they win a Super Bowl? And Tua, I just didn't believe in him. I just did not believe in him. After the first 3 games of the season, I was like, damn, okay, maybe we can win a Super Bowl. But after that, he got injured. As soon as he got injured, I was like, this is going to fall apart on us. So, yeah, but, I mean, having Teddy step in, this is a fresher breath air. I've got a lot of confidence going in this game, frankly.
I mean, to be honest, I think Teddy and Skyler are working as a tandem. I mean, Teddy's there. He's a journeyman. He knows that Skyler is up next. He's not dumb. Like, he's injury prone. He's a veteran. So he's doing what veterans do. Try to see if you can get some wins, do the results. And if anything happens to me, he knows Skyler's going to, take the wheel. But I think they're working as a tandem. I don't think that they're like Teddy's like against Skyler or you know what I mean? I think he's trying to groom Skyler as well. Like,
I haven't thought about it like that because they brought in Teddy to work with Tua. But based on the way he responded, I'm not so sure that relationship's working out. So to your point, wow, if Teddy is basically grooming Skyler, that's nothing but good for us. I have not thought about it that way. And
Yeah,
it seems, I mean,
Teddy's a leader.
The way
He's a
this,
Lamar Jackson talks about that because they're both from Louisville. Well, not from, but they're both played at Louisville. And Lamar Jackson was like, he looks at Teddy as like a big brother. Like he's like a certified leader. Like he might not always play the best, but that doesn't mean that you don't have leadership or experience. You know what I mean? Like,
and let me add to this. Did Geno Smith buy himself some more time or another contract with what he did this year in Seattle?
Well, I mean, probably.
Probably close.
I wouldn't want to though.
No, I'm just saying in that theory, right? Because Geno Smith played decent. Nobody thought he would play this well. So in my opinion, he definitely earned another contract and at least a shot at a fair competition in camp. If Teddy Bridgewater goes in, this is his biggest shot in life. Think about it. He's never had better wide receivers. No, this whole entire run. If Teddy B goes into the playoffs, he's going to be the underdog. He beats the Chiefs or the Bills. He wins 2 playoff games. We got to admit, this is going to be all passing. It's going to be all passing here. We have no run game. So in order for us to win, it's going to be because of Teddy's arm to Tyreek.
Waddle.
Yeah.
He's great.
Is he waking up? Yeah.
Yeah.
He's breaking up a little bit.
I just wanted to tell John.
I'm getting a phone call. I'll be right back.
If anybody wants to know how
They
Teddy
got him right at the
got
moment.
lead from the bench, they can just ask Tua.
I just wanted to tell to John's point that you know his point about Skyler and how you know he may come in and you know I totally agree with the Skyler thing. But what I was saying earlier, and I think all of us need to do it. Don't wait and you forget, or if you're like me, but go now and go on everything you can and post confidence in this team. Go out there, post confidence, let them know that we're behind them, that we believe in them. I think it's really important.
Yeah. And I'm not trying to be down on the season. I think he definitely has potential to do it, but I'm just already thinking for next year because it's like, what is the? I don't understand why there's so much pressure anyway. Let's say if we win both of those games, we're to what, 7th seed? We got to go versus a big dog. Do we get lucky in the playoffs and win the first round, or do we get bounced out? Like we got to start being realistic. Like especially if Tua is gone, I want to start being realistic about our seasons. I don't want to just keep being in fairy world and then we're hoping for this and it's like, all right, we know what the outcome's going to be.
You guys just told me
We
that
don't know what the outcome is
good.
going to be, but the pressure is off in a way because nobody expects us to do anything. Isn't that where the Dolphins always come out and do their best? Is when nobody
Again, I don't know.
anything?
Again, to this comment, I don't know. Ask Tua because he's in the same boat.
Yeah, that's true.
Mm-hmm.
Look, here's what's different. Here's what's different. We have a team, and we can score some points. And where I've been is our quarterback has been holding us back. I truly believe that we can be better. And we all know it. We've admitted it to ourselves on this show. This is a Super Bowl caliber roster. All right. So sometimes you can insert QB here and catch lightning in a bottle. Now, here's the other beauty of it. There's not a lot of tape on Teddy out right now. Bill Belichick's game planning, he's referencing Denver. He's referencing New Orleans. He's looking at a little bit of Miami film. So there's not a lot of tape on the guy in that instance. So that bodes well for us. And then the other thing, look who he's going up against. Mac Jones. Do we really believe, after what we've seen this year, do we think Mac is better than Teddy? And on that, with our roster and then the QB comparisons, it's going to be hard for us to lose this game. I just don't see it. I mean, unless we have.
I don't see it that way. Defense, who's got the better defense versus their playoffs is on the line. And it wasn't
Playoffs is about
about
coaching
that
though
because your
too.
defense and coaching can overcome bad quarterback play. Because last time I checked, Zach Wilson had his best game against the Dolphins this season and put up a 40 burger. So don't give me this about
Yeah.
bad
Irving,
quarterbacks.
why don't you, instead of speaking for him, Irving, why don't you jump up on the panel and try to speak for him while he's sitting right here?
So yeah,
Zach
I
Wilson
hate
is
when we go down
trash.
that argument that because we
Son,
may have a better quarterback. Better quarterbacks have lost to inferior quarterbacks due to other
True,
circumstances around the game.
crypto, but crypto. Let's be frank here. Quarterbacks are the
Let's be
most in
frank. I was
position.
sitting at the game when Zach Wilson was having his out
Well,
of
no,
body
but you
experience
can't
against us.
tell me that a quarterback doesn't make a difference. Whether
Welcome
whether it's a
back,
good
Lamar.
That's not my argument that quarterback don't make the difference. We can't use that as the crutch. That is the only difference.
all right, that's fine, Irving. You have before, and you won't now, so I'll take that as somebody showing me their true colors. Appreciate you. I just
That's
wanted to
all
know
I'm
what type
saying,
of
Don.
an adult you were, and now you've just informed me.
It's
Thank
not
you
the
very
only
much.
difference. The
well, no,
Patriots
but
got a
don't you
lot of
think?
other things that they do well and have been doing well since that week matchup against us or beginning of this week that got them only one game behind us. You
Well,
got like the Patriots is like
Man,
12 games
man,
behind
trying
us
to
in the
speak for
standings.
people that are sitting right up here on the panel. Give me a break, man.
The
Grow the fuck
playoffs
up.
is about managing the game. Playoffs is about managing the game, coaching, defense, and having some type of run game. When you get deep in the playoffs,
Exactly.
they start taking away your best weapon. If you're a passing team, they take it away. If you're a running team, they take it away. Whatever you're good at, they take it away. If you think we're going to go in the playoffs and we're going to depend on Tyreek Hill, he's gone. They're going to take him away. He's the first option. That's what you do in playoffs. During
Thank
the
you,
season,
Benjamin.
yeah,
And that's what Hall of Fame coaches do over the course of their career. They
they're
try
going
to
to say,
take
okay,
away
we're
your
going to
best strength.
double,
What can we do
triple him.
else other than
Somebody else
them?
got to step up. Yeah, they're not going
But
to. It's
we
not going to be
don't,
what you
that's
see
right.
during
be
the
And
off
we
season.
have
crypto.
people to step up. That's the point. We do have
Hell,
people to
the
step up.
Patriots almost beat the Bengals last week. If the Ramondre Stevenson wouldn't
Exactly.
have fumbled the football at the freaking goal line, they would have won. You're gonna
Exactly.
tell me Burrow is definitely 10 times better than Mac, but Burrow could have took the L in that game.
Crypto.
That's all I'm
Very good
saying.
point. Point
Good, you
taken.
do that.
And I think we could frankly both be right in this instance. But I do want to ask you this question. It sounds like, well, let me just put it this way. Are you in favor of Teddy versus the Patriots D, or do you like Mac against our defense? Like what is more favorable in your eyes? Like what do you like better? Whose seat do you want to be in? Do you want to be it's
I
Teddy
would
versus
like to be in our
Patriots D?
seat, but based on trends, the Patriots are got the favorite in that
So
match
you
in that
think Mac?
scenario.
Okay, so
I think
that
Max.
worries me a
I
little
think
bit.
Max going to play trash. I think Max is going to play
Because
trash.
Mac don't have to be the difference maker in New England
Yeah,
winning. That's my
he's gonna
overall
play
point.
trash. He's going to play trash. Versus our
He's going to
corners,
touch the ball every offensive play. I don't understand how he
and
doesn't make a
Belichick is going
difference.
to run the ball.
He does make the difference. He's
He's a
handing it
Super
off or throwing
Bowl. He's
screen
not
passes
dumb.
to
He's
running
not
backs
dumb.
that's killing us on the perimeter or doing other things.
Okay, well that's
How do we
QB
know that they don't
play.
catch a
He could do the
How do we
same.
know that how do we know that Lamondre Stevenson don't catch a 5-yard screen and take it for 80 yards and that be the difference of the game? That's not Mac Jones. That's freaking the running back
How do
taking
we
it
know
80 yards
Tyreek?
for a screen pass.
How do we know Tyreek or Waddle won't do it? I
I'm
mean, Waddle
only
just took an
using that as an
11-yard
example
pass.
that the quarterback is not the only difference maker.
They got to get the. Well, no. The point
Both are
is,
right. You both are right, though.
right. I don't. Crypto. I agree with you, and I actually agree with you in this instance. I just wanted to get your opinion about because I disagree with you. I like Teddy against this Patriots defense. I like Teddy against them. It sounds like you think Mac versus our
No,
defense
I
has
think
a
New
better
England's
opportunity.
defense is that's much more superior when it comes
Oh,
to a
they're good.
quarterback like Bridgewater. That's what I'm telling you.
All I know is going to be a
Same
lot of
thing for
pressure
Mac.
on Waddle.
First adult move you've made all day.
Well, Crypto. In the same sense, our defense is a little too much for Mac, don't you think? So, are you just saying that like Mac's gonna have to throw the ball on us?
They defense have more capability of creating more turnovers than ours do, and they have proven it. If it's both quarterbacks gonna look ugly, New England's gonna make ours look more uglier. That's what's
going
gonna
to
be
the
the
run
difference.
game. It's going to be the run game. It's going to be Yak for that game, and it's going to be the run game. That's what's going to happen.
There's going to have to be a lot of running.
Because if you try that, putting it in front of you, they're good and keeping guys in front of them.
And
Oh, there's
They're
going to be
not
a
the
lot of
number
short
one
passing
ranked
too.
defense in efficiency. They have a large enough sample size, folks.
Oh,
They
they're
played
good.
the same amount of
now
games
with
as we
Yak,
did.
I think we got him. I think we can make some big plays because we got the 2 fastest receivers in
If
the
we're
league.
gonna
But I'm telling
depend
I
on
agree.
that,
And
well, we're
you
gonna
got to
depend
throw
on
in
that.
Gesicki.
We only got 2 big yak
yeah,
plays against the
second too.
second ranked defense in Green Bay. How did
But
that fail well?
Because
Well, that's during the
Use that
season. That's
same
during the
run it.
simplistic
season.
argument
We
about
had
our yak
Tua
against
throwing
Green
3
Bay.
picks. That's what didn't go well.
Yeah, and that's during
It
the
wasn't
season.
our
We had
yak.
4
Well, we don't
turnovers
know.
all together
Yeah,
in that.
but
4
we don't
turnovers.
know if Teddy's gonna do the same thing Tua did.
Look,
See, and
Well,
that
that's
was during
where,
the season. That's during the
yeah, and this
season.
guy, you know what? Again, during that press conference, he showed leadership. He showed he's stepping up to the plate. He showed me he's interested. An interested Teddy can win you a game against the Patriots. We're not, these are
Oh
relatively
yeah.
That's
even
fine.
matched
That's
teams.
fine. I'll just say probability. My probability. I don't have faith based on the trends and projections of both franchises. I'm basing it on statistical probability. I'm not saying one is 0% or one's 100%.
I think it's
I
50
gave it a
50.
sign percentage. I'm not even
I
saying
think,
it's 50
yeah.
50. I'm saying more like 15-85. We have a 15% chance of winning.
I think it's a little higher than that because you got to remember Teddy, what was it, 2 years ago or
Because
the
there's a
year
lot of
before?
more other things other than the quarterback that affect the football. Or the case,
Yeah,
no way
That
we
is
would have
true.
lost to freaking Zach Wilson if we just
guys,
gonna
we
only
had
think the
beaten the
quarterback affects
Patriots
it.
how many times in a row?
Yes, but that's during the season. That's season
This is
ball.
during the season.
Yeah, most of those times when the game was never really on the line and nothing meant
But
anything.
this game right here, this is not going to be a season game. This is a
Tua,
playoff game. This is
look,
a playoff game.
Tua has beat this Patriots team over and over and over again. So if you want me to believe we're going to go in there
Well,
and
it was more
lose
our
with
defense beat the Patriot team over. Every time we beat the Patriot over that 4-game winning streak, we have scored a defensive touchdown in every game.
great point.
And we got
Actually,
In
those
every
guys.
single
phenomenal
game.
point.
We
Phenomenal
got
point,
those
Christo.
guys.
You're right. You are right. And our defense stepped up. And who did they shut down? And who was the better defense? And who was the opposing quarterback? We were the better
And we also
defense,
We were
ran
the
the
and that
better
was
ball
Mac
defense,
really
and we
well
Jones.
in
also
those
had
games
and
too
also
versus the Patriots.
we've had better defense during the first part of that game as well.
Yeah, and our defense, you know what? Hey, they've
And
dropped
as
off.
of lately, the trends have not been going like we've been playing in that game against the
I agree.
Patriots.
It may have
Yeah, but
shifted enough. And you're right. That has been the determining factor in basically all of these games. So if your point is our defense have dropped off enough that we're not going to be over to overcome that 2 to 3 point difference, then I agree with you. And that's a phenomenal point. And
I
it
think it's
has boiled
50
down
50
to our defense.
because I think it's 50 50 because just I know it's the season, but this game is a playoff game. To the Patriots and to us, this is a playoff game. If they
I
win,
get
they're
what you're
in.
saying. Yeah.
If we win, we're in. This is playoff. This is our first playoff game. This is probably the most important game in the season because I honestly don't believe the Jets are going to win their games. I don't. I think by the time it actually gets to us, it's not even going to matter. But this right here is playoff game. Just like what was it? A Master at Work. He was right. This is the game. This is a playoff game. So, and I also think it's going to be a lot of pressure on Waddle too, because I think if we make the playoffs, they're taking away Tyreek. So just get ready. When Waddle, it's going to be a lot of pressure on Waddle. He's going to have to be Tyreek. That's what happens. And if he can't overcome, if he makes drops on key plays, because during the season he's been able to do his thing, but also he has another juggernaut on the other side, which still makes his job a little bit easier. But when you don't have that other juggernaut and they're taking him away, it's like all eyes are on you. You have to step up. So this is going to be a big playoff run for Waddle.
If we got a quarterback that could read 2 or maybe 3 wide receivers, I know it's asking a lot, but like per play, just kind of read the field, read the defense, and find the opening. Hey, if they want to take away Tyreek, that's fine because that means he'll be doubled up, and then Waddle, to your point, will have pressure. But I mean, what one-on-one coverage? The guy is good. What, number 5 receiver in the league this year? I know he's hasn't dropped.
Yeah, absolutely.
So I got confidence in
The
him.
more
Like,
you guys
he's a
talk,
baller.
the more you guys talk, the less confident I have in Teddy.
Pete.
Like I got it. Like look, I'm starting to have no confidence in Teddy. I like the guy.
Well, it's
Mind you.
crypto. He came out with a great point. So that's honestly got me thinking too. So
No, because I'm already starting to think about what Batman said. we're not going to have Armstead. Teddy is not fast enough. We need a quarterback with more mobility and that's willing to put their body on the line. We need someone that's going to try to truck a defender on third down. And I just don't see that in Teddy. I want Skyler bad this Sunday because
but Pete, you can't
I
get
just
mad at
want to
Skyler
clinch
for his
it.
picks. You can't get mad if he
But
doesn't make
that,
mistakes. You cannot get
but
upset.
but at the end of the day, our season is not over
I
if
love
we
how
lose to
everybody's
the
like, this
Patriots.
is a timing offense. That's why Teddy's going to struggle. It's only
No,
a
it's
timing offense because of one man on this roster.
exactly, Color. Exactly.
That ain't the
Yeah,
offense we be running Sunday. So get that out of your head.
yeah. One
We
way or
haven't even seen
another,
what our
this
real
offense
offense is
is
going to
looking
look like.
different on Sunday.
And let's be honest, John, you said you want the quarterback to go to his second or third option. Like even with our Armstead, that's not possible
In other
unless you're
words,
able to run.
the adults are playing this week.
How is Teddy gonna have time
Yeah,
back
you
there
heard what
all
I
game
said.
versus the
Sick
Patriots
of this
defense? This is one
nonsense
of the
walled
best
garden
defense.
that our offense
Yeah, you're
has to
probably gonna
play
need
in
a Judon
because
is
we
probably
ain't
gonna
got
have
a
a field
quarterback
day
that
if
can do it.
Armstead's
And I'm
not there.
tired of it. I'm tired of moving this little walled garden up and down the field and just giving the ball back to the other team. Whether punting, whatever it is, turnover, I don't care. I'm done with it. And that ain't the
Third
offense we're
down.
running this week.
Color. Third down. Third down.
Armstead, that's
That's
big,
all you have
Pete.
to
I forgot
say.
about the Armstead
Third
fact.
down.
That's another element that factors in
Yeah,
their
we're gonna
defensive line
lose.
wrecking our offensive line.
Yeah,
I
we're
don't give
gonna
a
lose
damn.
on
I didn't
Sunday
even
playing
factor that
this
into my
this
pick.
little game we're
does
gonna
this.
play
I
because
hope
it's
Armstead
Teddy
does
and
this
all
so
of this.
everybody can see what a waste of money he is.
Yeah,
Yeah,
he
bro.
definitely a
Like
waste. I agree with that. That was just bad on him.
there's a chance we see dead body Eric Fisher at that left tackle Sunday
We
now.
might see him this week for the first time. Yeah,
Jesus.
that's a train wreck waiting to happen because he didn't do too good in India's last stints
Hey,
there.
I'm fine with
Yeah, and
Skyler. I'm
Armstead,
fine
Tua,
with
and Drew
Skyler.
Brees can all go have a kumbaya in the offseason and have fun with that.
And you guys want to know something? This is why I honestly
Yeah.
believe week
Damn.
18 is the special week, right? Check this out. When we played the Jets, Skylar Thompson came in there unprepared and without Armstead, right? He only threw for like 170 yards that game, but he has experience versus the Jets. The Jets have a good defense. Never forget that. And he went in there unprepared and at times looked like an NFL quarterback for the majority of that game. I know what I'm telling you guys. If you look at the stats, you're going to say, Pete, you don't know football. But if you look at the game, you're going to look away like, yeah, Pete, Skyler does have something. He just needs more.
agree.
He needs
I
more.
agree. I agree.
You know, so just by him having already the Jets already prepared for them and played them, I just think he gives us the best chance to make it in the playoffs. Like, I'm starting to feel everything. Like, week 18, he beats the Jets. Week 19 beats that playoff team. Like, I'm feeling it with Skyler. I don't want to hear Teddy, and that's not Teddy hate. It's just something that I seen, right? This is like me talking bad on Tua when most of the Tuaneers didn't see it. It's just I don't see it in Tua, but people didn't see it at the time. Now I see it in Skyler, and people don't want to see it in Skyler. And I just don't see it in Teddy. Mind you, I know Teddy is better than Tua. So it's not like I'm trying to hate on Teddy. I don't want him to get his opportunity, any of that. In my fandom as a fan, I truly believe deep down inside, our team offensively will be, I'm not saying elite better. I'm not saying none of that. But we have a better shot with a rookie quarterback than we do under Teddy Bridgewater, man. I know what I'm telling you guys. I know what I'm telling this fan base.
I agree
Agreed.
with you. I agree with
Agreed.
you, but I just am afraid if Skyler, he could still have all of the traits that you're saying. Like, I've seen it too, the flashes. I agree. I know what you're talking about, but I'm afraid if he goes out there and he gives us 2 duds, like he has.
But what are you afraid of? Did he look like he was gonna be a dud in Minnesota?
No.
Or
Actually,
did
in
he
Minnesota,
look
he
like
didn't. He
he?
was looking good in Minnesota before he got
He
hurt.
or did he look like okay? But you can't be. I'm afraid every time Tua takes a hit.
Unbelievable, man.
I'm afraid of how the fan base is going to respond to this kid if he gives 2 duds. They're going to crucify.
But we got to get over that hump.
This is a team.
But
that's
Benjamin,
all.
they'll get over it.
This is a team.
Yeah,
This
but
is
they'll get
not.
over it and say, "Hey, I want him out of town. He ruined our season." All the bullshit. Like it's the same stuff,
They-
and it's
they-
like it's not
and
fair
and
anymore.
and if he and then guess what, Benjamin? If he comes in and he's screwing it up, it's on nobody else. It will be on him, and he'll get his redemption versus the Jets in a team he's already faced in a big playoff game where Tua has consistently failed for us. Give him that opportunity in
Yeah, I'm
2
not worried
games
about
played,
Tua. Yeah,
and let's see if he could
I
overcome
love how everybody
adversity.
conveniently just imagines that Waddle didn't fumble a freaking ball on a crucial drive that could have taken the lead.
Lost the game for us
Yeah.
there.
Yeah, exactly. Now Waddle single-handedly lost that game. I
You know,
no
I
doubt
am
in my
about
mind.
sick of hearing this
Quarterbacks are
fucking
not the
Teddy
reason why we
played
lost
trash
those
against
games.
the Vikings bullshit.
no,
You
he
all are
actually did play
fucking
trash.
haters and you know it. You're the very
Right, none of the
definition
quarterbacks did.
of what you claimed everybody to be about Tua.
Well,
Listen to your fuck selves.
What is wrong with what I'm
I've
saying,
always
Color?
said those two
I'm talking
losses.
to you,
No, I've
Pete. I'm talking
I've
about
always
the
said
people that continue to trash Teddy because of the game in Minnesota.
no, it's definitely not.
Are
the
you
Minnesota
fucking
game.
serious?
That guy went in
None of the
unprepared
quarterbacks are
that
the
week,
reason
bro,
why we lost
and
this
threw for
game.
over
Okay, be
300
honest.
yards. I already defended Teddy on Twitter. I
Jason
don't care
Sanders
what they
You're
got
gonna
to
pit
say
that
about
up.
him.
You're
Goal
gonna
that
pit
coulda
that
gave
up
us a
against
lead.
the entire body of Tua's work, but not let me take Teddy's body of work and show it back. No.
Hey,
Sorry.
Color, if Teddy started the whole year this year, would you think he have career
Yeah.
numbers as well?
I'm not blaming no
yeah,
quarterbacks for the loss to the
Fucking
Vikings or the
ridiculous,
Jets.
man.
Dude, I've been
No
saying that.
Armstead, no real game plan, and fucking Waddle in his fields dropping footballs.
look at Teddy when he was on the Broncos a year and a half ago. Yeah, people forget about that before he
Tell
got
you what,
hurt.
tell you what, this is how we're going to get Lamar.
They were like
Because
6-1.
Waddle's going to follow Tua wherever the fuck he goes. And
God
goodbye.
damn. God.
Oh,
damn.
when I
Damn, he's gonna
when I
follow
was
where he
yeah,
go. Woo. That's a high
and we
one there.
better.
I didn't ever
That's
think
not
about that
what
angle, Color.
they try to
Wow.
they try to cancel me out of the community when I said package that
sick and
crap.
tired of these players coming into this organization being anointed like they've ever accomplished anything while they're dropping footballs all over the damn field.
And if there's anything, Teddy's not going to throw the ball to who? Jalen Waddle, because that was his fault. He got the interception versus Minnesota. This guy's going to throw it to tight ends, Tyreek Hill, and he's going to utilize Waddle with his drops all season long, like I've been telling people. Trade that guy as a package, man. We overpaid for Waddle, man. I told y'all.
Do you know how many do you know how many targets Tanner Connor has had since that drop against the Jets?
Probably none.
Remind me, please.
That's probably his only target. Yeah.
Do you know
That's
how
what I
many
thought.
he had
Probably
before that?
none.
3?
0.
Oh,
That's his only pass target.
I think it was Hunter Long. I had
Drop.
3.
On that key drive. On a key
The
crucial
one
drive
target
to
he
take
gets
the
all
lead.
year is on a drive where we need to drive to take the lead and we're moving the ball. But guess who's not our quarterback?
I mean, Waddle's
Tua.
Yeah.
That's fucking stupid.
And Armstead.
Yeah. Good point.
Hey, and never forget what I was saying. We didn't put Tua on injured reserve when he first got
all
that
I'm saying
concussion
is, Pete,
and
I'm
left
not
on a
saying there's no
stretcher.
conspiracy. I'm
This
not saying
guy
there's a conspiracy. No, wait. I'm not saying there's a conspiracy. Take your choice. Either conspiracy or Mike McDaniel needs to get the fuck out of here too.
100%. Man, look, I don't care,
do
Color.
not believe Mike.
That guy is out of here. He is out of here, Color. I don't care what anybody tells me. Mike McDaniel is out of here. He already lost his job to me.
He lost his team.
Failed us.
He lost his team
Tua
when Tua
failed
failed
us.
him.
That's it.
That
That's
is when
exactly.
he's done.
tried
He
to
is
be
done.
nice.
I would
I
tell
tried
you
to
this
be
much.
cordial.
Greer is
I
done
tried to
too
dance around
because
the
we
issue.
kept Christopher Greer
backwards
Hold on a
last
and
second,
week.
we
That's how we
we
win the
kept
game.
Christopher Greer
There you
because
go,
of
Josh.
Tua.
That's how we
He's
hold on a
done
second,
too. I'm
Pete.
sorry, Color. Go.
I
He's done if we
have
don't make
tried
playoffs.
to be nice.
He's
I've
only done if we
tried to
don't make
dance
playoffs.
around it. I've tried to be cordial through the entire offseason. After that Jets game, after that Minnesota game that I sat with a bunch of purple fucking jerseys with in our stadium while you all dance around MetLife like you accomplished something. Okay?
That was a sad day in
I'm absolutely
MetLife.
sick and tired of being nice about it anymore. I want an explanation, a valid explanation as to why Tanner Connor was the tight end on that play.
I hear you.
And
Hey,
nobody's blaming
real
that horrible.
quick. Hold on, Pete.
Good point.
Hold on, Pete. Hey, we still got 87 in the room, so obviously people are liking the conversation that what we're getting at. But Color, I gotta go. I'm about to get down to get my hair cut. So if you can hold it down for a little bit, Color, we can keep it open. If
I
not, I'm gonna
certainly
have
could.
to.
Thank you, Lewis. Appreciate your show today, man. And we'll go for a little bit longer. I don't want to burn myself
Appreciate it.
out, but
We appreciate it, Lewis.
Hey, all of you,
I
man.
appreciate
Thank
it,
you,
man.
Lewis.
No
Lewis,
worries.
on a
Everybody
week
liking
like
there
this,
on Lewis's way out.
Appreciate you,
Let him
Lewis.
know you love him.
Color, thank
Yeah,
you,
man. Get that hair.
Capitan, all of
Hey,
you.
Lewis is quietly going to get a number 1 carved in the back of his head. That's what he's
That
Hey,
going
is
to do.
Lewis.
Look,
Hey, Lewis.
when one single
I'm getting
person
that
comes
9
to
put
me,
right next to it.
Hey, Lewis. Lewis. All I want to see you do is spray paint a 9 in white next to that Tua jersey you wear it every Sunday.
So guys, what was up with that? What was up with Coach's press conference, man?
Hey, Pete, I'll sell you my Tua jersey at a discounted rate, man, if you want it, man. I'll sell it to you.
That barber, man, he's going to be disappointed, man. You're not going to get that number 1 carved.
and again,
Hey, well, listen,
I don't mean to be blowing up about it, but I've tried. Not one person since that game has come to me with a valid explanation other than Skyler and Tanner had reps together in practice. Well, guess what? How many plays later, Crypto? Was it the next series? I don't know. 35-yard, 40-yard strike to Gesicki across the middle of the field?
Yeah.
Why wasn't Tanner Connor in on that play?
Yeah.
And I definitely don't want no coach next year that gets overwhelmed by the locker room.
Hey, just in case I'm not back and Color has ended it, this again from my end, I appreciate everybody coming through, everybody hitting the light, everybody showing not only myself but the Finn's Tailgate family some love by coming through and supporting the channel. So if I don't see y'all, love y'all.
Always.
If y'all are on when I get back, we'll keep the conversation going. But again, I appreciate you, Color, and y'all boys stay up. Fins up.
Later, Lewis.
All right, Lewis.
All right,
See you,
Be
man.
easy, Lou.
Yep, be easy, man.
So look, Pete. Here's kind of to your point is Coach Mike, I believe, is starting Teddy because he has lost control of the locker room. That those players do control that locker room, as you had said. So there's no chance he cannot go to Skyler. I do not think Skyler is the popular quarterback on that team. I believe Teddy is the popular guy. I think the team likes him. So for Coach to fail.
Oh my God, you just nailed it, John, because if you put it like this, look, let's go back to the last concussion scandal. The players wanted Teddy. He's the popular guy, but they did something to take Teddy out of there with another concussion scandal so they can see their guy, Skyler. Our own organization got Tua out of here, and our own organization got Teddy scammed out of that Jets game. Oh my God! You just opened my eyes. It's our own staff doing this, guys. Go ahead, John. I'm getting goosebumps. I'm getting goosebumps.
This is deep, man. We can pull back the layer of that onion.
Because
Pete.
we all act like, all our fans act like, like these players are only friends with Miami Dolphins. Like they aren't friends in the offseason with guys like Teddy Bridgewater and the inside knowledge of why he didn't play right in Denver. We don't know how happy or unhappy he was there. We don't know none of that. You're a Miami boy. You're playing in Denver, and you expect him to have the same performance he did in a dome stadium with Minnesota and a great team.
He played well before he got hurt, though. So.
Yeah,
that's another thing too.
That's true too.
Pete, I want to cheer you up. I want to cheer you up, man, because that's kind of part of the point here. Is if the locker room wants Teddy, that means the team is behind the guy. And this is a good roster. So if we got a roster full of guys who want to play their hearts out for Teddy, who maybe don't like Tua, want to prove that whole narrative, Tua's going to be the only Dolphin fan in the world wanting us to lose on Sunday, okay, first of all. But I think those players, they're coming to play. I think this matters.
That's true.
Look,
That's true.
our team can show up.
The Tuaneers.
What happened when we played Buffalo? Our team showed up, all right? They brought an extra level. We might see something comparable to that in Patriots land. I'm not sure, but that's why if the team is behind Teddy, which I believe they are, then I think we're more dangerous now than we probably have been all season. Because I think you're going to lie if you say they believe in
Tua. I don't want to say that because I don't want to look like a goofball if I'm wrong.
So it's addition
I'll be the goofball. Hey, there's nothing new for me.
I feel that way.
That's my wife.
Well, John is addition by subtraction, John. That's called addition by subtraction.
Right.
You can go with Skyler or you can go with Teddy. Either way, the team is going to be behind whoever's rocking. Honestly, I feel like they're going to play for either one because both of them, just like I said, they are a tandem. Skyler's going to be rooting for Teddy. Teddy's going to be rooting for Skyler. Those type of guys are good dudes. Like they compete. Like they're not.
And
Teddy,
Teddy,
the drama. Like now it's time to play big boy football now.
I agree with that. Did Teddy come out on the injury report again today on Friday?
Well, hold on. I want to ask a question for the panel, and it needs to be a quick question because I don't want to get drawn out and starting to compare the two because to me it's very clear. And it's a question that should give you an answer to another question right away because they're both the same answer. Do you believe that Minnesota's team in 2015 was better than our team now? Take the quarterback away from it. Which team is better? 2015 Minnesota as constructed or the 2022 Miami Dolphins as constructed?
I'm trying to. Teddy Bridgewater.
Answer the
was
question.
Throwing to who?
Answer the question.
This offense is better. This offense is
So
better,
if the
no
man
doubt.
can take a worse offense to the playoffs, why can he not be elevated by our offense with 7 more years experience looking at different defenses?
And not much on tape.
That's a good point.
Not much on tape. And not much on tape, like I was going to say,
why
John.
does he have to be washed up when Geno, Broken Jaw, Glass Joe Smith is sitting in Seattle lighting it up right now?
With DK and Lockett. Who's better? DK and Lockett, Hill or Waddle?
Got a shot to win this week. You're a two-and-ear. I'm sorry.
Now, you know why I think we have a big shot to win with Teddy or Skyler. It doesn't matter. I feel like we could win with either one.
That's right, Pete. That's right.
He's gonna know this guy's double covered. Look how they're double covering Tyreek Hill. Here's Mike Gesicki. He knows that. He's a better processor.
He's not gonna force it.
Like, and that's all we need. It's like Tua lost it.
You know what? Yeah, that's it. That's color. I figured it out. In the press conference, when he said even my friends Steve Wonder and can see, he was actually saying that we're not throwing to our tight ends, and that's what they can see. And they're bringing in Teddy. He's gonna hit some tight ends. We haven't thrown to tight ends all year. Nothing's on film. That's it, man. This is going to be a tight end breakout game. Color, you're going to have a victory lap come Sunday night.
Oh, I hope.
And I know some of those.
I'm going to look pretty damn dumb if I don't. Level 2, I gave me an honest answer. That's why I respect level 2 because he's always honest. He says Minnesota would have had the better team between the two, and that's a fair point. They had a far better defense, so I'll give him that credit. They had a far better defense.
I mean, I think regardless.
Well, I don't care about. That's why I said offensively, Color.
Color, I could give you an answer, but I just don't watch Minnesota ever, so I can't give you an opinion on Minnesota because I don't know how well they play.
They were in the playoffs.
I don't pay attention to other teams.
I don't either, but I pay attention to the playoffs. I'm a fan of the game. Are you trying to give me a gotcha statement or something?
No, I'm just saying I can't answer the question to you because I don't watch Minnesota and I don't know how,
I think that was right before Stephon Diggs got there. It might have been his rookie year, and Thielen was right in the league.
That was before Diggs.
Yeah, Adam Thielen was right in the league that year.
So wait,
Was that when Adrian Peterson was still playing?
I believe AP was there, but they
AP
were
was their
already,
running back.
I think they were already on to Dalvin Cook by then.
Was Thielen there? Adam Thielen?
Yeah, Thielen was there.
Yeah, Thielen was lighting the league up that year. That was Thielen's breakout year.
Got you.
Yeah, Teddy Bridgewater made Adam Thielen because what's he done since then, people? That's right. I said it.
Nothing.
Teddy Bridgewater made Adam Thielen.
I mean,
No, Color.
It's kind of a true statement.
Well, what has Adam Thielen done since then? I'll wait.
Nothing.
I guess the better question is,
What do you mean? Thielen been good over the years?
Good. Yes, good. Gabe Davis is good. But who gives him the 200-yard performance? Josh Allen.
Yeah, Adam Thielen's better than Gabe Davis, though.
Yeah, I think he is too, but he's older
No,
now.
Gabe Davis has the capability of putting up $150 and a couple touchdowns. He's that good a receiver.
He's
yes.
proven that.
Yeah,
But Josh Allen makes him a 200-yard receiver with 4 touchdowns.
He increases that,
which is what his stat line was in his playoff game last year.
Yeah.
201 yards and 4 touchdowns on 8 receptions. Do the math. How many yards per reception is that?
25.
Per touchdown.
I don't care, Color.
Per touchdown.
You could do that. Color. Like
Tell him, Color.
That's it. John already. That's
Color,
it.
don't
Forget
complain.
about it, guys.
You had Solomon Kinley, who you traded up for, and passed on Gabe Davis.
Color.
Congratulations.
Color. Our team did the concussion scandal to Teddy last time. This regime wants Skylar Thompson. We're gonna get Skylar. Watch.
Right, and to further my point about Gabe Davis, why do you think there wasn't nobody lining up for him in the offseason?
Mel Carter about to be the quarterback, and she gonna give us a break.
Buffalo had to re-sign Gabe Davis.
That's a good
Why
one.
do you think there was nobody lining up for him in the offseason?
Buffalo hasn't re-signed Gabe Davis yet. They re-signed Knox.
I thought they did it, but they had.
For a contract
what I'm saying is,
next year.
Okay, but for a star like he showed that game, whatever was left on his contract was doable. He could have been traded. Somebody could have got him, is what I'm saying. They could have been.
They trade Gabe Davis.
You want me to tell you something, Color? I remember back in the like
high and buy low.
A few weeks ago.
I'm not trying to disparage him, Mark. I know he's still a $150 receiver for 2 touchdowns a game. I know he's still that caliber.
With Josh Allen.
Hey,
Color, when did
the Bills are debating whether or not they're going to go after a wide receiver in the first round because they're not really happy with his performance.
Oh, that's great, Mark. Hey, Kohler, when did the comment thing change to where it's like round and not square? Is that new?
I don't know.
See how it's like
it's on the Finn's tailgate brand right now.
He said it's rounded at the edge.
It's not square. It's not square like it always
thing. That comment thing. I don't know. I don't know if we have the ability to change that one.
That's weird.
I was wondering why one of the
software.
Dolphin fans on chat was asking about getting Devontae Adams out of the Raiders. What in God's name are you going to do with Devontae Adams?
What?
No.
Who in the hell in the chat asked you about our team, motherfucker? Who in the chat asked you about Devontae Adams coming to the Miami Dolphins? Who in the hell asked you that?
I believe it was Lance, if I remember correctly.
Why the fuck would he be asking you about somebody coming to our team?
Did you make a new friend, Mark? Did you make a new Dolphin friend, Mark?
That shit's go.
And what is your attitude problem? I'm being polite. You're being rude. What's your problem?
Because motherfucking Miami Dolphins. That's my problem. Enough said.
Damn, that's my problem
over
too.
here. That's my problem.
That's my problem too.
I'm sorry, I could repeat it.
You outsider, outcast. We're allowing you to come here. So since you here, you gonna take the ridicule or you gonna leave?
No, I'm gonna stay. I'm gonna watch you make a fool of yourself.
Over here. Don't forget, we Miami
Dolphins. If you have no self-control, I'm gonna watch you make a fool of yourself.
Talking about your ass, we can do that. If we decide to start and be cordial to you, then we can do that.
Do you think you could possibly finish a sentence without profanity?
Miami Dolphins, fuck the Buffalo Bills. That's what I'm getting at.
Well, I am so impressed with your level of
education. Because I'm mad at my team and I'm taking it out on you and your sorry ass.
You realize your entire fan base.
The Jello's in the fridge and it's a jiggling.
Are you
That's what the season's at right now.
Blake might know that I think that JM is. I consider JM the Sam Jackson of our community. So
Or
Jello
did you
jiggling.
wonder why people
he
come out and hit on the
he
Dolphins
posted,
community because you can't
say
even
Dave Davis
enunciate?
one more time.
No, I'm just fucking around though. What's up with y'all fellas, man?
What's going on, bro?
It's been a
Oh, I'm
motherfucking
glad. I'm
cold week.
glad you got your temper back. Congratulations.
I knew we was gonna lose this game from the beginning of the game when they showed Tua and his wife and his baby on the field. Right then and there, I knew we was about to lose the game.
Damn.
What the fuck is your family
Wow.
doing on the field in an important game right now?
Watching you
You ain't
lose.
even your head ain't even in the game from the jump.
No, his head was bouncing off the grass.
Man, this head wasn't bro. Man, damn that concussion. I don't give a fuck with nobody. Saying there wasn't nothing wrong with that motherfucker. That
He
two a time, it should be changed to two a crying.
And you Dolphin fans really don't like Tua. I think if we had him right now in Carolina, we would have the NFC South locked up.
If you had
Oh
who?
yeah.
Well,
You
you probably have him
get off
concussed.
on the
If
field.
you had
who? If you had Tua? Oh my God.
Well, you're not
Wow.
picking from much. You
I
have
would gladly take
you
Tua
have
Further
Darnold
proving my
now, and you
point that
have
the
TJ
Carolina
Walker.
fans are trained really well in mediocrity. We'll gladly give it to you.
We'll gladly
give it to
Y'all want to Baker Mayfield?
Greg, that is the best fucking troll I've ever seen in my life, bro.
Hey, I will gladly give you Tua today for a cheeseburger on Tuesday.
Yo, am I ready
I'll
to go on
give you
Carolina?
I'll give you Tua today for a smelly jockstrap.
God.
Yeah, Carolina is not it.
Guys, Carolina's drafting a quarterback anyway.
Sam Dalton is blindfolded. He's playing blindfolded down there still.
All right, hey, I'll see y'all later, man. I gotta pop off. Y'all have a good one, man. I'll be listening in the back. See
You
you,
too, John. Appreciate you,
Breaking
man.
news.
Bye.
Talia Tagovailoa and the Maryland team wins the bowl game. Good for him.
Hey, that's
you guys
great.
are just terrible.
Yeah,
Your
good. Maybe you can
TRBL,
go
Charles
back to his
Barkley,
brother.
terrible.
That way you can keep a Tagovailoa on the roster, and you can get rid of that other concussion-ridden piece of crap.
Dude, we ain't got Josh Allen on our team. What you talking about? We ain't got no crap.
I was gonna say you don't talk about
I
our
got a
players
division-winning
like that when you
quarterback
got Trash Allen.
and 5 playoffs in 6 years. What do you got? You got a bag full of nothing. You got your dick in your hand.
I'd rather
we still
have
got
my
two
dick in
Super
my hand
Bowls
to
and you
make it
got
all the way
none.
in the playoffs.
Yeah,
deep
like
every
you
year,
actually
just
were
so
around
I
for
can
either
get sent
Super
home.
Bowl. Live in delusion, you stupid asshole.
I know.
Damn.
Oh, you like getting fucked
Mark's
in your
coming
ass?
in hot today.
Man, I
Mark's
don't want to
just
be
had
doing
enough.
no. I don't
Mark's
do none
like,
of that,
I've had
man.
enough and
You
it's time for
gotta
a
go to your
change.
local gay massage in Frisco for that, man. That's why you in
Who's
Frisco. I knew
this
you
new
was
Mark we're seeing? Who's this new Mark we're
I
seeing?
know.
Damn.
Bro,
This is the mark that comes out when you deal with some clown that doesn't know his ass from his fucking dick.
I know.
Yo, Mark,
Wait.
Mark
Hold
turns
up.
into a freak, bro. He turns into
Hold
a
on.
freak when he gets frustrated, which is even more pathetic.
Let me check. Let me get on.
Man, he's
Let me
talking
check
about
you out,
dicks
Mark.
and asses.
I'm in Long Beach right now. You in Frisco. We both in Cali. We can meet up, motherfucker. You were just out here.
Hey, it's a date.
Excuse me, I'm in San Diego, not Frisco. And if you want to come down and meet me and mow my lawn the rest of your fucking life, please do.
On camera though. See, we get on camera over here. Punk. Bitch made ass bitch.
Oh, geez, you are just so intimidating.
If you ain't getting on camera, put your face on it, punk.
You're a disgrace. You're a disgrace to your fan
You
base.
walked
into that, Mark.
This is a frustrated fan base, Mark. This is a frustrated fan base.
You walked into that, Mark. No, I don't care because the rantings of a lunatic don't bother me.
Hey, listen up. I got a message. I got a message, and they told me that any Dolphin quarterback I root for is always going to fail right now, like 10 minutes ago. Does that sound like a two and ears mad?
Any Dolphin what?
That any quarterback I root for the Dolphins is gonna fail. That's a really mad two and ear for them to tell me that.
He's doing the complete opposite right now. He's cheering on for both guys. I don't understand them.
No, but what I'm saying is that must be a crying to an
Is it
ear.
true that the Dolphins were working out Jack Cohn, the ex
some jerk on YouTube.
Yeah, somewhere I thought I heard about that. So if they're going to work out another quarterback, that means probably Tua's headed for the IR.
Yep. Hey, I'm good with Skyler. I'm good with Teddy. Either way, think we can win this. I think we can win.
I think you can win, Teddy. To be
Well,
honest with you, that's
what did you say? What did you just say, Mark? Repeat it again.
No, I
Yeah,
said.
Mark, repeat that again, Mark.
Don't worry. Don't worry.
Because I don't think the Dolphins really wanted to play under Tua anymore, and all the stuff that was going on. I think Teddy gives them a whole different perspective. He's not the greatest quarterback, but the Patriots aren't a really good football team either.
No, something about IR.
No, I
Something
think
about
there's a
IR.
possibility if you're trying out another quarterback, then Tua probably ends up on IR.
Yeah,
He should be on IR already, Mark. This is what I've been screaming about all morning. This is
Well,
what
I don't think
this
I
is
don't think
this
he's
is
going to play
why
another game with the Dolphins.
I don't. Well, the only thing that will confirm that is if they place him on IR.
On the Dolphins website, it already say expected to come back.
You see, like that's crap, bro. Teddy Bridgewater is gonna
but
beat
that
the
doesn't mean
Patriots.
anything. That
We're gonna clinch a playoff spot, and they're gonna let that guy have it. We're done, bro.
Yeah, I think Tua's played his last down in Miami, and I don't think he's tradable because of the.
Who reported what? That who's coming back?
There's only okay. There's only
who reported what? That somebody's coming back?
On the Miami Dolphin website, it say he expected back.
Who?
If you ain't first, you're last. You know what I'm talking about?
Your favorite quarterback, Cap?
Ricky Bobby.
Tua.
Where does it
I
say
don't
this
believe
at?
that though. I don't believe that.
On the Miami Dolphin page.
Dang.
If they didn't expect,
injury,
look.
to the injury. Yeah,
Yeah, but they'll lose the
There's
locker room.
there's
They'll lose the locker room.
there's only two things.
Expected.
There's only two things on my mind right now.
I hope
they're either There's only two things on my mind right now. The reason that Tua is not on IR. They're saving grace for that Week 18 ticket sale. They're doing it for ticket sales because if they give Tua like all week, maybe he plays. They'll maybe go to that game. They want people to go to the home game.
It's like questionable. They have to put that. It's the same shit. Questionable is the same as doubtful. They have to put that.
Just more.
That's not
more food.
All they would have to
fodder.
do to get
More
everybody at the
propaganda.
stadium next week is lose this week. That's all they gotta do.
Listen, if Teddy goes out there,
That's what's gonna happen.
Yeah,
I think we're gonna lose the
next.
next.
don't even know who you are.
If Teddy goes out there and balls out for the next 2 games, we get in the playoffs, and they throw Tua back in there, they're gonna lose the locker room. That's not gonna happen.
You think Teddy's gonna go out there in a divisional game on the road and ball out versus the Patriots?
No, I'm saying if Teddy or Skyler goes out there and balls out,
Damn
and they go into
crypto
the playoffs,
or damn Kohler.
they're not bringing back Tua in the playoffs. That's how no team.
Bro, we're
goes that type of
losing
stuff
now.
unless you
We're
lose.
losing the next two. I'm telling you that. Right.
If you lose the next two, you're not going to the playoffs.
Yeah, we
Yeah, but
losing
you
the
know-
next two. I'm telling y'all right now.
Hush.
bitches.
Hell yeah.
How bad? Let's say we lose.
Losing 2 and making the playoffs.
Let's say we lose Sunday,
Right.
and we didn't put Tua on the IR. We didn't help out. Like this team does not do no roster constructions to move forward and help. Like they're being still held back by Tua, and this guy's gonna be sitting at home while the team is fighting on the road.
That's nasty.
He didn't want to go to Foxborough. It's going to be cold. It's going to be chilly this weekend, Pete.
So we need to make roster constructions. Put him on IR. Bring up somebody from the practice squad, like Color said, good, and let's see what we got in that guy in case we need him. Get him some live reps in a meaningful game so he can say he got it. You know, maybe put him on special teams. Put him on punt coverage. Something. Don't let him watch from the sideline at home when he can put his body on the line.
I didn't even
into
realize
attack.
I just caught private chat. Green Rat would like to answer my question or offer me an explanation to my question about Tanner Connor being in the game. So
Okay.
I'd like to give the floor to Green Rat for a second since I shouted out that nobody would give me an answer and he's willing
Right.
to. Go ahead, Green Rat.
Here you go. I believe McDaniel forgot that Tua wasn't in the game. They ran a play that Tua would not read that throw, and Skyler read the throw that he was open, and he threw the ball to him.
Damn, good answer, bro. Almost.
I
along the
had to
same
make
line.
up for the Minnesota.
That is
one.
absolutely plausible. It's a plausible enough answer to be an alternative. Thank you very much.
So he found the open
I like
guy.
it. I like it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The
He thought
Jello
Tua
was
was in the
jiggling with
game,
that
so he
one.
called a play that would have never gone to the tight end anyway because Tua don't read tight ends. And
It's not
Skyler
even
ran
about
the
that.
tight end.
It's bigger than that
Brilliant.
color.
I'll go
It's
with
bigger
that.
than that color. It's bigger than that color.
Damn.
Tua worries about who's your last name, so I'm gonna get it to you. Skyler out there, he doesn't care what number, who, or what's your last name. If you're out there doing your job and you're open, I'm gonna throw you the ball.
Hey, Kohler, is that you messing around in the back with all the overlays and stuff?
Yeah, I was trying to find because that one where when Mark came in, we were all wondering if there's a new Mark. I was gonna play the "I don't even know who you are" meme, and it wasn't on anybody but Ali's.
Oh yeah, I got you.
The old guy in the library is like, "I don't even know who you are."
Dude, yeah, I was gonna ask
Mark-
if that was a new one because I hadn't seen that one before. I was like, where'd that come from?
Mark, what are your thoughts on that? That our organization with 2 games left, he's already canceled out for this Sunday, meaning there's only 1 game left, and we don't put this guy on IR to make a roster move in a playoff run. What are your thoughts on
really
that,
not
dude?
going to be viable again in the future, so I don't understand why you don't open the roster spot now. It doesn't make any sense.
You see, this is how bad our coach is. This is how bad our GM is.
Exactly, Jermaine King, because he a Dolphin fan. Exactly, Jermaine King is a Dolphin fan.
You know what? You know what? You know what? I gotta tell y'all something. I gotta tell y'all something, and some of y'all gotta get out of y'all feelings about Mark. I like that he comes up and gives his outside perspective on our team. Okay, so.
No, you're wrong. I gotta stop you, Pete. You're wrong. It's not an outside perspective. He was a Dolphins fan before he became a Bills fan. He's a Dolphins
actually,
fan.
that's not true. I was a Dolphins fan in 72,
You was watching
73,
Dolphins. You was watching
along with the Bills. Ridiculous. If I could just finish, please.
Get out of here.
Wait, Mark, I
Ridiculous. Let
thought
me
you
finish,
said,
please.
yeah, I thought you self-admitted
Yeah, I
to
thought you
us like a
said
while
admitted
ago
I
that
rooted
you
for
were
the
a
Dolphins
Dolphins
in
fan.
72 and 73 as a Super Bowl team because I was 15 and 16 then. I rooted for Marino in 84 with the Dolphins. I really was hurt when they didn't win that Super Bowl against San Francisco. But I was born and bred in Buffalo until I joined the Navy, and I moved to, I went through my time in the Navy and then moved to San Diego, and that's where I am now. And I still follow my Bills. I had season tickets when I was 7 years old. I was an assistant as a paper route to earn the money, so my dad would buy.
We were all
buy me season tickets to go to games when I was 7 years old.
Thank you for your service, by the way, Mark.
Mark, there used to be a guy.
Wait. What he had said was, I was a Dolphins fan.
Exactly.
I have not been a Dolphins fan since they won the
Since
Super
they
Bowl.
lost. Since they lost.
I rooted for Marino so hard in 84. I wanted that team to
You're
win.
basically telling the fans that it's you switching over to Buffalo is why we haven't been back to the Super Bowl.
Not what I said,
bro.
Miss Fins. I said I've told you exactly what I've said, and don't misconstrue
Right, but
it,
you're
please.
missing the bigger implication here. You just told all the Dolphin fans that it's your fault we haven't won a Super Bowl since then because we haven't won since you became a Buffalo fan and jumped ship.
Buffalo hasn't won either, so you might as well like soccer at this point, Mark.
Hold on, because I was trying to.
I've suffered with 4 Super Bowl losses. I've suffered with 13 seconds. I've suffered with
that's
getting my
because
ass
the
kicked in the
football
fucking
gods
playoff game
saw
against
you
Kansas
switched out,
City.
so they punished you and us.
Maybe so.
Tell him, Miss Fins. Tell him, Miss Fins.
All we can say is the Patriots have kicked both of our asses.
Well, that's what you know. What you're directly responsible for the Patriots. The football gods punished us and you, and as such, the Patriots have reigned for 21 years.
And we want to include the Jets in that. We want to include the Jets in that too, Color, because the Jets are in the same mess.
Oh, the Jets are just trash. I mean,
Yeah, well, we know.
I mean, But if I'm really believing if we can get Mark,
I like the Dolphins.
Wait, here's the thing, guys. If we can get Mark,
I like the colors. I like the team.
If we can get Mark on camera wearing a Dolphins shirt, we might break the curse.
Mark,
all right. I wore my Marino jersey to the Dolphins game and SoFi.
You got a Marino jersey?
We can break
you got a Marino jersey?
The only way we can break the
Look at
curse
it. Look
is if
at El
Mark
Cap just
shows
said.
himself on camera in a Dolphins jersey. It's the only way
Look
to
at
do
look
it.
at El Cap just said, Kohler.
Yeah, way to go, Cap. Have fun. I just
I'm driving. Y'all something
Can you
else.
at least
on the panel
can you at
know.
least
Frustrated
lie?
because-
Can you at least lie to the football gods and tell them you're a Dolphin fan again?
Right. No, I
He's a
still root. I
Dolphins
still
fan,
root for the team.
Because football gods are dumb. They don't. They're gullible.
Hey, I just want to hear Mark say, how did we do? How is
Football
Greer
gods are
done?
souvenirs, Color.
All I want to say, and Pete, you're right
Tell
on my
us
point
Greer.
here. I am very
don't
frustrated
bring
with
him
the
out,
fact that what
Christo.
Greer has done to this franchise. Can we all go and talk football a little bit, and let's revisit the 2020 draft, because I think
What
that's
the hell
saying
fun
it.
would talking football be?
Right.
I'm just kidding. Go ahead, Mark.
No, I mean
2020 draft. No. This is
I want to hear this shit over and
I
over.
love it. I love hearing it. I
Over
love
and
it.
over and over.
I ain't gonna lie.
Let's take a serious look at that draft. Tua's a bust. Jackson's a bust. Noah's a
Nope,
bust.
nope,
Kinley's
Mark, don't do
gone.
it.
What you
Nope,
got out
don't
of that?
need to hear it anymore.
Okay, it's Jason Stowbridge
Mark,
is
shut
gone.
up.
Boo! Boo!
This guy brings up Jason Storbrick. He brings up everything.
I mean, I get it.
Who's the
Mark,
fullback?
but Josh
You know,
Allen
you
and all
forget the
those Johns-
fullback we drafted and didn't even use him. We cut him. What was
No,
his
I
name
know.
again?
I was going to bring him up, and all you've got left on that roster is a very average defensive lineman in Roquan Davis, a good guard in Robert Hunt.
Shut up, bitch!
A long snapper in Blake Ferguson, and a blown knee secondary guy, a safety, who's really not a good pass defender, Brandon Jones. 4 picks out of 12 that are still being viable on the roster, and right now only 3 of them are being viable on the roster. So you tell me that the 2020 draft was not a fireable offense, please.
Somebody try to tell me what Greer has done since 2016 that has helped this team win.
Well,
He made a
Xavier
lot
was
of
good
money
pick
for
at pick
himself.
number 2. Gesicki was a good pick until you stopped using him. So, I mean, there have been successes. He's not been a total failure. It's just that his failure on the offensive line are horrific. And the fact that right now for 2022, this draft has not brandished any fruit at this point. It's still too early to tell. And there weren't that many picks to pick from. But I don't see how if this team does happen to lose their last 2 games and goes 8-9, I don't see how you can't fire Greer and McDaniel and move on from Tua.
You know what, Mark? After you saying that, Mark, you know what? Color. I'm gonna tell you right now.
I would agree,
If
but I'm gonna
Greer
tell you
is
right now that Greer is safe. I just don't see him firing him. But I agree with
Greer-
that. If you
Greer
go
will
8-9,
I don't agree with the
We'll
Greer
fire his
fan.
coach.
I'm sorry to tell you, if we still have Greer next year, it's another wasted year.
About falling upward. Crypto, can you explain to these guys what falling upward in a corporation means?
Listen, all it
your
means
job,
is you getting.
it means you sucked at your job, but the
and you get
owner
promoted.
loves you like a son, so they're going to fire you, but instead of firing you, they promote you.
Right.
That's called falling upward.
exactly,
Falling
Kohler.
upward, exactly. That's
I don't
what it
think
is.
he's going anywhere.
Falling
I'm going to
upward.
tell you right now. I think Greer's
Oh,
safe.
I
Unfortunately,
know how he's. Hey, Chris Greer is gonna have a concussion soon. They're gonna send him out of here, and they're gonna send him to a medical. That's how we're gonna get Greer out of here, the nice way, with a PR move. Watch, I guarantee it. This guy cannot be here no more longer. This is a player-led locker room. This is his fault. There's
Well,
no
Pete,
structure here.
Pete, you might as well be a Greer near because he's staying, buddy.
yeah, he's staying.
I'm telling you right now, if Greer is on the team next year, it's another wasted year.
I'm just telling you, he's still going to be here.
He's
Pete.
got his
Sorry.
out. He's bought the groceries that we burnt in the kitchen.
Yeah, but
that's
Greer
what
will go
happened.
out. Yeah, but Greer will go out and get guys though. Greer will go out and get some dogs. He
That's
will.
how. That's
Like,
his
I'm saying
safety
he's
rate.
bad moves, but
Well,
he
I
will
think
get
Bradley
dogs.
Chubb is playing like a dog right now. So,
God damn, Cap.
As long as Greer is here, we're never going to get a real coach. We're never going to have a good staff. And
We're
we
only gonna
can't
get
prove to have
coordinators,
continuity. What
even worse
continuity
than
have we
Greer-
had?
Pete, what's even worse?
All
than
this
the
guy
Greer
does is
family-
hide, bro. Other GMs come out. I'm sorry, Mark. Go ahead.
Now, Greer, the Greer family is a multi-league failure because he's fucking up. His brother's fucking up the San Jose Sharks. in the NHL. So
Didn't they make the playoffs last week? Last year?
They got a Stanley Cup out of him, didn't they?
Nope. He came in this year, and the team has gone right into the tank. Congratulations to your family.
Yeah, they do have a Stanley Cup with him, Crypto. They did win it, but he was part of the scouting or something. Just like how Chris Greer was here.
Pete, send me your address real quick. Hey, send me your address real quick, because I'm legit gonna buy you some new headphones on Amazon. I'm gonna send them to you right now.
Yeah, that's not the first time you say that. My bad. Go ahead. Y'all, go ahead.
So, let me ask you a question.
Shoot me your address. Make me some cold coffee
send you the receipt.
or some hot coffee. What should I make? Some cold coffee or hot coffee?
I'm gonna stop somewhere and get some more. I'm on the road. I'm gonna figure this out, guys.
Okay, let me ask you a question. Why don't the Dolphins look at Scott Pioli as a potential general manager?
Hot coffee color?
That's what I just made. It's 80 degrees here.
By the way, speaking of hot coffee,
cold brew right now.
Speaking of hot coffee, if you guys want to contribute, we are trying to get to Kohler's goal of $100 so he can get himself a new Keurig machine. If you guys go to buymeacoffee.com/KohlerCom, you can donate a cup of coffee to Kohler's cause.
Oh,
you haven't hit that goal, Color? I'm disappointed in this fan
man.
base.
Everybody shut up.
I'm truly disappointed, man. You guys help out. Let's get Color the coffee.
They're like, y'all don't got enough coffee. We got him enough coffee. That's it. No more.
The more y'all don't get it.
I got some.
Hold on.
Right now.
This fan base gets it. The more caffeine we can feed Color, the more we can hear from Color. Thank you. Go ahead, King.
You guys got Bills fans that are out donating. You guys got Bills fans that are out donating the
Bills
Dolphins fans.
Well, shout out to John and I don't want to get it wrong, but hold on. So 2 people have sent me a total of 15 cups between the 2 of them. So they are outpacing the Bills fans now, but the Bills fans, shout out to Michael K and Maston Park, were the first ones to buy me a cup of coffee. So y'all can shit on these Bills fans all you want, but
Color, I would buy you a cup of coffee, but I'm saving my money for the
They're only buying you cup of coffee,
Dolphins
Color, because they're
game.
losing Super Bowls. So
My
we need them to lose
I just
more
want you
Super
guys to
Bowls
know
to get you that Keurig.
Well, they supposed to buy you a cup of coffee. Color is rich.
Nah, those Bills fans did it. Those Bills fans did it to Color. They did it. Those are real ones.
The first time I
Those are the real ones.
That Michael K ran over there and bought one just to be able to say a Bills fan showed up. Everybody was the first one.
And you guys,
Michael K is always wrong on his takes, but he's a real one.
You guys can get them. You guys can get them in $2 increments. So you can buy the cups of coffees in $2 increments. If you go to buymeacoffee.com/KohlerCom to donate towards the goal, so we can get Kohler a new Keurig.
I'll lower the limit. I'll lower the base amount to $1, but I mean, you know how it is these days. $1 only gets me a half a cup.
Yeah. Hey, it helps support the channel. It helps Kohler. And you know what? Last thing we need is Kohler croaking because he's drinking out of a toxic coffee machine. So
we need this guy with good coffee in his system. Come on.
And ever since I'm just gonna say it like this. You know, when it starts raining in South Florida, we all know whose fault it is. Okay.
Bills fans.
No. Close, but no cigars. So all I know is I had a coffee mug with the 2008 era logo on it. I've had it forever. Y'all have seen it. Y'all love it. I drink out of it on every show. Yeah, well, that didn't survive the Green Bay loss.
What's the name of that? What's the name of that site again, DTA?
It wasn't my fault. It wasn't my fault. I did not purposely throw the cup or break the cup or anything like that. But it did fall out of my hands trying to make a coffee the other day, and it has cracked and now been retired. So I am only going to say it like this. This coffee cup has been with me since 2008. And it wasn't until you know who got in the building that all of a sudden my prized coffee cup is broke. That's all I'm saying. I ain't saying whose fault it is. Just
and the website buymeacoffee.com/. Putting it in the chat right now for all you guys asking.
Look,
Okay,
so if you want to know,
yeah.
if your intention is to donate to help the channel and all that, then make sure you're hitting us up on Cash App, $, the Fins Tailgate. I don't want to take anybody that intends to donate to help grow the network. Make sure you're hitting that.
Color.
But if you want to tip your boy Color with a cup of coffee, I suppose I can tell you the site. I'll post the link in the chat here in a second.
I got it.
Color.
Oh, appreciate
Color,
it.
with that cup that you used to sip coffee out of, all those Tua takes that you sipped out of that cup, they are now gone.
I know.
Ironically, the cup broke before Teddy starts. It's over. That's what it shows me as a little message. That cup is over, like Tua's career.
So far, shout out, and I've read it. It's all this. It's the same people as before. Nobody else has bought me a cup yet. But I did want to. I did want to re-recognize the. I did want to re-recognize the people. Hold on, Mark. Dolphin Don got me 5 cups for a $10 donation. New Attitude bought me a cup. John, Seattle Fin fan, who was on the panel earlier today, busted in with 10 cups of coffee for me for a $20 donation. Shout out to him. And of course, Maston Park and Michael K, both with a cup of coffee for me right out the gate. So appreciate all you guys
for you there, buddy.
And also, Pete did donate me $40 through Cash App, but sent the message saying it was for the Keurig. So we are that much closer to the Keurig. We're up to like $76. I want to get to 100 for a new coffee maker.
All right, my 10 will make
mine last night too. It was supposed to be for that, but I
folks.
forgot to use buymeacoffee.com.
Yeah, Color, can I just send you 10 on
So
MSM?
I sent it via Cash App.
Yeah, you're fine with that. You're fine with that. My Cash App is $ColorCom. I do everything ColorCom, so I just don't want to take away from anybody that wants to donate to the growth of the network. That is our main focus.
Well, I don't want the growth of a microbe in your stomach from drinking bad coffee.
I'm gonna put the link down below for the Cash App and in the Venmo for the Fins Tailgate. And yeah,
I can't do it because I'm on my phone. But as soon as we clear the line, I'll go ahead and I'll donate.
The one I sent you, Kohler, it was meant for that too. Yeah. I just forgot to use the Buy Me a Coffee site.
Right on. Appreciate that, guys. Y'all are awesome.
You guys know that Color's gonna need coffee.
Like huge effort, guys.
Color is going to need coffee this off season. A friendly reminder:
make sure
no draft capital, no salary cap.
Jets fan for life says, "I got you, Color. I appreciate that, Jets fan for life." And you just reminded me, Jets fan for life happens to be my personal newest subscriber on my Color Commentary channel.
Oh, way to go, Jets
shout
fan
out to
for
Jets
life.
fan for life. Appreciate the sub.
You go, guys.
That's awesome.
Hey, Color, do you want pumpkin spice or cinnamon inside?
Color, do you?
Today is Dunkin' Donuts original.
Well, guess what, Crypto? Give him pumpkin spice. It's better for like Halloween time. We were doing good around Halloween, right?
That works.
Color, this off season, you really want coffee and not like
what's your favorite
whiskey?
Where can they donate
Pumpkin,
to for your medical issue?
Butterscotch sounds
medical
good right
issue.
about now.
Did you guys ever try the
Yeah,
Wild
your
Mountain
Bob Marley
Blueberry?
problem.
It's amazing.
Oh, well, hey, you could always go $.
Amarillo.
For that one.
I've got the Amarillo.
you like a Coca-Cola.
And they have like an incredible.
Matter of fact, I
cinnamon
wanted
roll
to shout out
coffee, too.
DCA for
like
helping out internally. The guy just woke us all up with a nice little donation to the channel, a nice little tip. Appreciate that, DCA. I want to make sure you're recognized just as well as anybody else. That donation.
Morning, guys. I got Stephen D. $40
DTA
kicked out twice.
Real quick, Mark. Hold on. To JM's question. DTA would be the founder of the feast today. So just so you know what I mean.
Okay.
So thank you very much, DTA. Couldn't do it today without you, bro.
I was happy to get Stephen D. $40 in donations by getting kicked off the website or getting kicked off the panel twice.
So as I'm getting notifications in, it does look like Jets fan for life has donated 5 cups of coffee for a $10 donation. Appreciate that, man.
Caller, when's
Hey,
that
Color.
machine coming?
What's that, Mark?
When's that new machine coming?
Dang, as soon as I can head to Wally World and get it.
All right, you go, guy. We don't want you drinking microbes, man. No problem.
I know, man. I know. And if you ever looked at the process of cleaning, they have cleaning kits. But if you ever looked at what it takes, I literally would spend less time and less effort just going and buying another one. I'm like, forget all this, man.
Oh,
yeah, they got special cleaning pods you put inside.
But it's like a day-long process, man. It's ridiculous.
It took us when we cleaned our Keurig. It was like we had to wait till the next day to use it again. You have to clean it out, let it dry. You have to use this special stuff that you have to buy for it. It's a whole process. And also,
it's kind of like owning an Audi.
Hang on, Mark.
It's kind of like when you got a washing machine.
Hey,
my dog got a fresh Skyler cut. I see
the DTA land.
Even if I just want to say too, and I believe even if it is at his goal, you guys can still donate well beyond that to go towards coffee as well. So can get the coffee for the Keurig. So if you guys do want to donate after the show or during, I'm gonna drop the links for both, so you'll have the buymeacoffee.com/ColarCom and the Cash App for the Finn's Tailgate down below.
Yeah, Color, go get some great pods. You get them in boxes of 24. They come down in price.
Oh, you ain't lying, Mark. Walmart's got a 48 pack even. It ends up. I did the math. It ends up. I can get it down to about 70-something cents per cup, dude, with cream and everything and sugar. And you're talking $2 for a 16 ounce at McDonald's. You know what I mean?
Did you ever try the cinnamon roll coffee?
Seminole coffee?
Cinnamon roll.
Oh, cinnamon roll. I mean, I do sometimes, but generally, if I want cinnamon flavor, I'll just go some whipped cream and throw some cinnamon sugar on top of it.
You guys got a crumble cookie in my down where you live?
Internally gourmet.
You got to make sure you got the right cookie to dunk in it.
Big giant
Color.
That'd be a question for Kohler. I don't know if there is a PayPal or not.
Color. If Tua was a baller and he really was an MVP, Coach would have told him to drink some coffee instead of sending him to the medical staff.
And matter of fact, Green Rat, if you're looking,
he would have given him an espresso.
Well, matter of fact, Green Rat, if you look up Buy Me a Coffee on like, people's reviews and stuff, that's a recent change they made, and a lot of the YouTubers that use them are quite upset about it. They dropped PayPal, so unfortunately you can't use PayPal to do it. They have regular credit and debit, but they also have a Stripe, I think they use. But they were accepting PayPal, but they have canceled them for some reason. All the other YouTube, I just found it, and it's nothing I'm trying to get like loaded off of. So I don't care about like, the details and all that. It was just a way for you guys to give a chance to throw me a bone if you wanted to. So it's like, with the PayPal thing, but the YouTubers that were using it heavy, because you can change it out. You can make it's buymeacoffee.com that the website never changes, but an individual user can use it and change the goal. Like you could not just the goal, but I could have it say, buy me a joint or buy me a beer or buy me a, whatever. And so people use it like the YouTubers use it just like Patreon or anything else. And they just recently stopped using PayPal. So now all the YouTubers are up in arms over it.
Hey, interesting thing. I just saw somebody on the chat that was proposing a trade that I guess you said the TD mentioned that they trade Wilkins, Byron Jones, and Tua for Lamar Jackson. I'm just going to bring up that's an impossible trade because Baltimore wants youth. They don't want a bunch of contracts. I think if you're going to get Lamar, if you're going to attempt to get Lamar from the Ravens, it's got to be Jalen Phillips, Waddle, the 2014 pick, and something else.
And dude, it's going to be Tua and Waddle. It's going to be Tua and Waddle.
Yeah, but Baltimore suckers for defense. Especially since they got
Tua and Waddle
Baltimore does
for Lamar Jackson.
Guys, thank you, T-Bone Steak. Thank you, T-Bone Steak. I haven't got the notification yet, but I'm sure you did, so I'll go ahead and give you the shout out and the thank you for it.
Way to go, T-Bone.
And that's a done deal. And that's a done deal. If they want Wilkins, sorry, some guy just pulled out of here. But if
Lewis,
they
nice
want,
to see you back.
Well, that's why I was coming up. I'm mad to see that Mark only comes up on the panel and JM only comes up on the panel when I leave.
I came up earlier, man. I was up earlier, but I had work I had to do, believe it or not.
Oh, it's funny, Lewis, how you'll notice after a while, certain people will just not come up on yours, but they'll come up on others. And
Right.
Lewis,
Lewis.
you got a great show.
I know a lot
Hey,
about that
Lewis.
color. I know a lot about that color.
I was just playing with the homie JM, man. I know JM's a dude, man. But just to answer Mark's question real quick, if they're asking for Wilkins, Waddle, and the 2024,
No, that's what
pick,
TD was
see you
saying,
later.
and I don't agree with that. That's not even a viable trade.
No, he was only saying Wilkins because we can get a bunch of picks for him.
So Joseph Riss says this means this stream can go 24/7 when you get it.
TD was
He's
using
already
them as our
signing me
Lammy
up. He's like,
Tunsil type deal.
you guys,
We can
hey,
get
it's
an
like
overhaul
grabbing the wolf by the ears. If you want to go 24/7, you better be ready to keep the coffee coming.
We only using Wilkins like we use Tunsil as trade.
Yeah, but Kristen Wilkins is not bringing that much capital, Crypto.
He is. He's going to bring at least 5 picks.
You out of your mind, bro. You guys think Kristen Wilkins is elite. Only this fan base thinks Kristen Wilkins is elite.
Hey, y'all ever see that aqua colored Keurig machine behind TD that never gets used?
I've never noticed that.
That's the Keurig machine I got. That's the color and everything. I got the same one.
Wow.
Except it's got coffee splattered all over it and whatever else and stains, It's like,
kind of like the Dolphins franchise right now.
Hey, Pete,
kind of like the Bills franchise, right, Mark?
Hey,
there
Pete,
you go.
I went and got that Skylar Thompson fade for you, Pete. This isn't.
You look fresh. You look fresh. It's coming. It's coming.
In the back of his head. The homie.
So my
the
question
homie's
here
got
is,
Uno in his hair.
Does anybody want Lamar as a player? And what's your compensation package for him? So let me ask my question again. So
Mark. I'm sorry, Mark. I'm sorry, Mark and Color.
DTA Lewis, should we throw on the
hold on.
The old timeout?
Somebody got timed out?
I think so. Everybody's in agreement here, so there's no point.
See, that's why when we ask questions that we can go around and maybe have different thoughts, that's when things can happen. For example, what type of different wrinkles should we expect on our offense moving forward without Tua?
One sec, real quick, Pete. So timeouts are in effect. For those that don't know, it works like this. If you send it to the Cash App or the Venmo for the Fins tailgate, just put, if you want to remain anonymous, put that in there and then put who you want timed out. And it'll get to El Cap and it'll get passed along to us, and we will make it happen.
Y'all hurry up and time out King DTA, please. Go ahead.
Yeah, hurry up. Hey, help the channel.
You know the rules, Pete.
Man, ruthless out here, man.
Y'all good. Wait,
it's gonna take a lot to time me out.
Why wouldn't that trade? Wait, but why wouldn't that trade make sense though to Mark?
What's that? Wilkins, Byron Jones, and Tua?
Yeah, 2 defensive guys and then a quarterback that Baltimore.
Well, first of all, they don't need.
I say Waddle goes
help.
too.
Let me just finish here, please. They don't need secondary help because they've got their corners back.
Yeah, they do need secondary help. They got torched by Tyreek freaking Hill.
Yes, they do.
Listen to me, please. Listen to me, please. The the Ravens secondary that got scorched by Tua is now all healthy. Marcus Peters is healthy. Marlon Humphreys is Humphrey. They got Marcus Williams from New Orleans. They got the kid out of Notre Dame who has a #1 pick.
Okay, Marcus
They're not going to take on Byron Jones and his bad contract. They're certainly not going to take on Tua and his concussed contract. And Wilkins is a guy that they're going to have to pay because he's a free agent. So that's not a viable trade.
But Baltimore
is going.
Mark, on the point about the concussion, if they can keep that first one, if they can keep the platitude up that he didn't get that first one in Buffalo, then he can literally be back to normal. With the offseason of rest, dude.
Left, and he's also $10 million minimum. So
why don't have to know that?
If Baltimore is going to trade Jackson, they're going after a young wide receiver, Waddle. They're going after a young defensive lineman.
Baltimore doesn't get wide receivers. So why are you saying that? No,
they just traded a star.
When have they ever gotten a player? When have they ever gotten a player?
They just traded a star.
They've tried and failed. They've gotten Sammy Watkins and failed.
You know what? I don't want to hear any of that, Mark. I'm sorry. The trade needs to start with Tua. The first trade talk needs to start with Tua. That's the first topic.
Nobody wants Mr. Concussion.
We'll get
the
we'll get
problems
back
that he
in.
brings.
I don't want to hear any of that other play.
Can someone remind me
hold
what
on,
the
hold
the
on,
Brown?
hold on, real quick. We'll get back into the conversation about the trades and shit. But I would love to know
Before we
what
do, let's give Mark his daily dose of Von Joe. Von Joe.
Von Joe.
Right.
Damn.
No, I get it.
Kryptonite.
I just wanna address this though, because I don't understand what this comment means or what the WSP, if someone knows what that is. But are we making threats out here? Am I supposed to take this as a threat? Because again, JT, you can
I
hop
thought it
your
was the World Series of Poker.
Yeah, I don't know what that is.
What the hell is WSP? Hey, over here.
What I'm saying is
That stands for
JT,
Washington State Patrol over here, Lou.
What I'm saying is JT.
He's a
we
cop.
can knock
He tried to
everybody
type
back.
F.
Hold on,
FWTF.
God damn it, hold the fuck on. What I'm saying is we could drop everybody in the goddamn back, JT, if you really have a problem with me, and me and you can come up here and have a civil conversation. But don't be coming into this fucking chat thinking you're gonna disrespect me or threaten me on my own fucking show. So you can go fuck yourself, JT, unless you want to explain yourself. I ain't with that bullshit. We're all up here. We're trying to give you guys great content. We've been up since 9:45 in the morning with my two guys, DTA and Color, holding it down for me as well. And we're up here trying to shoot the shit. And then you got people like this that want to come out here and make threats if this is a threat. So bring your fucking ass up here, JT, and start talking that shit if you really want to.
Yeah,
JT, that link, JT, that link is free.
We have got to get a crickets chirping meme. We have just got to, man.
Yeah, you do.
What is he threatening about? I don't understand.
I don't know. Well, we don't know what WSP means.
I don't know what that comment was.
Yeah, I have no idea what WSP means.
It was a
Or we know what
disjointed
that is.
comment to begin with.
What the hell does
Purposes? I
WSP
don't
stand
know.
for, though?
Yeah, you just came back from getting a cut. I don't understand.
Is that the West Side Porpoises?
Yeah,
I just don't know.
Lewis,
And I'm
by the way,
sorry
the
for
cut
cutting
looks good.
And I'm sorry about cutting the conversation. I just don't like that. It would be the same thing if someone came up here and threatened Color, DTA, or anybody else. Like, bro, what are we talking about? We've been on here or going almost close to 7 hours now, giving great content, and we got people like this coming and making threats. Like, fuck all that. Go fuck yourself, JT. Exactly. How about that?
Yeah,
so the poll results earlier, I forgot to announce them. Who goes if only one is held responsible for the loss of the season? Who is it, and who goes?
Wait a minute, I didn't participate in this poll.
This was an hour ago. Tua, McDaniel, or both? 57% said Tua, 9% McDaniel, 33% both. That means 90% of the people that voted out of 107 votes say that both of them say that either Tua, McDaniel, or both should be held responsible for the loss of the season and be done. So either Tua or both, but not Mike McDaniel by himself. 9% said that.
Right. But remember, if Mike McDaniel goes, it will be definitely a new quarterback under center, no doubt.
Well, McDaniel was hired when nobody really wanted him, and because he said he was going to fix Tua. Well, Tua has his assets, but at the same time, he's never going to be healthy, obviously. So you can't stay with him. That has to end. So the question is McDaniel more than a glorified offensive coordinator? That's the question to be asked.
I want to see McDaniel with a real QB.
We'll definitely know without these next 2 weeks. That answer definitely be answered.
And that's why I believe that Ross won't necessarily exercise that option of being a dick to McDaniel.
Right.
Depending on what happens these next
two
games.
I have yet to,
wins the next 2 games.
Well, actually, I have 3 points with McDaniel. One, I don't understand this bizarre use of timeouts. Second, I don't understand the stubbornness that he won't stay with something that works until it stops working. And 3, I just keep wondering
Every coach
why
does
he gets
that,
out
though.
schemed by other coaches. Those
Every
are 3
coach
things
does
that
that.
I really have a problem with.
The Bills coach does that too.
McDermott blew the Minnesota game. I will absolutely tell you, McDermott just completely pissed that Minnesota game down his leg. Didn't kick a field goal up 27-17 with 16 seconds left in the third quarter, and they had Minnesota being down to 1 timeout. He never read the possessions the way he should have read them. to play it out. And yeah, between him and Allen's 2 bonehead interceptions cost him that game.
Hey, for those that keep saying, for those of you that keep saying, for those of you
John
that keep
Harbaugh
saying
did it
that
4
it means
times
what's
this
up.
year with the Ravens.
Hey, hang on, Victor, hang on.
In the Miami game.
Mark, hang on. For those of you that keep saying it means what's up, it's not what it means. He wouldn't have said that WSP knows who you are. Why would he say what's up knows who you are? That makes no sense.
So it's a blood gang? Is that what I'm reading? I've been seeing in the chat. It's a gang? Well,
yeah,
go
apparently.
fuck your gang.
West Side Porpoises.
Because I got a gang
West
myself.
Side Porpoises.
I got a gang myself. It's called my left hand and my right hand. So come see me. I don't give a fuck about none of that. That's all that bullshit. Again, we can sit here and throw threats and stuff. I've never felt threatened a day in my life. And there's people that's been on this panel that's been with me live and in person. And I'm not threatened when I go to no games. I'm walking around with my happy-go-lucky self. So again, if someone knows me or looking for me, congratulations. Here I am. Let me show y'all my face. I'm right here. So go fuck yourself and your gang that you're riding in on. Fuck yourselves.
Why is he bringing up his gang?
Yeah. You see all the unity that Tua Tagovailoa has brought to this fan base? Outstanding. The unity is just undeniable that this quarterback is bringing to this fan base.
Ridiculous.
I'm amazed at the unity that Tua has brought to this fan base. It's just stunning.
Bro, they think that they got people walking around scared though. I've walked around that whole stadium with color commentary. I've been at tailgates with color commentary and crypto, and none of us walk around like we're fucking scared. None of us are walking around on pins and needles because there's people looking for us.
I mean, I did pee my pants a little.
Well,
even if you did,
Lewis, I wouldn't worry about
Kohler, that comes with age. That's not to be scared, bro.
Hey, Kohler and Walt, they have some depends at CVS, man.
Yeah, Kohler, that comes with age. That's not for being scared.
That's brutal,
come up and say something about me, you fucking faggot.
I'm just kidding.
Come on, JP. I'm right here. Why don't you go threaten me? Come on, you gutless piece of shit. Come on up. Have some balls. Show some balls that I'm sure you don't have.
Mark, who are you talking about?
Who are we on to now?
Yeah, who's the new?
Who you talking about?
Somebody wants to come up and make threats. Come up and make threats against me, you fucking cockhole.
Damn.
Damn, back into your fucking mouth.
He said cockhole. That's wild.
Damn.
That's because Mark knows that
you're attacking my friends now, you fucking
well, that's
son of
the
a
thing.
bitch.
Mark knows that we can't have civil conversation with him because of all of it always devolving to this nonsense. You know what I mean?
Because he's scared of us. He's scared
Mark
that we're going to
knows
beat him
that
in the
it skews
playoffs.
our takes, and he doesn't get a legit response from us because he knows that what we got to deal with when we say certain things.
Kohler, Lewis, DTA, you guys are great guys. You have great panel shows. You put in a lot of time and effort. You don't deserve this kind of garbage.
Well, I appreciate that, Mark.
Yeah, appreciate that, Mark.
See, even Michael comes up and says, he'd buy you a beer, Lewis.
I seen that. We appreciate all Bills fans, and again, you guys when y'all come up, y'all do put great products out here and information. So we appreciate you guys as well. Now, do we want to beat y'all's ass every time we play y'all? Absolutely.
Yes, sir.
I hope you do. That's what you should be doing.
Exactly. So, but again, it's all in fun. It's supposed to be all in fun and in love and debating.
Yeah.
Again, we don't have to agree on everything because we would sound like robots. But I will be goddamned if I have, and this goes for everybody that has a platform on this channel. Ali, Color, DTA, Capitan. If I'm around in the channel and I start hearing about threats and seeing threats, no, fuck you and fuck all that bullshit. I'm not here for none of that. These guys, gave me the opportunity to have this platform, and I've been on a show now for almost 7 hours for have some guy come up here and try to fucking threaten me. Fuck yourself.
Mm-hmm.
Fuck all that. This is not what that's about. You want to come debate us about something you might not like if you're hearing, that's fine. But keep all that threatening shit to your goddamn self. Because, again, the people that write shit like that, they wouldn't bust a fucking grape.
Yep, I agree. Oh, and DTA, by the way, congratulations on Washington's win last night over Texas.
Yeah, I
Oh, they
like
beat
Penix.
Texas.
I appreciate
What
that, bro.
bowl is
I
this?
want Michael Penix, bro.
I
That
just missed this
guy's
one.
good.
Michael
hold
Penix.
on.
Michael
What bowl
Penix is
game
going to
was
be
this?
your fucking. Michael Penix
I
is
think
going
that
to
was
be your
the Alamo
Heisman next
Bowl
year,
last
bro.
night.
Yeah, we put Texas in their place and we won.
Oh, okay. The
Yeah,
Alamo Bowl.
27-20 last night. Good game.
Bro,
Anybody
Michael
see that
Penix.
wild Arkansas Mississippi game though? 55-53 in like 3 overtimes.
Bro, that
I'm
game was
sorry,
sick.
but the Pettis name is only
That's just
good in
ridiculous.
baseball.
That's just no defense.
Because
It
like
was
everybody
ridiculous. It was
go
like
like
38
Frank.
13
I
Arkansas.
know.
and then it was like 38,
Kohler, I
38
know.
at the
I
end of the
know
game.
this. I know how you worked it out with the names and everything. But hey, he's a quarterback I wouldn't mind having on Miami.
And
Hey,
yes,
I'm coming
T-Bone,
around to
this year
Skyler
is
though,
gonna be
bro.
really
I'm coming
dynamic
around to
BTA.
Skyler. I still do
yes.
not think that the name Skylar will ever be on a Hall of Fame bust. I'm sorry. It's just think about it, guys. Come on. Skylar Thompson. Can you really see that on a plaque in the Hall of Fame?
Yes, color. It will be on there. Cat.
And T-Bone
It's already
State, yes,
pre-registered.
yes, T-Bone, I am affiliated. I'm affiliated with the Fins Tailgate. That's who I'm affiliated with.
Well, that's all right. We'll all stand up in defense for you. But it seems as though he went away with his tail between his legs, running in fear.
Yeah, but the problem is,
all I need is my two bodyguards, one on my left, one on my right. One named Mary, the other named Jane. That's all I need.
And that's a fact. And you know what it is, though, Mark? It's not him per se. It's that he has probably goons that just sit here in the chat and will listen to any keywords that maybe I say or Color says or anybody else for that matter. And these are the same people that will go around on Twitter and post comments about people's families and wives.
Families,
and
right.
That's all they do. They stay around trying to threaten people because, they're in their feelings about Tua. That's all it is.
You know what you need?
Why
Well,
should
you
it
know what
come
you
to
need?
that?
You need a police taser. You need to go to a gun store, get a taser, and then when these clowns come at you, just shoot them in the nuts and let them let them just twitch. And then as soon as they stop twitching, shoot them in the nuts again. Just keep doing it over and over and over again.
Damn, tasing them in the nuts. That's got to be painful.
Get a little bit of high voltage around whatever kind of a cocky, whatever 2-inch cock he has.
Looks like we got Friday Mark today, guys.
Damn, God.
Friday Mark don't look around, man.
Guys, remember I was in the submarine service in my Navy time, so
yeah, that's right. I'm used to that
right
talk.
there
That's sailor talk right there. That's the way you sailors do it.
Blake's like, LOL, that's illegal AF, but okay.
That's why I said that's why I believe in tasers, not guns. If somebody breaks into my home, they're gonna lie there and twitch.
They take him to jail, and Mark just sits there all calmly. Could you please contact Lieutenant Colonel blah 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 from the?
Yeah, let's bring someone in. But in the meantime, let me go and fire some more high voltage into his crotch.
Wow.
Enough. That'll be enough to sterilize him.
San Diego, the land of fuck around and find out.
Well, you could say you walk softly and carry a big stick. Well, I walk softly and carry a large taser.
Yeah, but that trademark, I think that's super realistic. To be for real.
Which one?
I think people are underestimating the power of Wilkins.
What did Cleveland give up to give Watson exactly? Because I don't believe they gave up any
number
players.
ones and number 2 picks.
They didn't even give up that.
They gave up picks, which the Dolphins don't have.
It's going to be out in the later years. It's going to be 2024 through 26.
Yeah,
those are the only picks we got.
We can add a couple of those and give Wilkins and give.
Have to go to now. Baltimore needs players now, not in the future. That's why I think
Baltimore is a
young
sucker
players
for
in
defense.
areas of need.
No. Baltimore is a sucker for defense, and Baltimore is a sucker for picks. EDC, Eric DaCosta, their GM, that's what he loves.
And tight ends.
He's a real.
Well, they got
I
like
wish
8
we
tight
had.
ends.
Speaking, if Greer goes, that's the first guy I'm hiring. Their assistant GM in Baltimore.
Bro, y'all are like
he's on
they're
the top
fine
of
at
my
tight
list.
end. Well, then
The
why do they
assistant
keep
GM of
drafting him? Because they've
Baltimore
got like
needs to be in
9 tight
Miami.
ends on their roster. I hope y'all know that.
Why is Scott Pioli not hired by somebody?
No, well, didn't he have like a scandal?
I don't think
thing
so. I
when
don't
he was
remember
in,
him having a scandal, and he built New England and then built Kansas City. I'm not understanding why this guy doesn't have a job.
Too old, probably. I don't know.
Well,
could somebody look him up
yeah.
what Scott Pioli's age is? Because I don't think he's. I think he's in his like mid-50s.
Maybe he's just done, man.
I think we need to get that kid out of Baltimore.
Mm-hmm.
Who
Yeah,
took
Eric
over for
Dawson's pretty
Newsom?
good.
I know.
Well,
I know. Like
The
Bill
guy
fans
in
every time we bring
Baltimore
it
is
up.
real
They had all
good.
those 4th-round picks, and they picked like 3 tight ends or something. It was weird.
Hey, and
Yeah,
watch it with the
They looking for the next Jeremy Shockey.
hang on, Crypto. Watch it with the homophobic statements in the chat, guys, for our sake, please.
Yeah. Anyway, I just think I just
somebody in
think
the chat
a
making
new
comments or
GM
something?
in
I didn't see
Miami
it.
just gives you a whole new perspective, a whole different look. And if it's McDaniel that you're going to work with, that's fine, but you have to have a consistency. And one of my
Yeah, but we
things that I've
can get
always
in trouble for
believed
that shit, though,
is
Crypto.
like teams like the Steelers.
Oh,
that have
okay.
been,
No,
that
I
have
ain't
been
know. I ain't even reading the chat. I don't even know what's going on in the chat.
Okay, I just believe that you need to have consistency between your front office, and that's why the teams that have had long-term success, teams like the Patriots and the Steelers, Steelers have had what 3 head coaches in 50 years or 52 years.
That's it. Yeah, just 3 in their
And
whole
you know
history.
they have a consistency, they have a plan, and they follow it. It seems like what the Dolphins tend to do, and it's unfortunate, is that they bring a new coach in every 3 years. A GM gets promoted, a GM gets changed, and they don't seem to have continuity, and they don't seem to have a plan. And that's why we can laugh at the Jets all we want, but it seems like Saleh and Douglas have a plan. Now, yes, injuries and bad draft choices have hurt them, but at least there seems to be a cognizant plan happening. And the Dolphins, it's like, well, this year we're going to be a speed offense. Next year we're going to be a run-first offense. Next year we're going to be a defensive-oriented team. They've got to get a plan. They've got to get a plan. They have to draft to go ahead and fill the players for that plan. And the first thing you have to do is win your division.
We do a plan.
Well, that's the first and foremost, win your division.
And right now, I am, as a Bills fan, I am a lot more afraid of the Jets than I am of the Miami Dolphins, and it's because the Jets have a defense and a plan in place. They have a running game, especially when they have Breece Hall. They've got an outside receivers, and Garrett Wilson looks outstanding, and their defense is for real. Their defense is for real, guys.
Yeah, Josh Allen has his worst QBRs of the season with against the Jets out of any team.
The Jets kicked our ass on defense twice. They happened to lose the second game, and Mike White was the gutsiest quarterback I've ever seen in my life in that second game.
Yeah, he came back
twice. I feel like we don't
out.
need to change anything. We don't need to change anything. We can keep Greer. We can keep McDaniel. We can build up on our defense. We can keep our run game. We just need to change the guy behind center with one of those dudes.
Well, what do you
That's
think
all
about?
we need
I
to
can
do.
bring up Derek Carr. What's your thought on Derek Carr?
We know.
Well, Derek Carr is serviceable if he doesn't get himself in trouble.
Derek Carr.
Listen, Mark,
Derek Carr's
like
never
you,
been in trouble. He's had one injury in his career,
Mark,
and I think if he was the quarterback this year, this team's got 11 wins right now.
Yeah, we know. Yeah, we know you want us to get Derek Carr, so you can keep beating up on us. We get it. But every time we bring up a real name, every time we bring up one of those,
am I concerned about a 73-year-old Tom Brady? No.
Okay, every time
you're not going to get Aaron Rodgers because of money.
Okay, every time we bring up that guy Lamar Jackson, you always go back to one of these whack QBs. We know you don't want Lamar in the division.
Exactly.
You can't afford Lamar.
I know, Benjamin. It's just like Benjamin. It's just like an election primary. It's just like an election primary. One side will talk up another side's candidate because they want that one to get nominated because they know they can beat it.
Right, exactly. There you go, color.
The primaries over to begin with on the cap next year. You got 27
every time a Bill. Yes, we heard it. Every time a Bills fan comes up on these Dolphin platforms, they say the same thing. They say, "Hey, you can't afford him. Well, why would you get Lamar? Hey, Lamar's injured. He's injured. He's all the same stuff."
And some of them try to act like Dolphin fans and be like, Lamar can't pass. We don't need an athlete. We need a quarterback.
Stop
I'm
that
just saying,
nonsense with
if you
that.
give me a,
Lamar,
I said,
he'll be fine.
I'm not saying you can't get Lamar. I'm
And then you
saying
say, yeah, you guys
you
should go
give
get
me the trade
Baker
to make it
Mayfield.
work.
You're like, no, man.
Could you imagine Tyreek Hill and Lamar Jackson? My
If you have
Can you
Waddle,
imagine what it's going
Tyreek
to
Hill,
give me? Okay, guys, give me the trade that you're going to make to Baltimore to get Lamar Jackson,
Christian
and then tell me
Wilkins.
what you're going to do contract-wise.
Goodbye. Tua can go too.
What? Here's the
Nobody's
answer, Mark.
paying Tua.
Here's
Nobody
the
wants
answer,
to.
Mark.
Nobody wants
Here's
to
the
see
answer,
They can
Mark.
even take
That's
the ball
easier than what
home.
you guys really think.
You guys are missing the very simple answer to that question. Anything the fuck they want.
Exactly. Tell them.
And you realize, of course, that Lamar's been out more games than Tua has. The last two
Not by
years.
much.
And now we're moving on
Not
to
by
the
much.
injuries. Now we're moving on to the injuries when we know that Lamar's not happy there and can do the same thing for his ankle that Tua can do for his head, which is have an injury when he needs to.
Here's the
You've
other
got a
problem
team
with
in
that, Mark.
Baltimore
Here's the
that's
other
fighting
problem.
for a division title, and they're
Mark,
sitting, and
Mark,
they're not
Mark.
playing.
we get Lamar, you ain't winning
Mark.
the division title.
Exactly.
Hang on. I want to propose something, and I think you have to take into consideration too. When you talk about Lamar's injury history there, they also run him with design runs and shit and off-script runs a lot. I don't know if you do that in Miami with the
You don't do
weapons
that
we
here a lot,
have. He would
offense.
be able
Right.
he would be able.
With Tyreek and
Let me
Waddle, he's
land.
not
Hold
running
on.
the
Let
ball.
me land.
Let him land, guys.
God
Let him
damn.
cook. Let him cook.
Every time I
Go ahead,
spoke.
DTA.
No, you're good, bro. So if you bring him into Miami, he with the weapons we have, he'd have the ability to be in the pocket and pass more, which we know he can do, and utilize his ability to run. That's
And then
why
when
I
our
think we're.
crap offensive line craps out on him, guess what? That's to the house for 80 yards.
That's right.
Yeah.
Okay,
That's
then
his
okay,
specialty.
that's a great point.
That's his
But give me
specialty.
your
When the line
trade.
is trash, that's his specialty.
Tell me what your trade is.
They can have Christian
I would say
Wilkins.
Wilkins.
They can have
They
whatever
don't
they
want
want.
Wilkins.
Byron
he's
Jones.
Gonna be making $20 million a year. They don't want Wilkins. They want.
Then they can trade him for picks.
They'll do it. They'll do
They're
it.
not going to
They
take
can
him
trade
for
for
picks because they're in a
would
win now
love
situation.
Wilkins.
They can have a
How
fresh
are you going? How are you
and
going to
Mark, they
satisfy
can
what
have a
Baltimore
Mark, they can,
needs?
we will even throw in a fresh young offensive coordinator that has head coaching experience.
Baltimore is stubborn. They're the type of organization
God damn.
that thinks that they
Baltimore
can do it their
drafts
way.
well and they don't make stupid trades. So you tell me your trade for Lamar Jackson, and then you tell me what your contract is for Jackson.
He can have whatever money he wants. Stephen
Where are
Ross
they gonna
will
get it
have a
from? They're
blank
going to
check.
come with
Well,
salary cap.
they're going to take Wilkins because they want to keep their defensive
I will
tradition.
personally act as
They want to keep their
Lamar's
defensive
slave
tradition up.
boy for the rest
You
of
got
my
Calais
life
Campbell
if he
and
wants
Houston
it.
Bennett. They got guys leaving. They're going to take Wilkins.
They're
Yes, they will.
going to take
They're
Waddle.
going to definitely
you know
take
that.
defense.
They're going to take
They're
Phillips.
not going
You
to
know
take
that.
You could load
I don't think they want him. They can.
I will
Mark, you
squeegee
could load that
Lamar's
deal on the back
automobiles
end.
for the rest of my life if that's what he wanted me to do.
You
But
could
I'm
load
saying
that
if
deal
they
on the
called
back
me up
end.
and they were
Waddle,
like,
that's only one
they
of
were
our
like, no,
receivers, though.
Dolphins
Waddle
call
can be
me up, right?
replaced. We just go to
Dolphins call
Alabama
me
and
up,
get his
right? And they're like,
replacement.
yo, color. We got, hold on. Dolphins call me up, right? They're like, yo, color. We got Lamar on the line. He
So
says
how
he
good
really
is the
loves your
Dolphins
show.
team if you don't? If you
Hold
no
on,
longer
Mark.
have
Hold on, Mark. I'm
Jalen Waddle?
speaking. I'm speaking.
Mark, you don't
hold
have
on.
to front load it either.
Yo, you guys know how to ruin a really good joke. You know that?
That happened to me earlier, Kohler. I had the perfect delivery and it got ruined.
Sorry.
So anyway, the Dolphins call up Color and they're like, yo, Color, we got Lamar on the line. He really likes your show, bro. I'm like, all right, what's he need? He's like, he's ready to sign right now. We got the deal on the table. We're not going to give you the details because we don't want you leaking it to your audience. But he needs you to squeegee his cars for the rest of his life.
Oh, I'm doing that.
Yeah,
I'm like, okay.
Okay.
And
well,
why are you calling me?
And you have to do it in yoga pants.
You don't even got to give up Waddle. Baltimore doesn't. They don't.
I mean,
they don't
you've already got
with
my signature because I know your little you know, your propagandists already have my signature in their possession. So go ahead and sign my name on the dotted line, whatever you need me to do.
So again, I go back.
Baltimore likes to spend money on their defense. They don't like to spend money on expensive offensive players. That's why they can't deal with Lamar because he's too expensive. They never get him weapons.
Right.
They never give him anything offensively because
First of all,
they want to spend the money.
Hey,
But they will
touche,
spend
Jeff
their money
Sykes.
on defense.
Jeff Sykes says you mean the rest of his contract. Yeah, touche. You're right. I'm only throwing in his life of his contract.
Honestly, you have to give up the 2020 and the 2021 first round draft class for Lamar. Let's be honest here. You gotta trade Tua. You gotta trade.
2020 that you want.
Yeah, but it doesn't matter. You got to give up those.
and a
Oh,
bunch,
that's
a
extra.
long snapper.
What are you talking about?
Defensive
What are
lineman.
you talking about, Mark? I said first round.
Let Pete.
I said Tua.
Let Pete land.
I said Tua.
Let Pete land.
This is the
Nobody's
package.
taking
Tua,
Pete.
Austin
He's
Jackson,
broken.
Noah Igbenogany, Jalen Phillips, and Jalen Waddle. That's
Nobody
the move.
wants the
Got to
3
get rid of all those
first-round
five
picks.
That's
and
all
figure
five.
it out.
The entire 2 draft
I
classes,
told
right?
you. I told y'all he was gonna get pushed.
Yes.
I told you. Or gets
And
pushed
color
back.
with
Any
the
Buffalo Bills fan
Why
gets
is
pushed back.
why
When you
would
start talking
Baltimore
about
be
this topic.
interested in a concussion worthless quarterback that you can't trade? And
Because they can fix
and
him,
then take
baby.
a
You don't know what they
tackle
can
that
do.
can't block,
listen, if
and
you're
then take a
Baltimore
quarterback
history,
who
all they
can't
Wait a
cover.
minute. Did Cookie Monster just come on here and say he was going to take Lamar?
Mark, dude, they have no other option, Mark. Lamar wants out. What are they going to do?
Wants those guys.
Tyler Huntley, Mark.
Okay, but Lamar Jackson doesn't want the Baltimore Ravens then. So what are you going to do? You're going to let those 5 guys go?
Listen, if
It's not like they're all complete
Lamar,
busts.
they're giving them up. We're talking about
No,
him
the 3
coming to
guys
the
in
crib.
2020 are busts. That's been proven.
Oh my goodness! I don't care if they're not busts.
Well, if they bust, then Baltimore can fix them.
Exactly.
That's what Baltimore loves to do. They love to fix all these injured
Baltimore's
players.
not
That's
going to
what they
fix
do.
a tackle who can't block and a corner who can't cover.
You don't know.
Look at their
Come
defensive
on.
line right now. Look at their defensive line right
They have
now.
John Harbaugh's a good
Oh
coach.
my goodness! Come on, man.
Well, I'm listening to somebody
talking about
scream like a
Lamar
girl,
Jackson
so I
coming
really don't
home.
have all that much respect for that individual.
Listen, Lamar is
Look,
on the
let's-
way.
let's be practical. If
We're
you're
gonna
going to
get
get
him
Waddle,
for. We're gonna
or
get
if you're
him
gonna
for a
get
bag of
Jackson, it's
peanuts.
going to cost you. Waddle is going to cost you Phillips. It's going to cost you your 2024 plus other pieces. And
It's
then
not
you
gonna
got
cost
you're
you
already
Waddle.
7. Let me finish. You're over.
He's
you're
not
7
gonna
million
cost
over
you that
next
much.
year's cap. You got 27 free agents on top of it to deal with, and you're not getting any of that new NFL Sunday ticket money till the next year. Where are you going to fit in that $50 million a year guaranteed contract? How is that going to work?
The same way they fit in to Sean. Pay him $10 million the first year, backloaded the following years.
How could you're only going to go to about 240 million the following year? So where is that money coming from? Plus, you can't really extend
and we don't even
Hill.
know.
You can't extend Armstead because of their age.
Yeah, but we're all going.
Nobody
off
thought Cleveland would have been able to pay Deshaun
set
Watson.
up a sting
somehow,
operation? Why should we tell you where the
somehow-
money's at?
somehow they figured it out.
The reason Watson's not in Baltimore is because he wants $50 million a year guaranteed for 5 years. Baltimore's not going to play that game.
Who said that?
Mark,
Who
are
said
you a
that?
cop? Why are you trying to
Who said
ask us
that?
about where our money's coming from? Are you
I'm
a cop?
asking you about where I'm
Mark.
talking NFL salary cap, and it's
Okay, who
easily
said that?
seen on Spot Rack and Over the Cap.
Okay, but who said that? Who said that?
Lamar Baltimore
wants?
offered him, well, let me finish. Baltimore offered
ahead.
him a large extension of like $250 million, but they were only going to guarantee like $150 million of it, and Lamar said no. Lamar wants $50 million guaranteed for $250 million total. He wants the Watson. He wants the Watson contract.
But you keep missing the element. You keep missing the element from Baltimore. The price change if he's going to go to a team he wants to play with.
I don't.
A lot of people feeling that. Just like Deshaun Watson. He only made Cleveland pay that much money because Cleveland wasn't his final choice.
The price change.
He wanted to come to Miami. Exactly. Miami, he was going to take a lot less. He only upped the ante on Cleveland because he didn't really want to go to Cleveland.
Lamar doesn't want to be in Baltimore, even if they give him that contract.
Lamar would take less than what he's asking Baltimore to play him to go to a team he wants to
I
play
don't think
for.
Lamar is doing anything about dropping off of that money. He wants his money because he's older and he's getting more injuries in his career.
But the thing is, he wants the money because Baltimore he don't want to be. He's putting the gun to their head. He's not putting the gun to Miami's
Baltimore
head.
would have offered him $250 million guaranteed at $50 million a year. He would be signing in Baltimore yesterday. He wants the money.
How would you know that?
Try to trade for him. You see what happens again and again.
Whatever the media is telling you anyway, that's Ravens pushing that narrative.
And what are you going to do with your $7 million over the cap and 27 free agents next year? Please tell me how you're going to fix that.
We'll figure it out. Chris Greer's a genius.
Chris Greer's been doing that He's been doing that in his sleep, figuring out
Chris Greer
contracts.
has been destroying your
The fact of
franchise
the
ever since he's been the GM.
The fact of the matter is, though, Mark, there's a million different ways to manipulate the cap.
Exactly. Go off the Saints.
Okay, King. Tell me how you're going to manipulate the cap, because I can tell you exactly what your cap situation is.
Bro, the
so
Saints
could
are a
I.
negative
how
cap.
it's
They
gonna work.
figured it out. I'm sure
So
we'll
could
be able
I.
to
I could go
figure
to
it out.
Sport Track and figure it out too. But the difference is here. If you look, it happens all the time. You can manipulate the cap by getting rid of you take you take players you have, any of you guys that you've acquired, you can move guys around. You can
who are you going to move around? You're not going to. You can't extend Hill or Armstead because they're older.
You can just simply let Byron Jones walk.
Money because you're
and the money you would pay him, that's $34 million right there.
And you just wasted $22 million a year for X number of years on Bradley Chump.
Mark, you can renegotiate contracts. You can move players. There's a bunch of different ways you can manipulate.
When guys
cap
are wanting
space.
to
That's what I'm
Well,
saying.
I'm gonna DTA. I'm gonna help you here.
Guys take pay
Here's
cuts.
how you.
Listen,
Here's how I help you.
Listen. Let me land, Mark. I'm not saying one way or the other. I'm not on either side of the aisle here. I'm just saying, in general, you can manipulate cap space. It's not like it's unheard of.
It's more
My
complex.
thing is this, Mark,
admittedly.
why are you okay? But my thing is this: if we gave you an example about Derek Carr, or Baker Mayfield, you wouldn't be going so hard on this subject.
Exactly.
You only go hard on it when it's Buffalo Bills fans only go hard. I got Buffalo Bills friends.
No, because Derek Carr.
They only go hard when it's
and Baker Mayfield.
The threat is coming. The threat is coming. That's why.
I'm not concerned over Lamar because I know that Baltimore can't get rid of him to you because you have no place to put him. If you got to fear, if you want to fear a team, go fear the Jets because they have $15 million in cap space.
If we get Lamar, we're not fearing the Jets. Sorry, we don't.
If
feel
Lamar
the
goes to the Jets, are you afraid of
Lamar's not going to the Jets, bro. He has to. If he gets franchise tag, the Jets. He has to sign the contract. The Jets can trade all this stuff for him, but Lamar could be like, "I'm not signing, so don't even bother."
You got to take it into the office. Yeah, it's another one open until 7.
Does Lamar? Let me ask you, Mark.
The clerk had to receive the packages. I can't take them off the street.
Because I don't know. Does Lamar have
22nd Street?
Hang on, Crypto.
Let me hear DT's question, please.
And Friendship is to 7.
Hang on, Crypto. Does Lamar have a no trade clause where he gets to decide where he goes, or does he?
No,
not have
he has no option. He gets traded wherever Baltimore chooses to trade him.
But that's not true. But if he gets franchise tagged. Well, if Lamar
franchise tagged, Baltimore still if he's franchise tagged, then there's a number of things that the Dolphins can do if they want him.
If Lamar were to get traded to the Lions, then Lamar can be like, you can trade all of that, but I'm not going to sign. He doesn't have to sign.
No, and he
Lamar is holding all the cards.
Once he's franchised, he doesn't have to play. He can go Le'Veon Bell, and he can sit out a year of his sit out a year.
And with Ravens history. When things start stirring up in the organization with somebody holding out, because they just did it with the dude Orlando, who went to the Chiefs. He didn't want to be there because he wanted to play left tackle, right tackle, and
look what the Chiefs took, and look what Baltimore got in return. They got draft choices.
They're going to
you
trade
don't have
him.
that.
They're going to trade. Lamar can sit out until what? Game 6. If he just tries to sit out, they franchise or whatever. They're going to trade him.
But until then, you want Lamar next year at week 11? They'll franchise him because the franchise tag's not going to cost him that much next year. And there's a good possibility they'll franchise him the year after that because the franchise tag's not.
Why would they franchise a guy to sit?
You can't just franchise tag a QB, especially in Lamar's situation.
Yeah,
why would they franchise him for him just to sit?
Franchise him. He can choose to not play with you. But he can also choose to sit exactly as Le'Veon Bell did. If he doesn't play in Baltimore, he's not going to play any place.
Lamar is going. What Baltimore is going to do?
Well, because they'll trade him at that point.
Don't forget too, if Lamar does have any say, he does have ties to Miami. So
ties. That's where it's where he's from.
So did Deebo Samuel. So did everybody else. And the benefit that Miami has is
he went to high school like 20 minutes down the road from me.
No, don't compare Lamar to Deebo Samuel. We're talking about a top 10 QB. Arguably, if he gets the stuff that he's supposed to have, we're talking about a top 5 guy. Like, I watched
the guy who's won exactly one playoff game, and he's been a choke in every other game. in the playoffs.
Yeah, how many quarterbacks since Jay Fiedler has won more playoff games than Miami?
Yeah.
I'll wait.
Okay. So you're talking about a guy who has no.
So he's in the same boat as anybody else that's been on the center for us. So
He gets
it's a
coached by
win-win
Tennessee.
situation.
Because I'm pretty sure
he
Josh
gets
Allen's
coached by
first 2 years.
Buffalo.
Because I'm pretty sure Josh Allen's first 2 years, not only was he trash, he wasn't going to the playoffs, and he had weapons. I'm pretty sure Lamar never had weapons. I'm pretty sure he went to the playoffs even his rookie year.
Well, see, Josh
What are we
Allen went
talking
to the
about?
playoffs his first year, lost the first playoff game, then went to the AFC Championship game, and now he's going back to the playoffs, again. So
Okay, Lamar went to the playoffs
he won
too.
playoff games
So
against
his
Baltimore
playoff
and the Ravens.
wins is
Lamar went
it's
to the
not
playoffs
much
too.
different from
Lost
Lamar.
2 to the Chiefs. And
The
he's
only
lost
time
to
Lamar didn't go to the
and he's
playoffs was
lost
when he got
to,
injured. The only time Lamar
Houston.
didn't go to the playoffs was when he got injured. What are you talking about?
What's that?
That's the only time he didn't go to the playoffs
is when he got injured. What are you talking about?
Lamar, the Ravens were 8-2 last year.
my
Lamar gets injured. They finish 8-9. Their collapse is very
Okay.
similar to what's going on with the Dolphins.
I just
They've
said that
got
when
Tyler
Lamar
Yeah,
got
which
injured,
means it was totally he was the reason why they collapsed because his absence.
Wait, and not only were they 8-2, weren't they the most injured?
Yeah, they had the best record in football.
And they had no weapons.
Yeah, they lost their whole entire
They lost
backfield.
all their defensive backs. They lost all
their running backs.
It was bad.
Everything. No running back. Okay, so let's
They lost a lot.
Let's switch seats. Let's say Josh Allen, no Diggs, no running back, no wide receivers, no nothing, no line. He's not becoming 8-2. Cut it out.
He'll be like 1-11.
Well,
cut it out.
It'd be the same result.
No major history of injuries, significant injuries.
Oh, okay. Oh, it's always
Lamar's got 2 years now where he's missed half a dozen games.
Oh my God, I get it, Mark. I understand, but you gotta be okay with competition, man. You can't just be selling.
I am okay with competition. I'm petrified that the Jets go get Lamar.
Yeah, I'm petrified too. I don't want to go there
because the Jets can afford him, and
everybody can prevent the Jets from getting them.
The only thing that saves Miami in this whole discussion is the fact that Florida's a no state income tax.
And it's his crib.
Well, yeah, and plus he's born down there, grew up down there. That'll help too.
I mean, Lamar could look at the situation in Miami and say, "Yeah, I like Hill," but it's not going to be "I like Hill and Waddle" because Waddle's not going to be there. Waddle's going to be part of a trade. Baltimore's going to want a young wide receiver. They've been trying to get.
When has
they ever did anything with a young wide receiver?
Last year was the first time they tried to do it.
They drafted Bateman in the first round.
First time.
Drafted Duvernay. Didn't do anything. They signed Sammy Watkins. It was a bust. They signed the kid. They signed the guy Jackson, who's been a bust. They keep
Deshaun Jackson
wide receivers, and none of them are productive.
For a while.
Let me finish. So you know that a wide receiver is going to be high on their list, and they're not going to take Tyreek Hill on his ridiculous $30 million a year contract. They're going to go take Waddle.
No, they'll take Cedric Wilson.
They're not going to take Cedric Wilson. Cedric Wilson was last seen on a milk carton.
Hold on, time out. Baltimore didn't draft not one wide receiver, and they had 12 picks. I'm sorry, they had 10 picks last year. They didn't draft one wide receiver last year or last draft, and they have no weapons. So you're telling me this team all of a sudden just loves wide receivers?
Because
Lamar
Jackson likes to throw to tight ends. He's comfortable. Comfortable inside the hash mark. He's not comfortable outside the hash mark.
You just say whatever the media says, Mark. Everything you say is what media narratives. Lamar Jackson, everything the media says, that's what you say.
So you tell me how you're going to bring Lamar Jackson. Tell me how. Don't say we're going to bring in Lamar Jackson. Tell me how you're going to do it.
You could do something similar to the Patrick Mahomes deal. You could do something similar.
The same thing. Greer
because
did.
Patrick Mahomes doesn't have that kind of a contract.
You do the same thing Greer did when it came to
how are you going to solve $250 million
when it came to the Laramie Tunsil deal? You use Kristen Wilkins as our next Laramie Tunsil. Is that
no?
simple?
You can't because what's he worth? He's 26 or 27 years old, and he's going to want $20 million a year. They're going to want Phillips. They're not going to want.
He want $20 million a year. We trade him for picks.
You're going to trade him for one pick. Because are you going to tell me
multiple? You're going to get an overhaul of picks.
Multiple. You'll get multiple.
Nobody thought Laramie Tunsil was going to be worth that many picks.
The only guy that might get multiple picks.
Mark, let me ask you.
Is Greer. Greer would pull something off like that. That's one thing.
Greer's pulled off a dud 2020 draft and a dud 2022 draft. Don't tell me about Chris Greer because he's been flat out Being
every
polite.
he turned
to
one
say he's
player into
marginal as a
Tyreek Hill
GM.
and Waddle.
Bad picks. What do you want?
How come he can't do it again? How he turned one pick into
Because
Tyreek Hill and Waddle?
every team does not have Bill O'Brien as a general manager destroying your franchise.
You picked a punter with
You
your
compliment
draft
Eric
pick.
DaCosta at one point, and then you turn around and say you're going to pull the wool over Eric DaCosta's eyes. Please listen to yourselves.
He's not
Eric
pulling
DaCosta
wool over
is a
nobody's
sucker.
eyes.
Eric DaCosta is a sucker.
That's what
for
he's
defensive
worth.
Players.
Wilkins
I'm
is
telling you right
worth at
Wilkins
least 3
is
picks.
worth okay. Wilkins is worth about the same thing that the guy that Baltimore had, Bruckner was worth, and that was a mid-first round pick.
He's
That's
a
what
top
his value.
5
That's
at
what
his
value
position,
is.
and he still ain't even hit his prime.
Listen,
Wilkins
I
is
don't
going
know
to
how
get you
they
at
could.
least
I
3
don't know how
picks
they
back.
could do it. I don't know how they could do it. But if Miami could pull off something where they could give 2 solid defensive
until
picks,
you know how they
or
do it, then maybe let's not talk about it. Okay.
Two solid
I'm telling you how he's doing it.
2 solid defensive players.
Wilkins is the
a
linchpin.
draft pick or 2.
Whether you agree with whether or not Wilkins is not demand
Yeah,
that much gravity as
everybody's
far
saying
as
that.
what we get in return, nobody thought that the gravity of freaking Larry Tunsil was going to be that great,
Okay,
but it
let
turned
me
out
ask
to
you
be
the
that great.
question. Do you know the Ravens roster? Do you know what their needs are? Because if you don't, there's really not a discussion that you can have on this.
You can use those picks to get what you need.
My family's half Ravens, half Dolphins. So yes, I
So,
have Ravens in my family as well.
Do
That's why
the
I know a
Ravens
lot
need
about them.
do the Ravens need an interior lineman or do they need an edge? They need an edge, and that's what Phillips is.
They need a contributor that can disrupt the freaking offensive line.
They need an edge because their one dude is a bust.
Waddle is under cost control for 3 more years.
Yes. They had a project. He's a bust, and they have another guy, but his Achilles tore. So right now he's supposed to be on his way back. So yeah, I agree. But they also need D tackles too.
Not as much as they need an edge.
Put it like this: Phillips or Watkins. I mean,
it's going to be both guys.
Either one of them can get a haul of picks back.
Yes,
to make it
I tell you
balance
what's
out.
not going to be. Ravens don't want Waddle. Yeah, the normal person, the normal team.
It'll be one of our. It'll be one or two of our defensive linemen that they'll get that we can get a haul of picks in return for.
Who are you going to get a haul of picks for? Tell me what player on your roster is going to bring you a haul of picks.
Wilkins.
The only players that get you a haul of picks are quarterbacks.
Phillips.
By the way, I'm looking at the Ravens defensive tackles, and they're all bums.
They're all
What are you talking about? They could use Wilkins.
Not at $20 million a year. They don't. Why would you get? Why would you? Tell me why you go ahead and grab Wilkins at $20 million plus of what you're going to have to pay him, versus getting Phillips at his salary for 3 more years guaranteed. You tell me why that would happen.
You're making an argument as to why they're not ready to win right now, which is precisely why Lamar doesn't want to play.
Wilkins doesn't make you win. An edge rusher.
The Ravens are about to re-sign.
What are the most important positions in the league, Color? What are your most important positions?
My most important position.
If you have a stout deep front four,
that quarterback.
No, your most important positions in the league are
when they went up against that formidable front four of the Giants.
No, you didn't let me finish, bro. I got quarterback. I'm going to go quarterback. I'm going to go linebacker. I'm going to go right tackle, and I'm going to go edge rusher. And
edge rusher is
shutdown corner
behind a quarterback and ahead of a corner.
The Ravens are about to sign Roquan Smith to a $20 million or plus deal. They don't need him. So stop talking about all this other stuff. They don't need Roquan Smith for a $20 million
exactly.
deal. If they're gonna do that, they'll sign either Wilkins or they'll sign Phillips. So don't start with all this other stuff. They are a defensive-minded team. They don't care about offense. They will not pay a dime on offense. They never have. They never will. As soon as one of their offensive players start getting better, they price themselves out. Ravens are looking to trade them for draft picks. So if you want to get somebody out of the Ravens, you have to give them defensive players.
Older and they hinge their whole
ball
game plan,
and defense.
They hinge their whole game plan on Lamar being the guy and winning for them, and he don't want to play that role.
But if Lamar isn't going to be there, that script changes.
Well, why?
That's why you need
Why would it change? It didn't change for Flacco or freaking
That's not Flacco is
the other quarterback.
They're like the AFC version of Mark. They're like the AFC version of the Bears. They don't care about about all that, about points and all that.
good.
They want
It
running
didn't change
game
for
and
Trent
touchdown
Dilfer.
defense. They want lunchbox style football.
No, that's not true, Mark.
They've
Stop.
played
It
You
didn't
talk about
change for
lunchbox-style
Trent
playoff.
football
Dilfer. Their
since
culture
Lamar
was
got
always
there.
the same.
So
Their
they only
culture was
so there
always
was
the same
oh
about
my.
defense and running the football.
That's it.
And the
That
funniest
was
thing out
since
of all of this, the funniest
since
thing
they
out of all
became
of
the
this,
Browns. I mean, since
guys,
they
is
became the Ravens, because they were the
if you
Cleveland
loved
Browns.
Lamar so much, why didn't you pick him when you had a chance in the draft?
Exactly.
Because they're
You're
doubling
right.
back.
Because they're
Because
now
they
listening
realize
to
their
Ross.
mistake.
They're
They're
listening to
doubling back
Ross
now.
Buffoon.
Because that's the Dolphins. They're doubling
That's
back.
what I'm
They're
saying.
going
It's the
back to correct
Dolphins.
their
They don't do
mistake.
things
Nobody. Wait,
correctly.
listen.
They'll
Every team
fuck up
got
a
that
wet
wrong.
dream.
Every team got that wrong. Let's not just put it on the Dolphins. No one
Exactly.
knew that.
Exactly, because
No
he
one
was
knew that
picked
Lamar was
30th.
going to be Lamar. Because
It wasn't like the
Actually,
Dolphins
he
are the
was
only
my
team
number
that
two
got it
pick in the
wrong.
draft. He was my number 2 quarterback in the draft behind Allen. I
But
liked
no
Allen.
one.
Oh,
But
Mark,
right,
you're
you're
funny.
right.
No, you didn't.
Okay.
Yes, I did. I didn't want Darnold. I wanted nothing to do with
Listen,
Baker.
no
I
one
wanted
knew.
nothing to do with
No one knew
Rosen.
that
That's
Lamar.
cat.
No
Mark,
one
you're
knew that he was
capping,
going to be that
bro.
good. No one knew that Lamar was going to be that
No,
good.
you
But
you
he
wanted
is.
I
Dwayne
watched Lamar in
Haskins. That's who
college,
you
and
wanted, Mark. That's who
he
you Bills
actually
fans wanted.
regressed
Excuse
as an
me,
You
but
NFL
guys
if
wanted
quarterback.
you all
Haskins.
want to do the
God rest
digging,
his soul.
if you all want to do the digging, I am on record, like from the beginning that year, saying that Lamar was my guy. So I was with Ross on that.
And with me.
I mean, he's a high. I mean, he won the
The
Heisman.
fact that he went, the
Wasn't there?
Ravens came up to
I
get
didn't
him.
want to wait till the next draft to
I
get
wanted
another
him too.
quarterback.
But
I
we was
believed
picking
in Lamar
13th that year,
already. I
Color.
looked at it like that's probably the best. If you're gonna roll the dice in the draft, I wanted to do it that year and get Lamar.
Bro,
At least you
Lamar.
can get your
Lamar
franchise guy out the way.
And Lamar Jackson is still young. Remember they said Lamar Jackson was 2
And
years
we
in the
had the
NFL,
unicorn offensive
and
line at the time.
he was 2 years already in the NFL, and he was
Right.
still younger
You were
than Joe
1 year.
Burrow.
Lamar came
Mike
into the
Pouncey
league
was in his
in the
prime.
2018 season.
Jerron James was still good. So we had a line already formulated.
I was a Lamar guy the second he destroyed our football team in college.
Yeah,
I get.
Lamar had good enough.
And by the way, that single, I mean, not just that game,
Listen.
but the game, against Clemson when Jalen Phillips is in Trevor Lawrence's freaking backfield all night.
Listen, we gotta get him. If the Jets get him and we don't get him, we gotta get him. I understand it might be difficult, Mark, but we got to. If we don't,
Zach Wilson is so
the Jets
putrid, they're
will
going to
get
go
them.
after him. The Jets will go
Jets
after
are in
him.
the same position as us, but we have a better situation.
Listen, fellas. This is how we get Lamar
I don't know
Jackson.
how much better a situation.
Hold on. This is how we get him. We have to stink up the joint so bad so we can give the illusion that Zach Wilson is the man. Let him throw 8 touchdowns against our defense so we could fool the Jets to keep Zach Wilson so they cannot want Lamar. That's how we get him.
See, look.
We have to intentionally stink up the joint against the Jets.
Y'all got to realize, I don't mind
touchdowns
going off a cliff for a bad quarterback if that's what somebody turns out to be.
That's what we do.
But
that's how we get them.
I ain't doing that for somebody unless they grew up under this same sun I did. And I'm sorry.
That's the only way we get
I
Lamar.
got a little bias to Lamar Jackson.
Zach
I'm
Wilson
sorry.
needs to
The guy
throw
went to
7
high school
touchdowns
20 minutes
against our
down the road from me.
But those are the same comments those type of comments from Bills fans. That's the type of stuff I'm talking about. When you said you don't know if his situation is different from what he has now compared to the Dolphins. What?
And guys, not only did he go to high school 20 minutes down the road from me, his high school was only like 3 minutes down the road from my junior high school.
Let's evaluate that 2018 draft.
I don't care, Color. I think I got the
13.
game plan on how to get him. We need to stink up the joint against the Jets so we can deceive the Jets management that Jack Wilson is the guy. He needs to throw 9 touchdowns against us in the final game.
Yeah, unfortunately, Crypto, actually Mike White is playing unless you injure him.
That's the only way we get him.
Hey, Crypto, I'm gonna go even further. For me, since we're so desperate to get an actual quarterback, let's say we can't get Lamar. Let's just.
Are you about to say Aaron Rodgers again?
No, not Aaron Rodgers. Not Aaron Rodgers. Let's wait till Arch Manning. Let's just wait till Arch Manning.
Yeah, you guys will be that means you guys will be almost cellar dwellers for another 5 years.
Yeah, that's too. Yeah, and we don't know if he's going to be good just because his last name.
He's been
I want a
training under his
proven
uncle,
guy.
and he's been
Yeah,
training
that's
under his
great.
uncle, and
I'm pretty sure Michael Jordan's kids probably trained under him too. I ain't never heard of him. So I mean, I
I'm
get it.
sure
But
Steffi Graf's and Andre Agassi's son is probably going to be a great tennis player, but there's no guarantee.
yeah, like that's too much pressure. You're not gonna be as great. He could be good. I'm not saying that, but like look at Dell
what?
Curry.
This is an honest question for you guys. Why do you guys think generational athletes like that don't succeed as much in the sport? Why not just go to another sport so they don't have a different sport so they don't have as much pressure and stuff like that? Why not go to another sport so they don't have to deal with the pressure of living up to either their rel- their relatives or something like that played the same sport?
The last two athletes that had multi-sport potential were Kyler Murray, because he could have gone baseball, he could have gone football, and I'm trying to remember the other one off the top of my head.
No, I'm talking about multi-generational athletes, Mark. Like
Same
I just
with
brought
Russell
Arch.
Wilson, Mark. Russell
John
Wilson
Elway.
also
John
could have
Elway
went
was the
pro
other one. He was
baseball.
actually a New York Yankee prospect. He had signed with the Yankees and played.
Yeah, same with Russell Wilson, Mark.
Yeah, Wilson too.
No, Mark.
Yeah.
What I'm saying is multi-generational athletes, guys who have relatives that played the same sport or something
Like
like that.
Victor
Why not?
Wembanyama.
There's a lot of
Well,
guys like
Mahomes'
that.
dad played baseball, and that attributes to a
Yeah.
lot of his weird arm angles and stuff. That
It's
he can
off
do.
angles, yes. It's arm
No,
throws. Yep.
no. What
Baseball.
what I'm trying to say is why not? Why do these guys like, let's say Arch comes to the NFL and he doesn't
Do as
perform
well.
at the level of his uncles and stuff like that, winning Super Bowls? Why not? So they don't have to deal with that pressure. Why not play another sport and stuff like that? Like
Maybe they just don't. Maybe they just don't have the skill set for it.
Yeah, and it's why not play the sport regardless. I mean, if you have the playbook,
Everybody's not a Bo Jackson that can be multi-generational players, and then of course sadly for him, career ended.
I mean, Arch Manning is a good basketball player.
Deion Sanders did it too. He played baseball.
Special skill set.
Yeah, but you got to be special.
By the way, just to let you know, the Mannings have never been great athletes. They've been great quarterbacks, but they've never been great athletes. Peyton was slow.
What do you mean,
lumbering.
Archie was
Archie was a kind of a scrambler, and he was different, but he was small. Peyton and Eli were much bigger, but they were more lumbering type of players. And the youngest brother, Cooper Manning, got injured before his college career could really get going. He was a wide receiver.
How tall is the nephew?
He's 6'4".
That's not.
And he
bad.
may grow.
I mean, I know he's
a little bit more.
He's
a dual threat quarterback. He's a dual threat
yeah,
quarterback.
He's definitely an athlete. They showed him. He's on like their basketball team. I saw him in these highlights where he was like catching oops. Like
he got to
be some type of athlete.
No, it's crazy. He actually played baseball he played baseball, football, and basketball in high school and stuff like that. So he actually he can actually hit home runs. He's a power hitter in baseball.
Yeah, I mean he could be, but we can't wait that long to get him. We gotta.
I mean, how much longer is this fan base going to go ahead and deal with the fact that you don't win a playoff game or you don't even make the playoffs? How much longer can you go?
We got to keep going.
We
just
can't,
like the Bills.
We're going to rebuild. It's called a soft reboot, Mark. It's called a soft reboot. That's what we do.
I don't disagree. A soft reboot's a good idea.
Mark,
because you've got most of the talent now that you need to win with. You just don't have a quarterback.
Mark, when was the first time you've been a Bills fan? When was it? When you were 7?
When I was 7, 1964. I had season tickets.
Okay, and how long have they been trash? Until just recently.
Okay. Let's give you a little Bills history, and I won't be very long on it. So, they won the AFL championship game in 64 and 65, lost in 66 to Kansas City. Went downhill after that. Didn't really make a recovery through. They made one playoff team in 74 and got killed by the Steelers. They were a playoff team in 80 and 81 with Joe Ferguson and Joe Cribbs and Frank Lewis and all those guys, and then they faded by 1982. They were really, really horrible through that middle part of the decade. Then they were fortunate that the USFL folded because they got Kelly out of that. They got Kent Hull out of that. They ended up getting a bunch of players out of that. Miami never drafted the guys that they needed with Marino, so they stayed at a level. And Buffalo went to the 4 Super Bowls in 90, 91, 92, 93, made the playoffs through 99, went through a 17-year slump, and now they're back. That's their history.
Okay, so during that, all right, so during that 17-year slump, like I'm pretty sure you was doing what we're doing right now. Keep hoping, keep pushing.
I was absolutely doing what you're doing right now. Totally.
All right. So that's all we're doing. We're just trying to make moves. And if we make that Lamar move,
2023
Yeah,
doesn't
but if
have
you
a
have
good
an inept owner, that kind of exacerbate the situation.
Yes, we did. The Bills. That's what the Bills' principal cause of the problem was. They had a bad owner making bad decisions. The only difference is your owner has a lot more money to make mistakes.
I thought Ralph Wilson was a good owner. I
got a
thought
lot
Ralph
more
Wilson.
money. He'll take
Wait,
no
Mark.
expense.
I've always assumed Ralph Wilson was a good owner.
No, Ralph Wilson didn't spend any money. He was a cash to cap kind of guy. They never brought in players that they needed. He always had a terrible front office. The coaching carousel was the same as it was in Miami. Every 2 or 3 years, you go to a different general manager. He had a couple of guys that he loved that he kept. They were absolute trash, kind of like Chris Greer's relationship with Stephen Ross. And I'm sorry to say this, and I know it's going to sound negative, but the time that the Buffalo Bills got better is after he passed in his sleep at 95 years old. And new ownership brought the team. The Pagulas came in. They brought in money. They got rid of the stiffs in the front office, and they brought in Bean and McDermott.
Yeah, no, and Mark, you know the sad part is the Dolphins. Our ownerships were good or great. Huizenga was iffy, like he didn't win anything.
Didn't Huizenga go down because Blockbuster?
You guys hit the like button, guys.
Yeah, no, and also, who was the guy before Huizenga? The guy who let our Hall of Fame general managers walk.
That was Robbie before him.
Yeah, it was Joe Robbie, and then Huizenga.
Robbie was before Huizenga.
Yeah, Joe Robbie
because Robbie hated that those guys were getting all the pub. He
should have sold it to his family. That was where it went south.
I think Robbie maybe passed away, and maybe that's how it came to Huizenga, because it came as no.
Patty.
No, we would have had no. You know, it's crazy. We would have if Danny Thomas and Jackie Gleason didn't pass away, they would have bought the team from Joe Robbie.
Yeah, because Robbie was
they in the plans,
lawyer,
Anthony?
but he was financially
Wait a minute, where you get that from? Were they planning on doing that though?
Yeah,
I didn't hear nothing about the Gleason.
Jackie Gleason's estate said he was
estate.
Yeah, his estate. Both Danny Thomas and Jackie Gleason's kids said recently.
Christmas.
You could have been saying how sweet it is.
Listen, all I'm saying is for next season, we need to get a guy like Lamar. I don't know how they're going to do it, who they need to trade, what they need to get rid of.
You got to get somebody.
Lamar's a free agent next year. What do you mean? I don't think he's going to sign that.
No, he's a free agent in 2024, not 2023.
No, he's a free agent at the end of this year. The problem is the Ravens can franchise him.
Oh, if he's this year, okay, this year
he can sit and become Le'Veon Bell. You don't think?
They're not going to do that. They're not going to do that. They're not going to do that.
If he doesn't sit and it doesn't come Bell, then everything's on the table. Then
I hope you know, Mark.
They're going to give him what he wants.
Lamar is not franchise tag. He will be on his way to Miami.
Yes.
Okay.
Stephen Ross has a
well, tell me how that's going to happen.
Listen, even when you go to the other streams, like the other Raven streams, they are even talking about it right now. Talking about even the media within the Ravens organization, there's leaks. They are starting to prepare the fan base for him to leave.
his leaving, for him leaving. Yeah,
yes, right. Because the fan base is hurt.
Yeah,
it doesn't matter.
And it's going to cost big time.
It might. But Dolphins,
Mark, you know good and well the Ravens Corporation is good enough to recover from Lamar loss.
The Jets have more tradable pieces than the Dolphins do. I'm sorry.
No, you're right. You're right.
Not going
yeah, they do. But is he gonna want to go to New York?
Oh no! Don't say no. I mean, they are on one of the list of teams though. He is interested. It's Miami Dolphins, Lions, Patriots, and Falcons.
So us and
I don't see him going to the Patriots because the Patriots have
Patriots.
Patriots
yeah, they got too
nothing.
much pride.
I hope not.
They got nothing to offer him.
Well,
as far as assets and pieces
this is
around
honest
him.
question. Would you guys
But
be
they have
willing
money
to give
because they
up?
have $54 million in cap space next year, so they have money. They have more
Yeah, I'm
money
just
than
saying, but they
anybody
don't
else
have
in the AFC
the
East.
personnel around them where he'd be
Well,
satisfied.
I don't care what
Honestly,
we
what I
can't
would
let
do is
Lamar go to the Patriots.
I can't believe I'm saying this. I would be willing to give up Jalen Waddle and 3 future first-round picks for him. To be honest,
But those picks
as
come
a
in
trade
24,
package,
25, and
Yes.
26. The Ravens want to win now. What are you going to give the Ravens now?
they will be winning now, Mark, and they can take those picks and flip those picks
Ravens don't
to what they
the
can
Ravens
use to win now.
him.
The Ravens don't want to win now. The Ravens want to stay mediocre. The Ravens want to stay within.
No.
do
Let's
well
take
during
them
the
up on
season,
him with them winning
win the,
now.
Win the first.
They can still turn around and flip the
game.
picks we gave them for
they're not trying to win
something
a Super
that they
Bowl.
can get to help them win now.
Exactly.
That's not forbidding them from doing that.
Yeah, but the Ravens aren't trying to do that.
So Mark,
if you- okay, first
I've
of all, if
gotten
you
in
get
an
rid of
argument
Lamar,
with
if you're the
people about
Ravens,
this.
what do you have
Mark.
as a quarterback? You have nothing at quarterback. So you've got to go get.
Well,
a
we got
quarterback. You
Tua,
gotta go
Mark.
spend
He's
money
the
on
best
that.
quarterback in the division.
Who
Tua is
nothing
the
at
best quarterback in the division,
Wait,
Mark.
who doesn't have
You know
nothing
Tua's
at
not going to be
quarterback?
part of any trade because Tua's not going any place. Tua's
Who
untradeable.
doesn't have nothing at quarterback? Who? You talking about the Ravens?
The Ravens have nothing at quarterback. Once Lamar's
Exactly. The
We can give
Ravens
them
don't
Tua.
care about that.
We can give
They're
them
trying to
Tua.
push.
They
No,
can
this is how
go.
bad it is. This is how bad it is. My uncle, he's a Ravens fan. That's how bad it is. They're trying to push Tyler Huntley. They're trying to push the Tyler Huntley agenda.
The great
But
white
guess
hope
what
thing.
though?
No,
But
actually,
guess what, Benjamin?
Huntley's black.
They're gonna go if they get Tua
Regardless.
in the trade from us. They'll basically be on the same trajectory that they did with Trent Dilfer. They're going to Trent Dilfer route if they get Tua.
They're not going to
Tua,
take. Why does everybody think
they
that
might
Tua's
not
going to
take.
be
They might not
tradable?
take Tua.
Nobody wants him.
You don't know what John Harbaugh can do with Tua.
Listen,
Tua
we'll trade him
is-
to
He can turn him
Buffalo.
into
He is
freaking
Buffalo will
Lamar
pick him.
Jackson.
He
Mark,
is a
you know
general
Buffalo.
manager's disaster.
Mark, you know Buffalo.
It's my quarterback.
Tua style though.
Hey,
Why do
Tua
you
style.
think Tua's
Mark
gonna
knows
go
that
any
Tua
place?
can
Why
go
is
to
that general
Buffalo and
manager gonna
change their
take on his
franchise around.
contract and take
But
him on
Tua's-
with a history of concussions? Why is
I
anybody
get it.
gonna
I
do that?
get it. I
Nobody's
get it. I
taking
get
him.
it.
But
I
Mark,
agree. I agree.
Don't
But
you
his style
guys,
fits his style.
Mark?
fits the
Don't you guys in Buffalo want Tua? He can change that franchise around for the better. I think you guys will want him.
No, I don't want. I don't want Mr. I don't want
I
Mr.
said this
Concussion.
joking.
And why? And plus, Tua's not really a manly kind of guy. He's always complaining and bitching about something, and he's all about his family. Let him
He's a
go to
good
his family.
backup.
Let him go fucking take his retirement, his money, and go retire.
Nobody Mark,
wants him.
I said this funny. I said the next time you're gonna see Tua is he's gonna be playing in the AFL, the arena.
Yeah, Tua could be a stud in the Birmingham,
Mark wants
XFL
Tua.
team because he can go to Birmingham and he can be loved by all the Bama Tuineers.
Yo, Anthony, say that again, bro.
Well, just to be clear, Mark, the USFL looks like they're currently rebranding to AFL now. From what I saw on their
Well,
website.
yeah, but Birmingham has the XFL.
That's some Vince
franchise,
McMahon
so
type
he'll go to
stuff there,
Birmingham. He'll
Color.
go back with all of his Alabama.
Well, back in the day, they used to be another version, another AFL. I don't know if before or after they were the USFL originally, because the website shows like their actual history from even back in the day. But we're not talking about even then. It wasn't the AFL we all know. The AFL we all know was owned by Lamar Hunt, and that's the one that merged with the NFL. But
yeah,
they had like a
that
different
league didn't have
AFL.
Birmingham
No,
ever.
no, I'm saying arena football.
Oh, arena football. That's
Arena
different.
football. Yeah.
Which,
Yeah,
by
arena
the way,
football. That
Tony,
fits Tua because that's the wall garden color. That's the wall
I
garden.
think Mark's right about Birmingham and the USFL, though. But as far as the walled garden, like Crypto says, his game is perfect for arena.
So like I said,
We got it.
Tua go play in Birmingham, and he can be loved by all the Bama and Tuineers. Get him the hell out of here.
Listen, we gotta get one of those guys.
I think at the end of the day, he'll find himself in Buffalo. He'll end up in Buffalo before it's all said and done.
Or he ends up, or he might go to
multi-million-dollar scrub third-string quarterback. So we don't need him.
You know, I think Tua's type of football would benefit. The way he plays would benefit in the CFL because the receivers run at full speed. Like they run from the what's it called?
They can go towards the
sideline to sideline.
Well, they
No,
have
they
they have a 1 yard separation on the line of scrimmage, and they have players in motion that can run forward.
No, what
They running
Tony's
forward, yeah,
trying to
they run out.
describe, ironically, is what you saw Tyreek Hill doing last week in the Green Bay game before the snap. His wide curl out motion in the backfield. That's what Tony's talking about.
Yeah, maybe the problem with poor Tua in that league is the fact that there are 12 people that hit him instead of 11.
Yeah.
Yo,
we need to get
got
one
a
of
whistle, man.
I think they have
we
a
need to get one of
concussion-proof
those guys,
rule in that
man.
league, though.
High pitch.
These souvenirs are really, really still out of control, man. I mean, right now I got some rosters, right? Some friends of mine, lifelong friends, family, tuning in, right? Because we've been having this argument going on now for 4 to 5 days over whether Tua is the guy to lead this team or not, right? And I'm all by myself, guys. So I have them tuning in right now to get the real, to get the information that they need to fix their broken ass perspectives. Listen, guys, Tua has played his last game as quarterback of the Miami Dolphins, right? Why? Because when we needed him the most, he shit the bed.
he froze. He froze.
Yeah,
he shrunk.
And then
the
games begin.
Yo, and listen, the whole concussion thing, right? You're right. I'm not in the room, right? We don't know exactly, but we do know that he showed up to work on Monday, ready to go to work, and the coaches sat him down and said, something is wrong, Tua. Go see the doctor. At that point, the concussion was entered. There was no truth. He was asked to go and report to the doctor, upon which the doctor confirmed the fact that there was a concussion. So let's just get the record straight.
Or the doctors were paid off to say he has a concussion. We don't necessarily know.
Yeah, no.
Do you understand the words that are coming out of my mouth?
It's conspiracy talk.
That's plausible, too, but yeah, it was paid.
So this is an honest question. Like, I asked Color this, but I want everybody else's answer. Can the NFLPA actually sue the NFL? Let's say their doctors refuse to clear Tua and stuff like that. Like, let's say Tua goes directly.
How that works?
No, they can say they're protecting the brand. That's their out.
Yeah, the NFLPA can sue the NFL, but they
the NFL come back and say we're protecting our brand. We don't want the legal liability. They'll say we're protecting our brand. That's what they'll say. That'll be their easy out.
Yeah, no, and let's not forget that you really think Goodell's gonna allow that to happen? Really? Like, let's be honest. The guy's a Harvard educated lawyer. You really think he's that stupid to?
Oh yeah. How much you get paid? $41 million this past season? Oh yeah.
Oh yeah.
Most issues will go to arbitration, Anthony. So yeah, you're right. It's in nobody's interest to go to court for any of these
But
issues.
he'll go.
But the NFLPA would represent the players. Would represent our players' interests. That's what they're in the game to do.
So I have a question. Is there a rule in the bylaws of the NFL or in the NFLPA bylaws that, let's say, a player's a liability for both the PA, the Players Association, and the NFL? Can they force the player to retire if they know he's going to be a liability in the long run?
Well, I think we're in the uncharted waters where that comes. That may be coming down the pipe, right? Because as the concussion issue continues to metastasize and then evolve, we may run into that happening in the near future. And in fact, it may be this case that causes that evolution. But we'll have to wait and see,
If the NFL doctors allow him to play and then he gets concussed again, then they are open for a lawsuit of.
They're open for litigation. That's right.
By Tua's family and stuff like that, Mark, you think? Or the NFLPA?
No, well, it'll be a combination, because if Tua gets hurt after being cleared by NFL doctors and he gets another concussion, and now he's going to be now the NFL is going to be sued by his family, Tua himself, and possibly the NFL Players Association for putting an at-risk player at harm.
And Anthony, that's why the investigation is so significant. Because at the very least, what will come out of the investigation will be a statement from the NFLPA on their position on Tua as it stands relative to this latest event. At the very least, they will establish a position.
Say that
good point, KP. They're going to have that press
but we
conference
don't recommend
soon.
it.
That's right. Once the
Well, they need to get out and have the press conference soon. Then.
And they will have a
sign a waiver and play anyway.
They got to get like three or more doctors.
It would be no different. Hold on, it would be no different. It would be no
Peter
different.
King was saying that he thinks something is up right now and that somebody dropped the ball. So yeah, I think a disclosure is coming soon.
Yep.
Yeah.
Well, it would be no different. And I'm not trying to shame anybody. This is a realistic thing that companies have to deal with. You have a weight rating for a ladder. And let's say you got a service technician that's walking on a ladder and you said, hey, you're his employer. And you say, hey, you got to do the job or not, get up on that ladder. And he outweighs the duty rating of that ladder and the ladder breaks. It's the company's fault. It don't matter if the guy made the choice to get up on that ladder.
I'm gonna bring up another situation that's similar to this. The Bills center, Michael Morris or whatever.
Yeah, Mitch Morris had 6 concussions, but they pulled him out. The difference here is they pulled him out of the game when he got hurt, and then they sat him the following week. The problem here with the Dolphins is the fact that Tua got, quote, concussed, and nobody did anything until the following day. That's where the issue is. Players can have, as long as teams follow the concussion protocol. What they're challenging right now is that the team, the league, and everybody didn't follow the concussion protocol and let him play injured.
Tua failed the Tua rule.
Right out of that game, as soon as he was showing signs of a concussion, he was out of the game and out for the following week.
This is a question. Let's be honest with our quarterback. With our quarterback,
pulled from a game.
Can there be a possibility that he lied to the doctor and that's what got the doctor fired?
Well, Anthony, the key here is going to be.
You talking about the Cincinnati game?
Anthony, you got that one. In my opinion, that's 1,000% accurate.
Well, he didn't have to lie in the Cincinnati game because his hands.
The Dolphins organization used the term self-report.
No, the Buffalo game. The Buffalo game, we haven't determined if that's a concussion or a back injury. The Buffalo game is the main problem here. That's why the guy got fired in the Buffalo game.
Oh, you're talking about
Sorry.
The Cincinnati game. His hands gave us.
That's what raised the suspicion. But that's a settled issue. That's what raised the suspicion, put the spotlight on the thing. The issue here is the language the Dolphins attempted to use on day one, on Monday. They used the term self-report. Because from the Dolphins' point of view, it would work to their advantage for Tua to have self-reported. But as we came to discover, there was no true self-reporting. He was asked to go to the doctor. Now that is significant, and this is where the legal issue currently may be laying itself out. Because if he didn't self-report and the Dolphins didn't, spot the concussion on the game of, but then say he has a concussion the next day, that's can be deemed negligent. But I don't know. That's up to the lawyers and the judges and whoever else. If it goes to that stage, if it gets to that stage.
Right.
And this is what pisses me off. Like our ownership is incompetent. Like and our doctors have had the Dolphins medical staff has had this issue of not catching injuries right away. Like I don't know what it is with our medical staff the past 20 years.
I've been saying it for months, bro. CT and me have been saying it for months, bro.
Well, you saw what happened to TD. You saw what happened to TD when he asked that question.
Yeah.
I don't know if it's
the medical staff of the
Dolphins
online. Hey, look, let me tell you something. Between the medical staff of the Dolphins with the OJ McDuffie settlement that they had, and then the situation with who else had settlements with the team recently? The secondary guy.
A lot of them did.
Yeah.
A lot league wide.
Sean Jones.
That was a league wide thing, Cap.
Well, here's the thing, guys. I don't know if it's
No. No what?
Yeah, I don't think of it as incompetence as much as it is desperation. A desperate man, a desperate team, a desperate organization will be willing to, go into the gray, right?
Fudge the
And
rules.
avoid the black and white.
Fudge the rules, basically.
Yeah, slip through the cracks.
Yo, I just want to point out, and I'm not butthurt over this. I don't care. Nothing bothers me anymore. Y'all can say whatever you want. Timothy Eason says, y'all are sick the way you talk about your QB. I have seen better. Hey, man, we know you've seen better because your last name is Eason, so you must have seen better.
No,
exactly.
Jermaine King's a two-near.
Maybe that's Eason's body double.
When
And that's not to insult the Easton family. Wait a minute. That's not to insult your surname, my friend.
Go away.
Hold on, Mark. It's not to insult your surname, my friend. It's just to say that there's a guy that played for the Jets.
Patriots.
Patriots. I'm sorry. Didn't he do a stint with the Jets too towards the end?
No,
yeah, he was one that actually helped the Chicago
Either
Bears.
case, other AFC East quarterback named Tony Eason.
He was so bad he got pulled for Grogan.
And so I could understand why a guy with the surname of
in that
Eason
draft.
would think that two is good. You know,
Yeah, he was in the Elway Marino Kelly draft.
Yeah, let's the biggest what if for the Patriots, if Bledsoe didn't get injured, we wouldn't have known about Brady. Let's be honest.
Exactly.
Brady, and I think
I
heard rumors that
Marvin Lewis' fault.
Tony Eason.
Marvin Lewis started.
Hold on. Tony
listen,
Eason.
listen real quick.
Guys. Tony Eason got replaced by Steve Grogan, who I whose neck is, I think, longer than Mike Glennon.
That was always encased by a brace from like 1988 forward. And then, of course, the Patriots brought in Midget Flutie to try to do something, and he ended up.
What was it? The Drew Brees debacle with Culpepper. The doctors couldn't tell freaking shoulder injury.
Love that Dolphin medical
Bro,
staff.
what is with that god awful whistle that keeps going off?
Yeah, who's got that?
It was Greg. I muted him. I think he fell asleep on his kazoo.
He must have had his kazoo in his mouth, and yeah, he fell asleep. So he's just every time he breathes.
So, isn't really the core of this team's problem the fact that Ross is still in the ownership position, Greer is still in the general manager position, other scouts are still in their position?
Of course.
So, and I realize that not a single person and fan can do anything about it. It is what it is.
He has his predecessor, it's his daughter. He has his companies here, based here. He has all the infrastructure he's done since he's been here, making money.
But
He
in
ain't
the
going
Formula
nowhere.
One and the tennis thing.
Well, yeah, he ain't going nowhere.
Here's the thing, Cap. Mark, here's the thing. The incongruity between Greer and Flores, right, is actually part of the pattern here. If you notice, Saban, Johnson, to a lesser degree Parcells, none of them went through their natural lifetime with the team precisely because these are disciplinarian coaches who know that before talent, before speed and all that, comes ethic, right? Comes an ethic that you have to instill in your team. And I think for too long, this organization wants to play popularity and make the fan base happy rather than make the tough football decisions. Listen, sometimes, you got to go through a little bit of losing to get to become a winning team, right? And you got to sacrifice. This team is not. Every time we come against a personality that wants to put in their game plan and make tough decisions, there's pushback from the organization. And this is just another chapter this past year.
That's the core. That's the core of the problem. Flores was the right coach for this team. He had the team going in the right direction. This McDaniel team is a players coach who makes the players happy, and they're undisciplined on the field with a shit ton full of penalties that Flores' team's never had.
Look, I'm sorry.
And
I'm sorry, Mark.
In the locker room by Tyreek Hill, who's really out for his.
I'm sorry, man.
numbers.
Look, from the outside looking in, I would hope all of you think the same thing. But, nobody wants to admit it. He's been dishonest twice to the medical staff about the concussions. The Dolphins are paying the price. A doctor got fired. A coach got fired. all this stuff is not a good look for him. I keep saying this over and over, bro. To have him come back to deal with this if we don't make the playoffs, to have to come back the next season to deal with the offseason scrutiny, bro. Like, I don't know, man. Like, why would the Dolphins even want to have that liability?
They don't want that liability. That's why the Dolphins are going out of it. Why do you think the Dolphins are bringing in another quarterback to test? They want to bring somebody else in. They want to move on. They hope to God that Skyler's the guy that they can develop, and they don't have to bring anybody else on.
Mike Florio said that pretty much they're going to do the Kaepernick thing to him and not blackball him in a way where it's like obvious, but he's giving himself a reason to get blackballed by the rest of the league.
Right.
So I don't understand how somebody can trade for him.
Stuck with him.
Who would want to trade for him?
And I'm going to tell you something. The reason why I'm in these chat rooms is because
so we're stuck with him if nobody wants to trade for him. Is what I'm saying. So why hand him over the starting range, bro? That's the definition of insanity, bro.
Well, it's ridiculous. The bottom line is it's completely ridiculous right now to even consider Tua as a viable player on this franchise. And the problem that you really have more than anything else is that there's not a lot of viable quarterbacks to be had, or the competition for them has more money or more capital to spend to be able to get that quarterback. And what you're really left with is,
I mean, look, I'm not going to say that to you. Like, I'm not going to fall for that either. Like, if it's the last thing that's going to happen is us having to wait, because if the 49ers can draft Mr. Irrelevant and make the playoffs with him, I mean, anything's possible, man. We could find a diamond. Hopefully, Skyler is that diamond. The problem with that is if Skyler is the diamond, that means Chris Greer's ass is getting saved.
Okay, let me just throw in here. The 49ers have a solid infrastructure. They have a general manager who's competent. They have a coach who's competent. They have an organization that drafts well.
If you say that we're not the same as the 49ers, so why the hell did we go all in? Why is it that everybody thinks now we're Swiss cheese, but when we went for Chubb, we were all in?
I thought the draft picks.
That was the move to fool the fan base once again.
The propaganda.
Yeah, they was fooling us there, Cap.
Now you got Chubb and you got Alec Ingo. They might have to go on the IR if they don't say anything because they got cast on, but they still got to practice with the cast.
Yeah, I remember last year the Patriots hot safety that they had drafted in the first round played with a cast and was burned like a. It was burned so horribly by Josh Allen and the Bills.
Yeah.
So this problem is not
this fugazi.
A whole new organization in place, and with Ross still in charge, I don't know if the Dolphins are ever going to get it. Somebody brought up earlier a very good point about promoting somebody due to their own incompetence. It's kind of like the Peter. It's the definition of the Peter principle. Greer comes in as a pro player development guy in 2000. He's involved with the drafting of guys like who was that guy from Oregon that was drafted that ended up being a drug addict. You deal with Charles Harris, who actually flourishes in Detroit, and players flourish when they leave Miami. And that says an awful lot about the coaching staff and the continuity of the franchise.
Should we go over all the Bills failures then now too? All your terrible draft picks that you have made. EJ Manuel being one.
EJ Manuel is a gross mistake on a past administration that no longer exists in Buffalo, and that's part of the reason why that past administration is no longer employed.
Why is it the running backs never want to stay in Buffalo, Mark?
I don't know. OJ stayed until we traded him.
Before you answer that, bro, I got a little bit of a tidbit. This was reported 5 hours ago by Barry Jackson, retweeted by Joe Shad of the Palm Beach Post. Shout out to both those guys. Excellent work. Barry reported, for Dolphin fans in West Palm Beach, that would be me and a few of our other audience members. You know who you are. Shout out to the 561. The Fox affiliate there said yesterday, asked Fox. By the way, the Fox affiliate in West Palm Beach is Channel 29, WFLX, for those of you that don't know. And so the Fox affiliate there yesterday asked Fox to switch its assignment from Jets versus Seattle to Carolina versus Tampa.
Critical game, actually. That game was for the division lead.
And Fox agreed to that. WSVN Fox 7 in Miami will stick with the Jets. If the Dolphins win at New England and the Jets lose, Dolphins clinch.
All known facts.
But we weren't sure if I hadn't gone through the actual playoff machine to see if we actually clinched or if somebody could still bump us out. You know what I mean?
No, if the Jets lose, we clinch. We know now.
I understand that
If we win.
as per AFC East teams, but I didn't know if there was some other scenario that could knock us out if somebody else won somewhere else, is what I'm saying.
No, we only can lose in week 17
because nobody had been using
the final week. What color? We only can be eliminated in the final week.
Like I said, next week is literally an irrelevant game if we win tomorrow. We win Sunday and the Jets lose. Right.
Yeah, correct.
And if the reverse happened, then next week is what we can be
right
eliminated.
Because one way or another, the Jets have to lose and we have to win one. Whichever week that combination comes in.
Right. The Jets have to lose one more game. Right.
The other scenario is the Dolphins lose on Sunday, the Jets lose on Sunday. Then the Jets come in to beat the Dolphins, and Pittsburgh sweeps the Ravens, and then Pittsburgh's in.
Pittsburgh still has a shot. Exactly.
Yep.
Yeah, you mentioned Joe Schad earlier, Color.
Exactly.
He wants Lamar Jackson.
Everybody wants Lamar Jackson, but can you get him? Can you
Dolphins did not sign a practice squad QB after working out 2 yesterday.
So, who knows where this thing is going to go. But like I said, Tua's not viable. You got to kind of hope that Skyler becomes what you really want. So.
And Joe Schad also tweeted, did you all see this quote last night from Tua's brother?
Yeah, he said he's going to keep going till the wheels fall off.
Yeah.
That's what I'm saying. How many wheels have fallen off already?
Lies, like the wheels already fell off. It's like, come on, guys.
I think the points that Teddy
walk over the man's
are
grave.
far more relevant at this point, where they're talking about even Stevie and Ray can see it. And when he's talking about Tua, he's not even talking about whether he doesn't even give a crap about Tua anymore. I think the whole Dolphin organization has kind of made a switch around and said we don't really give a crap about Tua anymore.
And I think that what's going on could encompass everything we've seen. Like not just the concussion and the alleged benching and all that, but everything.
Yep. And that's why I think the Dolphins are going to win on Sunday.
So you think Stephen Ross would have him come back just for the fan base to go even more nuts? Like he would let us suffer like that throughout another season?
No. It's Stephen Ross.
I think it's beyond that at this point. But Liz wanted to come up and have a couple minutes. So go ahead, Liz.
Hey everyone. I just was just talking to my husband,
and no, she's not using a voice changer. Before y'all ask, go ahead, Liz.
I remember P said she's a child.
So what me and my husband were talking about is let Tua rest for the rest of the season, get a thick memory foam, and make a hat out of it to put underneath his helmet.
That's the best you can come up with.
I wanted to get the field made out of memory
You're
foam.
not that famous comedian that has the really light voice, are you? I was a big fan. If you are, I just let you know.
I'm not a comedian, no.
Oh, okay.
Well,
I just naturally have a child's voice, I guess.
Y'all know who I'm talking about, right? I just thought maybe she was in incognito or something. You
Liz,
know?
Can your husband come up sometime and talk with us too?
He has before, once or twice.
Yeah. The phone is gonna die though, so I have it plugged in. Maybe if tomorrow.
Well, that'd be nice to see Mr. Liz.
Mr. Liz.
Mr. Meyer. You're right, sir.
Yeah, Mr. Meyer.
But it'd be nice to have both of you up on
Timothy's going to become hurting on me. But Timothy, again, I wasn't trying to disparage your surname, and you did call me sick first. So just let you know, bro. It's all in good fun.
Liz, hopefully, are you feeling a little bit better?
The link.
Now, what was that, Mark?
Better right now? I know you were sick for a
Sort
while.
of. It's cold though. I don't do well with the cold. It's been.
Too.
It went below 2.
Yeah. Okay. Well, sorry you're not feeling well. But I wish
think
you
we're at the
happy New
end.
Year.
That's
We're at
hibernation
the end
weather.
of the
That's
madness.
hibernation weather, Liz.
Huh?
That's hibernation weather for the bears, right? Bears hibernate.
Yeah,
It gets that
it is.
cold.
So I know, Kahari, you
Yeah,
just came back up
definitely.
after being gone. So did you have something to say real quick before I passed it over to Jay, punctuation mark period?
No, man. I'm just trying to get into the conversation, man. I'm back home now, so.
Right on. How you doing, Jay?
What's up, Jay?
All right. I'll keep it concise because I just don't have much time for
Pepperoni,
this
bro.
organization.
Level
Probably
2.
one more year. Who's the starting quarterback do you guys want next year, realistically? Because I'm telling you right now, categorically and positively, Tua will not be the number 1 if he's even here next year.
If he had a percentage, Pepperoni, what would that percentage be?
Well, I think there's 3 viable options. There's Brady, there's Goff, and there's Carr. With a rookie, even if we had a top 5 pick rookie, unless it was Arch Manning in 2026. Okay, with this team, it's built to win now. We got to Derek Carr, get a left guard, get an inside linebacker, big thumper with some speed, and just hope that Vic Fangio comes, and we got a shot.
Yeah,
Tua's not the guy.
The Dolphins before. Why did he reject the offer before?
If we take Lamar off the table, just for a second, and we're just choosing between those 3. I'd be hard pressed not to go with Carr. I mean, he's a little more.
He's had 5 offensive coordinators since
He's a little
Tannehill
more
left and Philman left.
improvisational, but he's a little more improv than.
It's not his fault that he has to deal with this different schemes.
He can get out of a pickle better than Goff, bro. That's
I
really
agree with
what
you, fella.
the difference is.
It can't. If he's healthy, why not?
McDaniels in Las Vegas doesn't want him. I don't. He's still.
They shut him down because it's in his
32.
contract.
That's why.
They shut him down because it's in his contract. They wanted him to take a rest. He says he has nothing to play for. It makes no sense for him to play moving forward. They're eliminated.
No,
he's going to get to prove people wrong, which I like.
What was that? All I heard was die.
If the Jets lose Sunday, the Dolphins lose their last 2. The Steelers lose their last 2. The Raiders can get in by winning their last 2. As bizarre as that sounds.
Oh, but they're done.
For Miami.
They're done.
Miami's not going to be.
They're done.
Miami.
The Raiders are not in it.
Done this year.
It's over. They're eliminated.
Yeah, the Raiders still have
Money
like
Mitch,
a,
you
like
certainly
a
can. Money
yeah.
Mitch, you certainly can. The Cash App or Venmo names are in the scrolling marquee. That would be $ the Fins Tailgate or the Fins Tailgate on Venmo. Just let the person, like when you send it, just message who you would like to have timed out and let us know if you want to. Well, you obviously don't want to be anonymous now since you asked, but for anybody else, you can request to be anonymous and we won't tell anybody who timed out the person on the panel. So yes, it's in the scrolling marquee now.
Let me contradict myself right now, guys. If for some reason Tua is still on the roster next season, at the very least, there must be a fair and open competition between him and Skyler and whoever's brought in as the 3rd and potentially 4th option. So
like if we don't bring in
Brady Ari after an off season, I'm sorry, Jay. After an off season of rest, even if Tua came back, I'm fine with that as long as I guaranteed as a fan. Hey, dare I say, on the back of a rebate that this guy has a fair competition and not this. That's right. Crown of a princess all freaking off season.
You know what?
Nonsense.
If we bring Tua back as the number 1, we might as well just fucking build this for like fucking 14th rebuild. Just get Of all these good players, trade Hill and just do it again.
If Tua, Greer, and
And now
McDaniel are all
we
back,
need someone like Carr.
Season 23 of no
It
playoffs.
makes no sense for us to bitch and complain if everybody's coming back. That makes no sense. That's the definition of insanity. For us to bitch and complain about the same problem 3 years in a row and have all the usual suspects come back. That is just stupid.
But that is also Dolphins.
Tua is a good backup. Number 2, he's under contract. Color, keep him as your number 2 and tell him to shut up. Okay, I would tell. I want a new, to start acting like a new coach, and I'd like him to just go, Tua, just relax. We don't want you to get injured again, so just shut up. Right in the locker room, just like that.
Hey, Color, did you see the Barstool Sports article that a former neurologist wrote saying that he was talking about the concussion issue, and he said he was specifically talking about Tua in the article. He says Tua is not concussion prone, and he does not need to retire.
Yeah, that was Chris Nowitzki, the same guy who was making a big stink the first time it happened, talking about this guy's going to end up dead if we put him back on the field.
Another guy.
Yeah, see, there you go again.
That's another guy that is
feeding
not
into that
actually
nonsense.
examined Tua making a comment. So I don't just because.
Yeah, but he's the one to
throwing
go
his
all crazy
crowd
and
around,
ape shit, talking about, oh, the Dolphins should not do that. And now all of a sudden he didn't say that.
And not only that, but the guy's throwing his clout around because he did not examine Tua unless they've got a report that this guy traveled to Tua and examined him.
Right. Exactly, Color.
His word is just as good as anybody else's.
John's message.
John, Seattle Fin fan says, out this Sunday. Cornerback, Jack Jones with an E. Defensive back, Marcus Jones, concussion. Wide receiver, Devontae Parker, concussion. And tight end, Jonnu Smith, concussion. Key. Nelson Aguilar can make up for Devontae Parker, and he's probably a better receiver anyway overall. Smarter receiver. But
are these
their defense is going to feast on our offense.
That
We're going to score like 10 to 13 points.
Wait a minute. Hold on. Jonnu Smith could be a decent key because Mac Jones and does like to target him in the red zone. So, look out for that. But go ahead, Jay. You had the time, Jay. Go ahead.
No.
And by the way, that's Florida International University's Jonnu Smith.
Yeah.
Dang, Jay finally landed some floor time and he got cut off, man. You still there, buddy?
No,
It probably aggravates him more than anybody in the community, and he finally lands on some floor time and he freaking gets cut off. And
I'm telling you,
we'll have to give him like 5 minutes whenever he gets back. Go ahead, Tony.
Color, was that injury?
I'm here.
Are those
wait, there he goes. Go ahead, Jay.
I'll try. I'm not on that much. Look, we're not going to be able to produce that many points. I can see Judon sacking Bridgewater at least 2 times. They're going to feast all over us. It's going to be a debacle up in Foxborough. We're not winning this game.
We held
Judon I hope I'm wrong.
No pun intended. We held Judon at bay the last game.
Armstead may not even play, though, Color. Armstead may not even play. I mean, this team's falling apart. Okay,
listen,
we need a left guard. We need a stud Pro Bowl left guard. I don't give a fuck if he's $15 million. Fucking pay it.
Well,
there's Jones's money. Get a left guard. I want a left guard stud
with crutches because
I want Carr. I want Carr and a left guard and an inside linebacker, and that's it.
Armstead has to play, man. If he doesn't play, I consider that a betrayal to the team, man.
Absolutely. That's
he's definitely betrayal.
He's got to play.
If he doesn't play, that tells you that he was really only here for 2 in the first place.
Yep. Which is retarded in its own right. But I'd lose so much respect for that guy.
Gotten burned over the years with veterans coming here just for the money, and they like the hot, warm weather. We've seen this.
I told you,
that nut job? He had mental health issues from
bro.
Pittsburgh. Lawrence Timmons. Remember Lawrence Timmons came here?
Yep.
Joey Porter.
He's fucked us over. Oh, Joey was worth it. Joey Porter was worth it. He helped us make the playoffs when Sperano. He came here. He tried Joey Porter. But there's other
Junior
guys that
Seau
came
is
here. Mike
Junior
Wallace.
Seau,
They just come
Mike
down here to
Wallace.
fuck around.
Junior Seau was like, he gave us his all in the last couple of years of his career. And
Yeah,
he
Junior tried.
He
He just didn't have much left in the tank. He tried.
Dominican Sues
But there's
of the
been
world,
other
Mike Wallace's.
guys. Yeah, Mike Wallace
Mike
is a
Wallace.
disgrace. So I mean, Tannehill, he's available. I don't want him, but that'd be funny. He's available. Okay, Carr's way better.
Wouldn't that be ironic?
Well, Tony, and I know you're only quasi joking because I was only quasi joking when I posited the question of, hey, if we're looking for a stopgap, then for a guy that, we finally have all the weapons we promised him.
That's true. That would be the most.
What's wrong with a 1-year retirement deal? You know what I mean?
The big O would have a heart attack, Color.
Yeah, he would.
Yeah, but we need a guy that that's got a stronger arm like Carr.
Hill can gun it in there, man. I mean, he had a couple decent touchdown strikes from like 40 yards out last season in the playoffs, man.
Guys, what would you give our offensive line, even if Armstead's playing? What would you rate it? I'd say it's a B+ if Armstead's in there. If he's not in there, it's probably a C-. We need to get a Pro Bowl left guard. Austin Jackson, he's a bust. He's a bust. Tua is a bust. Okay, Charles Harris is a bust. There's 4 first-rounders of Chris Greer. He's been here for like 5 years. Chris Greer needs to go. Get rid of him.
And also, Jay Hurd says, Seau did end up committing suicide and had CTE. Tua should hang them up if he gets more than one more in his career.
Man, that's a great point.
There was a method to my madness when I brought Seau up, Jay Hurd. Thank you for recognizing that. That was one of the reasons I brought him up, to also keep that in the air, because he gave us his all, but he didn't have to. And how do we know that a couple of more of those hits that he gave for us weren't the ones that set it all in motion? You know what I mean? So we all have to.
I have no problems with Junior Seau when he came here.
Joking around
he
when
played
we
his
say
heart
we
out.
want to. Hold on, Jay. We're not just joking around or being, flippant or disingenuous when we say that we want this man to be able to tell his grandkids about his time in Alabama if that's the best he ever achieves. It's not an insult. It's not a slight to him. I quit in high school. That was my exit point. Everybody has a different exit point, and he should be proud of what he's accomplished in his football life. There's nothing wrong with walking away because you want to be able to tell your grandkids about it.
Color, going back to the Armstead issue.
Color, here's an important question I'd like to ask the panel.
Conversation that we had several months ago in regards to the way this generation is so front-running, in a sense. If Armstead doesn't play, he epitomizes what's wrong with this new generation. They're only going to play when the team is stacked, when everything is perfect around them, and they don't have the dog in them to play when the chips are down and battle it out. Remember,
and I just want to clarify for Ralph real quick, Ari. I just want to clarify for Ralph. I know what you're saying, Ralph. He says lies. Most Miami fans don't care. They just want him out. And that may be a fair statement. I haven't ever done a poll at the stadium, so I couldn't tell you whether that's true or not. But what I can only speak for myself, and I'm going to first be honest and say, yeah, I want him out. I've wanted him out for a long time. Okay. Yep. But what I'm saying about how I feel about his head and how good of a human being he is and how his father was raised right, that's not because I'm not saying those things because I want him out. And I want that to be clear, because that's the that's the image people want to hang on me. And I want to remind everybody, for your own benefit too, and just to know for yourself, because Tua's father did an interview with a small-time YouTuber, and I bet to this day that video probably still only has 1,200 views. Yet some of our views are up into the couple thousand sometimes, and everybody wants to talk about what they know about Tua and how good a person he is and this and that and the other. Yet I'm the one that showed that interview on my show and told the world about it, or told the Dolphin community about it. I'm
Yeah,
the
I
one
saw
that
it. I
did
remember.
that.
Yeah, I saw
I'm
it.
the
Yeah.
one that told everybody how great his father raised him and how great a family that is and how good of people those people are. You know what I
Those
mean?
are just facts. Those are just facts.
And so if you want to verify what I'm saying, you're certainly welcome to go back through the archive of the Finn's Tailgate and find it. I don't remember which episode it was. It was in the off season, I'm sure. And again, I would also point to the small time YouTuber, if I could remember the channel, where Galoo actually did the interview with the guy. And there's actually some neat little tidbits in there for all you huge Tua fans and even Dolphin fans that want to, you know, if you're the type of person that likes the mic'd up stuff and likes to hear the inside stuff and like what goes through these human beings' minds and all that. That interview with Galoo, he actually goes into detail about what happened on draft night. And it's really, really fascinating. They were prepared to go to Seattle. And this is nothing I'm speculating. This is right out of his father's mouth in that interview. You can go check it yourself. They were prepared to go to Seattle when they saw us trade I think it was our first pick or something, or we traded back.
Traded down. Yeah.
Right. They thought when they got the phone call, they expected Seattle to be on the other line. They thought we had decided to not go with a quarterback at all.
Stephen Ross.
And so I've made the take flippantly, yes, maybe as a joke, yes, where, hey, if it ever didn't work out here, I'm sure Seattle would be a target destination for him. Number one, because the flight from Seattle to Hawaii is not near as long as it is from Miami. It's actually the shortest flight next to the flight out of Southern California, or mid California. So it's only like an hour or a half hour difference or something. But with the way, with the way Pete Carroll designed his offense, it would actually be a nice fit. Go ahead, Jay.
Color, just keep him as a number 2. He's under contract. Keep him as a number 2.
Sure. Of course, we want.
And bring in.
Of course, that's all stuff. It's hard to know how to talk about until we see how we perform the next 2 weeks. You know what I mean?
Color. I don't care if he's not playing against New England. Color, I'm telling you right now. I don't care if he plays phenomenal. Okay, he's got an injury. He's got an injury history. It dates back to high school. I don't want him as the number 1.
I understand.
So you don't want him now to start, but you want to keep him as a backup.
Well, he's under contract, Cap. I'm not going to trade. Look, I can't even fucking finish. For fuck's sakes, can you give me a minute, please? Just 1 minute, and I'm going to shut the fuck up and I'll leave.
Because you cut me off, bro.
Okay, go ahead.
You pretty much want to get rid of him now
to
give him a bench job next year. What kind of sense does that make, bro? We're already going through the divide now because he's a starter. You want to put him as a bench player?
Well, first of all, can we just?
Yeah, he's not going.
Okay, can I get my rebuttal now or no? Can I get my rebuttal?
Yeah, without cursing, you dumbass.
Can I get my rebuttal to that or not?
Go ahead.
Yeah,
Jay.
without cursing, you dumbass.
Okay. The first thing, Cap. Okay, I didn't interrupt you, so respectfully, don't interrupt me.
Yeah, but you started
good organizations
don't give cursing, all right?
Okay, here he goes again. He just
I'm not
interrupts.
cursing at you. All right, I'm not cursing at you.
Okay, I'll try it again. Look, good organizations, New England, Pittsburgh, Green Bay, they don't give a fiddler's fuck what the fan base thinks about them. Okay, we shouldn't care about the good Mike McDaniel, Stephen Ross. They shouldn't care about what the fans think about. There's no controversy. They got a guy with concussion history. They got a guy that's predictably unpredictable in Tua. He's under contract. I'm not releasing him. I'm not trading him for a 4th-round pick, maybe a 3rd-round pick. I would go out and you bring in David Carr if you can get him, Jared Goff, someone like that. There's no quarterback controversy. He's clearly not the guy. He's got serious injury problems.
You are naive.
He's a number.
Come on!
Okay, can I explain now why neither?
You don't think there's going to be a controversy, bro?
Cat,
really? You that naive?
Cat, please. Can I now explain to both of you why that release of energy was absolutely unnecessary? Because I wasn't making a case to make any move now. I was telling a story about a take I made and why I made it. I wasn't suggesting we trade Tua to Seattle. I was telling you about a take
I'm talking about what Jay
months
said. Put him
ago
as
where I
as a
made that.
backup.
Okay, but what I said erupted into an argument about whether we should trade him or not. That's not what I was saying. I was telling the story about when I made a take that we should trade him to Seattle.
I didn't say anything about
All
trade.
I did.
Nobody's going to trade for him right now. I'm
Wasted a
talking
whole
to
bunch of
Pepperoni.
energy on nothing and started
Pepperoni's
insulting
talking
each
about
other.
keeping him as a bench player, as a backup. Are you insane? That's going to cause
I'm
more
not
divide.
releasing him.
It is.
I'm not releasing him for nothing.
You think it's not going to be no problem? We're not going to have no quarterback controversy? You're freaking nuts, bro.
He'll just be told to shut the fuck up. That's how
you think
good
so?
organizations run.
Yeah, that's what you think.
What do you think good organizations run like?
You're all right, Timothy.
Like, what do you think Bill Belichick says to players when they're mouthing off? They wouldn't dare. What do you think Don Shula would say to people? I know the game's changed a little bit, but
see, that's the type of I'm going to kick your ass.
Worried about players and fans. The players have given up on Tua. I would too.
Yeah, but you want to keep him as a backup.
Oh, he's better than Skyler. That's my opinion. That's my First Amendment, as you Yanks would say, up here at Section 2B.
Oh, real quick, right on, Timothy. And I wasn't insinuating that your family was as bad as Tony's either. So we're good, bro. Don't worry about it. Bygones. Go ahead, Jay.
No, I just wouldn't release him. I'm disinclined to release a player that could be probably one of the better second stringers in the NFL. He's under contract for one more year. I say just keep him for one more year. There's no controversy. Derek Carr.
How did we trade Minka?
Well, you'd have to take that up with Chris Greer and our former head coach. That this told him to lie. He said he would tank. And if we would have tanked, look, this organization sucks so much that we can't even suck to get Joe Burrow. Okay? Brian Flores is a turncoat traitor. We should have tanked that year. I was praying we'd lose every fucking game. And I had guys say, no, we got to win, like TD and all these other people, like Dougie D. Wright or whatever.
Should we
got
dual
Dan Marino
screen
without
you
tanking.
guys before this even starts?
I'll tell you why. Let me finish. Please let me finish. I root for the organization. I don't necessarily root for the year. I believe in the greater good, people. So what? We suck it up,
and
or do you want to go through another 23 years without a playoff victory?
Because one was right there before us.
Well, Herbert was, but I think Burrow's better. But you're right. But the thing is, I don't get paid. Chris Greer gets paid millions of dollars to make these decisions, and he screwed up. He should have taken Herbert. But I think Joe Burrow, in my opinion, is better than Justin Herbert. And I think
anybody
there's a lot
from
of
his
people
draft
on
class
this
is
panel that
better.
would
His whole
agree
draft
with me.
class made the playoffs. He's about to miss the playoffs, in my opinion.
Yeah, the whole draft is. Hurts is in the play. Everybody's in except
Well,
our guy.
technically, he's not even going to make it this year because even if we do make it, I mean, we have to give him credit for us getting this far.
Okay,
but
can we
if
all
we
at
make
least
the playoffs,
collectively agree on one thing?
But the clinching
that Chris
games was what
Greer
mattered.
needs to go.
Cap.
Yeah, you're right.
What's that? Playoffs? Don't talk about playoffs. You kidding me? Playoffs? I just hope we can win a game.
I think since Capitan is not here at the moment, we can probably all agree on that.
We would still be in a dilemma. Like it was Teddy that got us in versus the ones that say, "Well,
Capitan might go to battle with you on that."
We got to deal with that.
We're all in agreement.
Well, look at where that Laremy Tunsil trade really get us.
What'd you say, Kohler?
The Laremy Tunsil trade, it got us
talking about
Waddle
Chris
and
Greer.
Tyreek Hill.
Go to battle with Jay on that one.
That's what that trade got us.
I think we can all agree here.
That trade got us to 8-7 because without that trade, we're freaking 0-14.
Hey, DTA, you good to be in for a minute? I gotta take a break a second.
Yeah, you're good, man.
All right.
So whoever asked the question,
traded for Bradley Chubb.
Y'all getting hurt. Put it on now.
That Laremy Tunsil got us Waddle and
yeah, they're gonna be in a world of hurt.
I would have rather Chase. He's much better than Waddle.
Check it out. If you guys have not hit the like button yet, can you do me a huge favor? Do the Fins Tailgate a huge favor and hit the like button if you have not done it yet. It helps a lot. Like I tell you guys this stuff every single time I do the rundown and all that, and we say it frequently in the stream, but it really does help the channel. If you guys could just take the 2 seconds to hit the like button for us, does a world of difference for us, especially when you're fighting against the algorithm with YouTube. So we appreciate it.
I don't care what you say. Without Tyreek is on this team, we probably don't win a game.
Hold on, Crypto. I'm going to do the rundown real fast, buddy. Sorry. All right, guys. So like I said, if you could hit the like button for us, it helps us a lot. If you guys are watching or viewing from any of the other social platforms on Twitch, Facebook, etc., head on over to YouTube, subscribe to the channel if you haven't already. And if you're liking the content and really enjoying it, it's also, if you are watching on any of the other social platforms, be sure to come over and like the video. Does us a lot of good if you guys come over and like this for the channel. As far as the rundown and the schedule right now, you have El Capitan still every other day of the week. And then you have Lewis, of course, the Rabid Dolphin. And he is working on setting a hard schedule so you guys can have a consistent time of when he's going to be on. But he always makes appearances and he's got shows coming all the time. So just keep an eye out for that. You have Color Commentary, of course. He eventually here soon is going to be steady shooting for every morning between 6 and 8
at least
Eastern
6
time.
to 8, 6 to indefinite, but 6 to 8 normally. And
Yep.
also, I'll try to put in as many Saturdays as I can. I like to chop it up with my audience about fantasy usually on Saturdays. As well as other things. I usually on Saturdays I like to talk about how we're gonna win, how they can win, and then we'll chop it up about fantasy. But tomorrow I'm hoping to go not early, but sometime before noon for a coffee and a cup of color. Because I've got to get you guys' opinion on which coffee cup that I changed to now that I've broken my beloved family heirloom.
Don't worry, we know whose fault it is, Color.
I know.
So yeah,
I'll be running a poll on that tomorrow morning, and then go ahead, DTA. Didn't mean to cut you off.
No, you're good, man. Yeah, we have so Kohler's going to be going to that between 6 and 8 or 6 and indefinite for Kohler Commentary and a cup of Kohler. You also have Kohler Commentary, I believe. Are you still doing Thursday nights or shooting for Thursday nights?
I am every time I get the energy, but I still don't have my work. I'm really focusing on trying to get my my workflow down to where I can make it consistent with the morning show. And then I'm gonna, at energy allowing, I'd like to do either Tuesday night or Thursday night, depending on how good the Thursday night football games are. That kind of thing during the season, but with a regular color commentary show. But I've been really trying to focus on getting the coffee show off the ground in the morning for y'all to, make sure it can be consistent so everybody can count on that. The guys in the morning like to have stuff to count on when they're driving to work and getting ready and all that. And they usually, I know for myself, when I used to be up that early, I lose interest in somebody I can't count on every day. So I'm trying to make that happen, and I'm still working on it for my own life. I've got a big move going on right now, but come shortly after the 1st, I should have everything geared down, my sleep schedule right, and be coming at you every morning at 6 o'clock. So keep your notification bell tick so you know when we go.
Yep.
Right.
So hit your noti bell, get that thing turned on. You heard it right from the horse's mouth, and I'm not calling a Kohler a horse by any means. But yeah, be sure to watch out for Cup of Kohler. Get you a Cup of Kohler. It's the #1 Miami Dolphins morning show. You heard it here first. And of course, you got myself, DTA, with the Dolphins Debrief. I'm still putting out shorts and shows. I will here soon. I'm going to be going every day, trying to be shooting for like a late noon or an afternoon show. I also am going to be trying to do at least 2-3 times a week a late night show for all of you who have showed up for the other late night shows and have been asking for me to continue those. I will be doing those as well. So you're going to have Dolphins Debrief shorts, my Dolphins Debrief afternoon show, and then once in a while I'll be doing the late night shows. And last but not least, we have the great Ali. You can catch him on Saturday evenings with the Late Night Exhale with Ali. Also, if you guys want to help support the channel, we don't have super chats or memberships up right now. However, we do have Patreon. If you guys want to become a Patreon member, head on over to Patreon and type in TFTG to become a member today for all the exclusive content that is going to be coming out. We also have Cash App and Venmo. You can go donate there at $ the Fins Tailgate if you're on Cash App, and if you're on Fins or Venmo, it's just the Fins Tailgate. Also, down in the description, you can find all the information for the Patreon, Cash App, Venmo. And lastly, I want to say too, I'll touch on it again. Also, if you guys want to donate and tip Kohler, you can go to buymeacoffee.com/KohlerCom today and donate to getting Kohler a new coffee machine. So you have the Fanatics thing up there, Kohler?
New seasons, new gear. Show the world what it means to be a fan in 100% authentic gear. Fanatics, officially licensed everything.
There you go. You got the you got.
I'll do you one even better.
Yeah, I love that one.
Yeah.
I love that one. But there you go, guys.
Yeah.
So if you're trying to get any of your officially licensed merch, head on over to Fanatics. Let them know that we sent you by using our affiliate link in the description. And then we have, last but not least, the Backroom Collections. If you guys are into mini helmets, which I know a lot of people are, Backroom Collections offers several different custom visors just for the mini helmets. So you guys can go pick those up. They have a bunch of cool art, a bunch of cool canvases. It's really a bunch of custom Miami Dolphins sports art and memorabilia type of stuff. And they have, like I said, the visors for the mini helmets. So if you head on over to Backroom Collections, use the hashtag TFTG for 10% off your purchase to get you guys a deal and save you some money. So thanks, guys.
But by the way, when you said you heard it from the horse's mouth,
Oh, wait. Here's the most
that's
important
right.
part.
I am sorry. I left out the most.
Well, I'll tell you why it's the most important part in just a second. Go ahead, DTA.
Yeah, I left out the most important. See, this is shame on me here. We have this really is last but not least, okay? This is the Fins Tailgate merch. If you guys want to get yourself something awesome, I know holidays just ended and all, but we have a bunch of cool stuff like coffee mugs, tumblers, slides, shirts, tank tops, flags, beanies, hats, hoodies. We have the new It's In My DNA t-shirt you guys can get and rock that. We have a whole array of stuff for men, women.
And then look what's down there in the left-hand corner.
Get you some your new coffee mug, yeah.
I'm thinking that might be the next goal after I get my Keurig machine.
Yeah, you should.
Maybe I'll set up a PO box, just kidding. No, but I'm gonna be going after that mug pretty soon. That may be what I replace my beloved mug with, because that style mug, that shape and size, that's kind of what I prefer. That's why I loved my beloved mug so much. But I'm going after that mug, man.
yeah, get the aluminum one. That way it doesn't break.
Right. Well, I can get both.
Honestly, and that the one that was in the very bottom left hand, the one that was in the very, very bottom left hand corner, my wife uses one very similar to that aluminum looking one that looks like it's like a little.
Well,
bull.
Shake's got a good point there. I mean, if I'm going to be dropping my mugs, I probably should get an aluminum one.
Yeah, they're great. Starbucks makes them. That's what my wife's got a Starbucks one, but I think I'm going to switch it out. And I'm gonna go get her one of the Fins Tailgate ones.
See, I'd get spoiled though, Shake. I'd start throwing it into my room like a football. After I'm done, pour it in there, seal it up, and go long. And I'll toss it in the room.
No, Kohler is perfect. So it's perfect to get one of those for the rest of the season. So when we lose, you can throw that bitch, and you know it's not gonna break.
Put a hole in my wall.
Yeah. It's just a little bit of sheetrock. No big deal.
Yeah, exactly.
But no,
quick question, guys.
Those aluminum ones are good for iced coffee, though. So I
Right.
like the hot coffee.
Yeah, they're thermal, right?
Quick question. What do we do if Teddy wins us the next 2 games and adds on to that with a playoff victory? Because the reason I asked the question is because everybody has written off the possibility of him
We build a statue for him, and we make him our Doug Peterson for the rest of time.
Right.
He becomes our permanent backup.
Hey, you're damn right, Josh. Go get you some, man.
Hey, KP, I'll tell you what happens if Tua wins the next two and Tua starts the playoffs. The same thing we do when taxes go up. We complain, but there's nothing we can do about it.
Yeah, you're right about that. Kate.
Right.
Makes for good radio. Makes for good online radio, right?
He'll be our next Nick Foles.
Yep.
Y'all are way too harsh on Nick Foles, man.
Hey, real quick, guys, too. I want everybody right now in the chat. Okay, we got over 60-something people watching still. Let Kohler know down in the comments, in the comments and the chat. Let Kohler know what you guys think of the new Fanatics commercial that we just showed.
Yeah, please do. So, real quick, poll update after 65 votes. Putting Miami aside, will Tua ever take a snap in the NFL again? If you haven't got your votes in, I'm going to leave it up a little longer. Currently 66 votes. 59% say yes, he will. 41% say no.
Taking another snap
in the NFL.
NFL.
Like put Miami aside. Is it does he even play in the NFL again?
Who are you talking about, Tua?
Yeah. That's what I got. That's the current poll
though.
if you haven't voted yet, Ben.
Yeah, I did. I said I think I said yeah.
I'm in the yes category.
I would say
I think they've successfully created whatever lie or not lie, real or not real. He didn't have a concussion against Buffalo, so technically, with enough rest, i.e., the offseason, he could get back to a point where he's never had a concussion. I think that's what that doctor was saying, but he's going on the idea that he didn't have a concussion against Buffalo and that this is only number 2. So
I think he plays again. I just don't think he plays.
He can play. He can probably get cleared to play next year, so I think he'll take another snap in the NFL. Whether it's the Miami Dolphins, I couldn't tell you, but that's not, that's kind of the point of that particular poll for the audience's clarification that it's really put Miami aside. Whether you think it'll be for Miami or not doesn't matter. Do you think it'll even happen again?
And you're getting quite a bit of feedback too. Everybody seems to love it. This comment.
I know, man.
It's a wonderful
You're just trying to turn a grown man's cheeks red. That's all you're trying to do, bro. Appreciate it.
I want to get your take on this. Check this out. All right, let's just say for the sake of argument that this concussion was a farce to just to bench him, right? Don't you think if the NFL gets wind of this, look, you made up this fake narrative to bench this guy, you not only did you put us under scrutiny, the shield under scrutiny because you wanted to bench him, you couldn't come up with another injury like a thumb or an ankle or anything like that. You had to make a concussion and put this big light on this than what it needed to be.
Right. That's a good point, Shake.
I mean, the concussion was the only thing that
they created a perfect alibi with the concussion.
Yeah, but I'm just saying though. But if they come out, they're saying that he didn't, because they're going to investigate this, and then if they find out that he really didn't have a concussion, that heads are going to freaking roll, bro.
Yeah, but how do they find that out?
Especially when you got somebody out there trying to prove that he's not concussion prone and he shouldn't retire. So that automatically goes against the grain of concussion by making people doubt whether he had one in the first place to begin with.
Yeah, but they already even lied even during that Buffalo game when he clearly had a concussion, but they said it was his back.
Right. Yeah.
So they can change the narrative however they please.
And that's why it's hard to know what the real discussions are behind the scenes, because if they lied to the public, that's fine. But medical records are medical records. And if it happened, they know about it. And so do his doctors and everybody else. So his decision may contain a different code in his calculus than ours could ever, because we don't know if behind the scenes in his personal private life, if that was actually a concussion or not. It doesn't matter what they convince the public of.
Yeah,
they can convince the public that the sky is purple, but science still says it's a certain color. You know what I mean?
Yep.
And so if it's part of his personal medical records, which we'll never know because it's not our business, and I'm not trying to get involved or try to find out. I'm just saying that the decisions and discussions he's having with his family, himself, his wife, all of that are a completely different calculus than the discussion we're assuming he's making that choice on. You know what I mean?
Yeah. But
because if he knows what happened to himself, then his complete calculus is different than ours.
Yeah,
we have to assume he only had 2 based on, and not to say you have to believe that. What I'm saying is, if we're going to discuss what the Dolphins are going to do with him, we have to discuss it in the paradigm that he only had 2 concussions, because that's the platitude and the paradigm they're functioning in.
Yeah.
You know, so we have to just say, okay, if we're going to decide to talk about what the Dolphins are doing with it, it's pointless to say he had a 3rd one, because they obviously are operating as if he only had 2. Which, in that case, you know, he could, according to what most studies say, he could get back to a point like he's never had one before. Still, if he's only had 2 that far apart from each other. You know,
right? What's the likelihood?
You add that 3rd one. If he did, in fact, have that 1st one in Buffalo, that means he had a 2nd one before the 1st one healed. And the 2nd one should have taken 3 months to heal because of that. Which means if he got a 3rd one inside that 3 months, which we know he did, then we're talking about a serious issue. He may not ever be able to recover. It'll just diminish. His energy levels in his head will diminish from here. That's what I mean, God, I wish YouTube wouldn't be in such great partners with such fast servers. Then I could show you the video, because the doctor that I learned this information from, yes, it was a YouTube doctor. Yes, it was a guy with a YouTube channel saying it on YouTube, this, that, the other. But the channel is like the Concussion Institute or something. And it has like 500,000 subscribers. And you know what I mean? It's like the guy's not just a yahoo, you know, and he just simply explains concussion and how it affects how the concussion world views multiple concussions and time frames of healing and stuff like that. It's a great.
And by the way,
watch.
his credentials can be looked up. By the way, his credentials can be looked up. So
sure. And I just wish I could show you the video, because it makes it so easy for a lay person like myself. And I'm admitting I'm a lay person. I don't know. I'm not a doctor. I don't know nothing about the stuff beyond what I can determine to be an expert showed me in a way that a layperson like myself could understand it. And it's actually very simple. It's not that hard to understand, but everybody's got their own take on what it is, what it does, what it blah, blah, blah. I heard somebody say the other day, a concussion is the swelling of the brain. And no, it's not. A concussion is the damage of the membrane between the two, an injury to the membrane between the 2 layers of brain. The 2 layers are of a different density. So when the head abruptly stops and the brain goes forward and hits the front of the skull, or back, whatever direction, doesn't even have to hit the skull, but that abrupt movement, the inertial pressure is different from one layer to the other, because they're different densities. Just like if you had a bowling ball and a feather, if they're moving forward and you abruptly stop them, one's going to have more force, or one's going to move forward slower than the other.
Yeah.
At some point. initially special relativity, no, they'll move at the same speed, but one will eventually slow down faster than the other.
It's like
And when
getting
that
whiplash.
happens, that membrane between the two layers gets stretched and injured. That is the concussion that is the injury that needs to be healed. And
So,
this doctor
fellas-
says after the
Hey,
first
what's up,
one,
man?
it's up to three to 6 weeks for that healing to take place. And if that healing does take place, a person can get back to a point where they've never had their brain energy levels can get back to where they never had a concussion before. But if it happens within that healing period, again, the healing period extends to 3 to 4 months.
Which he didn't do.
So that's why it's important whether he had that first one in Buffalo or not. If they know privately that he did, then our discussion is meaningless because we already know what his decision has to be.
Yeah.
And that's what the calculus a lot of us are operating on when people think we're having outrageous takes. You know what I mean?
Yeah. I mean,
you could have 10 concussions. If they're all spread out 5 weeks apart from each other, it's like you've never had one.
Yeah, but that's still like, there has to be some type of long-term.
I mean, I might be exaggerating with 10, but the
Still
point
dangerous,
is,
too.
if the healing is done, the brain actually gets to a point as if it's never had one before.
But you're still gonna feel it though, right?
Well, a person, now that put aside, good question, Canes, because I'm putting aside the fact that one human in general could be susceptible to their first concussion more than another human because we're all different. No different than somebody having a different tolerance for alcohol for their first sip of alcohol than another.
My question is, why the hell did he play after the first two? I mean,
well, they claim he didn't have the first one. The first one was a back injury, officially.
Well, to your point, Color, people don't realize. Well, you know what makes a good boxer? The boxer, a guy who could take a punch, and not so not everybody takes punches. Like you said, the same.
Damn
right. Somebody like Robbie Lawler. Good point, Shake. Robbie Lawler in the UFC. Has he ever even been knocked out yet?
I'm not sure.
I mean, the guy like I know he's taken knockout shots. I don't know if he's ever actually been knocked out. Maybe once. Finally, I don't know. Another guy would be who was that guy that big name that used to fight like Chuck Liddell a lot and them guys. Oh, what was his name? I can't remember off the top of my head, but he couldn't be knocked out either, man. Nate Diaz, another one, or Nick Diaz, another one, can't be knocked out.
Even though he was knocked out a few times, but Muhammad.
Yeah, I'm sure. But I mean, relatively speaking, though, he's one that it's like really hard to hit his button. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
You can beat him to a pulp, and he'll still keep coming.
Yeah,
so
tricky.
I think Clemente's saying Tyrone Woodley, is he the one that knocked out Robbie Lawler? And looks like either DTA or Capitan, I don't know who's using the account, but it looks like they said Matt Hughes. I don't know if these names are coming out as people that knocked out Robbie Lawler or if they're people that can't get knocked out.
Yeah, but going back to what you were with the poll, I think he will play again. I just think I think if he gets like another concussion, like let's say next season, he's going through the same thing as far as getting concussions, because it will happen again. I think next year is where he's probably gonna have to really make his decision, because you can't just keep going through each year. You're just getting concussions.
Well, the thing of it is, good point, Ben. And I think the longer it goes like that, the more the decision starts to be taken out of his hands.
Yeah.
Because they'll just make the decision for him. So Matt, TFTG is saying Matt Hughes could never get knocked out until he did. And then after that, every time someone hit him, he went to sleep. Same thing with Chuck Liddell. That's because people watched tape and figured out where the button exactly was and put their glove on the same spot.
I mean, it makes sense.
remember Mirko Krokop?
Yeah.
The guy with the 5 foot wide leg, that finally
Yeah.
took his own leg shot to the head from who was it? Gonzaga?
I believe so. It was so long ago, though.
Yeah, he never really fought again. A couple times, but he was done after that. One knockout.
He was a one and done.
Quick question: If we, do you think if Teddy wins these last 2 games and he goes in the playoffs, do you think we keep Teddy next year as like a backup, not a starter, but a backup?
Depends on how much money he wants, but I would try, sure.
But do you move him as 3rd or 2nd string? Because then you got to move Skyler up, whether it's a 2nd string or if Skyler shows he's good enough, maybe 1st string. I doubt 1st string, but
right,
2nd string at least, because you got to start getting this kid ready at least within the next couple of years.
And so Capitan said, or maybe is that you writing that DTA or Capitan? It might be DTA because he's quiet. Anyway, no, that's not white color. It's because once the trauma is done, the ligament repair, it's never the same like anything else. You don't get brain surgery for concussions. Right. Now, regarding the rest and the healing, it could also be that they're taking punch after punch during the match. So they're probably getting concussed a couple times in a row throughout that match before they actually get knocked out. Or I should say the brain is slamming back and forth in there before they actually get knocked out. So I could see a knockout being like the type of concussion that makes permanent damage, sure.
But it makes sense to me because what you said about after 3 months and it's never happened, and that's why fighters, they can't fight after 3. They have to take a 3-month break after every fight.
Right. And isn't that kind of like per the sanctioning body rules or something? Mm-hmm. But then again, Tua didn't he get knocked out in Cincinnati? I mean,
yeah, wasn't that when his fingers froze when he was on the ground?
Yeah, that was in Cincinnati.
I just don't like what that pretends. I really don't.
Yeah, because if he gets another one of those again, because you don't know when it's going to happen. You know what I mean? And
right now, you're speaking as a regular person. Now, put on your corporate hat, and make your evaluation as what we're going to do moving forward. It's like I just don't see it, people.
Yeah, because technically, if you really think about it, I was talking to one of my peoples about this. Like, if you really think about it, he could have died. That from what they're saying on that bus,
absolutely,
they're saying it was a back, and then it was saying if it was a concussion, if it wasn't. Let's say if it was a concussion, I think the reason why he reacted to the way he reacted it to because of the Bengals, I think because it was a concussion the first time, and I think the second time is what you see when you when you have a concussion the first time and you literally play within 2 weeks or whatever time he started playing again, or like not 2 weeks, like what was it, like 4 days. I honestly think like he was still
right,
like
4 days.
He didn't fully heal, and that's why he got a second shock. And then because honestly, that man could have died. Like, you understand how crazy that would have been if he would have died instead of that would have. I don't even know what
that would have turned the whole sports world upside down.
Yeah, there would have been lawsuits too.
What I'm about to say, I say with all absolute due respect deserved to this man, and I'm not trying to disparage the condition that anybody is suffering when it comes to this type of stuff. But I'm really curious because Benjamin brings up the dying aspect, okay? But we're also forgetting the other aspect. I'd really, really like to know Mr. Shazier's position on this.
Oh, damn, lose back.
The last person that got paralyzed for life playing this game live on television.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Isn't Shazier walking?
Who was it? Pittsburgh Steeler.
Isn't he walking though?
Yeah, he is actually.
Yeah, he is walking. Yep.
What do you mean? Why so dramatic, Shag? Talking about a man's life, dude.
Exactly.
Me dramatic.
Man,
I'm
ain't
not the one
dramatic.
that created the drama. The man got paralyzed on the football field. It happened. It's not something I'm dramatizing.
Mike Utley did for Detroit.
And the way Tua
that
looked
was
with his
scary
fingers.
too.
Oh, another one, Michael Irving. Look at Michael Irving, bro.
The way Tua looked with his fingers before anybody got to that man, we didn't know what happened. We didn't know it was a
Exactly.
concussion.
Scared the shit out of me, honestly.
He looked
That
like he
was
He
traumatic.
looked like
It
he was
obviously
paralyzed.
traumatized Waddle.
Right.
And I'm not being flippant. It showed in his performance.
Well, I mean, they're all human beings, man.
See, this is the type of stuff right here that is so like, bro, I can't even have this discussion anymore. I can't go on with it anymore because it's obvious that people need to really. I'm not trying to dog you, Shag. I'm just trying to say, like, there is so much loaded in that statement. Die of a concussion. Yes.
Yeah, it's serious stuff.
Well,
bro.
I mean,
Nah, you can
People
definitely
have
die
died of concussion.
no, but what causes the concussion? The same thing that causes a concussion can just kill you outright. Forget the concussion.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Like
if you fall so
getting a
hard to the
concussion.
ground, your ass is
Jeez,
done.
man.
There's been some people that get knocked out in a fight, but the way they hit the ground on the back of their head, they can instantly die.
Yeah.
I mean, put it this way. I suffered the only concussion I've suffered in my life during a car accident where I hit my back of my head hit a windshield at 70 miles an hour.
Ooh,
Do you think I should be alive right now? All I suffered was a concussion. Are you going to say, oh, well, concussion don't make people die? No. But what caused the concussion? Should I be walking right now?
Damn.
Yeah, this stuff is very serious stuff, man.
And we know they get concussions all. No, just Tua, because he's the one getting them that's almost risking his life. That's who we're talking about. If you want to talk about everybody else that gets concussions, fine. Start a YouTube channel.
Mm-hmm.
Yep. Facts.
That's the truth.
That is the truth right there.
That's one of the
and
first
it's
things
scary too.
That's one of the first things that they tell you.
That's the truth.
Not to
I'm
do.
gonna describe to you what it felt like for me, because it's the only one I've ever had. I was 21 years old, and it scared the ever-loving shit out of me. I thought I was dying.
Oh damn.
Which I actually was, because my jugular vein was severed, but I didn't know that at the time. And I'm telling you, here, I'll explain to you like this. Y'all have seen Terminator 2 Judgment Day, right?
Yeah.
With the T-1000?
Yeah.
Remember the part where he's chasing after the group in the mental institute when they're jailbreaking his mother?
Yeah.
Yes.
And they all run into the elevator, and the T-1000 pries open the doors, and Arnold's got a shotgun right in his face and blasts him right in the face, and his whole head splits into two,
Ooh,
right?
damn. Yeah.
That's what my head felt like.
Ouch.
I felt like I was seeing the world through that guy's eyes. Literally, that's what my head felt like. I had two different eyes looking different directions.
Shag, you're better than this, Shag. Like, I twisted my ankle. I could have lost my leg.
Yeah,
like,
guy's a
get serious,
troll.
bro. Come on, bro.
But even to
You're
his
better than
point, he's only feeding our point because, yeah, you actually can. Ever heard of Alex Smith?
Yeah, but that wasn't off a twisted ankle, though.
No, he broke his leg.
Right.
And he got infected.
I got a question for you guys. Is there actually a concussion awareness
Shag is just trying to
class
be
for these
facetious.
players?
He's being ridiculous.
Is there what?
A concussion awareness class for these players? I think there should be.
I'm pretty sure there is.
Like probably when you first get in the league.
Everybody craps on Chris Sims all the time, which I'm not saying he was a great quarterback. I'm just trying to say, you all think he ended his career because he got cut or he washed out? No, he almost died.
Died on the field with a spleen.
With a busted spleen.
Yep.
Right.
Bleeding internally on the field.
Well, let me tell you this, okay? Something y'all don't realize. Might have even been the same doctor going over Tua's rib injury from the Bills last year. Did y'all know that the rib that was broken was like a rib that was right near his spleen and could have very well fractured his spleen if it would have been like a little more pressure? You know what I mean?
What's fucked up too is that they don't get afforded because these guys get paid millions of dollars.
Right.
It's like they're no longer afforded the same grace.
Humanity.
Yeah, they're not. Yeah, exactly. They're not afforded those same things that we are as people because they get paid millions. So what? That means that them potentially dying or having some serious long-term injury.
Well,
okay.
you all, our long-time audience knows. Well, real quick, I want to say something to that point, DJ, because a lot of you guys up here can probably vouch for me on this, especially Shake. Our really long-time audience knows that's the type of perspective we've always tried to bring here at the Fins Tailgate, is the human perspective of this whole sport and our organization. And that's why our takes get taken so wrong all the time, because we're not thinking of always X and O's. We're thinking of, hey, and I'll illustrate it this way. Back in the offseason, I was joking around that when we were about to hire, or when we hired McDaniel, or when we were talking about him and discussing the pros and cons, I had said, hey, young head coach, new head coach, what is he going to do when a player comes up to him and says, oh, hey, I just got the clap. You know what I mean? Or something, right?
Right.
Or I'm going through these personal issues at home. You know what I mean? How is he going to handle that? And I got made fun of for that. And lo and behold, what do we hear? What's reported to us in the news midway through the season about one of our defensive backs?
Exactly.
I rest my case.
Does it rhyme with burpees?
It might.
Damn.
And it wasn't no Greek fairy tale, okay?
And by the way,
it's the gift that keeps on giving.
Yeah.
By the way, even if the concussion didn't cause death, there's a lot of long-term effects that people don't realize.
Right.
The motor skills and stuff and things like that you can't do things like grip a cup because of your brain, or you can't react a certain way because of your brain taking too much damage.
Right.
I don't expect everybody to just
becoming a vegetable,
knowing how I feel about the man Tua. It's completely different freaking perspective when you're talking about this issue, man. I just wish people would understand that.
Absolutely, Kohler. I agree with that. The way we feel about someone as a player is completely different. Than us. It's not like we're monsters with no sympathy or empathy for other humans.
Because at the same time, if that grown man decided to take that risk himself, ain't my business. So
got a point there.
I'd support him that way too. Just not on my team.
Well, and also, Kohler. Go ahead.
I was just to say, not on my team. I'll support his right to play and make that decision up until I'm blue in the face. Just not on my team.
Absolutely. At the end of the day, you're rooting for, we're rooting for the team. We're rooting for the jersey, not the player. And at the end of the day, but you also have to be able to, and this is something that we do up here. Me, Lewis, Kohler, we can separate the player from the person. They're two different things. We don't just, wrap it up in one. We may not want Tua on our team, or we may not agree with some of your guys' positions. And maybe we, like in my own opinion, I don't think he offers us the longevity and the ability to do things that we need him to do, to go out there and compete for a championship. But it doesn't take away from the fact that I still see him as a human being. I think he's a young kid, and you know, I don't personally have any, you know,
Hey,
issues.
and for I'll say this for his hardline supporters. Why do you want to take you all love singing his praises about what he did in Alabama and all this and that. You're very proud of it. We know that. There's nothing wrong with that.
Who's y'all?
But I'm talking about the hardline Tua supporters. Okay. You know, they love to sing the praises about what he did in Alabama, blah, blah, blah. Like Tryhard is saying, the hurdles he's had to go through despite, and still getting in the league, all of
That's
that
everybody.
stuff. They love telling everybody about that. Well, why do they think it's fair to strip Tua of the right to do the same thing to his grandkids?
I don't know. That's on them.
So they have their fun. They get to tell everybody the story, the legend of Tua, but Tua doesn't get to tell it to his own grandkids.
See, Jermaine King, here's where you're making an assumption, and
I've already addressed that, DTA.
Okay, I will.
Somebody else made a similar comment, and I've already addressed it and made my stand very clear. So,
my bad. I wasn't up here.
No problem, but we're not going to give it to them again. They have to rewind and watch the show and like and share to get that information.
Yeah, no worries. I stepped away.
I'm not going to keep arguing with these people and try to justify myself and try to prove who I am or I know who I am and what's in my heart. I don't need to be told that, so I don't even need to address it.
And hey, just side note real quick, it's not relative to that, but I just wanted to let everybody know. So there's not going to be a Dolphins debrief today. I was going to be going late afternoon, evening time, and then it was going to segue into El Cap show tonight. But
tell him, Lewis, he got stole today, didn't he?
He's good, bro. Hey, you're good, bro. It's still going. You're almost not coming up 9.5 hours strong, and people are still rocking with you. So just keep this going.
Well, again, it's not me. This right here, I did a morning panel. Color was absolutely wonderful being in the back and helping me out. But this going this long, again, 9 hours and 15 minutes. Yep. I know it came back. Color, shout out to those guys, man. Like, again, I'll say it again. I was so honored and privileged that Color and Cap and Ali welcomed me to the Fizz Tailgate because I knew coming in here it was about family. But when you get a 9 hour and 15 minute stream that I started in this morning thinking, and you can ask Color can vouch for me. I didn't even think I was going to open up a panel today. I was going to keep it real quick and short. So to have a 9 hour and 15 minute panel, this is not only me. I'm not going to take credit for this show again. This is on Color, DTA, and the rest of the Fizz family. And bro, like for real, I appreciate you guys immensely. And this is not saying
well, Dan the man says it right because it's hard to stop once you all start showing up. We all start showing up. You're basically telling us you want us to keep going. I'm like, yeah, Lewis, if they scream for a panel, I'll run one for you a couple hours or whatever. You know what I mean? Right. But you guys keep coming. So why do I mean, it's hard to hit the end broadcast button, to be honest with you.
Color, they've been showing us love since we started this thing at 9:45 in the morning.
We haven't been below 50.
And listen,
bro,
there's all the primetime guys starting up their streams right now, and we're still at 56, 57. You guys are awesome.
You guys are awesome, and you guys are the reason we do this. I mean, awesome. Just look at the other day. I went just over almost 20 hours. It's about 19.5 hours straight that I did the other day. And the entire time, it stayed at a steady number. It was between, I'd say, around 70 to 100, and I think it was up to 155 people viewing. And it stayed that way the entire time. And that was straight from Lewis's show with me, Kohler, and Lewis, all the way into Dolphins Debrief with me, Kohler. You guys are the reason we do this, like, honestly. And we want to, just like you said, a true tailgate. We want to keep, like, eventually we want there to always be something on air, so you guys always have content. We want to keep doing this for you guys. Bro, that's why the like button helps us a lot.
Absolutely.
Like, we
and again, as I said the other night, look, we know things. It's still sort of There's still a competition going on in some people's minds, and we don't want any part of that. We just want any, let's be honest, there's competitors out there, and we don't want to take anybody. We don't want you to stop watching your favorite YouTubers. We want to be on long enough and steady enough that you can go watch those people and come back to the Fins Tailgate and still rock it with us, because we don't want to take from nobody. We just want to have a place that somebody can always come to.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
We just want our own thing.
And
Go
that's
ahead.
why I highlighted this comment right here, because this is for me. This is why I do this. For guys like Dolphinier, I'm homesick, and you guys have made my day. Well, we appreciate
and thanks
that,
to guys
Dolphinier.
like Kahari P for that, coming up here in his, while he's fishing, showing his background. You know what I mean?
Absolutely, 100%.
You don't realize, when I was living in Missouri, for somebody to come up on a panel and do that, show themselves fishing in the blue sunshine in winter in Florida, it's like, God, you don't know what that would have meant to me. I completely feel you there, man. I totally do.
Once again, and I was gonna say this once again. Shout out to the homie Lewis, my brother from another mother. He even took time out to go get Uno carved in his head. He took time out from his day to go get Uno carved in his head. I'm loving it. I'm telling you right now, man. That's a strong man right there.
The longer Joseph Frisk, hey, look, the longer Joseph Frisk hangs with us, the more he gets, the more and more he gets. He's on point with this comment right here. It's like a telethon for anxious Dolphin fans.
Absolutely. And like I said too,
that's something I would say.
We all appreciate you guys immensely, and y'all are the reason why we come up here and do this, and we don't mind pumping out all this content and taking times out of our days. We do it for you guys. We thoroughly enjoy it, and we appreciate each and every one of you guys. And thank you as well, Lewis, for having me up today, man. I appreciate it, bro.
Well, guess what, C. Herfel, since you said it, it's official now. So that's our new moniker. Everybody's got their own moniker. That's it. We're the fastest growing, hottest Dolphins YouTube channel on the web right now. That's right.
Talk to him, C. Hoffel. Talk to him.
And just like I said, you guys can catch. I'm sure I'll probably do a Dolphins debrief. I know there's going to be a short today, tomorrow, but you guys will catch my show tomorrow.
Well, DTA, if you're willing to make sure that it gets shut down properly, because I don't know, I might fall out. You know what I mean? Otherwise, I'd have to kind of end it soon. But we're only Cap's going 9:30 to 9:45-ish. I don't know if he'd rather us keep it running through or if he'd rather there be a break in between. But if we were to carry it all the way to the Fins Tailgate show tonight with El Capitan, make sure you're catching it. Hit the notification bell so you know when he goes. He said 9:30, 9:45-ish. If we go that long and carry it all the way there, that'll be a 12-hour stream.
Yeah.
Yeah, it will be. Yep. It'll be officially 12 hours. Yep.
Like Lewis said, he fired it up at 9:45 sharp this morning.
Yeah.
Yep.
DTA, if you're up here, DTA, I'll be up here with you and stuff. And if people are still clamoring for the content, then I'm willing to do the 12-hour stream and just run it off in the Cap show.
Yeah, I'm down with that.
If that's what the people are asking for.
We will start. He will start a second stream. I don't know if he's created it already or not. If he has, make sure you're sharing it out to get people ready for it.
Yeah,
good to
he hasn't had.
It should show up in your timeline
for a while. He's
I agree.
excited to talk to you all.
I agree with the homie JM. If you're not coming here for your Dolphin content, I don't know what the fuck you're doing. So couldn't say it better myself, JM.
There you go.
Yeah, and Capitan's anxious.
That's the Samuel Jackson right there of the fans.
He's been so busy lately.
Right there, JM.
Yeah, and I said, I want to appreciate, both Kohler and Lewis. I tell them all the time, but I'm telling you guys again, man. I know I appreciate you. I'm sure everybody else appreciates both of you guys. And Lewis, thank you for, always inviting me up to be a part of your show, bro.
Bro, look, me and you, DTA, we're down like 4 flat tires, man. You ain't got to ask. You got the link anytime you need it. And again, I appreciate you and Color. Because again, Color was in the building with me at 9:45 this morning, rocking with me, and helping out and doing this. So again, bro, this is a family. I don't look at this as the Rabid Dolphin show because hell, you guys have been on here longer than
Yeah,
probably I
and
have.
thanks to both
So,
of you, when you're able to hold it down when I can't. It's like all I had to do was step away to go to the medicine store and the grocery store, and I'm good. So it's not, you know what I mean? The fact that I was able to step away for an hour or so like that gave me the ability to go longer. I mean, what else would I be doing right now but sitting here chatting it up on whoever else has got a stream going?
But that's what makes it. That's what makes it nice having a team, man. Like we literally, you can still go about, do your things if things come up in life. Like, you know what I mean? We can keep the stream going while you've got to go run an errand or whatever because we've got a whole team here. And I don't know, Kohler, if you have the ability, if you would please, can you put a poll in the chat? I need to know from you guys. I've already talked to El Cap. What I'm going to be doing, I'm going to be grabbing one of 3 jerseys. You can either have an autographed Bob Greasy jersey, an autographed Ricky Williams, or an autographed Tyreek Hill. And I need to know which one of those you guys would want for a raffle. They're all going to come with whatever one I get, but all of them, they're all authenticated and they're Beckett certified. They come with the certificate of authenticity. So I don't know if Kohler, if you can make a poll just to kind of see which one, you know, the folks would rather have.
All right, I'll end this one. It's at 86 votes. Everybody get your vote in real quick if you haven't yet. 87. Let's see if we can jump it to 100 if everybody hasn't had a chance to vote yet. Numbers aren't changing too much as far as the percentages. I'll go here in another couple seconds. Maybe we can at least get to 90. Anybody else? Going once, there's 98. Anybody else hasn't voted? I'm sorry, 88. All right, going once. Going twice.
Sold.
And the poll is now ended. Results. Putting Miami aside, will Tua ever take a snap in the NFL again? 57% say yes, 42% say no. 88 votes. So what were you saying now, DTA, as far as the question here? What are the
I need to see if you could throw a poll in the chat because
what are the options?
I talked to El Cap, and what I'm going to be doing is I'm going to be doing a giveaway. Here's the 3 options. I need to know which one that they would want more. It's either, and all these are autographed jerseys. They all are Beckett or JSA certified, come with a certificate of authenticity, all that good stuff. The option is either Bob Greasy, Tyreek Hill.
Hold on.
All right.
Ty Hill.
So Bob Greasy or Tyreek Hill.
Okay.
And then the third and last option would be Ricky Williams.
Okay, Greasy, Ty Hill, or Ricky?
Yep.
And the question is...
Maybe Hill. Hill.
What is your preference for ETA's jersey giveaway? Raffle, or I'll say raffle. Question mark. All right. Here we go.
And you guys can use that
Poll is
to
out.
let us know which one.
We'll let that soak for a minute. We'll let it stiffen in the fridge. We'll check it once it's jiggling.
I got to get that Jello jiggling.
Yeah.
Dude, I'm telling you, dude, that saying, you watch, Crypto, is going to be mainstream all over social media. I'm telling you.
Yeah, it is.
Got something going viral. Look at that. Yeah. Jello is in the fridge and it's jiggling. Jello is going to be contacting him for like a commercial spot.
Exactly. They about to get ready to line up right now.
He'll be sitting on his couch. No, here we go. Crypto in the bathtub with a plate with a hot dog, a blob of Jello, and a cup of water. And he picks up the Jello and starts jiggling it and eats it.
my
I'm gonna tell you right now, bro. I swear to God,
my.
if I'm on Twitter, if I'm on
Jello is
Twitter or
in the
something,
fridge and it's jiggling and he eats it right there in the tub.
if I'm on Twitter or something, dude, if I'm on Twitter or something and I
That
see
would be
that,
iconic.
bro, I'm gonna hop up on their comment. But yo, that's my homies, dude. It's copyrighted.
Exactly. I gotta get paid. Gotta get paid.
I'm thinking royalties, crypto royalties.
Royalties. Should I do them like the Shark
listen.
Tank and tell them you give me 100K and you give me the 99%
So I can
royalties
go
going
pitch
forward?
myself to
Exactly.
Jello.
Get them like the Shark Tank.
Exactly.
You know, it'd be a good crypto. You know, they have Jello with the little fruits in it.
Yeah. Uh-huh.
You could do your Jello with hot dogs in it.
Oh God, no.
Hey, this could be a dual Oscar Mayer Jello commercial for the Super
Oh
Bowl.
God.
Oh man.
Hot dogs and
Oscar
Jello.
Myers, you know. That is an
dogs and
iconic hot
Jell-O.
dog.
That's like
though.
somebody should put that
Oscar
on a
Mayer.
He's got an
Nathan's
Oscar
an
Mayer.
Oscar Mayer.
He's got an Oscar Mayer, a blob of Jello, and an Avion in
Well-
his hand.
Well,
Yeah,
hold
somebody
on
should
now.
put that
Hold
on
on.
a t-shirt.
Hang on now.
Jello.
Crypto and Shake might be onto something here with your help there, Kohler. Now, what if you put the Oscar Myers in the Jello?
Oh,
Oh
Jesus.
man, that's dude. You know
God.
what? You know what? I'm not gonna have that.
that's
I'm
just
sorry.
wrong.
I'm not gonna have that.
Oh.
Sorry,
Hey,
dude.
hey, I seen Benjamin. You had a question that you said, or
Just kidding.
that you wanted to start. You wanted to start a conversation up in the private chat. Why don't you get that thing going? Give us your thoughts on your comment in the private chat.
Yeah, just the whole narrative of. I want to get you guys' thoughts because everyone's been.
Oh, bro, I just read what you said, Benjamin. Bro, that's
Oh
you don't
gosh,
want to get
Benjamin.
me started on that because that shit gets me
I'm so
heated.
glad you're willing to have that discussion because, man,
Because what
We
side
get
is
I
killed
know
what
you're
side is-
intelligent enough to say all the stuff I've already said, so I know I
Yeah.
don't have to burn too many calories on it.
We've been
Okay,
up here
okay.
preaching exactly what you're gonna say,
Right.
bro.
Exactly.
Since last
You're
season,
right.
I've been
What are
on
you?
that, Benjamin.
What are you
They've
guys
been
saying?
trying
Are
to
you
say
guys,
that,
are
Brian.
you guys saying the
Benjamin.
defense? Or are you guys saying
Well,
it
Benjamin,
is? It
let me
isn't?
put it this way. I've argued with people the entire summer that the Atlanta and Jacksonville game was not on the defense. Just so you know
Look.
my position on the defense.
It's literally
Right.
been it has been the number one scapegoat for any two in the year. Okay. Just like this one with the concussion fell into their lap, gift wrapped of why he threw it 3 interceptions, right? Well, before, if anything ever bad happened where Tua didn't have a great game, it's always the defense's fault. It's always the defense's fault.
I have
They
a
can't tell you
question for
how or
everyone.
why.
And that would be in a game that the defense only gave up like 17 points or something like that.
Right.
That'd be crazy.
Because I was always thinking like
exactly
for me, I don't. For me, and my fault, Sharif, real quick. For me, I'm not blaming the defense because when I hear people say that, whether if you're using it for Tua or not, in the beginning of the season, when we chose when we chose to boot Flores out of here, right, and we chose McDaniel, we knew Flores was the reason why that defense was the way it was. And when people want to blame Boyer, I feel like you can't blame Boyer because you chose to boot Flores out. And when you did that, you chose to sacrifice that defense for that offense that you thought that was going to be a juggernaut. And when it didn't happen, you can't go back and say, well, we don't. Well, what is our defense doing?
You looking to get canceled like Andrew Tate.
And here's the thing: what happens also, Benjamin, is they like to straw man us a lot by saying, "Well, the defense, you can't deny the defense don't have problems." It's like, no, I can tell you what all the defense's problems are. I'm not saying the defense can't improve. What I'm saying is, do we watch every other team that wins every week pitch a shutout? The other team does what they do. We're going to give up long drives. We're going to give up scores. But when it comes down to it, did your defense do enough to give you a chance to win the game? And did your offense take advantage of that chance? Y'all can answer that question for yourself because I've already answered it for myself last year.
I have a question for you in the panel, Color. And I love this question for you, Color, because I know you objective. And you look at it down the middle.
Before you ask it, I want to back my statement up with some numbers, especially for I'm sure Benjamin if he doesn't know these numbers, would agree that it makes sense. The Kansas City Chiefs' current defense gives up 23 points a game. Ours gives up 24.7. The Kansas City offense scores 29 points per game after losing Tyreek Hill. We score 24.6 after gaining Tyreek Hill.
All right.
Go ahead, Sharif.
Yeah, so I want to ask, what now? I I did jujitsu and self-defense growing up, so I ended up liking monkey bars. So I have like good size traps, right? So, and I know you guys have seen Tyreek Hill's traps. My question to y'all is, Tua is 218, right? What if Tua not just gets slender like what he did this offseason, but if he comes back, I mean, jacked. I think the only, and I don't want to say but I'm asking you all, do you think the only thing left is for him to be jacked and see if he could not go down 2 times in a year or 3 times in a year? Because if he goes down 3 times in a year,
You got to realize
Sharif,
that
your muscle
if
doesn't
he ain't
protect
jacked
it.
now, he ain't just going to start getting jacked.
It's
Yeah, but
also
even if
it's
he is
also
jacked,
not gonna.
so okay.
The muscles are listen. The
those
muscles
defensive tackles
also
are even more
aren't going to
jacked.
do anything in the way of his head
Exactly. I'm D tackles.
getting concussed by little blows.
Yeah. He can't.
So
Like,
if he
I
comes
get
back
it,
at 230, right? Not to run or anything. I'm just saying. You're playing NFL. Okay. Hold on. I'm not finished. I'm not finished.
I know, but I'm gonna listen.
Tyreek
I
Hill.
can end that narrative right now.
Tyreek
Listen,
Hill.
'cause just like you,
Hold on,
Sharif, because I'm gonna
DT.
put an end to that.
Tyreek
Just like
Hill.
no,
Hold on,
because
but I ain't
muscles.
even done yet.
I know,
But
but listen,
Tyreek
I was
Hill
a
said
fighter.
he
I
doesn't
was a
even
fighter
have
just like
one
you. I don't care if you're
concussion, right?
340
I'm
pounds
not.
full
I'm
of
not a
muscle.
fighter.
If you have a
I don't
glass
fight. I
jaw,
don't fight professionally. I'm
okay,
just
well,
saying.
I did
Tyreek
fight
Hill.
semi-professionally, and I can tell you, having
Okay, but I'm
muscles
not
doesn't stop
done.
you from getting concussions easier.
But DT, Tyreek Hill said he hasn't had one concussion. Tyreek Hill
That doesn't
said
have
he
a damn
hasn't
thing
had
to do with
but
his
one.
he's Tyreek
muscles. Let's
Hill.
come. What are we
But
doing?
he's jacked.
Look
Bro,
at
what the?
Tyreek's neck.
Exactly.
compared
See,
to
Be
what
jacked and
now,
get concussions too.
now you see
Tua is
the
not going to
variation
grow
That
in
has
it.
that
nothing
neck,
to do
bro.
with it,
So
Sharif.
That's
okay,
Tyreek's neck.
I'm just asking.
By
I'm just
him,
asking.
listen. I understand what
I'm just
Sharif is coming
asking.
from. What he's trying to say is, being that if he gets a little more jacked, he'll be able to
I'm
absorb
talking
the
about
tackles
not a
a little
little
bit
more,
better.
man. He needs to get.
He'll
He
absorb the
needs to be
tackles better. When
230.
somebody tackles him, he's not going to hit the floor as fast as he would if he is now, like he
Sharif,
does now.
can I ask you a question,
That's not
Sharif?
necessarily true.
I'm not
I'm telling
pushing
you,
it,
see
Color.
it in
I want
fighters
your
all the
answer.
I
time.
know, and
I'm not pushing it.
And I'm gonna answer you with another question. Do you think that being jacked would have helped him besides the concussion these last 3
I'm
years?
saying you're playing an NFL rigorous game. I don't give a damn about the pass. If you're playing at 230, you may have a chance. Your answer should be yes, no. I don't care about the pass. I think going forward, you need to be bigger.
You're not answering my question.
It doesn't really make a difference, Color.
It does. If you let me finish and if you'd answer the question, you would understand where I'm going.
Because the pass is irrelevant.
Bro,
you're saying if he was bigger, it would have helped him. No.
Why did he get
Thank God.
I'm not good doing this, bro. You've got to let me finish talking.
Damn.
Okay, leave then. I don't care, bro. You're not going to do that to me, okay?
I mean,
Am I being unfair here?
I don't get that.
It's a simple question. It has nothing to do with the past. It has to do with the fact that being jacked would have helped him regardless of the concussions, and he hasn't saw fit to get in the gym to get himself jacked in 3 years.
And Keynes, he wasn't answering what Kohler was trying to ask. Kohler couldn't even get his question out all the way. But to that effect, I just want to say this real quick. And to his point, for those that don't know, again, my shit's blasted all over YouTube. And these guys up here know it's true. Okay, I went and fought semi-professionally until I shattered my hand. And I'm telling you, I've seen it many times. Hell, anybody who's watched UFC or any of that shit. It does not matter you can get as big, ripped, and jacked as you want. It doesn't mean that you're going to get concussions less because how much muscle tone you have.
Right. You're still going to feel it.
No, I'm just saying, bro. Look, for instance,
Bro,
you could get a guy who's not jacked at all, but he's just
again, again. Let's say we're living in the next universe next door to us. Let's say we're living in the universe next door to us, okay? Just for a second. And getting thicker can help stop concussions. Let's just say that for a moment.
Well, what I'm saying, I'll go after you, Kohler.
Please indulge me. Please indulge me. Let's say in the next universe over.
I know I didn't finish. I'll go after you.
Okay, but see, this is what I'm trying to say is the energy expended is not worth it because it's a moot point. The guy will not get in the gym.
Right. His work ethics prevent him from being jacked in the first place.
Plus, he doesn't have that body type. He doesn't have Tyreek Hill's genetics. He doesn't have that type of body type.
Yeah, his body type is different from Tyreek.
Look like that. He's not him.
It doesn't matter if it'll help him or not, is what I'm trying to say, because he won't do it.
Because his work ethics prevented him from doing it in the first place.
Yeah.
Unless he's all of a sudden going to be this guy that gets in the gym and whatever else, but it's evident he's not that guy.
Again, that's why I said he's not Tyreek Hill. Tyreek Hill has that
If
work.
he was,
ethic,
he would
which
have
is
already
why he
done
looks
it
like that.
because it would have already helped his game, regardless of the concussions. Getting in the gym and getting stacked would have helped his game.
Yep.
100%. And what I'm saying too is, to Sharif's point, you see it all the time. Okay, you see guys that are jacked. If that's the word you want to use, you see guys that are jacked, cut, and just slim and have all this muscle and
go out
under
like
10%,
right?
And under
Go
10%
out like
body
little
fat.
babies.
What?
And go out like little babies.
Exactly. And then you get guys who are fucking. They go in the octagon with a beer gut, and they're not muscly toned, or they're not toned and cut up and jacked. They don't have a bunch
And
of
they
muscle
come out
like
winners.
that.
Right.
And these guys can go in and get hit by bricks, and they don't get knocked out. It does nothing in the way of preventing you from getting concussions as easy as you do. It's what we call a glass jaw. Tua just has a glass jaw.
But regardless, why would
exactly?
I don't. So one thing I noticed, like, and I'm new to, like, not as a Dolphins fan, but just new to the, getting on the panel and stuff. And I love you guys and the content. But I start seeing a lot of this stuff, like imaginary world stuff. Like, why are we talking about, like, what if he was, like, what if he was 230 and 6'7"? Like, what? That makes no sense. Like,
Well, Benjamin, that's all we
Precisely
do.
because he has shown no propensity to do it thus far.
That's all we do, Benjamin, as Dolphin fans, I guess. We live on hopes and dreams, and we believe in butterflies and unicorns and leprechauns and sorcerers and wizards, and that's what we do.
Oh my goodness. Yeah, I just don't like. Two is it's what it is.
We play the what if games over here. If you're a Dolphin fan, you gotta be the host and game.
To Benjamin's point, if you've never seen, we've never seen a pink elephant appear out of nowhere. It could happen. There is actually a slight possibility, however improbable, that a pink elephant could appear out of nowhere. Have we ever seen it? Are we going to expect it to happen? Let's say somebody told us, hey, all that has to happen for you to win the Super Bowl is a pink elephant's got to appear out of nowhere. Well, it could happen. But thus far, we have no evidence to support the idea that we've ever seen a pink elephant appear out of nowhere. So if Tua's got to get jacked to help himself with anything, he thus far has not proven to do it. So like Benjamin said, imagining that he'll be this jacked guy next year is fantasy land.
And you know why? You know why I don't get kicked, Sheba Army, Brett? Because I'm a fucking host. You know why I interrupt? Because I'm not going to go with some bullshit what ifs like, oh, if you got all jacked and starts taking protein powders and hitting the fucking gym, you won't get concussions easy. That's bullshit. Hogwash crap.
Yeah,
Let's
he's not
talk
going into the
realistic.
gym to get jacked. Like
That's why I don't get
like
kicked.
Benjamin said, it's not his body type. His body type doesn't even fit him getting that way.
Well, I was trying to answer the question, and I told he gave me the floor. I told him I was going to answer his question with a question, and the reason for that was to illustrate a point. And he refused to answer the question and proceeded to blather on about what his point was. And I'm trying to tell him if he'd answer my question, he would realize his point was moot, because Tua has not demonstrated thus far in 3 years that he's going to get jacked.
Probably doesn't care.
Right.
That's probably why.
That
Yeah, he
shit
wouldn't
would have
do it.
helped
Yeah, I
his
don't
game
know.
besides the concussions, is what I'm trying to say. And he hasn't done anything to utilize it. So why should I expect he's gonna?
Got a point there, Color.
Hell,
Yeah,
if he was going to get, if
how
he was about getting jacked,
waste
Flores probably would
calories
be still.
happen when they don't have to. If somebody would just answer a question, it would have completely saved all of those calories just now for all of us.
Would you say,
I
Crypto?
hear you. Hey, would
No,
it
I
be
said
bad of
if he
me?
would have gotten jacked, Flores probably would still be the head coach because his work ethic would be what
It
Flores would
wouldn't
need him to
matter.
be.
You get jacked all you want. It's not going to stop you from getting concussions as easy as you do. The point that's the point
Yeah.
that Sharice's failing to
Yeah.
understand. It doesn't matter what Tua does in the way of his
Yeah.
physically, his physical structure. He can do whatever the hell he wants. It doesn't mean he's going to come in and be able to fucking be less susceptible to concussions because of his muscle gains.
And that's the further point. So thank you, DTA, for that.
No worries. And I wasn't trying to interrupt you, Kohler.
I also want to
bad.
remind everybody that we were told in the offseason that his training regimen caused him to now be allow him to throw 70-yard bombs. Remember that? They measured it. Remember?
Yep, on the soccer field, on the infamous soccer field, Cole. I remember.
So don't
that was a
give
part
me
of that
this
campaign.
nonsense that shit's real, okay? Because I want to see a 70-yard bomb.
And by the way, I want to say
And
something.
still to this day, Baker Mayfield still has the longest air yards throw in
By
football.
the way, Troy Aikman and Steve Young were kind of like fullbacks playing quarterback. They were big, thick guys, and they had to retire early because of concussions.
Yep. Especially Steve Young.
Matter of fact, we were told because of the extra working out on his upper body and his arm strength and shit, that's why he was throwing 70-yard bombs in training camp. Bullshit.
Oh, I love the voice.
See, Sheba Army Brat. When you put this in here and you're just quoting some shit out of a medical journal, when you say that it's thus reducing, why don't you put up the percentages? Because I guarantee you, in terms of that, and what if it being that him gaining muscle in his neck is going to reduce the amount of concussions that he gets, what you're not putting up there is a percentage of which it may help reduce.
Regardless, he's not going to do it.
Like I said, you see it all the time in fighters.
You could have some
Mondo, and you see it, and you see it in professional wrestling. DTA, these guys have necks as thick as thighs, and they still get concussions.
Bro, Kimbo Slice got to a point. You saw how big his fucking neck and shoulders and shit is. Motherfucker could get knocked out real easy because he had a glass jaw. That's why he couldn't fight anymore.
Hey, everybody, welcome Mondo. I've never had the pleasure of meeting Mondo. Nice to meet you. And everybody
up,
give a
fellas?
chance for Mondo to chop it up a second. How you doing, buddy?
Yeah, what up?
Mondo?
Hey, I'm good. I'm good. I'm just wondering why nobody's speaking about him not seeing over the line, and everything has to be perfect for him, and he can't extend the plays. I love Tua, but it's a lot of things he just can't do, and a lot of things I haven't heard y'all speak about. And I'm just wondering about his size and looking over that offensive line and finding his passing lanes. And a lot of these defenses kind of.
I tell you, Mondo, good. That's a great question. That's a great question for the panel to chop it up about. Appreciate that, because I'd like to actually revisit this discussion as well after the game this Sunday, because I have a feeling that we're going to see that exposed with the usage of our tight ends. So go ahead, guys. If you want to, if you didn't have any other thing to add to your question, Mondo, go ahead and let the guys chop it up about it. Great question, man.
Sorry, what did you ask, bro? I was paying attention to bullshit in the chat.
I was wondering about Tua's size looking over the offensive line and having to find the passing lanes every single time. If you pay attention, all his passes are on the money, but it's like all timing. And if he has to move out the pocket, extend a play, he just can't seem to do that. And now that with his concussions, he can't bootleg. He can't do the quarterback sneak. He's limited to a lot of shit now.
Right. And this is something that we've all been preaching. Me and Lewis had an in-depth talk about that, and the fact that he's got those limitations, which show that, in my eyes, that's why that's one of the things that I look at when I'm looking at, and I'm air quoting here, the franchise guy, someone that we want around for 10, 12, 15 years, whatever it may be. He's limited, and that's going to hurt us in the end. And as far as him, I don't know, what is he? Because I've heard different things about him either being like 5'11", 6 foot, 6'1". I don't know what he really
knows anymore, DTA.
Well,
exactly. What's that?
I can watch the game and tell he has to move around to look over. If a receiver ain't open to try to make a play, he cannot. I don't think he can see.
Right. Well, and look, man, I'm telling you, Mono, that's one of the things that's going to kill us is the fact that Tua just doesn't have that ability where if he's got to get outside the pocket, and he's done it somewhat a little bit a few times, but I don't think that he can go off script, completely off script.
Well, when he does, I hate to interrupt, but when he does go off script, you see what happens. He gets hurt. And the shit, right. I mean, he can't, it's today's NFL, you can't sit in the pocket. You can't sit in the pocket and pick apart defenses. It's just not going to happen.
Yeah,
I mean, our offensive line isn't that good.
Players are too athletic nowadays.
Exactly. So I don't know if we need to move on. I hate to say it. I don't want to bring any negativity in here, but this is just how I feel and how I see it.
You should say it.
Yeah, you're not being negative.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, you're not being honest.
I didn't like the tank idea for him anyway. I didn't like I'm a fan. Didn't like just to lose and give away everything, even though we did get picks back, but look at the picks we got back. Nobody's doing shit but Holland.
Yeah.
And the tackles that we got this year were
sounds like another refugee has come home, guys. Look at that.
Like, hey, where's Eichenberg? I was the first Noah Igbenogany, Austin Jackson, and now look at Tua.
I mean, I don't think Tua is a bad QB. Like, obviously he has some limitations, but I just think just like I heard you guys say before, when we have tough games where it's like, all right, what we're doing is not working, you got to take us over the hump. He's just not that guy.
Right. That's exactly what it is. And I just wanted to answer Mondo's question because I got a phone call, so I had to step away. But Mondo, I was with you when Tua first made that comment about him not being able to see over the line. I was one of the ones that kind of made a big deal about it. But looking back,
you got talked about.
Well, yeah, we talked about it, and again, I would
people
say
talk about you and call you a hater.
Well, exactly. But for me, I don't see Tua, getting a lot of balls batted down at the line and stuff. I'm kind of with Benjamin. See, this is where people, when they label us haters, I think Tua can be a good quarterback, or he is a good quarterback in this league.
He's great,
it's just the limitations. Again, the mobility is a big issue for me. Arm strength, I don't care what no one says, is a big deal for me. And then the biggest one for me, I don't know how long you've been watching the Tailgate, Mondo, but I had this question about, it was either my first show or second show here on the Pins Tailgate. And I brought up the question, can Tua win big games? And just going back, if you really are objective and you look at the situation, going back from his college days, in the biggest moments, when pressure is applied to one Tua Tagovailoa, the kid folds. That's when you see, so he shrinks. he's mentally he's weak. And again,
Well,
if people want to label me, if people want to label me a hater for saying that, then that's fine. Then I'll wear that moniker of being a hater. But Tua is just one of the softest people. Again, he's just soft in my opinion. He's weak.
When
adversity hits,
it showed last year in the Tennessee game, and it was a playoff game. It showed that week, and it showed since the 49ers game.
Absolutely. And again, for me, you can start saying it's not even on the field so much neither. Bro, the guy would fold when Brian Flores would say something about him. And again, in my opinion, this concussion talk, I know I'm going backwards, but this concussion talk for me is just another excuse. I strongly believe that the players in that locker room had a lot of bad things to say to Tua Sunday night after the game and Monday when he stepped in there and they started watching film. And again, we see that he folded. He's just weak. And that's one of his biggest
flaws. Well, Lou. One thing, and I'm not really taking up for Tua. However, knowing him and his family, because I've been in Hawaii for 23 years. Because a lot of people don't know, Tua has a brother and 2 sisters. A lot of people don't know that. They just focus on his brother because they're the one. But Tua is not. He's not soft. He's just not durable. Because he's got heart. He's tough. He's tough. He's tough. He's just not durable.
Mountie, hold on, Mountie, because this is the problem I have. If I come at you, Mountie, and me and you sit right here on this panel for the next 10 minutes,
thank you, Jeff,
and we start saying the most disgraceful stuff to each other, right? Are you gonna go? And when we get off of that, are you going to be crying in the corner somewhere? Is it going to mentally break you? Exactly.
You hear,
that's what.
Lou, I didn't really get none of what you said. It broke up.
Okay, well, can you hear me better now, Mountie?
I can hear you.
Everybody welcome Chef Jew in the chat. How you doing,
What's
Chef?
up, Chef?
Appreciate the shout out.
What's up?
No, I'm just saying, Mountie, when I hear when you say, and again, I'm just saying, when you say he's not mentally weak or nothing like that, if me and you got into a heated debate right now, Mountie, and me and you for the next 10 minutes were saying disgraceful stuff to each other and calling each other every name in the book, would that mentally break you, Mountie? Would you get off that conversation and being like, oh my God, I'm not going to be able to go throughout my day, and would that mentally break you?
Of course not.
Well, that's what breaks Tua.
That's hard to kind of concede because Nick Saban is an ass kicker. Like he doesn't tolerate bullshit.
The problem with that theory, Mountie, because again, I've already debunked that narrative. It's what adversity did that man face at Alabama? You're winning 12 and 13 games a season, going undefeated and playing.
I will agree. I will agree with that because I don't even think
adversity.
That's one of the points that I made earlier in one of the earlier shows. I don't even think Alabama had a game where they had to come from behind.
That's like what I'm saying.
Right.
Did we get
I said that's just day one.
So then what are we talking about?
Yeah, it was peaches and creams for them all in Alabama.
So then what are we talking? Yeah, so Nick Saban doesn't
Wait a
have
minute,
a hard
Sheba.
ass on him.
Wait a minute, Sheba. I didn't say Tua was crying in a corner. You need to talk to Lewis about that.
I did.
Hey, by the way, I wanted to debunk something.
Hold the fuck on. Because the reports came out from Joe Shad on Sunday, there wasn't a single fucking player in that locker room sitting next to Tua, besides Keon Crossan and Kader Kohu. And then it was also reported that Darrell Bevel had to come in the locker room, give Tua a big old hug, and pat him on his fucking head. And Dan Marino had to come in here and console him. So miss me with that bullshit. Tua was sitting in the fucking locker room crying like a little hoe.
Lou, you gotta take that into context. First of all, Tua's probably not happy with his play. He's responsible for 3 losses straight, at least 4 losses, 3 losses straight. Now this one.
Let's see if Manny can give Lewis an out here. Manny says, Lewis, people in chat confusing you, saying he weak for physically. I think you mean mentally weak. Am I right?
Absolutely, that's what I'm saying. He's
I
mentally
think he's
weak.
both.
I don't care. Well, again,
he's not. He's not. I'm telling you right now, he's fragile, but he's not mentally weak. I tell you that.
Yes, he is. Bullshit, Monty. That's why
He's not. I know. I've seen this kid. I've seen this kid ever since he's been 5th grade. He's not mentally weak. He just feels bad. Because he feels bad. Look at you. Would feel bad too if you were the
why does he
sole
gotta
reason
look
why
in
we
the mirror
lost.
every time just to repeat him phrase?
felt-
Am I
has
good
he
enough?
Has he felt
Only
mentally
people
weak?
that look at themselves in the mirror is probably mentally weak, saying, "Am I good enough?"
No, fuck all that. Mountie, you say you should have known this kid since the 5th grade, and that's all fine and dandy. Have you seen the kid play for the Miami Dolphins?
Of course.
The man is mentally weak.
I got it. I got it.
If your coach tells you you're playing like dog shit, and your response is you can't talk to people like that, you're mentally soft.
Well, yeah. I mean, look, it's like this. I think the narrative should be, first of all, his ability to process an NFL playbook. He struggles with an NFL concepts, language, things of that nature, and that's obvious. He can't make all the throws.
Well, long term, I mean, him and McDaniel can't coexist because his playbook is.
It's a reason why McDaniel is here.
You guys got to
then
quit
that means-
saying y'all. Y'all use the word y'all way too much in the new paradigm. By the way, Lewis is the one saying it let's say that staunchly. And if you want to challenge Lewis, the link is pinned. You can come up, Shag, and challenge Lewis if you like.
Well,
But see how? But here's the thing. By the way, this is what happens though. But this is what happens. We're here having a tailgate where everybody can say their position. We all allow everybody to have their point of view, right? And Shag is saying, you all. Like, see, everything an individual says on this panel, we all are saying it, just so you know. You know, it's just the craziest phenomena that I've witnessed as doing what I do. You know what I mean? I'm not trying to complain. I'm just saying it's a fascinating phenomena how one person says something on a panel and it's everybody on the panel said it.
You know in the South, it's everything's y'all. Everything's y'all down here.
And then when you call them on, not Shag in particular, but when you call them on it, they'll say, I wasn't talking about you, Color. Well, it's like you said y'all. It's right there.
But remember we were talking earlier.
You think, and Cliff D, you think staying in the fucking chat and using your fucking Twitter fingers makes you fucking tough. I don't give a fuck about none of that. You ain't gotta be here to listen to me fucking scream. You a hoe just like Tua. You one of those motherfuckers like I'm talking about.
Lou, I just want to make a point quick.
Lou, remember from earlier shows we talked about and we went into detail about it. Tua's ability to process and pick up an NFL.
See, Bulldog
NFL
gets us. Okay, he's actually. This is like directly at us right here. Y'all mad? Like, yeah.
Just like hey crypto. Hey crypto. Remember when I told you we talked about it on the show last week? Like didn't somebody see that as suspicious? Where Brian Daboll, who coached him in college, did not take on this task of coaching Tua? Because he knew his deficiencies. He's having a hard time processing and picking up an NFL system.
I'm gonna mute you, Jake. You got some background noise. Some background noise.
Hence the reason he still uses the RPO. When Skylar Thompson them come in, they don't do that.
Now this is the one that gets to me. Here's a man that knows full well and has been with us a dozen times that he can come up here and tell Lewis right to his face he's a fool. You know, but we'll let him slide this time. What do you think, Lewis? I posted the link in case you didn't get it.
EM is saying I'm a fool in the aspect that he knows I can call a motherfucker out. That's what he means.
But hey, I want to point out I just want to point out real quick about the Nick Saban talk. The Alabama Nick Saban is not the Michigan State and the LSU Nick Saban. Because of the transfer portal, Nick Saban had to water himself down because if he was to talk to Tua like that, like how he did in Michigan or at LSU, they would have hit the transfer portal just like his brother did.
So Manny B is
Well,
challenging me
Tua's
directly,
about to
guys.
hit the transfer
Hold on,
portal on
guys.
NFL.
Hey, does anybody aware?
Manny B is challenging my fortitude directly, and he says, "Color, I now ask you." I suppose he's sticking a microphone in my face. Do you think Tua is weak-minded?
I would love to answer that for Color.
I'm going to answer this question.
Speaking,
Give me a minute. It's multi-layered.
Relatively speaking, to myself, who could probably not even stand on the stage that Mike Glennon does, I would say no. Tua is not weak-minded.
Yes, he is.
In general.
You want me to answer it for Color? Color's being PC. Let me fucking answer that.
Oh,
for
I'm being
Color.
PC. All right.
let me answer that for my homie Color.
Maybe I'm just being calorie saving.
Oh well, that's true. That's a better
Hey,
way to say it.
does anybody? Hey, does anybody?
Hold on, Mounty. I'm gonna.
No, I actually. Well, here's the thing, Lewis. I'm actually kind of confused a little bit because you're taking the position staunchly that he's weak-minded. However, what you explained, what I got out of what you explained when you first started, was that his body was what was too weak for his mind, and that's what I would say is that.
No.
You know what I mean? Physically, he's too weak. It's his mind that gets him in trouble. You know what I mean?
Let me use it.
Well, that's what makes it
with the color. Let me use it into the scenario that Manny tried to basically with the question he asked you. When Color first started on YouTube, plenty of people didn't like what Color commentary used to say. Plenty of people used to come at Color commentary, telling him Color get the. Hey, exactly. Color, you don't know shit. Color, you shouldn't have a channel. Color, you don't do this. But guess what?
They still do.
Every mother. Exactly. Okay, but this is the point. Color is not weak-minded because you see fucking Color every fucking day, whether it's on this panel or anybody else's, talking his fucking talk. You tell Tua Tagovailoa that he's playing like shit and his tail goes in between his legs and now he has a concussion. He's weak-minded, and I don't give a fuck who don't fucking like to hear it. The man is weak. He's mentally weak.
Luke, with respect, I don't agree with that. I don't agree with that.
Well, that's fine.
Fair enough, but I'm not sure we're going to convince each other otherwise, so we probably might want to move on.
But the mirror that Tua looks in will let him know whether he's weak-minded or not, whether it's lying to him or not. The reflection out of that mirror will let him know whether he's weak-minded.
That being said, I do want to segue real quick. Shake, did you have one more thing to add? I'll give Shake the last word on it.
Well, hold on. I do.
Well,
I'll give Shake the last minute.
Obviously, your show. You can take a last word you want.
Well, real quick, because that's what the title of the show is. Are we going to miss what Teddy Bridgewater said? Teddy Bridgewater and the players in that locker room think Tua Tagovailoa is weak-minded. Because let me say it again. When Teddy Bridgewater comes out and says there's people still that football matters to in this locker room. Let me explain to you guys again, for those who don't listen. The only one that's missing from that fucking locker room is Tua. So if people are still fighting for this football team and Teddy Bridgewater is going to come out and tell you that, then the players agree with me. So I don't give a fuck who's in the chat trying to convince me otherwise that he's not weak-minded. The players that he plays for and the team and the colors that he puts on every Sunday don't believe in him. They think he's weak. Now go and run and tell
the
that.
players that did it. Yeah, tell that to them, right.
Get in y'all's feelings. Go tell the players of the Miami Dolphins that's calling quarterback one a weak-minded quarterback. Go tell them that. Don't get mad at me and tell me that I'm up here using my platform to fucking scream. I'm done with it. This shit is soft.
Technically, since the brain constitutes the mind, I mean.
Hey, is anybody on the panel familiar with Steve Sarkisian?
Hey, yes. I just listened. Check this out. We just beat him in Texas last night, and also Steve Sarkisian was the coach of Washington for a long time.
And by the way,
so he coached Tua in Alabama. Hence the reason why McDaniel had to incorporate that RPO shit into his system, because that's the stuff that Tua knows.
And I'm very familiar with.
But how many offenses do we have to create for one person?
As many as it
I
takes.
was never a fan of hiring a head coach because of one guy. I don't believe in that at all.
So
That's
guys,
true, and that's exactly what they
really
did.
quick, I got to get
You
this
the
out before
MVP, JP.
I got to get this
McDaniel
out
wasn't on
before
nobody else's short list.
Hold on, guys. I got to get this out before everybody finds out about it and starts talking about it. I'm gonna. If you've got background noise, I need you to mute. I've got a little clip from somebody that I'm only gonna play the audio on, and I want y'all to guess who it is. It's about 1:12 long. So here we go. Let me know if you can't hear it.
First of all, congratulations on winning the Petty Rookie of the Week. And also, what does it mean to you to share a stat with Dan Marino? Because after the game against the Commanders, you guys are the only quarterback since 1950 to pass for at least 2 touchdowns and have a passer rating of 100 or higher.
Yeah, I think it's pretty cool. I'm not big on stats and all that kind of stuff, but when it's Dan Marino, man, like that's pretty cool. I mean, my dad grew up a Miami Dolphins fan, and then we were all Dolphins fans growing up. And I wear 13 because of Dan Marino and everything. So to have that kind of stat, I think it's pretty cool, to take a step back and be thankful and grateful for where you're at. But I'm not, again, like I said, I don't get wrapped up in it. It's not my driving force or goal to break this record or anything like that. It just happens. So, but yeah.
Is that big?
Damn.
Brock?
Yes, Brock Purdy, dude.
Brock flipping Purdy.
You should be seeing Pete anytime now.
Wow.
Five first-round picks, Brock.
Wow.
Hey, Purdy to Miami, baby.
I'll give up 5 first
Wow.
Unbelievable.
I just want to say real
That's
quick.
going to throw a wrench in the drama's gear. Oh my God.
Imagine if he came to
that,
Miami and they unretired Dan Marino's number and gave it to him.
Oh, that'd be crazy.
Bro, the whole
That would
fucking
be.
Florida would be set on fire.
Yeah.
His
But,
whole
hey.
family are Dolphin fans.
I heard that.
Oh my
His whole
God.
family.
Hey, Purdy family.
Man.
Hey, I heard.
We've already got season tickets for you. Just come down anytime you want them.
Kohler, I heard he's a pretty good quarterback too.
I mean, I really, God, I don't want to go this far, but let's just say I've told a couple people about this backstage so they know what I'm talking about. You guys can't even imagine the irony that I'm observing right now for my own self when it comes to a man with the last name of Purdy and the fact that his whole family are Dolphin fans. Like, it makes me think of that certain things in our lives or certain things that we come across in our little towns and all that are named after certain people. And I could never even imagine that there could be some kind of degrees of separation, but it's very, very fishy that, there's a local road around these parts named Purdy Lane.
Yeah.
I'll go take a picture of the sign.
We just Scooby-Dooed that mystery.
Yeah.
Well, I
classic.
actually found a way
Purdy
around
Lane.
the real mystery, DTA.
Rut-row.
Well, I could say it because I'm probably I've got a finite amount of time at this location anyway, so I probably could just say it. But yeah, anyway, I'm not going to go that far. But suffice it to say,
yeah,
there is a road in this town named Purdy Lane, and I'm just wondering, like, this guy's got ties to Miami somehow. I'm not too far from there, South Florida. You know what I mean? Like, damn.
There you go. He's already got a street named after him, so why not bring him there?
You might need to go grab a box of chocolates just for a ruse and just go knocking on some doors and seeing.
I know, right?
Who pops up?
Maybe right. Maybe they own the whole block or something. You know what I mean?
Just be like, hey, I'm Kohler. I'm doing a fundraiser for the Finn's Tailgate. selling chocolate bars.
We were surveying the area, finding out who's a Dolphins fan.
Yeah.
To give them this free Dolphins hanky.
Yeah, some like
slightly used.
Yeah.
Wow,
What's
that's amazing.
what is the poll at right now? I can't see it.
Oh, okay. Let's see here. We are at.
Is it 100 to nothing?
We're at 81 votes. 17% say Greasy. 41% Tyreek Hill and 42% Ricky.
Oh,
Ricky's
shit.
got a late lead.
So
Keep
it's
voting,
between-
ladies and gentlemen.
I
What is
figured
your
Ricky was
preference
gonna
for
get the most
DTA's jersey raffle? All signed, all Beckett, Greasy, Tyreek Hill, or Ricky Williams?
Let us know. The poll's right there.
Wow.
All signed, all authenticated. It's all Beckett or JSA certified, and all comes with a certificate of authenticity. And you could be the lucky one.
And by the way, I have listen. I know Lewis doesn't need defending. I just wanted to say that as a fellow Cuban, that's our normal speaking voice. He's not yelling.
Desperate for what?
There you go.
That's what I was asking.
Right.
For what? No,
I don't know.
What are we desperate for?
Desperate to win.
Maybe desperate for a playoff win, or maybe
yeah. The only
desperate to
thing we're
make the
desperate. The only
playoffs.
thing we're desperate for is a quarterback.
So okay, let me ask this.
I'm desperate to get Tua Tagovailoa's ass the fuck up out of here.
So let me
Think right about now.
let me ask this question.
We had to
Okay,
wait
should
for a
we-
whole nother year just to get another win.
Let me
How about
ask
that?
this question. Let me ask this question. So, say for
JP,
instance,
real quick,
we don't.
real quick, Mountie. JP says Purdy is from Gilbert, Arizona. All right. Anyway,
Family
go
though,
ahead.
could have family though.
That's good. That means he's probably going to Arizona for the Super Bowl.
So say we don't make the playoffs.
Salute to you,
okay?
Josh. Thank you.
Do you think Greer finally tries to move on from Tua in the offseason, or keep him around and make him battle it out with Skylar Thompson in camp next season?
Whatever Stephen Ross wants, Chris Greer will do.
Stephen Ross needs to shut the fuck up because he's a businessman with no football acumen.
As long as Tua Tagovailoa is here, there will be no quarterback competition.
Why are we keep talking about Tua battling or Tua trying to go? No, man. It's like we got secrets in ears.
Yeah.
It's weird.
Again, this makes no sense.
They're going to neglect us.
Oh, I get
if
it.
Tua is on the
But
roster
here's the thing, guys.
and make another
Their
political
argument
move
falls
and keep
apart.
him on the roster.
Their argument falls apart, DGA, because we're talking about, okay, the guy we're talking about dating or the girl we're talking about dating outclassed our quarterback right there on the football field.
Right. Okay. I see. Okay. I get it now.
I mean, would you rather us be talking about somebody else? I mean, we're talking about a guy that outclassed our quarterback on the football field.
See,
And we're
yeah,
also
exactly.
talking about a guy who
You just
talked
read
about
my
Dan Marino.
mind. You just read my mind, Kohler.
This is what I'm talking about right here.
Or Lou,
Desperate to
yeah.
stop seeing the same mediocre horse shit. That's what I'm
100%.
talking about.
Yeah.
100%.
I don't want Tua coming back
Right.
and battle nothing.
So you rather us trade him?
Bro, I would rather
Yes.
Dan Marino. I'd rather Dan
You have
Marino
to
come
trade
out of
him now.
retirement
You
and
got
play
to strike
for us
while
in
the
the
iron's
shape
hot,
he's in.
Mountie.
Yeah.
By the way,
Mountie, you got to strike while the iron's
But
hot.
I would wonder what is his value right now.
By the way,
a 5th round
fire
pick and a bag
fucking
of chips.
Avatar, Notorious JP. Fire fucking Avatar, dude.
Kohler, if you want that picture, Kohler, I have it actually, so you can print it as an 8x10.
Right?
If you want
Did
it.
I mention fire fucking Avatar, man? Yeah, DTA, that's pretty cool, man.
Yeah, I'll send it to you. So, or either that, or I have a photo printer, like a laser jet printer or whatever that prints like photos on photo paper, and I can send you an 8x10 of that actual photo if you want it.
Right on. And
I
if
mean,
you guys want to know what it looks like, that's what it looks like. Nice throwing arm. Look at that throwing motion. Look, I know where I'm throwing.
Yep.
It looks
You
like
see
a
that? You
throw.
see you can just see the confidence oozing out of them.
Smells like a throw.
Listen.
Now that right there, that I don't see any weak mind in that.
How
I mean,
many
you're not
Tua-nears think that Tua is coming back for the Jets game?
All of them. All of them. Listen. This is how you know
Jesus,
somebody's.
we're
This is
in
how you know
real
somebody.
trouble.
This is how you know somebody's a secret Tua-near, but they don't want to admit it because of like the time that it's in right now, especially with Tua. They
Right.
make up the fantasy world stuff. Just listen closely. Anytime you hear somebody on coming in here, I don't really
Exactly,
know who it
Benjamin.
be. They'll be like, well, what if Tua decided to like do this, or what if Tua decided to be 6'7", or what if Tua
Good
decided to be
point.
jacked? Like it's like, dude, no, get off of
Yep.
Tua with this
Bro,
unreal stuff.
That's a good point, Benjamin. That's what I'm
Benjamin,
talking about. We're on the same wavelength.
the dumbest ass shit I ever heard done today was that one about him being jacked. Like, what the fuck? What the hell are we talking about?
Hey, please let me know if you could be 6.
And the sad thing is,
6'7".
Sharif's not a 2-and-ear either. That's the sad part
That's
of it.
what's sad thing about it. He fell right into one of their traps.
So
He's
what do y'all
fallen
think?
into
What do
their
y'all
trap.
think about this? Lulu says, "I bet y'all take Tannehill back."
Yeah, give me Tannehill back, bro.
I just told
We'll
y'all
take
a
him back
couple
for a
hours.
borrowed year.
Bro,
I just told y'all a
Tannehill.
couple hours ago. Nice little 1-year retirement
He could
deal.
be our bridge quarterback.
Now that we've got all the stuff we promised him for 7 years.
Mm-hmm.
If we had a running game, I say,
Yeah, no
Look at
shit.
Tennessee. Look at Tennessee falling down without him. Look at Tennessee without him right now.
Exactly.
I mean, for all of you,
That's why I said
hey,
it.
for
They
all
just
of you,
falling right
for
off
all
the
of you
freaking
Tannehill sycophants
cliff.
that wanted to argue with me for 7 years about giving him all the weapons, well, we got him now. Now you all don't want him back on a 1-year retirement deal?
Tannehill should
Exactly.
be the backup to the backup to the backup plan.
I tell you what, I'll take Fitzpatrick back over to it.
Me
He
too.
is, well, hell, yeah, but at this point, yeah.
Is that Greg?
He's a gunslinger.
Yeah,
You
what's
could tell
good?
me my eye test is shit, and I was
What's
one
good,
of
buddy?
the few that was. I
What's
don't
up?
care. All these people admit their faults. Some of them don't, but I'm telling you right now, it was off of Tannehill year 2.
Yeah,
I tell you what, if
I
that
was off of
And I
Tannehill maybe
argued
year
with
4.
fans from year 2. So y'all think my eye test is shitty on Tua? Well, we're gonna go through this again.
The moment he underthrew Steals on that pass, I was done.
Because
That
like
was
I
it.
said before, like I've said 1,000 times, you give Tannehill the weapons like Tennessee did, and that buys him precisely 1.5 extra games per year than he was getting in Miami. And guess what? Where's he at now? Has he won a Super Bowl?
No.
Thank you. I'll take that victory lap again. And I'm pretty soon, I don't care what y'all say, when we get a better quarterback in here, I'll be taking that victory lap again.
Yeah.
By the way, Gesicki would take Fitzpatrick over back again.
Exactly.
But to answer Monty, I think that's his name. He was talking about to his value. I don't think he has any value right now because of the concussion stuff.
We're looking at a 5th round pick at best, a late 5th round pick. That's what we
maybe
get.
even
So do we offload him for that?
I take what you can get for him.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. Maybe Greer can turn it into a 3rd round pick. I'll give
Because
Greer credit for that.
No,
Greer
what it
can
is,
turn it into a third.
we probably fuck around have to give Tua up. We get a 5th round pick. We have to probably give Tua up in a 2nd and get a 5th round pick. Like we're gonna have to pay somebody to take this motherfucker.
It's gonna be the exact same thing with
That's
the
going to
Browns.
be unfortunate.
It's gonna be the exact same thing that the Browns did with Baker.
Yeah.
Yeah, when they offloading him.
If I could just make a quick point real quick. Like, even if we get a 5th for Tua, right? And let's say we get, like, one of the top-tier quarterbacks, whether it's Lamar, Rodgers, Brady, etc., all those options, right? Like, we're going to not have picks depending on who we get. But I don't know about you guys, but I trust the scouting department and Chris Greer to make the right picks in the late rounds. What do you guys think about that? You guys feel the same way as me, or?
Yeah,
I mean,
when you have a quarterback,
we got no choice at this point.
Yeah, and I'm not saying Greer is the best, right? I'm not a big Greer fan, but he does pull the trigger. So I trust Greer is going to pull the trigger. He'll pull the trigger on another weapon. Like when you have that main piece, it's like you could do so much stuff.
There's only one guy. There's only one coach in this league that has more bravado than Mike McDaniel when it comes to showing the world that he can win with Tua. There's only one man in this league that would do that. Pete Carroll.
Why? Because he did it with Wilson?
Well, aren't we starting to find that out? If you really look at Wilson's play this year,
yeah, but Wilson's
where he
old,
goes
so
to a system he's not familiar with, okay, players he's not familiar with, timing's all off. You know what I mean?
He's done. That's the problem. That's what
well,
we're
that
seeing.
may be the case, but what I'm saying is he never was forced to evolve out of a different system. He's been in Seattle the whole time.
True, but Seattle.
And we saw how it was really about Marshawn Lynch, the defense and the running game, and how Carroll tried to shoehorn the credit onto Russell Wilson by foolishly running that pass play in the Super Bowl. That's what destroyed the whole team.
I get it, but I've seen. Yeah. I mean, we've all seen. Okay, but there's also the eye test. We've all seen Russell Wilson in his prime. We've also seen him look spectacular. So we can't just say we've seen.
But all he really does, dude, is roll out and throw bombs to Tyler Lockett and the other dude that was there.
Yeah, he was the best in the league at that.
I love the receiver. I hate the fact I forgot his name because I really like the receiver, but
Metcalf.
He just retired. No, he just retired. Baldwin. Doug Baldwin.
Oh. Yeah, Baldwin. He had a couple of
good receivers, dude.
He had
nobody's never given him the credit for it.
But then you got
all credit was given to Russell Wilson for everything out there, just like it is here in Miami with Tua.
But then you also got to think about 2019 when Lamar won the MVP. That runner-up was, I believe it was Russell Wilson. He was having historic numbers as well. Like if Lamar didn't get it, it was going to be him. So I mean,
I hear you. I mean, Tua put up MVP numbers for most of the season this year. You know, but we you know what? I'm going to do that exercise real quick, just to be fair, because I'm kind of curious. We have kind of a comparison we can make a little bit. Let's see, receiving.
Tua was beating bad
standard. What I'm trying to find out, what I'm actually trying to find out here is
it was really.
I think I'm already getting my answer
to lose.
Receptions, yards.
I feel like the only legit win that Tua really had, and was the Ravens game. But still, even with the Ravens game, yeah, he came back in the end, and I do give him credit for that. But that defense was depleted, to the ground. So.
Well, Benjamin, I will only add to that because I was at that Ravens game. Tua only did what John Harbaugh allowed by opening the door, by not telling his best field goal kicker in the history of the game to kick those 3 simple field goals that was chip shot.
Yeah.
Tua could have still ended up with 6 touchdowns and lost that game.
So guys,
John Harbaugh just kicked the 3 field goals that was allotted to him
because they were blowing.
So guys, I just looked it up, okay, and I thought DK Metcalf is actually getting more targets than Tyler Lockett, but it's not by much. It's 86 to 78. And on those 86 targets or receptions, Metcalf has 1,005 yards. On 78 receptions, Lockett has 964. So Lockett's way more efficient. And I would also say here's another big difference. They're both about even in yards per reception. Lockett edges out 12.4 to 11.7. Metcalf has 6 touchdowns. Lockett has 8. Metcalf's catch rate 67.2%. Lockett 72.2. So I'm just saying.
Well, Lockett had a good year that year.
You know, I mean, Lockett is making Geno Smith what he is looking like, bro. I'm just saying. It's no coincidence that Geno Smith's completion percentage hovers right around between Metcalf's and Lockett's catch rate. You know what I mean? Let's look that up real quick. Quarterback, standard passing. Let's see here. Where's Geno at with his completion percentage?
Geno's kind of dropped off this year.
He's not. He's still number one, 70.7%. Geno Smith,
touchdown?
number
What, in
one in the
touchdown
league
percentage?
right now, completion percentage.
Oh, completion percentage. Okay.
70.7%. Number two is Dak Prescott, 69.2, and Joe Burrow, 69 even. Herbert,
Yeah, he stayed close.
Herbert
to
and
70.
Stafford. Well, Stafford doesn't count, so he's not really tied. Herbert is number 4. Jalen Hurts would be effectively 5th because Stafford don't count. Garoppolo is 6th. Matt Ryan 7th. Patrick Mahomes 8th. Daniel Jones number 9, and to round out the top 10, Kyler Murray.
And completion percentage?
Completion percentage, yep.
You mean to tell me Color?
Tua ranks 19th, or I'm sorry, 18th at 64.8.
So he went from number 1 to 18th, just like that in a blink of an eye.
18th because we can throw out Matt Stafford, so 18th technically.
So from the top 5, maybe 1 at some points of the season,
right,
all the way down to 18.
And here's the thing: his completion percentage is 64.8. Jared Goff's 64.5. Aaron Rodgers tied with Tua, 64.8.
Wow. I want to say the last game got Aaron Rodgers back up there because he was having a bad season at the beginning. He started off kind of rocky.
Apparently, they're going by sample size because they're not listing any more than 33 quarterbacks.
33.
I don't see.
What is?
I don't see Teddy Bridgewater on here on the list.
Okay. I was gonna say, what was Garoppolo's before he got hurt?
I don't know what it was before he got hurt.
Because Purdy, I think, only played 4 games now. I think Purdy, this is going on his 5th game.
Purdy's not listed on here either. So it must go.
Okay.
It must not list it on samples unless you have a certain sample size.
A certain amount of completions. Yeah.
Garoppolo has
completions.
Garoppolo has 11 games played. 67.2. That's good for 6th.
Wow, but somehow this guy he's always, and some Dolphins fans, he's like the most horrible quarterback that ever played football. Somehow. But his numbers always tend to be hovering in the top 10 in a lot of statistical categories.
Here's the stat.
It's amazing.
Here's the stat that if it doesn't change much, here's the stat that's going to save Tua and give him the ability to get another job if his head is cleared. His touchdown percentage is still good for 2nd at 6.3, just behind Patrick Mahomes at 6.4.
Yo, can I address somebody in the comments?
Sure.
That guy's a piece of shit, bro.
Who?
Lulu Agushlidia, whatever the fuck his name is, bro.
Lulu? What's wrong with Lulu?
He pulled up. He just said he hopes. This is his hope because we still have, potential for doing something this year. This year's not totally out. It looking bad. We're in the dumps right now, but it's not over till it's over. I'm not giving up on the team, right? This guy just said he hopes we trade Tua, which is fine. But then he follows it with, while we are still searching for our QB. Look at that, bro.
Good.
Bro.
I wish the best for the man too. Sure, why not?
No. Okay.
Do I give a damn? Do I give a damn?
While we keep searching, that's what you hope for. You hope we keep searching.
Manny,
Lulu?
rough estimate in your head. How many
Manny,
NFL
you're looking at it in the wrong light, brother.
Manny, rough estimate in your head. How many football players do you think there are? Professional football players do you think are signed on contracts in the NFL right now? I'll give you an answer. It's roughly 1,500.
Yeah, 50,000. I'm around it.
No, it's roughly 1,500 professional football players
whatever that
in
number
the world. Is that right? Is that about right, Crypto?
You're right. It's more than that, though. It's higher than that, but you're right.
1,696. I just
Wait a minute, say that again. Hold on.
How many? How many, Greg?
1,696.
Okay, that's in the world. Okay. How many of those players? How many of those players wear a Miami Dolphins uniform?
53.
Thank you, Greg.
1,400.
How many players are going to be playing in the Super Bowl this year?
75,000 ABC.
No. How many players
About
are playing
100.
in the Super Bowl this year? That would be 106, right?
I'm just saying random shit. My bad.
Right. That's 106. So there's going to be 106 players that we didn't get that play in the Super Bowl this year. Do you think I give a damn if Tua goes to another team and becomes a Hall of Famer? Good for him.
That's not.
That's
but that's
what I would
not.
say.
See, you're highlighting the part that's okay. It's what he says after that. He hopes that we keep searching.
While we keep searching, well, that just means we're going to get something better.
That's his hope.
Hey, I mean, it is what it is.
That's like hoping Tua fails.
You got it in black and white, Manny. We're always accused of wishing for us to fail. You know what I mean? Well, you got it in black and white right there. Who really does it?
Fucking guy, bro.
Right.
This is Tua's best.
He has a right. The difference between them and us is they don't think we have a right to say it.
No, you could say it, dog, but that's
no, but that's the difference. That's the difference between them and us is they don't think we have a right to say it while we're giving them the right to say it right now.
See, Manny, the other difference is you'll still be rocking Miami Dolphins gear, but this guy right here, Tua leaves, guess what? That profile picture will change. It'll be whatever team Tua's on. What a fan.
I feel you.
It's okay.
Yeah, he's not a real fan. Don't worry about that guy.
Even if he is, no, but I could say, wait a minute. I want to defend the guy real quick.
Don't worry about
I want to defend
Lulu.
the person real quick.
Don't even try. Don't even try.
But in fairness, let's give them the deference that they are a Dolphins fan. And if they truly do believe that Tua was going to do it, and we're thwarting that in their mind somehow, because obviously they think we can make the decision for the Miami Dolphins. I don't know, but even if I could see how just like us not wanting Tua on the team makes us better fans because we want the best for our team, that person might think that having Tua on the team makes us the best team, in which case from their perspective, they would be a diehard Dolphins fan too and be supporting the team. So I'm just going to give that defense, and I'm just saying that's the only defense I can give. You know,
who's named our starter right now? Who's our starting QB?
Teddy.
Have they named Teddy yet?
I'm sure I think they did, or maybe not.
Named him.
If they did, I hope Teddy wins over this fan base, goes on his 5-6 game winning streak, right? And now we're thinking, okay, is Teddy our starter? That's what I hope for. I hope that we're in a debate about, man, maybe Teddy is that guy, or if Skyler plays somehow over Teddy and he does good, I hope we're able to say, hey, all you guys who were yelling for Skyler to start, hey, you were right the whole time. He's our franchise guy. That's what I hope for. Because right now,
well, I'm just saying
I want to win. I hope
even a person like that, though, is what I'm saying is that even a person like that, if things change in their mind and they're coming back here saying, yo, I was fucking stupid that night for saying that shit. I'm dumb. Y'all were right. I want my team to win and find a quarter, whatever. Just saying, a person's always redeemable in my mind. That's all. I'm just saying. You know, like
that don't sit right with me, bro.
We're always out here telling people that they can't tell us how to fan, and we really can't tell those people how to fan either, to be honest with you.
No, that's absolutely right.
You're right, to go fan somewhere else, fan their ass.
Well, we here are welcoming and inviting to everybody, so that everybody has liberty and license to say what's on their mind, other than
we got Bills fans here too. What's not. We could have fans of everybody, but don't say you hope my team loses, bro. You're not a fan of my team.
Well, you have the right to say that. You have a right to tell the person that. Sure, I'm not trying to stop you from saying that. Tell them what you need to tell them.
Kohler's just saying you guys both have equal right to say.
Invite them up to the panel to tell them face to face what you got to say.
He damn sure enough ain't coming to no panel.
Exactly my point, Crypto.
I think Lone Dolphin is saying. I think he's saying that it's just weird of you being a Dolphins fan and you're hoping that your own team loses because of a player. It's
like
not
we
like a
ain't been
Bills
through
fan.
enough.
Like we
Like we ain't been through
expect the
enough.
Bills fan.
Benjamin,
You know what I
maybe
mean?
it's because I've been accused of the same thing for the last 9 months. I probably maybe feel a little empathy there. You know what I mean?
Yeah, but I'm sure, Color, people misconstrue your words all the time.
Sure.
I'm sure you've never said that you hope we lose.
No, I haven't. But they've attributed that to me, and so, you know, I know how it is to be accused
Don't feel
of that.
sorry for this guy, Color.
I ain't feeling
Don't
sorry.
feel
I'm
sorry
just
for
giving
this guy.
everybody a fair perspective.
He's
That's
sorry,
all.
bro.
I'm being true to who I am. I'm giving
What-
fair perspective, bro. That's
What did
what
I
do.
miss? What did I miss? Who said something?
Put that comment up, bro.
Bro, I'm the color, bro. I give fair perspective. That's what it's literally built into my name.
Damn.
I'm just saying.
Hey,
I'm not
Color.
trying
Hey,
to
Color.
I'm not trying to even stay on the fence. I'm just saying.
Hey, Color.
Standing to my conviction. Yes, sir.
I got you. I'm gonna give you your alias right now, and God bless his soul. You're Finn's Tailgate Mills Lane, man. You firm, but you're fair.
I'm what?
You're the Finn's Tailgate version of Mills Lane. God bless his soul. You're firm, but you're fair.
Wow, I haven't heard that name in a long time. It took me a second to remember who he was.
Judge Mills Lane.
Oh yeah, Mills Lane. I forgot he was a boxing judge first, or a referee,
Right.
wasn't he?
Yeah, he was. And
Yeah,
then he
yeah,
became- he had
dude.
a
You,
judge
yeah,
show.
you,
TV
yeah,
show.
Color.
Right,
You
right.
firm, but you firm, but you fair.
Wow.
Right.
You know who he reminds me of? And the guy could probably play him in a movie. That guy that plays Maverick's freaking commander on the Enterprise in Top Gun. You know, the one that tells him he's going to Top Gun because he, you know.
No,
you
Maverick.
two gentlemen are going to Top Gun.
Yep. Oh,
But you
Maverick.
screw up this much, and you'll be flying a cargo plane full of rubber dog shit out of Hong Kong.
So we're gonna act, dude. What's dreading is we're gonna actually have to pay somebody to take two off our hands. Oh damn!
Yeah.
That guy
it's
could
looking
literally
like.
play Mills Lane in a movie.
I fucking dreaded that. I knew it. We're gonna have to trade Tua in a second. Trade Tua in a second for a
Wasn't
fifth.
he also the dean that was chasing around Ferris Bueller or somebody?
Anyways, I'm gonna get back to viewing. I just want to say I hope that guy gets that comment and shoves it up his ass.
Well, don't get back to viewing until you tell us what you're having for dinner.
McDonald's.
Since you're eating
I
ice cream.
saw his comment. He said all y'all were in the tank for Tua train, bro.
Who, bro?
That guy Lulu. I
Bro,
was not on the tank.
I literally
How could he make
saying never tank?
How could he make that assumption? As if he was
Everybody
around
here-
the nerd.
Look, guys,
I
hold
wanted
on,
us to
guys.
take someone
Hold
else,
on.
like Chase Young.
Lululemon?
Well, hold on, guys. Hold on, guys. For those that weren't around way back in the day in the summer, we had endless debates about just that very thing. And everybody knows, and I'm not going to argue with people that think it was a good idea to tank, or guys like Jordan that came up earlier saying that he's pissed at Ross because he didn't know how to, or he's pissed at Flores because Flores ruined the tank. I have been on record saying that I am totally anti-tank. I don't think it ever took Don Shula to tank to be able to succeed and win. Why the fuck are we going to start doing it now? I am not a loser. I don't support losing, and I will never support losing. Period. I am not a tanker. So I may be the only one here that's that firm on my square like that, but I am not a tanker. Period.
Well, to that point, there's nothing the coach could do when he's come from a winning tradition of a culture of winning. They did number win Super Bowls in the ring. You gonna expect somebody to come from a winning culture to accept losing? I mean, that's asinine to think that you're gonna take somebody.
We never had the tank to do it.
Right. Irregardless of us doing it, you're taking somebody out of a culturally winning tradition and you're gonna beg for them to and expect them to lose for you. That's asinine to think that you're gonna just do that and ask for a man to do that.
Buffalo didn't tank for Josh Allen. They just sucked.
Right, exactly. They just naturally did it. They did it naturally, right? That's who they were.
Never.
Not according to Mark.
And if the
matter of fact, I don't give a shit.
GM wanted it, they wouldn't have gotten Fitzpatrick in the first place.
Matter of fact, I don't give a shit if the organization made it clear through the media or not, and we all supposedly knew or not. I still want my fucking ticket money back for that year.
Kohler,
I am not a tanker.
It's not called that. It's not because they sucked. It's called that they were being a strategic loser.
Right.
Yeah, exactly.
See, my guy, Bulldogs Nation, right here. He tell you, man, we need to go get Penix. I'm telling you, that's my quarterback. Hey, here in Washington, baby. I'm a Washington Huskies fan all the way.
But when does it stop, though? Do we tank this week and next week to make sure Tua don't get overshadowed? When does it stop?
It's called a soft. No, it's called a soft tank. It's called a soft tank, Tuller. Remember, I said earlier. Listen, all we have to do is assure that Zach Wilson gets about 9 touchdowns, and that will pump up the Jets fans to make sure that they're going to keep him. And then all of a sudden, they're not going to want to go after Lamar, and we can just scoop him right on up. That's how we do it. It's called a soft tank. That's how we do it.
You know, if I was in that,
we make sure that Zach Wilson gets.
You know why I'll never be allowed in that press room? You know why I'll never be allowed in that press room? Because I'd ask Mike McDaniel flat out, do you plan to purposely lose this week to make sure Tua ain't overshadowed? I directly ask him that question. That's why I'll never be allowed in that press room. And I'm proud
I wouldn't either. I would ask that same question.
See, here's the thing, Lulu. All you have is speculation and assumption. Saying shit like, well, then y'all going to hate on Penix. How do you know? Penix could be great. Penix could actually do the job and get everything done he's supposed to do.
Well, exactly. They should know, DTA, because we weren't hating on Tua when he was 5-0.
Right.
It's ridiculous, and you ain't gonna hear me hating on Penix. That's my guy. Again, I am from Washington. I've been a lifelong season ticket holding Washington Huskies, born and raised fan. My cousin played for him. Penix is great. Mm-hmm. Dude's gonna be a Heisman winner next year.
Yeah.
Miss me with that shit.
He is. Last night, that guy, Penix, he should have been in the Heisman discussion this year. It's total BS that he wasn't.
Yeah, everybody knows he got snubbed.
My problem with Heisman Trophy winning quarterbacks is they really rarely ever pan out in the NFL.
Well, the thing is, like I said, he got snubbed because they were putting guys from like TCU, USC. The thing is if when they go down to the voting, if you're not with a team that they consider a championship team, like nobody considers Washington a championship team like they do like Georgia, the Ohio States, the Alabamas, shit like that, then they won't even you don't even get a fair chance. But he led the nation, still does, in passing yards and many other stats. Dude's a fucking solid quarterback. And he does incredible. If you go look at the way he passes, bro, he makes passes that a lot of NFL quarterbacks can't even make.
Yeah.
Bro, he might next year. He's coming back to Washington, right?
Yeah, he already announced. They were projecting him, and I don't mean to stray out the subject, but they were projecting him to be a first-round pick, and he still didn't declare. He decided to come back to Washington next year.
What about the guy throwing 60 yards without any hip rotation? Who was that? Will Levis or somebody?
Yeah.
Dude, using his hips, throws 60 yards with his arm.
Yeah,
standing there, flat-footed.
Yeah, there's a lot, man.
I have Will.
We can't be trying to get these
No, you're right.
Drake,
his body build. Hey, Benjamin, his body
you.
build reminded me of Taysom Hill. I'm like, no, thank you.
Hey, but again, Lulu, you have history of what? If you're trying to say you have history or receipts on us hating on Tua or something, I don't get what you're saying here.
I don't know. Maybe he's talking about his own Ticketmaster receipts like mine. So if you want my receipts, you can call StubHub and Ticketmaster.
if we're able, or if we're not able to get like one one of those top guys coming out, like as far as like free agents, then we can go to the college route. But I'm not trying to hit the college route again because like it just our luck. These guys look great. They throw 70-yard bombs. They fit the prototype, and then they get here and then trash.
So I just got a
We're not going to be going after Jamarcus Russell.
I just got a message from the great El Capitan, and he is going to be going live at 10. So we got about an hour and a half, roughly.
It's going to be an hour and a half. Okay.
Yeah, to
I am going to check out on you, DGA, if you don't mind closing the show tonight.
I got
Whenever
you,
you
bro.
get
I'll
there.
do it. Yeah, I got you.
I can't hold myself up in the chair for much longer. Gentlemen, chat. Everybody in chat, like and share, subscribe, hit the notification bell. Make sure you're coming back
Stay
tonight.
off the carbonated beverages.
Yeah, after DTA closes the stream down, make sure you're coming back tonight to hear El Capitan.
Oh yeah,
Lulu, come back. Maybe you'll like what Capitan has to say more than what we had to say. You know, he likes Tua. He thinks we should be selling him. So, Benjamin, have a good night. Mountie Fins, you too.
You as well.
Greg, love the laugh as always. Crypto and DTA, thanks for holding it down, man.
Yep, Colin.
Yeah, but going back to your point, if we strike out on these quarterbacks, what I personally think, if the Miami Dolphins are set on moving to they should have a list of quarterbacks they want on the team. Starting off with your top option, which I think it should be Lamar, but who knows. And then you go to Rodgers, then you go to Brady, then you go to Carr, and etc. And then when you strike out of options, that's when you look to the draft.
Yes, I agree 1,000%.
There should be a plan if you're moving on from Tua. There should also be a plan for keeping Tua. There should they should have a plan ready to go.
Wait, what time is the show tonight? What time is the
10 o'clock.
10
o'clock. Yeah, he's going on live. Cap's going live at 10. And I'm sorry, gentlemen, I had to step away real quick. I was catching notice that CB83 finally made an appearance. Well, let me say his name right. Clown B83 was making an appearance on his show. So, and he was calling, I guess, the Wolfpack and me. He was calling me out. So I just had to go over there real quick, light his ass up on fire, and now I'm back.
There you go.
I'm gonna have to go see that later.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to check that out.
Again,
yeah, good
Clown
one.
Clown B83 was just over there sucking up to EM, telling EM, well, this is why I like to talk to you, EM. So when I lit his ass on fire, and I asked him specifically, well, Tua Leroy, are you off of Tua? And he said yes. So for all of the Clown B83's fans, the guy that breaks down the best film supposedly in the business, he don't know shit.
Wait,
he don't know a goddamn thing.
Is this on the Miami Sports?
Hey, neither one of them do. Neither fucking one of them.
Oh,
do.
here it is. I think.
Oh my God, that was classic, Lewis.
So
That
I
was
just had to go
classic.
over there and light
I
up
need
Clown B83. I just had to go
I
over
think
there
I
and
need
light his
some
ass
cold
up real
coffee
quick.
on that one.
Yeah, and I'm
I
gonna
was
be
thinking
putting.
about hot
I'm gonna
coffee.
be putting out an
I'm
invite.
gonna sip some oil on that one. Oh,
I'm
shit.
gonna be putting out an invite for EM to hop up and chop it up with me on my show next too. But side note, Lewis, I had to because I gotta address that. I'm gonna let the story be known, so there's no bullshit, no backdoor, no BS. Y'all are gonna get the full story. It can unravel right in front of everybody before your eyes. So no lies and bullshit is sold behind doors. Y'all can know what's going on. I'll address it. But anyways, Lewis, I had to look around, but I finally found your outro and shit. It's under your file.
Yeah, no, I was talking about it with color. I was doing the same thing, but right now I'm on my phone, and I guess for some reason my phone is cutting it off. Like I can go to other places and I can find it, but when I start a panel or I start a stream, better yet said, my phone cuts it off. But once I get the laptop set up and computer set up, it should be fine.
But hey, this
I appreciate it, DTA.
Yeah, no, absolutely, bro. I found it under the other one, so when it's time, I'll switch files to go to your actual outro and stuff. But Clemente, I seen your comment, bro. That's funny as shit. That's still, I think that's going to be a classic forever. But yeah, that's what's going down, man. I'm not gonna do this shit on Lewis's show. We're gonna address this on my next show. You know, it's all gonna come out, so be sure to tune in because basically, I'm gonna lay everything out. I'm gonna lay the whole map out for everybody so they know what's going on. I'm gonna address the whole issue. I'm gonna send him an open invitation to come up, and I'm gonna put the ball in his court. See what happens.
When is your
okay?
When is your show? When is that pop off? I got
it was going to be. It was going to be today, but it was going to be today, but Lewis is rocking his fire show today. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go tomorrow because Cap goes live tonight. So it'll be tomorrow afternoon or late night, one or the other. I might even do both, but if I do a late night, it's going to be after Ali's. So, most likely I'll address it in the afternoon show.
Gotcha.
Hey, Benjamin, you got a Twitter?
Nah, I don't. Nah, I'm not really on anything. I just be popping in here. Yeah.
Okay. I was gonna say, what's your Twitter handle? I was gonna follow you.
Oh yeah, no. I got Instagram. Other than that, that's it.
You local in Miami too? You down there in Miami?
No, actually, I just.
What was that? You was cut out. No,
I said I'm from Wynwood.
Wynwood what? Wynwood what? Miami. Oh, okay.
Yeah.
So you local down there? Oh, okay.
Yeah. So.
Hey, and just speaking on Twitter real quick, just me, DTA, and I'll just leave it at that right now. Batman, there's a couple others that hop on with us, but bro, me and DTA, when we host our Twitter spaces and Crypto be in there, Crypto can vouch, like we're there too trying to give content, but really I do it trying to promote this channel. So again, everybody hit the like and subscribe button because when we're on Twitter as well, it's kind of like a separate entity from the Fins Tailgate, but we're always representing the Fins Tailgate over there. My mission, and again, I'm not trying to speak for DTA or nothing like that, but I'm trying to take over. We're trying to take over the fucking game here at the Fins Tailgate. And the more people we can get from Facebook, Twitter, Twitch, to come to YouTube and just send a like or subscribe or whatever. Let's not get it twisted. Right. I'm going to be honest. We're not going to hold no punches here. This is the best channel right here to be a part of. We're giving you that real content. We're not going to hold no punches back. We're going to give it to y'all straight. And if you like that kind of thing, y'all are going to be rocking with us. And obviously, there's still almost 50 people here, and we're getting close to the 11-hour mark. So we appreciate you guys, but at least from what we've shown today, almost doing an 11-hour panel, and we still got people in here rocking with us. That just shows that you guys are with us. So we really do appreciate it. But again, when we're on Twitter, we are representing the Fins Tailgate in every way, shape, or form.
100%. And you know, I couldn't have said it any better, man. And that's what we want to do. Me and Lewis had a vision when we started doing that and started doing the spaces. We wanted to change, we want to change the entire game and take it over, man. And we just had a different vision for things as far as the spaces and stuff go. But at the end of the day, it's about the Fins Tailgate. We want everybody from Facebook, Twitch. And we see all the time, we got people watching from Facebook. The other day, we had some people watching on Twitch. So, we're trying to bring everybody together and make this the best #1 growing Dolphins channel. And you guys can help us do that. You guys already do, the ones that are in here every day. It allows us to come up here and run these 12-hour streams. The other day, like I said, I was about 19 and a half hours to be exact. But we can pump those out for you guys. The other day, me, Lou, and Kohler did one for 12 hours or something like that. It's like 12 hours straight. You know what I mean? So we do them all the time. But we want, around the clock content to fill your guys' day. So when you're at work or driving to work or on your lunch break or in the evenings after the games, et cetera, you guys have a place to go. You have the ability to come up and have your voice be heard. And there's a platform for everybody to come up and speak on something that we all have in common, which is the Miami Dolphins. At the end of the day, we're all fans. Hell, even Mark, he's a fan. And man, that's all I just wanted to say. Like I said, And again, I respect my boy Lou, and that's my guy. You know, he's a good friend to me. And I'm not going to bring shit up on his show, but just for those that asked, like I said, we'll discuss it on my show. But it is what it is. I'm going to expose the motherfucker, and I'm going to bring all the facts to light, and we're going to have that discussion, and I'm going to put the ball in the M's court because I'm not having any of this BS backdoor bullshit. It is what it is. I respect people, bro, but I don't give a fuck if you've been on YouTube for 30 years. That's not clout in my eyes. I could give a fuck less. I'm not going to bow down and kiss somebody's ring because they've been on YouTube longer. That's not a flex. That's a weird flex. So, you know, just like Lou said earlier, you come on my show and disrespect me, I'm going to disrespect you back. So ball's going to be in his court, but it ain't going to be no backdoor conversation over the phone. We can have this shit up here on the panel together, the two of us. So that way everybody can watch it live and there's no hidden agenda or bullshit questioning the intent or any of that stuff. And neither of us will be able to walk away and say, well, yeah, but he said, none of that. So it is what it is. And
I hear you. And listen, and I hear you. And I just, from my end, you know what I'm saying? I echo those sentiments, DTA. Like, you're my dude. I rock with you. In the other token, I do rock with EM. That's my dude too.
100%.
I really tried on my end to piece things up, to get things, you know, and it, again, knowing you for the time I've known you and grown to know you, you're an alpha male. The time I've known EM, he's an alpha male. And again, me just being, and I wouldn't say I'm in the middle, because again, whatever happens, it's not like I'm going to stop rocking with you and I'm not going to stop rocking with EM. Like, that's not how I am. That's
right.
Y'all have y'all's differences. I'm just saying I just want you to know I really have tried to like piece things out and try to get that situation resolved. I'll just leave it at that. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. No, and 100%, Lou. And that's why I said, you know, listen, one thing about me, you know this, I always fight my own battles, and you know this about me. You know that I never, ever, I'm not that type of dude that ever expect or put my homies that are mutual friends in a position to where they got to choose sides. That's not the right thing to do in my eyes. I don't play that way. I fight my own battles. Here's the thing. Like I said, for all those asking too, the funny thing is I don't dislike him. I have no problem with him. In fact, I'm not losing sleep. This whole thing's funny as shit to me. I'm not tripping about it at all. It really doesn't bother me at all. But he seems to be bothered, so I want to hash it out. And like I said, I'm going to put the ball in his court. If he wants to call it cool, we can call it cool. We can do whatever. But I just don't want to just like going into spaces, going into shows, and thinking he's going to run me out. Because as you guys have seen, and as you guys.
Uh-oh.
BTA,
cut out.
We kind of lost you.
He cut out. Yeah, your mic.
I respect you. I respect your show too, bro.
Yeah, for real.
Yeah, that last part was
like
cut
I
out.
said, you know, I wish, you know, I wish the best for that situation. I think it was, you know, in my opinion, it was just a misunderstanding.
It was.
And
for
again,
those...
I just wish things could just work out. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, absolutely, man. And like I said, in that regard, you know, I still respect the guy and I still like him. I don't have any problem with him. I actually enjoy him, but it just is what it is. And I'm not going to be a doormat for anybody, especially on my own show. And what Lou's talking about, for those that weren't there, here's this, and this will all be discussed and exposed on my show. But what happened is me, Lou, and Cola were backstage prior to that show starting. And I was messing with the gain on my microphone. And those of you that don't know what the gain does, it increases or decreases the sensitivity to the microphone. So I turned it all the way up, and I was trying to make it so I could sit further back from my microphone and be able to to speak. And so that way people could, you know, hear me well and stuff. Well, anyways, long story short, I had it set that way. So then when things kind of got heated and elevated between me and him, I brought myself up, like I rode right up on the microphone. Like I got my mouth close to the microphone when I was talking to EM. So it made it sound like I was apparently yelling or in his words, I put too much bass in my voice or some shit. So anyways, he took it wrong. And that's why Lou's saying, like in the whole, the grand scheme of things, bro, it was a misunderstanding, and it went farther than it should.
That's what I
But
thought.
at the end of the day, if he wants to accept that, great. If not, I can't make him. He's a grown man. But I've got no quarries, bro. I don't do this stupid ass YouTube beef. That shit's retarded to me. Excuse my choice words there, but you know, it is what it is. I still like the guy. I'm not going to dislike the guy, even if he chooses not to fuck with me. You know what I mean? I got respect in that regard, and that's how I was raised. But as a man, you coming on my show and going to disrespect me, I'm going to give that same energy back, just like a lot of us would. But, to me, the whole thing's funny, bro. I'm not bothered at all. I'm not losing sleep. I'm like I said, we can let things be and water under a bridge or whatever wants to, whatever he wants to do. So we'll address it on my show. I just want to make it so, he's got an opportunity to say his piece. I'll say my piece and we'll see what happens, So hopefully you guys respect that and see where I'm coming from. Cause I'll just like Lou and Crypto, man, I don't do that. I don't do that Twitter, YouTube beef bullshit. There's a real life out there, a real world. And a lot, I would think, I want to be the same type of character I am in real life is how I'm going to carry myself, my presence online. And I have respect for myself to not be disrespected by anyone, especially on my show. So, we'll leave it at that, but I don't ever expect my friends to get in the middle of it. We all mutual, man. It's all love. It is what it is. But yeah, go ahead, guys.
Well, I'll be tuned in.
Yeah.
Hopefully y'all see where I'm coming from. You know what I mean? And I just wanted to explain myself so you guys understand where I'm coming from. It's not from a place of hate or trying to be tough, or it's not any disdain for the guy. I have no dislike for him at all. It's not even like that. Like, I actually, I like him. I think he's cool. I think he's funny. I think he's knowledgeable. I have no personal beef with him is what I'm trying to say. So I think, like Lou said, I think it's just it was a misunderstanding that it got dragged out further. And I'm the type of dude, just like Lou, and I'm sure Crypto, that if somebody else takes it there, then I ride that way too.
Yeah, I just to touch on that. I was on the panel when that situation happened, and you know what? I think that should be a relatively simple piece it up, because that clearly was a misunderstanding, even in my eyes, as I was listening. But just quite naturally, the nature of a man, when he feels disrespected, it is what it is. You're gonna draw the line. So, hey, look, I got mad love for both of y'all. You guys bring tremendous value and prestige to not just the panel, but the community as a whole. You guys speak light of life and understanding to a lot of situations. Hence the reason I rock with you, DTA, and EM. So, y'all,
Right.
y'all pieced that shit up. It was a clear misunderstanding,
Yeah.
and we don't do that to each other. That's crazy. Just these knucklehead motherfuckers that's be in these Twitter spaces, they get the smoke. They
Yeah.
get in the smoke. I try to leave that alone, but they get in the smoke. And sometimes I try not even dignify that with a response, because you can't give certain situations any energy, especially that
Yeah.
kind of ignorance in these Twitter spaces. Like, dude,
100%.
you're speaking subjective information. Everything is conjectural. What you heard from Twitter or some third person somewhere. Show me some facts.
Yeah, and
You
you
know,
can't.
I tell my kids, my nephew, like, dude, don't listen. Do your own research. Stop going by what people tell you. Trust, but
Yep.
like Ronald Reagan say, trust but verify.
Absolutely,
Yeah.
man. And I agree with you, man. I agree with everything you said. And it's a lot of this shit, bro. You can't breathe life into it, because it just helps it flourish, man. And that's not. I'm not with all that shit, but
Yeah, we gonna kill that shit right now, right?
yep,
Absolute now.
100%. And
Hey,
like I said, it's the same thing,
DTA.
bro. Like, go ahead, Mountie.
No, I was just saying, just to fucking kill that shit. Don't even give it no more words.
Yep.
Hey, I'm fucking pissed off because we're gonna have to fucking pay somebody to take Tua.
Yep.
Dude, I'm fucking raving about it. We're gonna have to trade this motherfucker and have to give up a second to pay somebody to take him. Oh,
Hey, as long
fuck,
as
this is frustrating.
As long as
I
you pay
I
somebody
said
the
that
right
shit. I
person.
said that shit in 20. I said that shit. You don't, dude. He had the most talented collegiate football team in NCAA history. Who in history has ever had that much talent around him? What other quarterback? And it made him look absolutely amazing.
Yeah, nobody had that kind of talent around him collectively.
And we got,
Only Joe Burrow is the only closest person.
well, the only one I can think of, Crypto. We near the same age as fucking maybe Rick Meyer in Notre Dame when he had Rocket Ishmael and
When he had
Jerome Bettis
Ishmael, right?
and
Exactly. Rick
Jerome
Meyer,
Bettis.
yep.
I'm like, what the
Bettis.
fuck,
Yep.
dude? How could you fail in a system like that? How could
Right.
you?
Yep.
That's why I had my
Notre Dame
reservations. I had my I said, dude, we gonna get catfish.
Yeah, but you're never gonna figure out somebody's if he does have mental, if it's not, you can't figure that out. Like I think he has the talent, obviously, but he's just in big games, he's
But
just
see,
not the guy.
playing quarterback, you got to be the smartest guy on the field. You got to know everybody's blocking assignments. You got to know everybody's route trees. You got to know what your audibles are. You got to know the playbook. So
Yeah,
that's why
you're
I
right.
didn't know if that was Mike McDaniels taking a little pinch at Tua when he said Skyler knows the whole playbook. I don't know if that was a subtle shot at Tua, like, dude,
Right. He did.
Tua,
Yeah,
like
he did
Skyler
say
knows
that
the whole
about
playbook.
Skyler.
I'm like, damn, is he taking a shot at Tua? Like, dude, because
Yeah, but
McDaniel
he's not
might be
really taking
frustrated.
but he's not really taking a shot. I mean, it's like he's telling him Skyler knows how to do his job. Like I don't understand. That's not taking a shot. That's something you're supposed to do.
Because
That's not
I
like
mean,
you're supposed to know the playbook. That's part of the
but
job.
McDaniel, well, yeah, I mean, Mike McDaniel. I'm thinking. See, the thing is, I'm starting to think Tua. The offense is somewhat different when
Hey,
Skylar Thompson and Teddy come in because it's not as much RPO. It's traditional style offense. It's and then it hampers what Mike can call. Like if he don't know the whole playbook, then we get predictable.
yeah, that's why I'm saying, and that
Then you
goes.
see a lot of three and outs,
Yes, and
interceptions, three and
that's
outs.
listen. You can get away with not knowing the whole playbook when you're going versus the Bears and the Lions, and you can get away with it, especially with the talent that we have. But once things get tight and that room gets smaller on your QB, you got to know the playbook. You got to because
Well, and then
now stuff gets harder.
another thing when I played in college. Yeah, you can
Yeah,
get
same
away
here.
not knowing the play because I didn't know my whole playbook. But I tell you what, when you bring that element of athleticism and can extend plays and you can
Yeah, he
run,
doesn't have it.
see, then you can improvise. See,
Mm-hmm.
and we know Tua don't do that. So that's what I'm saying. I don't know. I think he's a good guy. He just doesn't possess the skill set that we need as an
Exactly.
NFL
That's
starter.
all I'm saying.
NFL starter.
Yes, that's all I'm
An
saying. He might
NFL
be good for
starter, like
another.
you, dude. You gotta bring it. You gotta know your shit. When you hit that field, you need to know your shit.
It's like when all guys in the huddle are looking at you like, "Yo, we don't know what to do. What do you got?" Like when it's a tight game, we need to come back. Like let's say we're down 10, and everybody's looking at you like, "Yo, what are we gonna do?" You can't look back at them in the eyes like, "Please don't look at me. I hope they're not looking at me." That's the kind of guy that we got.
And then you in college, like I said in college before, like he just sit back there and pick a guy, let it fly. Like he's never had to come from behind. He's never had to orchestrate an offense, a comeback. Like like stuff that you need to see in a quarterback, a franchise quarterback. You got the grit, the toughness, the understanding, know where to go with the football. When you got 3-4 top 5 receivers, just everybody's going in the draft. Everybody.
To me, Tua is a journeyman in the league. He's gonna always have a job, but he's always gonna be on all these different teams. He's gonna be a journeyman. 1 year he's gonna be here. He'll be here 2 years. He'll be competing for a spot this year, the next year, just like Baker. Like he's gonna be a journeyman. That's okay. That's okay. I mean, it's hard to stay in there.
But
You know
you
what I mean?
can't. But you see.
But he's not a franchise guy.
You got a lot of guys, younger, and what I've noticed, there's a lot of younger guys the millennial, like the younger guys that don't really understand. You know, you go back through history. Every quarterback that's taken top 5 in the first round is not going to pan out. That's just how it goes. It's a crap shot sometimes.
But you gotta remember,
You know, they don't assimilate well to the league.
Yeah, but now that's how it is. Even in basketball, like we live in a microwave type of world where everything has to be instant oatmeal. Like, hey, he better pan out in 2 years, and that's not realistic. But that's that's where the industry's taking him.
Everybody's not going to be a Burrow or Herbert, or it's fucking look at Aaron Rodgers sat behind Brett Favre for 5 years or something like that.
No.
And learned. That's why Tua probably need to have sat behind.
He should have sat. Thank you.
And
can you imagine if he sat all the way until right now? Like right now, we would be like, all right, let's say we had Fitzpatrick or somebody. Let's say we had Teddy maybe years back or whatever. And then now's our first time seeing Tua. Like we'll be like, all right, let's see. Like that would be crazy. We'd be like, oh, this is.
Everybody wanted to see him right away.
Exactly.
Everybody wanted to see him right away.
We should have started Fitzpatrick the entire year, and Tua should have got the Patrick Mahomes treatment. I still to this day cannot believe we started him earlier than I expected. That's why he looks bad as he does now.
And that's why I don't want them to do the same thing to Skyler. They're trying to do the same exact thing. No, he's a 7th round QB. Don't tell me because of the COVID. No, he's a 7th rounder. He needs time to develop. For a 7th rounder, the percentages at best, he's going to be a good backup. At best, not your franchise guy. Like you got to let that guy develop. Don't throw him into the fire and then he's showing you his 7th round. He might show flashes, but then he shows you some 7th round stuff. And then you're like, oh, this guy's horrible. And then the same stuff happens all over again.
The question I would pose to you, though, develop behind who? I'll wait.
Well, that's what I'm saying. I think next year. Well, listen, that's what I'm saying. I think we need to focus on getting that top guy. Once we get that guy in here,
develop behind Aaron Rodgers
or Tom Brady.
Okay, I'll buy that for 2 seasons. For 2 seasons or so.
Nah, I think it's gonna be longer. He's
or
a 7th
develop
round
behind
pick.
Lamar Jackson. Take your pick.
Because when Lamar gets, Lamar might get dinged up a little bit. He might miss a game or 2. Skyler can play.
Yep.
But see,
hold down
Lamar Jackson. I don't know if Lamar Jackson. I don't know if the guy. I don't know. He's very athletic, but he's not your prototypical quarterback because he'll take off on you.
No, but that's not true. We gotta stop listening to the media. That's not true.
Yeah, the media is pumping that narrative. When he won MVP as a quarterback, not a running back.
Exactly.
When the Heisman is what? Sophomore
His touchdown interception ratio was 8-1.
What was his rushing yards for when his rookie year when he won that MVP?
No, sophomore year.
He was over 1,000 yards, right?
Yes, because he had to. You're the entire offense.
Because he had to, and plus he had over 3,000 yards. He accounted for almost 5,000 yards of their offense.
Like, what are you supposed to do when it's third and 12? You got no receivers. What are you supposed to do? And you're athletically enough, gifted to be able to get that first down.
Underestimate his MVP season. They're thinking he ran for 3,000 yards and passed for 1,200. That was the other way around.
What do you have? 34 TDs and what? 9 interceptions.
He was 36 touchdowns, 6 interceptions.
I know one year he roasted up.
It was a crazy touchdown to interception ratio. That to me spells you was quarterbacking. You was actually playing quarterback when you have numbers in that kind of ratio.
I know he fucking fleeced us. He threw like 5 touchdowns on us.
Yeah,
easy.
Yeah, on opening day of that year, right? That started his campaign.
If you did bring in Lamar Jackson into here, he fixes two problems here. He fixes the quarterback and the running game. Because I don't understand I don't remember who just said it now. But again, the reason the Baltimore Ravens are the #1 rushing team in the league is because of Lamar Jackson. It's not because of those running backs.
Doesn't Lamar also help fix the defense a little bit because our offense would be doing more and our defense would actually have time to rest.
Absolutely.
Not only that, he gives you a burst to your running backs. Like what is it, J.K. Dobbins and
1,000%.
They're not as good as what you think they are. It's just that the defense is also looking at the running back might, like Mostert, he might be a threat. But then they can't worry about the running back. Right now, all eyes can we're not worried about Tua. We just worry about the running back. So yeah, we can stop your running game. But when you're looking at the QB, the guy with the ball in his hands, and he's a bigger threat than your actual running back, that is so hard to stop, which makes your running
another
back
dynamic.
free.
A lot of people underestimate the dynamic that gives you.
I can't even really imagine Lamar Jackson with Tyreek Hill and Waddle. Like, oh my
That's
God.
like a cheat code. That's literally like a cheat code.
Oh my God.
Give him them kind of weapons. The league might block it because it might be like too devastating for the rest of the league to deal with.
If we're trying to win now, Greer might think about that.
And you can't cheat with Lamar. He makes you play honest. You can't go into every game plan. If you back up off him, he's going to destroy you.
Blitz, that's a quick pass to a little skirt pass to fucking Waddle.
And he has an arm.
It makes this it gives us a third dimension to this offense.
But if we were gonna do that, we're losing Waddle. See, we can't sit here and imagine, oh, look at Tyreek or look at Lamar with Tyreek and Waddle. That's
where is he gonna go?
It's gonna be one or the other.
Waddle gonna go?
It might be one or the other.
Waddle's gonna go to Baltimore. What are you talking about?
No, he's
not.
Yes,
he will. Yes, he will.
Baltimore does not take receivers.
Lou, I tell you what we do.
You don't think again? They're not. Again, they would absolutely ask for Waddle. You're mistaken if you.
And we don't.
Lou.
We can afford to give him Waddle. Well, Lewis, we can afford to give him Waddle because wide receivers have been getting drafted in the league over the last couple of years. That's played well in year one.
Yeah.
So yeah, we can afford to give him Waddle. Waddle is dispensable.
And I don't have a problem with that, Crypto. I said that earlier or yesterday. Again,
okay. I'm gonna say we can afford it.
Think about it. This is the trade scenario I said. Baltimore gets Christian Wilkins, Jalen Waddle, and a 2024 first-round pick. And everybody was like, oh, no, you can't give up Christian Wilkins. You can't give up Waddle. Well, I'll ask everybody on the panel this question. In the draft, which one is going to be easier to find? A Waddle, a Wilkins, or a Lamar Jackson?
A Waddle, easily.
So again,
Waddle is easy to find because receivers are coming out like crazy.
Receivers are coming
They're
out
dime
like
a
crazy.
dozen. They're dime a dozen.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And you can go find a great D tackle. You can go find another interior defensive lineman. But there's not another Lamar Jackson coming out of that draft.
And
at least you have the gravity of Tyreek Hill with that dynamic.
Here's the question, Lou. So, okay, now, how many draft picks do we have right now? So, if we give up Wilkins, Waddle, and future draft picks for Lamar. For Lamar,
right?
We need to recoup some draft picks back.
Yeah,
we need to get some draft picks back.
Why we need to recoup something back? Because we're not giving up the many second round and third rounders in those years.
Yeah, all you tell Baltimore, because again, Ali made a great point. This was probably like a month ago. He believes that the equivalent for Christian Wilkins could probably be 2 first-round picks. And if you look at the numbers from last year and what Wilkins is doing this year, I still not willing to say 2 first-round picks. But let's say Christian Wilkins is one, right? Waddle is obviously 1, and you're giving up 1. Bro, you don't need to get nothing back. This offense and this team has been held back by Tua Tagovailoa. You insert a Lamar Jackson that you're not going to feel Waddle and like everybody makes it seem. Bro, you put this offense, you still got Tyreek Hill with Lamar Jackson, and you got
Gesicki?
Bro, why wouldn't I keep Gesicki?
Okay, yeah.
I keep him because he likes tight ends. Lamar throws the tight ends.
And then, bro, you can Ritter Craycraft and fucking Trent Sherfield and bro, this offense.
All you need is one receiver.
And we can easily go find the next Christian Watson, like Green Bay found him in the second round, late in the second round or third round, I think, and they still was able to get him. So you could go find a second or third round receiver.
So how do we replace Landon Robert? Like we got Channing Tindall, so.
Yeah,
Channing Tindall is his replacement.
And you got Cameron Good waiting in the wing too.
Exactly.
Listen. Check this out. And all of those receivers even the guys that aren't even playing right now in Miami, all of those guys are better than what Ravens has as starters. So just think about that.
Yeah.
All of
So
them.
yeah, we can afford to give him Waddle.
Any of those
Absolutely.
receivers go to Baltimore, they start. Any of them. They're
Oh yeah,
all,
Waddle's
honest.
definitely
If
starting. No problem.
Demarcus Robinson went to Baltimore and became a first option, are you crazy?
And they'll
Demarcus
be willing
Robinson
to
is
take
trash.
Waddle so fast because he'd be paired him with Bateman.
I'm willing to bet.
They would take that in a heartball.
I'm willing to bet we could probably give him Cedric Wilson over Waddle. I don't know if that might just be me talking crazy. Baltimore could thoroughly do that.
They got
gonna want
They
Waddle.
got Gus Edwards.
Yeah, that might be talking crazy.
And they got Duvernay, yeah. So yeah, they gonna want Waddle, and they'll be like, yeah, we more than welcome. We'll definitely give up Lamar in that package with no problem, without
Listen, all
asking for
Lamar
extra
needs,
draft
even
picks.
though he'll have more receivers in Miami, all Lamar needs is one receiver. All he needs is a solid tight end and one receiver. Look what that is MVP year. Who do you have? Hollywood Brown? Are you crazy?
That was pretty much it.
That's it.
That was pretty much it.
And it's tight end. That's
Yo,
it.
the more I listen to y'all, the more I think Greer might do that. He might do that.
And Greer's the guy to do it. That's what I'm saying. I know people don't like Greer,
Greer
but he's crazy enough to do it.
He is crazy enough to do something. Yeah, he will do something like that. Because if he thinking he could strike gold like he did with the Tunsil deal, look how big his ego would be when he's trying to trade away a piece like Wilkins. He's gonna be licking his chops. He's gonna be like, yeah, I'm gonna try to do something here.
He's saved. He knows he's saved. If he gets Lamar Jackson here, he's like he's.
If we get Lamar Jackson, we getting 13 wins minimum.
Easy.
Minimum.
Yeah, this roster definitely 13 minimum. Yeah, that's
like there's no
hold on real quick. I think we should all pull ourselves on mute and give the floor to DTA and EM that just got in the building, and let these two gentlemen let them talk. So
what's up, EM? What's going on,
EM, welcome.
Crypto,
what's good, my dog?
Salute,
be down there
gentlemen.
to Texas, man. I might have to make a stop in Texas. Down there, that baseball game gonna be going on. I might have to take a stop, man.
Crypto, pull up. You already know. Pull up. You know what it is.
Hold on, Mounty. Everybody
What's
put
good?
yourselves on mute. Everybody put yourselves on mute and let EM and DTA, have their discussion.
To be honest with you, there really ain't nothing to talk about. I don't even know why. I don't know why he wants to put this on YouTube. I told you this. Listen, if I may have the floor for a minute, there is nothing to talk about. I told you, see, to me, this is some female stuff. You want to put this on YouTube for views and likes and clicks and all of that, bro? I ain't about that. I told you, this ain't no YouTube issue. This is a real world issue. There is nothing to talk about. Nothing at all from my behalf. You know what it is, DTA. You know what it is. I told you. Right, I told Cap, I told Luke, there is nothing to talk about here. Nothing.
And that's fine.
I am not going to sit up here and legitimize you in the YouTube community, right? First, I am not going to legitimize you up here in YouTube because I know you're just using it for clout, to get your name up, to get your numbers up, because the homie Lewis is killing you right now on this platform, absolutely murdering you. And don't worry, you will be off this platform soon enough because you don't move the needle. I told you this privately, did I not? So you don't wanted me to come up here. You wanted me to come up here.
I know.
You had to Lou.
But it's not happening.
You had the homie Lou reach out to me, right? I told you I didn't want this on YouTube. You wanted this now. So don't get mad at me. I am just reiterating what I told you privately. That's it.
I never had Lou. Don't keep coming up your line. I never had Lou reach out to you at all. Not once.
Okay, well, Lou, you just reached out to me. I was just giving CBA3 the business right now, and you just reached out to me.
I said I text you EM and I said, hey, DTA is kind of addressing the situation, and if you want to come, I said it earlier. I really tried to piece this up. EM, I told you this the other day that when all this happened, we were backstage. DTA just got a new mic. He was trying to set up his volume, and I told you that even when that day happened on the live stream when everything was happening, I heard DTA say that. It's not me getting loud. It's me with my mic up, and you said,
And Lou, hang on. Let me say what I said, so it'll be no misunderstandings.
Right.
When I had the conversation the day after with Lou about what transpired, I didn't hear DTA say that. I did not hear. I would have not have been as aggressive with him had he came and said, "Well, my bad, EM," or what. And apparently he did say that on stream. I just didn't hear him. That's a character. That's a problem with me when I get turned up. I just black everything out. I got one person in my crosshairs. This is how I am. I'm working on that as I get a little older in life. With that being said, I told Lou, I said, you know what? I am actually feeling somewhat feeling some type of way about that because he, if he came to me, if I would have heard him, I mean, that in a nutshell, that made me feel bad. I was like, dang, did he really say that? Lou was like, yeah, he did say that. I said, all right, bet. Well, tell him. I said, you can send a message to him, not right now because I'm still upset about I'm still I'm not in the right frame of mind right now, right? I said, tell him, all right, look, we will talk maybe down the road at some point in time. I'll leave it alone. So we jumped into a Twitter space. I jumped into the homies, Lewis, and I think it was bitch ass Pete, I think. They had the space going the other day. And I just hopped in there to listen like I always do from time to time. And then I hopped in as a speaker. So he jumps in, you take it upon yourself. At that point in time, I had pretty much squashed it. I wasn't even going to address, to be honest with you, I wasn't even going to address you at all. I was done with it. But when you hopped into space with them female tendencies and go take it upon yourself to take this to, again, another YouTube platform, again, clout chasing, you showed me a lot about who and what you stand for, bro.
It's not for clout. I keep telling you that. If you want my reasoning, and again,
no, I don't. I really don't.
Let me say this real quick, EM. When I came in this space, I was still upset at that point, and I was pissed because you had the nerve to call me a female, but you were calling me from a blocked number when I gave you my number out open. Now that's your choice. So if I came about that wrong, hey, my bad, bro. I was still mad, and I honestly, I'm not tripping about it. But my mic was turned up, and I tried to tell you it wasn't me screaming at you, directly at you, or from a place of anger or any type of hatred or any type of shit like that. I just had my mic up. So when I respect that. Real quick, when I was sitting back, I elevated up and I got my mouth right up on the microphone with my gain turned up, which made it sound like I was screaming into the microphone. But if I
would have heard you, DTA, there's no way I would have came at you. I didn't hear you, and again, that is my fault. That's a character flaw of mine. When I go from 0 to 60, right, or 0 to 100, whatever, I block everything else, and I got whatever individual I'm having issues with, I got them in my crosshairs, and I don't hear nothing else. And again, that's my bad. But at the end of the day, again, at that point, after Lou told me, I had squashed it. Lou will tell you. I said, well, you know what? Just tell him, look, bro, tell him, not right now because I'm still not in the right frame of mind. We'll talk at somewhere if we cross paths down the road sometime, and we'll whatever. But when you came in that space, bro, you took that to another YouTube platform when you had nobody was even mentioning you. I didn't even know you was in the space, and you take it upon yourself to address me in that way, bro. When I had pretty much squashed it, but see, to me, it appeared. And again, whatever your reasoning behind your actions were, that's on you, bro. I don't give a fuck what it was. But the way I took it, again, after I told you this ain't no YouTube issue. This is a real world issue. This is real world smoke.
And that's how I feel.
Why are you taking this to YouTube? Why are you taking this to YouTube?
I never knew that anything was squashed. Prior to me coming into space, I never heard that it was squashed. No one told me nothing about it being squashed. The only thing that I was told was that Lewis hit me up and asked if I would be open to have a 3-way conversation with you, and that was it. There was never. No. Squashed, done, over with.
Let me clarify that as well, because there must be some misinformation, miscommunication going on here about the 3-way phone call. The purpose of the 3-way phone call was to arrange the meet and greet. It wasn't no peace treaty. It wasn't no waving no white flag. It was none of that. I'm not claiming that's what you were doing. I'm not saying that. Okay. All right. I just want to make sure. But again, DTA, that was my bad. I'm telling you, when Lewis told me that, and I didn't specifically tell him to go tell you, squash it. I didn't tell him that. So there might be a misunderstanding there. What I told him was that, well, I tell you what, bro, because I was still hot about that. And I said, well, you know what? I feel kind of bad about that, bro. Tell him you know, next time you talk to him, just tell him we'll talk at some point and leave it alone. So me personally, I had squashed it. I wasn't going to address this. I wasn't going to talk to Cap about this no more, or Lou as well. I was done with it. But when you took it upon yourself to hop in that Twitter space, take it again to another YouTube platform, I was like, oh no, he must really want it. He must really want it. I don't think you do. But you playing these YouTube games. I'm not. I'm telling you straight up, and that's on my mama. I don't play these YouTube games. I don't play them. I ain't trying to be the toughest nigga on the block, but I'm telling you, I don't move like that in the real world.
EM, that's the thing, bro. I know that you're being real, and that's the thing. I don't know where. All I can speak is on my own shit, bro. I don't play any YouTube games or anything either, bro. I've been dealing with this shit. I'm all about real world. Okay, I understand it's a real world problem. That's how I'm addressing it too. None of this is YouTube beef is the most retarded shit I've ever heard in my life. I'm not about YouTube thing. I never heard anything about you wanting to speak about it prior to, except for the 3-way phone call comment, prior to me going into space when I was still hot about it. And specifically what I was hot about was because I just read the comment made in the DM about me being a female because I didn't answer a blocked phone call. And that's when I came on and said, I wanted you to call me off your phone number since you had my cell phone number. Now, I'm not saying you were right or wrong for any of that. I'm just explaining myself for context. Now, I deal with it as a real world problem too. None of this shit is for clout. If you want my honesty, and this is the same thing I told Lou, and same thing I told Cat, bro, the only reason why I wanted to have it on YouTube is because you go up on StreamYard, it gives us both a platform to both have a voice and speak. And that way, if we call it true or we call it cool or whatever happens, right? We walk away. Neither one of us can go say some backdoor shit and claim that the other person did this or they bitched out or none of that shit, because everybody would know what actually happened and there wasn't going to be no behind the back bullshit, right? That's the only reason I saw it like that, for context. It wasn't because I'm looking for clout or trying to get views or clicks or none of that. I don't care about none of that shit.
Well, can we just say then that it was a misunderstanding from two guys that are alpha males or whatever, and can, you know, I'm just asking both of y'all, can we move forward and just keep it pushing? I'm not asking for like a friendship to be brought or nothing, but can it go back to just a civil, you know, or just, you know,
I just want to say to EM too, the same thing I told you, Lou, before EM even came up here. I still respect EM. Now, if you,
I know you did.
like,
I know you said that. I know you said that.
Yeah, and that's what I'm saying. I still respect you, EM. This ain't like I said, this shit's real to me. And I know you don't know me well enough to know that, but I'm not one of those fucking keyboard gangsters and none of that shit. Like, everything's real world with me. I'm not some clown ass little white boy who just sits up here and talks tough over the internet. Like, I don't do that shit. That's not me. Okay. I've been in these streets doing real shit just like anybody else who's done it. I don't come from a place of disrespect or hatred. If I have an issue, like, I'll go directly to you and tell you I have an issue. And I think what happened is you had a misunderstanding in the moment. And because you and I are both in that way where you're not going to be a doormat and I'm not going to be a doormat, we both took it as disrespect from one another. And then that escalated into what it was now. That's just my understanding on what happened, or my outlook on it, how I see is it played out. It's not from, you know, you say you snapped because you didn't hear when I was trying to tell you about my microphone. I snapped back. So like when you clapped at me, of course I'm gonna clap back as I would with anybody. It had nothing to do with like in those moments, bro. I don't look at how long you've been on YouTube, how long I've been on YouTube. Like, I don't care about none of that shit. I really don't. Excuse me. But yeah, that's just for context. So I mean, for what it's worth. And I just got done telling Lewis before he even come up here. I don't. At no point did I stop respecting you. And like, to me, I mean, I got the DMs I can show. I ain't tripping on it. When I hit you up, it's not like I was in your DM sucking your dick. I was just, you know, we had got done in a space or something like that, and I disagreed with you. So I went in there to say, hey, you know, hope we're cool. I still respect you, bro, even if we disagree. Like, that's how it was. It wasn't like I was in there trying to brown nose and like,
and listen, and DTA, real talk. Since we talking we're being men here, All right, bet. I don't expect that, bro. Listen. I don't get just because I might be. I know I was trolling you, saying that you don't matter and all that kind of shit in the DM or whatnot. That for the most part, that's trolling, bro. That's me mad. I'm like,
I
or
got you.
whatever. I'm trying to jab at you, right? But at the end of the
Yeah.
day, I don't expect that from nobody. I am no different than nobody in this community. None of us really to be whether you got a whether you're on platform or off platform. We're all the same. We're all Dolphin fans. We're all passionate about the same team. We want the best for our team, right? So there is
Right.
no, well, I have more prestige than this guy or that. No, well, at least I don't look at it that way. That's why I socialize and move in different circles. I try to, if people, I don't care who it is, no matter how large the platform is or how small the platform is, if you cool, you good people, Ian is going to generally fuck with you. So at the end of the day, that was not the expectation for you to pop in the DM to say, act like you kissing up or no, none of that, bro. I would anybody that treat me like that any different than anybody else because they think I have a level of prestige or I might have a little more clout than the next guy and they treat me different, I will lose respect for that individual. We're all the same, bro. That has never been my expectation, never will be. So at the end of the day, no, that was not my expectation. My only issue, again, I told Lou the day after we chopped it up, I said, look, homie, he said that. He said, yeah, he was. Because Lou keeps it 100. And he kept it 100 with me. He said, he was trying to tell you that, but you wasn't listening. I said, all right, bet. Well, I feel kind of bad about it. At that time, pretty much from my mind, from my perspective, it was squashed for the most part. I didn't tell Lou that, but I just said, you know what? I'm gonna let it be. So, but what really again got me turned up again about this issue was when you hopped in there and came in there and was acting a fool in that Twitter space. That's what really ran me hot. So
yeah, no, and I got you. Hey, like I said, bro, I'm a man and I'll own my shit. I always have. I'll own that shit. I went in there. I was probably out of pocket, just coming in sideways with no, rhyme or reason. But, for context, like I said, I got heated because it just happened to be when I read the message or your reply back to me. And then the whole female comment, again, I think it was just the bravado where me, being that type of male, I'm going to go in there, and say my piece. And if I feel disrespect, I kind of give that same energy back kind of thing. But, me being a man, I own my shit. I always have, and I'll own that. I was out of pocket probably for coming on the space and coming at you like that. And just for context, again, like I said, I hadn't known that there was any talk about wanting to chop it up prior to me going in that space and saying that. So I didn't know. I thought things were just left where they were left, and it is what it was. But yeah, I mean, I get you, bro, and I understand. I understand your side of it, and I get why you did what you did. Like, I totally understand it. I do the same thing, But at the end of the day, like, I still got respect for you. I have no respect was lost, and I ain't tripping over it. I'm not, I'm the type, bro. Like, I'm not gonna be ran off my show or any platform or anything like that. And I know I'm not saying that was your intent or nothing like that.
no, that I will say that's for the most part that's trolling, bro. That's trying to run you hot. That's jabbing you. You know what I'm saying? Those are gut punches. That's what that is.
Right.
Nothing more, nothing less, bro. So it ain't. But at the end of the day, I don't know if I'm willing to piece this up because I'm ready to knock a motherfucker out. I ain't gonna lie to you. No, I'm fucking with you. I'm trolling right now. I'm trolling.
Yeah.
But
Nah,
at the end of the day, listen, man. Since we being men here, listen. I'm willing to move forward. If you willing to move forward, it's like it didn't happen. You know what I'm saying? We can keep it pushing and it's like nothing happened, man, for the most part.
Yeah, 100%,
I'm with that.
man.
I'm with that.
I'm with that, man.
God damn.
Perfect.
That's what I'm talking about. God
Good way to
damn.
bring in the new year. EM and DTA, good way to bring in the new year. All the acquaintance we forgot.
Hey, I love it. I love it when a plan comes together.
Absolutely. The Dolphins need to take
and all the acquaintance we forgot.
Hey, I'm gonna tell you guys like this though. What y'all just seen between two grown men, you ain't never gonna see that between me and Clown B83. Fuck his motherfucking ass.
Hey,
Damn. What's good, homie? What's good?
Yo, I tell you what. I was up at the I was in CB83's fucking inbox up to the waist. He ain't respond yet about what he said, that nonsense he said on fucking take. I'm waiting for. Tell him I'm waiting. I'm waiting for the response.
Flipper is flopping. You hear me? His nickname is Flipper because he is flip flopping like he is talking about. He is off of tour, bro. He don't want nothing to do with it. You ain't the guy.
Hey, I should have tagged all of us.
Like Stephen D, he got that what you got.
I should have tagged all. I should have tagged all of us in his fucking DM. We're waiting, CB. We're waiting.
Flipper is flopping. You hear me? He is flopping around. I said, bro, do my ears deceive me? He ought to be ashamed of himself, bro.
I'm gonna take that Flipper name, bro, and I'm gonna make a meme out of that shit.
Real talk. Make sure you do that. Make sure you do that. Matter of fact,
what's up, Monty? What's up, Monty?
Yo, we need to package that shit up. Get Lamar over here and stop playing games.
Listen.
Package that shit up and get.
Hey, Monty, I'm glad we were having that conversation about Lamar before EM popped up here.
I wish CB was in here.
I think EM was off the limb of the Lamar talk. I'm just saying, I ain't trying to put words in the homie's mouth.
Hey, man, I just think.
CB want to get missing.
Listen. First off, I want to be clear. I love Lamar Jackson just like everybody else. I'm very intrigued at the possibility of Lamar being in this offense with Tyreek Waddle. I think we would be on record if that happened. If the Dolphins would have pulled that off, on record, they'll be the fastest team in NFL history, and that would be a major, major problem for the rest of the league. However, I just don't, bro. I think that at the end of the day, can y'all hear me? Is my audio fine? Can y'all hear me?
It was skipping.
Okay. My bad. Okay, so, I'm very intrigued at that possibility. But at the end of the day, man, I just don't think the Dolphins, the price tag, they don't have it. They don't have it. I think, and we can talk about players that they're going to package, but you're talking about possibly trading, several, not just one, not just two, not just several, or your foundational players that you have, included in the package as well as future draft capital. I mean, that, and then on top of that, you got to pay him $50 million. Now, if you do that, you're not going to have the same team available to you. Now, is that going to be the steal? Is that going to be the steal? Is Lamar's presence really still? If you got to send players away in that, include them in that package, are we still going to be the Super Bowl contending team? I pose that question to everybody. Are we still going to look at this team and say, yeah, we are legit? Yes. You think so? Okay.
But the thing is, when you have a player like Lamar Jackson, you don't really need that much talent. Tua needs that much talent around him to be productive.
Yeah. Okay. Well,
we can put Ezukama, then we can bring in Ezukama and Trent Sherfield.
Yeah.
Mounty, I would agree with you, but okay. So is the objective is to Lamar just be productive or to win a Super Bowl? Because last time I checked, Lamar ain't won jack in Baltimore.
Yeah,
we would win that shit. We would win here.
More playoff games that the Dolphins have in the last 20 years.
Okay, well, we on the brink of a we on the brink of a playoff berth now with a backup quarterback.
That's true. Baltimore already punched that ticket.
You don't need Lamar to go to the playoffs.
You talking about Tua?
No, you don't.
You don't need
because Tua will work. Tua will work if we played 12 games and his field was 50 yards long.
Listen, I'm with Lamar. The possibility. I'm with it.
You think it's
but if you got to send Waddle, if you got to send Waddle, if you got to send, I'm hearing crazy potential packages that are thrown around about this, what potentially
Lamar's
could be.
A free agent. We can find new players.
Hold on.
But you can find replacements for those guys.
Exactly. I trust Chris.
Got the foundation guy.
Yeah. Dude, we got Ezukama. We got Trent Sherfield.
We don't need.
All right.
All Lamar needs is a tight end, and all Lamar needs is a wide receiver. That is it.
Tyreek and Gesicki. There you go.
The thing is with Lamar though, I feel like I don't know if we need a running quarterback. I mean, yeah, he might elevate the offense and stuff, but I feel like we need someone that's like I like that you'd have an athletic or quarterback with athleticism like that to get outside the pocket and make moves. But I just feel like you want someone that's more of an elite passer for the offense we have set up. I mean,
we don't need an elite passer in this offense.
You don't need an elite passer.
Jimmy Garoppolo got them to the Super Bowl. Is he an elite passer?
I mean, like, let's say you get a guy like Kyler Murray, right, who's a running quarterback. How well do you think that's going to go in an offense like
How
ours?
long is it going to last?
Kyler Murray's 5'11".
We only need it to last 2 years.
Okay,
Kyler Murray's
forget this.
5'11".
Forget the height. I'm saying like
that matters.
A running quarterback period.
Well,
You
look,
got to stop labeling
Kyler
this
Murray
guy
do
a
got an
running
arm.
quarterback. Like he's a
No,
quarterback.
I get you. I understand. Look, I know Lamar can
Steve
throw.
Young was a mobile quarterback. He did the same thing back in the day with his legs.
Yeah,
Listen,
Steve Young. Yeah, he did, but I don't think he did it to the extent of some of these guys, like the Lamar.
But yeah, but he got him.
Justin
He
Fields.
got concussions too, but he still managed to get them a
This is
Super
what
Bowl.
this is what I say. Until a QB, I don't care if you think that Tua has a better arm than Lamar or Skyler. Until they can beat his 36 touchdowns and 6 interceptions. I don't want to hear anything about something. We need a better quarterback in the pocket. Until you can do what he does in the pocket, how are you better?
Hey, Tua, listen, and I don't want to sit. Listen. I don't want to sit up here and sound like because I know the idiots in the chat, and I'm not talking about everyone. I'm talking about the idiots, the haters. They're gonna come out and try to twist what I'm saying and label me as a freaking Tuaneer. We know that's a bunch of bullshit because I was out in front in 2020, the first one to start criticizing Tua before it was popular. So I don't want to hear none of that. With that being said, Tua was on pace to match or exceed. Well, he was on pace to match those numbers that you just referenced right now. And before he got hurt, if Tua played, bro, the pace that he was on.
He's only missing 2 games, Ian.
No, this is his 3rd one. This coming on 3. This coming on.
Yeah,
this coming on game number 3. He's got 20. Where does he have? 26 and 5 right now.
I go away for a 40 minutes.
He's at 26 and 5 right now.
Hold on. I go away for 40 minutes. I come back, and this show's devolved to EM bitching about people in chat. What the fuck is going on here, man?
God damn.
What's up, EM?
Hey, color, salute, man. Salute.
Yeah, man. I just wanted to come in and say good night again. I just happened to realize I left myself backstage. So anyway, glad y'all could hammer that out because,
Okay, we need to get
life's
Jimmy
too
G
short
back.
for all that
We need
nonsense.
Jimmy G on
You
the
and I have
top
talked about that before.
All right, so,
No,
so
let's be.
Color, you sound like you sounding like you feeling real good right now, man. You full of something, huh?
Well, I just had to take a
You
quick
full of something.
Man, check out this deer in the
power
room.
nap. I just came up from a power nap, basically.
Oh shit, Bambi is out.
all right, so this
The
is
whole
what
family.
this is what I posed to Ian.
Yo, EM.
What's good, Mountie?
Yo, I'm about to be on something now that you mentioned it.
I feel you. Hey. You ain't the only one. I'm about to see. Well, literally right before I came on stream, I was about to hit that goose, bro. That goose been calling my name for about 2 hours now.
Hey,
Ben.
Hey, Ian.
So yeah, I'm with you.
What's up?
The
anybody
issue
want
with
some deer
Lamar,
meat?
for me, the issue with Lamar is he tries to make the superstar play instead of making.
I agree.
Instead of
I already know
making
what
the
you're about
smart
to say.
play because
Yeah.
he gets himself injured making the a superstar play like running for 40, 45 or 60 yards instead of sliding down and saving himself.
Yeah, but the reason why he has to do that is because when you're on a team with no weapons, you got to make the superstar play almost every damn play. If you don't, your team loses.
Yeah,
the reason why I say that is because how long does that realistically last? Look what happened to Cam Newton and Robert Griffin and
yeah, but that's what I'm saying.
And Michael Vick.
If he's on the Dolphins, he doesn't need to make those highlight plays. You got other stars like you that can make plays. You can look to your left and be like, all right, I got a guy just like me. He's never had that.
He will only have to be slightly like Mahomes, just enough
to
extend the play to get it to his big play receivers. And if he need to run, then he'll run at the last minute. That's what makes it another dynamic.
Hey, fellas, real quick, and I'm sorry to do this because we still got 58 people rocking with us, and this stream is going on 12 hours. But we do have El Capitan going live in about 24 minutes. So I do want to start getting final thoughts.
No,
I know.
Hell no, mate. Let Cap wait. Goddamn it, he been bitching and whining about me coming on this stream and piecing this up with DTA and everything, squashing the drama. No, you gonna wait, Cap. That's what you gonna do. You gonna wait.
I know a lot of people. I know a lot of people's final thoughts will be will kind of be
like me. He grew up with the lunch lady. And mashed potatoes and corn. That's all you gonna get, right? That's all around here is mashed potatoes and corn.
Look, seeing some of the guys we have here on this panel, I know some of the
the last comments we'll say are going to be long-winded. So we'll start the final thoughts. I'm going to start with Shake Money since he was the last one to come in here. Shake Money, give us your final thoughts, man.
None, just listen. I enjoyed the show. I appreciate you guys getting me through the work day, and I'm part of the family here at Finn's Tailgate, man, and I'm always gonna rock with you guys. And Finn's up, baby.
All right,
Shake Money, appreciate
Shake, shake.
We'll go to Tony next. Tony, go ahead, give us your final thoughts.
Honestly, like I said, I understand why you guys want Lamar. Like for me, I would rather have a guy like Aaron Rodgers, to be honest, because he's a more consistent passer. I understand that Lamar didn't have the talent around him, but still, let's be honest. I don't think even with the talent, I don't think he's gonna be consistent enough with the passing game. Like his I don't think he's gonna be consistent enough. In my honest opinion.
Tony, when you say Rodgers, are you talking like a 2 or 3 year deal?
Yes.
Something. Okay. I just didn't know if that was what you're looking at for like a long-term solution. I don't know.
No, like a 2 to 3 year deal, and we can develop Skylar behind him, and he becomes the starter after Aaron leaves.
I hear you, Tony.
Okay.
Well, I
Okay.
appreciate it. I appreciate
All right.
you coming through, Tony, for real, man.
Okay, bye.
All right.
We'll go to EM next, so EM can start getting on this fucking goose, I guess.
Yeah. Hey man, salute to all you gentlemen. If I don't see a lot of y'all, we don't talk before tomorrow, whatnot. Hey, happy New Year, everybody. I wish nothing but the best and blessings for
by the way, happy belated Christmas, man. I didn't get to tell you throughout the holiday weekend. So
same.
Merry Christmas to you, Happy New Year to you too, buddy.
Same to you, color. So yeah, everybody. I wish nothing but blessings upon everybody in 2023. With that, salute to the panel, Mountie. Salute to you, bro. We hadn't chopped it up in a minute, but it's always respect, bro. You already know what it is. And to the panel, Crypto, Lou. I don't know the gentleman, Benjamin. It's the first time I think we've crossed paths, but salute to you. DTA, man. Hey, bro, that was some real man shit tonight. And I just gained a lot more respect for you, bro. And I know I said I don't have respect for you when we in the engagement, in the spirit of engagement. But again, a lot of that was just jabbing at you, bro. And I was just trying to get you upset because I told you before when we chopped it up on Twitter as well as on the platform multiple times. I've heard you before. Our paths have crossed before, and I told you I had a level of respect for you. So that was just amplified when you coming at me with that real world grown man type shit, bro. So salute to you for that. And at the end of the day, salute the Cap, the platform. I fuck with the tailgate. Y'all know what it is. And let's just look forward to Sunday. Hopefully we can get this win. The focus should be the postseason. All this Tua shit, we got all off season to discuss whether or not he's the guy, not the guy. What other, solutions that the Dolphins could possibly pursue if Tua is not the guy. So let's just focus on get behind Teddy, man, and focus on getting to the postseason. I know that's my focus because I want us to be playing on Wild Card Weekend. I said at the beginning of the season, this is a must playoff win, a playoff berth season for the Dolphins.